This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. After a month of rain and overcast skies in June, City S finally began to clear up. The scorching sun shone through the landscape, and even those who cherished the sun couldn't help but walk along the tree-lined avenue. Two small, shabby stalls stood on the side of the road, one of which Seifing had just set up. "Hey, young man, what are you selling?" The fortune teller at the nearby stall tried to hold back, but couldn't. Seifing glanced back at the man's round, black eyes and shook his wide, flowing sleeves. "Just like you, I'm selling fate." Fortune teller, I'm not kidding. Seifing casually scooped up the single, silver-gray, furry animal on the stall. With no one around, the fortune teller carefully removed his standard black glasses. "Oh my goodness, is this some kind of hybrid? Its face is shaped like a fat mouse. Its ears are small but long, like a miniature rabbit's, and its tiny eyes are still darting around. What kind of animal is this, a mouse? A rabbit? A rabbit-rat hybrid?" Seifing withdrew his hand and turned to look up at the sky. "You're confused, right? This isn't an ordinary animal. It's a spirit mouse from another world, one of those 30 million orphaned ones entrusted to a certain beast king." The fortune teller was taken aback by his gesture for a second. He was about to express his disdain, but seeing his radiant green eyes, he stopped himself. "Young man, at least take a look at what I do for a living. You're trying to scare me." As the old man was about to take his glasses back, he suddenly caught sight of the little mouse wiggling in his hand, like it was wiggling its butt. "Old man, ? Seifing picked up the magic mouse and examined it, then glanced at the obviously curious fortune teller. He then tucked the mouse into the old man's arms. "I think it liked you too. This magic mouse is destined for you. How about I just sell it to you for 1,000 yuan? The fortune teller, who was about to touch it, was startled. 1,000 yuan? I don't want it." "That shouldn't be the case," Seifing observed, looking at the mouse, then at the fortune teller, wearing glasses, with a puzzled expression. "I think you have the means to take this magic mouse home. Didn't you open your business this morning?" Seifing pointed at the old man's pocket. "That wasn't something you got easily. It's my compensation for leaking the secret." The fortune teller clutched his hand. "Just kidding. Even though he could make money just by fooling people, the years of practicing observation and the risk of getting beaten up weren't the costs. Forget it then." Seifing tossed the magic rat onto the stall and sat back down. The fortune teller sat nearby for a while. With no new business coming in, he pretended to be indifferent and turned his head. Seifing was resting his eyes, so he discreetly shifted his gaze to the little rat on the stall. The rat suddenly scrambled to its feet, stood still on its two tiny feet, and began to twist its hips towards him, its two tiny paws tucked into its waist, as if spinning a hula hoop in the air. The fortune teller was stunned. He couldn't help but reach out his hand, but just as his hand was about to touch the fur, a small paw caught it. The little mouse kissed the back of his hand. Instantly, a tiny electric current shot from the back of his hand straight to the top of his head. He seemed to see countless words, all converging until only the shape of a mouse remained. 3 words inexplicably appeared in his mind. "Oh my God!" The old man sat on the ground in shock. Seifing opened his eyes, and saw the old man sitting on the ground. He immediately expressed his disapproval. "How could you do this? Didn't you agree not to do it before? Why did you secretly sign the contract?" "In that case," Seifing extended his hand, and said loudly, 1,000 yuan. His heart was still pounding, his head was still dizzy. Turning around, there was only the image of a mouse. The fortune teller didn't know how he had just paid. He sat at the stall, holding the furry mouse monster in his arms. There was no one around. The mouse monster in his arms seemed to notice his gaze, raising its large black eyes and blinking. He reached out his hand tremblingly, feeling the delicate, soft fur thread through his fingers. The warm creature breathed beneath his hand. His emotions swirled back and forth between shock and composure, unable to stop. But as he continued to touch, he was also infected by the joyful mood of the rat monster under his hands, and gradually calmed down. Wait, how did he know the rat monster was cheerful? The fortune teller suddenly had a bold guess. Although Oldley wasn't particularly superstitious, he had been in this line of work for so long that he had a certain awe. Could that young man really be some kind of hermit or sage? It seemed possible. After all, not everyone could wear a long robe in the heat of the day. The fortune teller picked up a nearby palm leaf fan, and fanned himself and his new pet. And the young man seemed quite handsome, with delicate features. Wait, what did he look like? The old man paused fanning, but quickly resumed because his little paws caught him. The old man glanced at the little mouse, still enjoying itself, then glanced around to see if there was anyone around. He quickly packed up his stall and hurried home. "Old lady, come quickly." As soon as he entered the house, he started shouting, from the living room to the bedroom, then into the kitchen, shouting to his wife, who was swinging a spatula. "Oh, old lady, I'm telling you, something terrible happened to me today." "What's wrong? Did someone come and smash your stall again?" Mrs. Lee didn't even turn around. "No." The old man held up the rat in his hand. "Look what this is." Mrs. Lee, in her haste, glanced back. "Oh my God, a big fat rat." Mr. Lee quickly dodged the old woman's spatula. "Don't hit me. It's not a rat." Mr. Lee recounted his encounter on the street, except for the 1,000 coins, of course. "You mean to say there was a young man with green eyes, who was incredibly handsome, and seeing you, old Lee, have an air of sageliness and a masterly demeanor, he gave you this special rat." "Well, how about that?" Mr. Lee put his hands on his hips. "Let me tell you, this rat of mine, ugh, a clever rat, can even perform." The clever rat immediately began wiggling its hips. Mrs. Lee was just serving the food when she turned and saw a fat rat, its little paws on its hips, wiggling left and right. She was surprised. "Wow, this rat is pretty impressive. It can even wiggle its hips." On a whim, Aunt Lee picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and tossed it over. The fat rat twisted its butt and opened its mouth to catch the meat. "Oh, clever." Aunt Lee tossed a few more pieces, enjoying the pleasure of feeding them. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong and narrowed her eyes. "This rat is quite cute, and it's worth the price." "Ha ha, it's okay, though a little pricey." "Ha. How much?" Aunt Lee narrowed her eyes. Grandpa Lee trembled and held up a finger. After a flurry of activity, Grandpa Lee sat at the table with his tail between his legs, smiling apologetically as he served Aunt Lee some food. Aunt Lee rolled her eyes. "I say, you're quite capable. You're in this business, and yet you were ripped off? You, old Lee, have truly wasted half your life." Hee hee. Grandpa Lee didn't dare to object, but he thought to himself, who says he was definitely ripped off? If I didn't see it, how could he not know? That young man was clearly no ordinary person. His eyes were gleaming green, his clothes were chic and refined, and he was fair and handsome. And he hadn't foolishly bought the mouse out of sheer deception. It was a special feeling that had moved him to it. Grandpa Lee turned and placed 2 pieces of meat in front of his new pet on the table. "The flu has been getting worse in our city lately. Please wear a mask when you go out and avoid crowded places." Grandpa Lee watched TV while picking up some food for Aunt Lee. "It's the flu again, old lady. Remember to wear a mask when you go out. There haven't been many people on the streets lately. I haven't had much business these days." All right, hurry up and eat too. Seeing you're so attentive, I can't eat any more." Auntie Lee waved. Hee hee. Grandpa Lee sat down and began to eat, picking up food for himself and the mouse. He couldn't help but feel happy watching the mouse eat so quickly and well, but fearing his wife, he couldn't show his joy too much. He only picked up 2 more pieces of meat for the mouse and watched his pet happily. Now, a news interruption. A serious incident has occurred in the center of XX district in our city. Please pay attention to nearby residents. The little clever mouse, eating diligently at the table, twitched its ears. Another one was given away. Yeet walked down the street, already scouting for his next stall location. This time, he needed a high-traffic area, otherwise it would take ages to give out just one. If the clever mouse hadn't taken a liking to the fortune teller, he wouldn't have bothered to put on his show. Spending his energy on a tiny spirit rat was in any way a tribute to Ing Fanshuan. Yeet felt a little relieved at this thought, but then he thought of the countless spirit beasts still wailing for their masters, and he felt a bit speechless. That was too much. Who would entrust their orphan to someone like that? As the sky darkened, Yeet spotted a bustling square. There were numerous colorful stalls selling accessories, drinks, snacks, and even pets. Passing by some artificially dyed small animals, Yeet couldn't help but think that if Ing Fanshuan saw them, he would be so angry that he would hang those people and kill them. He was the ultimate protector of his own people. Yeet squeezed his way to a corner, pulled a large piece of cloth from his flowing sleeves, and swung it on the ground. He then pulled a spirit rat from his sleeves, and sat down behind the stall to wait. "Madam, would you like to see the spirit pet?" Yeet called to a frail girl. "What?" The girl turned her head. Her dark circles were a bit severe, her eyes slightly red, and her lower lashes were clumps of water. In the night light, Yeet could see her eyelashes glistening in the darkness. I think this spirit rat is destined for you. Would you like to come and learn more about it? Yi Sifeng raised his hand to gesture towards the stall. The girl looked down and saw a furry little animal rolling around on the stall. Its fluffy fur was pressed down for a moment before it fluffed up, looking incredibly pleasant to the touch. The sight of the adorable little pet rolling around on the floor relaxed the girl. Is this a chinchilla? Yi Sifeng quickly probed his mind, found his new phone, and typed in the keyword chinchilla. Yes, Yi Sifeng nodded after a moment, saying seriously, to be precise, it's a new breed of chinchilla. 1,000 years ago, a chinchilla family immigrated to another world and adopted a beast king as their godfather. This new breed was bred there, and can be used as a spiritual pet contract. Huh? Chapter 2. That's right. Yi Sifeng smiled and nodded. The girl's head felt a mess. Her life was a mess, her love life was a mess, and now even listening to other people's conversations felt a mess. So, this mouse. How much is it? The girl pointed at the stall. 1. No, 500 yuan. 500 yuan. Yi Sifeng glanced at the girl. It was so expensive. The girl was about to leave, but for some reason her feet didn't move. The stall owner across from her remained silent, waiting quietly. She stared at the mutant chinchilla on the ground, and the chinchilla stared back at her. Are chinchilla ears long and thin? The girl couldn't help but squat. It likes you. Yi Sifeng pinched his fingers pretentiously. I see you look like you're heartbroken, right? Then you can buy one. Our pets can heal heartbreak. The little mouse on the stall rolled over at the right moment. Although the owner was a little baffled, the girl couldn't take her eyes off the cute chinchilla. Only 500 yuan. Yi Sifeng said sincerely. For just 500 yuan, you can get this beloved pet. After signing a contract with it, you can heal your broken heart, move on from your low point, and begin a new chapter in your life. The little spirit mouse on the street stall hugged the girl's hand. And it can also learn to wiggle its butt. The last one did it really well. The little spirit mouse blinked its big, sparkling eyes at the girl, as if to say it didn't want to learn to wiggle its butt. Huh? How could she tell from this little black bean's eyes that it didn't want to wiggle its butt? The girl was surprised. Could this really be her destined pet? You don't like shaking your butt, do you? The girl asked sincerely. The little mouse rolled happily in the girl's palm. Yi Sifeng glanced at the girl, then at the mouse rolling around in her palm, and said coldly, as if to be ruthless. How can that be? All the mice under my care have to learn to shake their butts. Don't look at this one like that. It's actually adorable. Come here. Yi Sifeng held out his hand. Under his pressure, the little mouse crawled to his hand, looking back every few steps. Its reluctance to leave made the girl's heart tremble. She hardened her heart. 500 yuan, right? Boss, can you make it a little cheaper? 500 yuan is already a friendly price. Ordinary chinchillas in decent condition on the market cost thousands, not to mention mine, a spiritual pet with the bloodline of the Beast King. I'm selling it to you because you're destined for it. If you're not, I wouldn't sell it to you even for 1 million yuan. Yi Sifeng flicked the little mouse's forehead twice. Come on, give it a twist. Looking at the humiliating, performing chinchilla at the boss's hand, the girl steeled herself. 500 yuan, right? I want it. Give it to me. Here you go. Looking at the little chinchilla being placed in her palm in an instant, the girl momentarily suspected the boss was waiting for her. But it was truly adorable, with its tiny black eyes and twitching ears. In her palm, it looked like a marshmallow, or like a cloud on the horizon, melting directly into its heart. You can sign a contract with her now. The girl hadn't even digested the boss's words when she suddenly saw the chinchilla's paws in her palm wave wildly twice, as if performing a tribal ritual dance. A strange gravitational force infused her palm, radiating from the pet in her palm like an irresistible force. A few blurry words gradually surfaced in her mind. By the time the girl regained consciousness, the stall owner had vanished. The surroundings were still bustling with activity, and no one had noticed anything was amiss. The chinchilla in her palm grew even more affectionate towards her, and she felt the thin yet unwavering connection between her and her pet. What the hell? The girl, who had once read online novels, felt her worldview profoundly reshaped, and the stall owner's words resurfaced. An innovative breed of chinchilla. Once recognized the Beast King as his godfather. A rare spiritual pet. Oh my god, wasn't this just some random nonsense the stall owner had pulled off? Such a powerful chinchilla, now in her palm, her new pet. Instantly, the girl felt her horizons broaden, her heart expand, as if she could see the world with her naked eyes, soaring above the entire universe. All the trivialities of life, love and hate, were detached from her, and all worldly matters became insignificant. The pet in her hand represented the starting point of her life, the beginning of her legend, and nothing could stop her. Beastmaster Empress, Evil Phoenix Celestial Lord, Soaring Phoenix Immortal Lord, those who follow me prosper. Cold Love City, Natural Beast Tamer. In an instant, several life paths popped up in her mind, but before she could decide which one to take, her phone rang. The girl answered without even glancing. Hello, I'm busy right now. Can I get back to you later? There seemed to be a pause on the other end. Shopching, it's me. Ah. It's him. The emotions that she had just gotten rid of surrounded the girl again, and the feeling of helplessness and sadness climbed up again. In fact, before she came to this square, she had just had a fight with her boyfriend and ran away. In truth, she wasn't sure if he was still her boyfriend. Anyone would be devastated to learn that her sweet, affectionate boyfriend of 6 months was actually married. Her mind told her to distance herself immediately, but her emotions, like the roots of a plant, stretched out from him and clung to her tightly. Especially when he looked at her with those still soulful eyes, saying he had his own difficulties, and asking her to give him some time to sort out his own affairs. In the meantime, she should stay away from him and give him a chance, okay? She almost lost herself in thought. But then a joke she'd seen online suddenly occurred to her. My previous boyfriend had a pleasant, milky scent, and I loved him so much. Later, I found out he was the father of a 6-month-old child. Her clear mind was like the last string, slender but firm, pulling her to a heated argument. She ran out alone, walked to the square in a daze, and then the little chinchilla in her palm stomped hard on her palm. The girl suddenly came to her senses. Yes, love and affection weren't what she wanted to do right now. With a pet bearing the blood of the Beast King and the imprint of an ancient, mystical contract, she had a vast world ahead of her, and she would achieve great things. Everything in the past was merely a test, and even the most beautiful love could only be a decoration on her road to success. She hung up the phone abruptly, blocked all contact information for the married man, called a moving company to bring her belongings back, and bought a ticket to her parents' city. Mom and Dad, your daughter is going to lead you to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 3. Even on the other side, Yeet Seifeng had set up a new stall, once again featuring a spirit rat. It wasn't that he didn't want to display them all at once, but these spirit pets generally required a one-on-one relationship, otherwise the unspoken bond between master and pet would be lacking. Perhaps even the laws of nature demand a sense of ritual. Another point is that these wailing spirit beasts were entrusted to him by Ying Fangxuan before his death. They were like the children of an old friend. Selling them off like cabbages would be disrespectful to the deceased. If Ying Fangxuan's spirit is still in heaven, seeing how attentive he is, he would probably rest in peace. Yeet Seifeng folded his hands, waiting for the spirit rat on the stall to reveal who it had taken a fancy to. Compared to the eccentric tastes of the previous two, this one's preferences were quite normal. A slightly plump woman, with a thick gold chain around her neck, and no fewer than 8 rings of various styles on her fingers approached. She was the type who, at first glance, would surely lead a good life as her pet. The clever rat on the stall jumped up and down, and Yeet Seifeng knew it was time to act. Madam, please wait a moment. Would you like to come and see your pet? The elegant lady raised her glasses with a finger. The pure white little rat on the stall struck a very cute pose. The lady paused for a moment. Bring it here. Yeet Seifeng placed the little clever rat, who yearned for a life of luxury, into the hands of the woman opposite. As expected, desire is motivation. Yeet Seifeng watched the little clever rat act coquettishly in the wealthy woman's hands, twisting its butt and doing somersaults without a problem. Its pure white fur twitched with each movement, like a dandelion tumbling in the wind. But the noble lady only showed a hint of interest, so Yeet Seifeng prepared to lend a hand to the spirit rat. Actually, this is no ordinary pet, ma'am. Do you believe in fate? Yeet Seifeng asked in a profound voice, casting a subtle shadow of his outward appearance. Her pure white sleeves fluttered, her long hair, tied high, danced in the wind. Her green eyes were unearthly. She stood still and spoke slowly, a strange aura emanating from her, her words like an immortal guiding a mortal. Yeet Seifeng released his aura for a second before retracting it. This is... The lady opposite was clearly shocked by the feeling she had just had. Actually, this is your opportunity. You haven't been having a good time lately, have you? Yeet Seifeng pinched his fingers, looking like a fortune teller. The woman was visibly more shocked, but still a little hesitant. Well, you could say that. Perhaps this spirit beast can help you. I told you, this isn't an ordinary pet. In fact, it's from a world of immortal cultivation. After signing the contract, With it by your side, you can basically avert 9 out of 10 crises. Yi Zifeng spoke profoundly. You're from nearby, right? This is the first time you see me here, right? That's because I'm here for you. Why? Because you've been a good person for 10 lifetimes. This life should have turned misfortune into fortune, prosperity and peace. It's just that something unexpected happened in the world, so I'm here specifically to help you. My time here is running out. To avoid being discovered, I'm offering this spirit pet to you in exchange. Okay. Come, scan this code to pay. 1,000 yuan will be enough. Another one sold. But Yi Zifeng was already starting to feel his efficiency was low. He had to make up so many stories just to sell one, and he wasn't a con man. A spirit rat with the bloodline of a beast king was considered a rare spiritual pet in the world of cultivation. Unlike pets, a spirit pet could assist its owner in their cultivation, providing significant support. Although people in this world didn't cultivate immortality, the value a spirit pet could provide was far greater than that of ordinary pets, though the specific value depended on how the owner cared for it. But buying it was a good deal. How many had he sold in just a few days? When would he be able to hand over all 30 million? Could it be that Ying Fengshuan had regretted saving him, and was specifically looking for this trouble? Great. He knew Ying Fengshuan wasn't a good person. After a period of indignation, Yi Zifeng regained his composure, mentally apologized to Ying Fengshuan's spirit in heaven, and resigned himself to his fate by taking out the next spirit rat. It wasn't that he didn't want to sell other spirit beasts, but only this one was suited to this world. Others of a different level wouldn't survive in this world, or would destroy it. This spirit rat must also need a certain amount of spiritual power to survive. This world is clearly a modern one, so why is it suitable? Yi Zifeng pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He counted on his fingers, but couldn't come up with anything. He gave up and resigned himself to waiting for the next destined person. The next destined person was a young boy. Even as they walked down the street, one could tell from his eyes that he firmly believed he would dominate the world, making clouds and rain with a wave of his hand, stepping on the earth with his left foot and kicking meteors with his right. The facts confirmed Yi Zifeng's suspicions. The moment he called out to the boy, he saw a glint in his eyes. The boy rushed to his stall like a gust of wind. Master? Are you here to see me? Do you have something to teach me? I'm ready. Since arriving in this world, Yi Zifeng had never seen such a positive person, and his favorable impression of them instantly increased. It wasn't me who chose you, it was you that were chosen. Yi Zifeng pointed at the spirit rat on the stall. The boy's excitement grew visibly stronger. He reached out and scooped up the spirit mouse. Oh my god! Could this be the cub of the legendary azure dragon beast? Or the child of the black tortoise and vermilion bird? Truly extraordinary. Of course not. What makes you think that? Yi Zifeng interrupted the boy ruthlessly. But this isn't just any spirit beast. It's... Thinking of repeating the lines again, Yi Zifeng suddenly felt tired, so he simplified it. It has the blood of the beast king. Okay. I knew it. I, Long Xiaofei, am truly no ordinary person. God knows how long he'd waited for this moment. Ever since Long Xiaofei was born, he'd been waiting for this fateful moment. He would possess a miraculous spirit beast, slap his weird relatives in the face, and live a happy life with his parents. 500 yuan, Yi Zifeng warned kindly. What? This kind of fate requires money? The boy was clearly shocked. Of course, it's so you can treat it well. People won't cherish anything they haven't paid for. Yi Zifeng was resolute, and held out his hand. So he added 500 yuan. After sending the enthusiastic but empty-handed boy off, Yi Zifeng was about to take out his next pet and wait for his match when he saw a man who had been squatting nearby rush over, phone in hand. Did you all just see that? This is clearly a scammer, using a crappy pet to defraud innocent students. The livestream viewers, please give it a thumbs up. Over 30,000 likes. Watch Lao Wang single-handedly take this scammer to the police station. Chapter 4. Of course, Yi Zifeng wasn't captured. Using some magic, he turned and disappeared, then peeked at the man's phone. In fact, before crossing over to the previous cultivation world, Yi Zifeng had also been a modern person, but his world's technology was clearly not as advanced as this one. He had cell phones, but live streaming wasn't as common, so Yi Zifeng was unusually curious. Where's that pretty boy from just now? Everyone pay attention. He's definitely nearby. Watch me arrest him, and send him to the police station. Those who support me sending him directly to the police station, 1 point. 2 points. Those who verbally condemn him, then beat him up, and finally send him to the police station, 3 points. The liar's fate rests in your hands. Wield your righteous hands, and light up his prison fate. The man's words flowed like a machine gun, unstoppable. He glanced around as he spoke, looking incredibly dramatic. The interactive screen was also impressive, with a full screen of 3,333s, revealing the audience's deep sense of justice. If Yeet Sifeng hadn't been the villain in this show, he would have applauded this righteous punishment. Yeet Sifeng continued to follow the man, watching his live stream. He noticed that even when he hadn't found the person, he still had plenty of topics to talk about with the audience. Sometimes he asked for directions. Sometimes he asked them to guess where he was. Sometimes he even talked about how he was going to beat him up if he found him. The entire live stream was so controlled, Yeet Sifeng was in awe. Yeet Sifeng followed him all the way until he left the area. He saw the man wipe the sweat from his forehead with a dramatic look. We think we've lost the scammer today, but don't lose heart. We be staking out this area for the next few days. Old Wang really can't bear to see anyone get scammed. Support Old Wang's 1-point deduction. The screen was densely packed with 11111. I knew my audience had a strong sense of justice, and Lao Wang wouldn't let you down. This week, we be staking out the area. If we see the scammer, we take him down. Show us your righteous hands, and let Lao Wang do the good deed on your behalf. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. This is what Lao Wang should do. As a public figure, he must be accountable to the public. Brothers and sisters who want to support Lao Wang, please visit my shop and buy some daily necessities. They both provide for your family and help Lao Wang. Lao Wang's actions couldn't be done without your support. Thank you. The man patted his chest at the screen, his gesture so righteous and awe-inspiring that, reflected on the slightly beautified screen, he looked like a modern-day sheriff. He ended the live stream with a righteous smile on his face. For a second, the smile faded as he checked his phone's background, revealing a different smile. Not bad, not bad. So many people bought it. It seems everyone likes this live stream format. I might specialize in this area in the future. Yeet Sifeng quietly left, lost in thought. There's no harm without comparison. He suddenly realized that compared to the live streamer's performance, his efficiency in selling spirit pets was woefully low. Since they were both doing the same thing, both providing emotional value in selling goods, why couldn't he learn from the man's approach? Although live streaming wasn't convenient for him, he could definitely post a message online and wait for people to ask. He immediately got to work. He found a shady spot, sat down, and took out his phone to begin choosing which platforms to post the message on. He first clicked on a short video platform, only to be greeted by a news-like message. A vicious incident occurred near XX University in J City, resulting in 8 casualties. The details of the incident remain unclear. Just as he was about to swipe away, his finger paused. Yeet Sifeng zoomed in on the blurry image and frowned at a slightly grayish spot. This spot gave him a strong sense of unease. He was certain it wasn't a problem with the image quality, but rather something truly obscure. Isn't this world a normal, technologically modern world? Yeet Sifeng reached out and pinched, but still couldn't find anything. So he pulled out an ancient-looking compass from his storage device and fiddled with it for a long time, but still couldn't come up with anything. It was as if something was deliberately blocking the sky above him, preventing him from seeing more clearly. Perhaps it was because he wasn't from this world. Yeet Sifeng reached out his other hand and pinched again, but like a poor student who has a formula but can't figure out the solution, he couldn't see a single clue to the answer. Well, since he couldn't figure it out at all, it definitely had nothing to do with him. Besides, if even the vast world of cultivation could collapse, the collapse of a small modern world wouldn't be that surprising. Yeet Sifeng thought wickedly. Perhaps he could take advantage of the suffering faced by the people of this world and sell off all those spirit rats. Immediately, Yeet Sifeng used his newly unregistered account to comment on the video. It's the end of the world. I have a shipment of spirit beasts from other worlds. Come on, if you're interested. Almost immediately after posting, he received several replies, and Yeet Sifeng clicked through them one by one. Scammers ripped off my entire family. They won't even have 4 dishes in their lifetime. Reported, be careful in your next life. Isn't that unethical? Scamming people with this kind of news. Really? As soon as he logged out, he was flooded with new messages. Some were insulting, some were skeptical, and some were even directly asking for prices. Yeet Sifeng entered the spirit beast space and arrived at the spirit rat area. He zoomed in on his phone screen, letting the spirit rats all over the mountain choose their masters based on the messages on their phones. The spirit rats seemed silent for a moment. But perhaps because of his matter-of-fact attitude, they began to stir. Yeet Sifeng stood solemnly by, watching the spirit rats choose their masters over the internet. It turned out that spirit rats had a wide variety of tastes. Some preferred polite remarks, some preferred foolish ones, and some even fell for sharp tongues. Even those who were good at bargaining had several little spirit rats vying for them. Yi Zifeng was amazed. Some private messages, so infuriating that you'd vomit blood just reading them for a second, were surprisingly loved by several spirit rats at first sight. Is this some kind of superpower mentality? He didn't understand the spirit rats' hearts. He could only help them connect. So, Yi Zifeng released his mental energy, simultaneously replying to the comments of hundreds of interested spirit rats. Not a lie, I can provide a video. A spirit rat has taken a fancy to you. Don't miss it. Yes, pay directly. Your spirit pet will be with you in an hour. This is a video. Spirit rats with the bloodline of the Beast King have extremely high growth potential, and can enhance all their attributes. They are the preferred pets in the apocalypse. Not a lie, this spirit rat has taken a fancy to you. It's a great way to shake its butt. Chapter 5. Wang Wei didn't know why he just transferred the money. Perhaps his recent experiences had left him like a frightened bird, eagerly awaiting a specific message. Although the other party looked like a scammer, but what if? What if it was true? Wouldn't anyone believe him? Wang Wei started to feel something was amiss about a month ago. At first, he kept seeing news about local disasters online, several every now and then. At first, he didn't think anything was wrong, until one day, on a whim, he wanted to see what had happened. The video didn't even mention it. He scrolled to the bottom of the comments, but there was nothing there. It seemed as if no one had the slightest curiosity about what had happened. It was as if they'd easily accepted that so many people had vanished from such a famous place without explanation. Deep red numbers were printed in the center of the screen, but no one delved into the disaster that befell the people they represented. It was as if no one cared about the lives lost. His heart sank immediately, and he tentatively posted a comment. What the hell happened? Does anyone in the comments section know? No one replied. 10 minutes passed, no reply. Half an hour passed, no reply. 3 days passed, no reply. To this day, when he clicks on that video and scrolls to the very bottom of the comments, his doubts sink to the very bottom, like those who vanish silently, uncaring. He began to tremble with fear. He shared his doubts with a friend, but his friend replied, as if it were business as usual, this is always the case. Unscrupulous media outlets are trying to attract traffic. Your comment must have been blocked, and only you can see it. Is that so? Is that so? Reason told him it might be so, but deep down in his mind, a string tautly stretched, as if waiting for some danger to strike. The inexplicable videos of the victims began to appear more and more. He would see 3 different ones every 3 times a day, and all the comments seemed to be posted by robots. This is terrifying. I hope everyone is safe. May the victims rest in peace. This year has been so difficult. I pray for peace. May these people rest in peace. The comments were endless, but no one was curious about what had happened. Not even the usual internet-esque verbal abuse was there. It was as if the entire world had suddenly become vegetarian and Buddhist overnight. The passing of life passed lightly through everyone's hearts, with only a sigh of regret, cherishing life. What was wrong with the world? Wang Wei started calling his family, sending WeChat messages to friends, and posting online messages, but no one paid any attention to his doubts. His family members asked him indirectly if he was under too much pressure. His friends politely offered to recommend a psychologist. He was reported and removed from his online account after posting just 2 messages. No one cared or believed him. He felt like an island, alone, hearing the melting glaciers, but no one could see him. Today, upon waking, he felt the strings in his head tightening, his heart pounding. Reflexively, he clicked on the short video again, only to find news of a vicious incident. A vicious incident has occurred near XX University in J City, resulting in 8 casualties. The details of the incident are currently unknown. This time it was university. Wang Wei opened the comments section without any hope. As expected, it was filled with messages praying for safety, the repetitive phrases repeating in combinations, like some kind of prophecy. Rest in peace. Safety. What a pity. Cherish your life. The world is ending. I have a shipment of spirit beasts from other worlds. Those who believe can come. Wang Wei suddenly woke from a nightmare. He opened and closed his eyes, checked his phone again and again, before he could believe he had actually seen a different message under this video. With trembling hands, Wang Wei clicked on the account's profile. The owner had no information. It was clearly a newly registered, unregistered account. But Wang Wei didn't care. He immediately fired off a barrage of private messages. The confusion and pain he had felt during this period, his doubts and collapse, all transformed into words on the keyboard, flowing like a river flowing through the private messages on the other side. Send, send. All the pressure flowed from his heart like a river. The more messages he received, the more relaxed he felt. So it wasn't his imagination. Great. Only after he finished sending the message, Wang Wei relaxed on his stool and glanced down at the screen, realizing he might have too many messages. He swiped gently, but it took him ages to reach the bottom. The other person hadn't replied yet, but that wasn't a big deal. They probably hadn't finished reading yet. Ding dong. Wang Wei sat up and checked his phone. Honey, your hunch was right. Thanks to your high sensitivity and animal-like instincts, 3 of our rats have taken a liking to you. Which one do you like? Video, huh? Wang Wei clicked on the video, a bit confused. The first thing Wang Wei noticed wasn't the mice at the bottom of the video, but the background. The background was unusual. It wasn't indoors, nor did it look like an ordinary outdoor setting. It resembled a tourist attraction in an ancient civilization, with yellow sand mixed with ancient buildings. Wang Wei looked again and again, still unable to tell whether it was domestic or foreign, because there wasn't a single word on it. He shifted his gaze to the 3 mice at the bottom of the screen. They didn't seem to be mice either. They were whiter and fatter, like triangular rice balls standing upright. Their ears were long and thin, like miniature rabbit ears, and their eyes were black and bright. The voiceover in the video gave a brief introduction to each of the 3 mice. It was said that the first one favored earth magic, the second had a very balanced spiritual power among the 5 elements, and the third was highly sensitive and versatile, excelling at dancing and entertaining its owner. You can try one out. This opportunity won't come back, and it's on sale now for only 500 yuan, a great deal. You've also sensed something's amiss in the world, haven't you? This is the payment code, just scan it. Wang Wei ultimately chose the third one. It wasn't anything special, he just felt more appealing. After paying, he realized he'd been ripped off. Dear, wait a moment. Your spirit pet will arrive in 1 hour. Please check your receipt. 1 hour, that's 2 hours. Could the person on the other end really be a scammer? Wang Wei regained his composure and began to wonder, could the person be downstairs? Wang Wei opened the window, which hadn't been open for a month, and peered down, ignoring the dust. Nothing. Could this spirit rat he'd bought for 500 yuan actually fly to him? Could he really be a scammer? Wang Wei sent a tentative message, but received no reply. He watched the clock ticking, feeling restless. I don't know how long it was before there was a small knock on the door. Chapter 6. Yi Zifeng bundled each spirit rat that had found an owner online and, using a location-based teleportation device, remotely delivered them to their destined recipients. After delivering 1 batch of goods, Yi Zifeng began replying to messages again. Thanks to his powerful mental strength, he could chat with many people simultaneously. When he encountered one that seemed quite interested in buying, he would let the spirit rats choose, then collect payment and ship the goods. For a moment, he felt incredibly fulfilled. Though the spirit rats were still scattered across the mountains and plains, at least they were sailing away in batches. Ing Fengshu and Spirit in Heaven should rest in peace after witnessing this scene. After bundling another batch of spirit rats, Yi Zifeng cast a spell to land them. When a rat with a yellow paper bag tied to its back appeared at the door, Wang Wei was stunned. The triangular rice ball rat, carrying a yellow paper bag, politely passed by his feet and carefully sat down at the leg of the sofa in the living room, looking at him with its small eyes wide open. Hello. Hello. What's your name? Wang Wei stuttered. The rice ball mouse unwrapped the paper bag on its back, pulled out a ball of paper, and pushed it to Wang Wei's feet. Wang Wei carefully picked up the paper ball and unfolded it cautiously. Hello, dear friend, this is a letter from the owner. About the apocalypse. The apocalypse has arrived, and its scope will soon expand. Everyone will be affected, so don't rely on luck. About the spirit mouse. In the world of immortal cultivation, a rodent-like spirit beast with the bloodline of the beast king has advantages. A low barrier to entry, evenly distributed spiritual power, strong adaptability, a wide range of possibilities, and a fondness for humans. Disadvantages. Initially, it can't be a powerful combat aid and requires long-term training. Suggestion. After signing the contract, it is recommended that you keep your spirit pet with you to prevent any accidents. Wang Wei glanced at the paper, then at the obedient rice ball mouse, and opened his mouth. Even though he'd previously suspected something was amiss in this world, suddenly being transported to a fantasy film set was still a bit much for him. The legendary spirit rat sat beside his sofa leg, adopting a very polite and reserved posture, as if waiting for him to speak. Wang Wei opened his mouth, then closed it again, struggling for a long moment before finally saying, "Can I give you a name first?" The rice ball rat blinked its bright black eyes at him, seemingly gleaming with anticipation. Wang Wei pondered deeply. Since this rice ball rat, no, since this noble spirit rat, was so human-like, he needed a formal name. "My last name is Wang. Is it okay if you take mine? Or does your family have some ancient surname?" The little spirit rat continued blinking at him. "Then take my last name?" Wang Wei asked tentatively. When he received no negative response, he began to think of a name with great interest. When naming his pet, he asked who else had the experience. The surname should be Wang. And since you be following me from now on, we'd definitely be close friends. How about calling him Wangda? I be Wang Wei, and you be Wangda. Great, great, what a perfect match. How about it? Wang Wei suddenly felt like a genius. The nickname will be De Wang. You're my De Wang. The little spirit mouse's furry face showed no emotion, and Wang Wei guessed it was as happy as he was. De Wang, you've come so far? You must be hungry, right? I find you something to eat. He gathered nearly every edible thing in the house, whether raw or cooked, vegetables, meat, or even snacks. He pulled out several packets, and opened them all in front of the little spirit mouse. De Wang, what do you like to eat? The little spirit mouse devoured everything it could eat. Wang Wei shook the plastic bag on the table. Looking at the tiny spirit mouse, who knew where it had taken its food, he realized with a deep sense that this was truly a creature from another world. After finishing its meal, the little spirit mouse extended its paw toward him. Confused, Wang Wei tentatively placed his finger forward. The moment their hands made contact, an indescribable sense of fluidity passed from the paw to his fingertips, then swiftly and smoothly into his mind. Wang Wei felt as if a firework had exploded in his mind, the diffused light gradually forming the words XX rat. At the same time, a subtle connection was established, and Wang Wei suddenly realized that he could sense the little spirit mouse's likes and dislikes. For example, right now, the little spirit mouse was telling him that while the name Wanda was rather ordinary, the snacks were quite tasty. Haha. I think that name is pretty good. If you don't like it, how about we try another one? The little spirit mouse blinked, and Wang Wei got the general message. In short, while the name Wangda is a bit ordinary, he actually quite likes the nickname De Wang. Plus, the snacks are pretty tasty, so calling him Wangda isn't a bad idea. Hee. Wang Wei chuckled. And so, Wang Wei began living a life with a pet. And not just any pet, but a legendary noble spiritual pet from the world of cultivation. He loved it so much that he carried it with him everywhere he went. Unable to wait for the delivery, he sewed a small bag out of rags, put Wanda in it, and wore it on his chest every day, his heartfelt message. His mood had calmed down considerably. Although a lingering tension still lingered, it was finally relaxed. Wang Wei adjusted the small cloth bag across his chest to give Wanda a better view. Let's go out for a bit, and buy some groceries at the supermarket. Wang Wei locked the door, picked up a bag of trash, and headed out. He walked down the stairs normally, past the security booth downstairs, past the supermarket at the entrance to the complex, and then crossed the street near the complex. A sudden sharp pain in the top of his head snapped Wang Wei out of his daze. Looking up, he nearly peed himself. He had somehow reached the entrance to a park quite far from the complex. Still clutching the bag of trash, he had been going downstairs to throw away. Looking at the gate of Chunfeng Park, Wang Wei took 3 steps back. Wangda, who had climbed over his head and was pulling at his hair, didn't stop him, so Wang Wei quickly ran home, down several blocks, past the security booth, until he had brought the trash back home and locked the door. Only then did he recover and sit down at the door, panting. Yi Sifeng stretched out his fingers and pinched. Did a spirit rat see it? Yi Sifeng pulled out the compass again and carefully adjusted it, finally seeing something different. World fusion? Or a localized, gradual version? If it were just an ordinary world merging, it wouldn't cause too many casualties. Based on the current situation, the other world should be quite dangerous. At least for the people of this world, they would be completely defenseless in the short term. Chapter 7. After a long pause, Wang Wei finally calmed down. He gently lifted Wangda from his head. De Wang, you said something was wrong just now, so you pulled my hair to keep me out, didn't you? Wang Wei's response was affirmative. Wang Wei was both terrified and relieved. The unknown was terrifying. A normal person, suddenly possessed, walked so far, unaware, like a prey walking into a trap. Fortunately, De Wang had warned him. What if he hadn't bought De Wang earlier? Wang Wei shuddered. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to the pet shop owner, pouring out a long list of words of gratitude and thanks. Just as he was about to send it, he hesitated, editing down to a few sincere words, then quickly typed, describing his recent experience in detail. Ding dong. The reply came quickly, as if they had known he was going to send. You guessed right. The scope of the apocalypse is gradually expanding. That park should be the entrance. The gate serves as the boundary, and an area has already merged with another world. You're likely among the first group to be selected, but the spirit rat has served as a warning, causing you to leave the selected group. You might re-enter later. Work hard to train yourself. What? Wang Wei was shocked. He enter again in the future? Ding dong. Don't worry too much. The apocalypse is gradually merging. Everyone will have a chance to encounter it in the future. The other world is terrifying, yes, but it also means you can get training. You have many advantages over ordinary people. The spirit rat will also help you avoid most chances of death. If you act boldly, you might become a powerful person standing at the top. Smiling face. That being said, if this were a game, Wang Wei would have jumped right in, but this wasn't it. The crimson death toll on the news was like a branding iron, searing into his heart. At least give him some time to prepare. Wanda, who had somehow crawled onto his head, tugged at his hair again, as if encouraging, but also urging. Wait. Let me think about it. I'm not scared. He just wanted to be fully prepared. After all, good knives were essential, and high-calorie food was essential. What if the other world was too cold or too hot? Wouldn't appropriate clothing be necessary? And various wound medicines, a lighter, a backpack, shoes, everything. He told Wangda his plan, and he didn't object. But Wang Wei, with Wangda by his side, stood at the door, not even having the courage to reach out and touch the handle. He didn't dare go out. He felt like every step outside would bring him closer to the park. Would the entrance, like before, suck him in completely unconscious? Would he ever have a chance to regain consciousness? Wangda yanked his hair again, urging him on. Hiss. De Wang, be gentle. Wang Wei rubbed his head, reaching for the doorknob, stretching and retracting his hand until he felt another tugging on a strand of hair. I'm going out to buy something now. I just take one more thing for self-defense, Wang Wei said quickly. He circled the room again and again, picking up and putting down the kitchen knife, finally putting the fruit knife in his trouser pocket. Before leaving, Wanda reminded him to take the trash with him. Okay, I take it out as soon as I get downstairs. Wang Wei took a deep breath and, with immense determination, pressed the doorknob. He cautiously went downstairs, threw away his trash, and walked cautiously, step by step, as if avoiding landmines. He successfully entered the supermarket and bought some handy knives, clothes, a lighter, a backpack, and other items he might need. As he was paying, the shopkeeper looked up at him. Going camping? Yes. Wang Wei nodded, unable to help but feel Wangda hanging from his chest. He felt a sense of peace of mind knowing Wangda was comfortably at his side. Are you Wang Laoshu's nephew? The shopkeeper asked, scanning the product's code. Oh yes, Wang Laoshu is my second uncle. Then don't go to your second uncle's place for the next few days. Something seems to have happened in the park near his house. Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he forced himself to remain calm. Which park? The one near your second uncle's house, the biggest one, maybe Chunfeng Park. I just saw you walking there. Did something happen in that park? Wang Wei could almost hear his heart pounding. Oh, they didn't say what it was specifically. The shopkeeper took out the cash register and gestured for Wang Wei to show the payment code. Basically, the neighbors said it seems the police have surrounded the place. I'm not spreading rumors, I'm just saying you should try not to go there. It's okay if you don't believe me. Thank you, boss. I be careful. Wang Wei pursed his lips. Things are a bit turbulent these days. Please be careful too. Wang Wei walked out with his things, then walked back a few steps. Boss, do you want to buy a pet? One like the one I have in my hand. Wangda poked his head out. After successfully getting the shop owner's number out, Wang Wei returned home feeling somewhat relieved. After packing his essentials into his backpack, he pulled out his phone to contact friends and family. Having learned his lesson from being mistaken for a psychopath, Wang Wei didn't say he felt the world was about to end. Instead, he half-jokingly said there seemed to be terrorists nearby, and their numbers were increasing, so he urged his friends and family to stay out of the house. Since he acted like a normal person this time, most of his friends and family, while not understanding the situation, formally accepted his offer and promised to keep an eye out. Wang Wei continued to scroll through his address book, clicked on his second uncle, Wang Laoshu's number, and dialed. Beep. There seemed to be a long wait. Hello, your call is currently unanswered. Please try again later. Perhaps he was busy with something else. Wang Wei tried to comfort himself, but a sense of unease remained. He couldn't help but think of the park. Wait, which relative has the habit of going to the park every morning to practice Tai Chi? Your second uncle bought me this Tai Chi outfit. Do I look good in it? My mother's words rang in my mind. Wang Wei remembered that the relative who loved to go to the park to practice Tai Chi in the mornings was his second uncle, Wang Laoshu. Known, there's only one large park near his second uncle's home, Chunfeng Park, which also has a dedicated area for residents to practice Tai Chi. Where is his second uncle most likely right now? Answer: 99.999% at Chunfeng Park. Sweating profusely, Wang Wei, with a last glimmer of hope, dialed his second uncle's number again. Beep beep. The phone rang for what felt like half a century. Hello, the number you dialed is currently out of service. Please try again later. Chapter 8. Someone went involuntarily. Yi Zifeng reached out and fiddled with the compass. After observing it for a moment, he figured out who it was. It must be the man who'd sent him a private message that kept popping up, no matter how many times he could scroll through it. I remember him being quite cautious. Why did he suddenly become so bold? Yi Zifeng turned the compass and continued calculating, only to see it give the answer kinship. There's a relative inside. Yi Zifeng felt a sense of emotion. Feelings are truly a mysterious thing. Yi Zifeng's first life was in the modern era, a very peaceful and stable time. Even so, his kinship was shallow. Growing up alone, his connections with others were more polite than close. Secondly, he was in the world of cultivation, and a non-human being. The law of the jungle of cultivation further distanced him from emotions. The only person he could truly be connected to was Ying Fangxuan, and that was his sworn enemy. So, he didn't really understand emotions. The affection of family allows him to let go of his fear. Of course, if Wang Wei were here, he'd say he couldn't let go of his fear at all. To better remind him, Wang De had already hidden in his hair, his claws gripping the two strands like he was driving a car, pulling them wherever he wanted. His scalp ached, but he couldn't care less. The park, once beautifully landscaped, was now filled with fog. Not only did he have to avoid the monsters in the fog, he also had to mentally decipher where the Tai Chi zone was. Second uncle, please be alright. A pain on the left side of his scalp caused Wang Wei to roll to the left subconsciously. Just as he was about to stop, another pain on the right side caused him to quickly roll to the right. Hearing the sound of something falling to the ground, he ran forward without looking back. Wang Da's hair was gripped tightly, like a taut string, but this gave Wang Wei some peace of mind. He gathered his nerves and continued running. Just then, Wang Da overhead signaled him to stop. Wang Wei cautiously stopped and whispered, "What's wrong, Big King?" Wang Da gestured for him to come to an ordinary tree by the roadside. Wang Wei cautiously circled the tree, but still couldn't find anything unusual. "Big King, what are you looking at?" Wang Da overhead gestured for Wang Wei to put him down on the ground. Then, Wang Wei saw Wang Da circle the tree 3 times before finally stopping in front of a small weed. "Did we see this weed just now?" Wang Wei squatted down, watched Wang Da carefully sniff the weed, and then gestured for him to pick all the fruits. The fruits resembled lantern fruit, but without the outer skin and were very small, only slightly larger than soybeans. Wang Wei reached out to pick them. So tight. Wang Wei, plucking hard, finally managed to pluck all 5 fruits. Wang Da opened his mouth towards him. "Can I eat this?" Wang Wei sniffed it, but couldn't detect anything. But seeing Wang Da's eagerness, he put one in his mouth anyway. It was gone in the blink of an eye. Wang Da opened his mouth again, and Wang Wei put another one in. He didn't stop until he had eaten 3, then scurried up to Wang Wei's head. "There are 2 more, Wang Wei reminded him, and a refusal came from Wang Da. "Then can I eat it?" Wang Wei suddenly felt tempted. Wang Da seemed to be thinking, and finally a message came that he might need to be cautious. How cautious, Wang Da couldn't explain, and Wang Wei wasn't sure either. Forget it. Safety was more important. He'd discuss it after he got out. The most important thing was to find his second uncle safely. Wang Wei casually stuffed the remaining 2 fruits into his pocket. Before leaving, he casually glanced at the small weed and noticed that the grass, which had been so vibrant just a moment ago, was now extremely dry, as if it had been drained of all its vitality. Wang Wei quickened his pace. After nervously crossing 3 paths with his hair pulled, Wang Wei encountered the same fruit again. Without Wang Da's advice, he dodged and plucked it. Regardless of whether he could eat it or not, it had to be good stuff, because that's what it says in novels. Wang Wei casually pulled out 2 and fed them to Wang Da's head. After Wang Da opened his mouth and ate, he even used less force to pull his hair. Look at how happy he is. So it must be good stuff. Wang Wei calmed himself and continued forward cautiously. So far, there were no signs of monsters on this path, but Wang Wei knew he couldn't let his guard down. Monsters could emerge from the fog at any moment. If Wang Da hadn't grabbed his hair and rolled to avoid them, he would have been chopped up by the beasts. But Wang Da's grip was growing weaker and weaker. Suddenly frightened, Wang Wei frantically groped above his head. A few times, but where was Wang Da? Wang Wei's tears welled up in his eyes. But the next moment, he felt something furry. Without thinking about anything else, he quickly plucked it off and looked. Wang Da was perfectly still in his hands, his eyes wide open, as if asking what he was doing. Wang Wei brought Wang Da to his lips and kissed him twice. Only then did he feel a sense of security return. Although he wanted to kiss him again, time was of the essence. Wang Wei carefully put Wang Da back down, feeling the strength of Wang Da's grip, and a slight sense of relief settled in. Perhaps his hand had slipped just then. Wang Wei continued forward, narrowly navigating most of the flower bed and passing a large fountain. He was almost at the Tai Chi area, yet he still hadn't encountered a single soul. He suddenly had a bad feeling, a suspicion rising within him. Could it be that he was the only one running around in this entire park? White mist thickened all around him, and from time to time, there was the faint sound of hooves treading, ahead, behind, to the left, and to the right, the sound coming and going, almost faint. Wang Da, who was standing above him, suddenly grabbed the right side of his hair, and Wang Wei rolled quickly to the right. As he rolled, he saw a monster lunge at where he had been standing. It missed, and it retreated directly into the white mist to the left, seemingly waiting for its next attack. Wang Wei shuddered. Could an ordinary person really survive here without help? Wang Da gently pulled at his hair, urging him on. Wang Wei steeled himself. No matter the outcome, he was already standing here. He couldn't give up easily. Failure after trying hard didn't matter. If he gave up without trying, he would surely hate himself later. Because that wasn't just anything, it was his real, living second uncle. My dear second uncle. Wang Wei rushed out, following his memory, down a small path, past the residence fitness area, and then, with a treacherous leap, across a garden to pick 2 handfuls of fruit. Finally, he stood in the deserted Tai Chi area. No one was there. The Tai Chi area was a mess. The ground was littered with things. Water bottles, fans, towels. Wang Wei even saw a steamed bun that had been stepped on and flattened. Kneeling down, he saw it had been bitten twice. Under what circumstances would someone drop a steamed bun they were enjoying, only to have it crushed so badly by someone else? Answer: everyone was panicking. So, you can imagine what happened here. This group of people had faced unexpected events, even monsters in the fog. Someone else must have been attacked. Wang Wei saw a trace of blood, and his heart sank. Sweat began to break out on his back. No way. Second uncle. That thin, but not weak second uncle, the second uncle who always looked at him with a smile, the second uncle who would stop his motorcycle and cheerfully buy him snacks when he passed him on the way to school. Could it be? Has it already? Chapter 9. A sudden, slight rubbing sensation lingered on his scalp. Wang Da, who was standing above him, gently pulled at his hair, motioning him to look to the right. Wang Wei looked up, tears streaming down his face. To his right lay a plain patch of grass. In the middle, a red warning sign stood, its inscription unclear. Wang Wei took a few steps forward, stepped onto the lawn, and after wiping his eyes with his sleeve, he saw a sign that read, "Tread on one tree, you lose your moral integrity." Slogans these days are quite offensive. Wang Wei instinctively took a few steps back, exited the lawn, and looked forward. He realized something was amiss. There was no way he had just crushed such a large patch of grass. This patch was clearly the work of a large group, and it wasn't the result of a flurry of movement. Instead, it was a tightly packed mass of people, pressed together tightly together. It took everyone's shoes, pressed together for a long time, to create such a large patch. Under what circumstances would people gather together? It couldn't be because they were being chased. There was only one possibility: they were hiding. A flame of hope rekindled within Wang Wei. He looked over the lawn. There was no blood, but on the other side, there were faint traces of trampling. Following the tracks, he saw a path leading all the way to the end of the lawn. These were the footprints left by the crowd as they left, and his uncle was likely there too. Overjoyed at having lost something and found it, Wang Wei didn't care about the immoral nature of the slogans. He strode forward, stomping down the path. The spirit rat Wang De was uncontrollably thrown backward by the wind. But Wang Wei had barely run a few steps. Almost as soon as he left the lawn, he felt a sharp pain in his head. He quickly rolled to the right and, at Wang Da's signal, crouched down behind the flower bed, holding his breath. He didn't hear any footsteps, but he felt a terrifying pressure. A monster even more powerful than the previous one was definitely nearby. Wang De gently pulled his hair, moved to the right. Wang Wei held his breath and moved, his movements as gentle as he could, not daring to lift his head for a moment, for he suddenly had a premonition that if he did, something terrible would happen. He lowered his head like a quail, moving wherever Wang De pointed. He told him to move 3 steps to the left, and he absolutely dared not make those 3 steps uneven. After several moves, Wang Wei suspected he had already circled the flower bed 3 times. Knowing that Wang De was absolutely trustworthy, and Wang Wei could sense his cautiousness from the contract, there was only one reason for the 3 circles. That unknown monster was also circling the flower bed. Thinking of this, Wang Wei felt a cold sweat break out. He lowered his head tightly, breathing as lightly as possible, lifted his numb legs, and moved 3 more steps to the left. Silence, deathly silence. The moment Wang Wei felt the scorching wind, a sharp pain shot through his scalp. He suddenly realized that Wang De had just plucked the hair on his right side, but he had just moved 3 steps to the left. Cold sweat broke out as he ran faster and faster. Wang Wei swore he had never run so fast before. The feeling of being stared at from behind was like countless sharp thorns, stimulating Wang Wei's adrenaline. Wang De, above him, also flew up and down in panic, scrabbling left and right. Wang Wei's scalp had never hurt so much. Too close, too close. The scorching wind and the uniquely warm, fishy smell of animal life wafted from behind, like the steam from the bottom of a pot of death, about to plunge him, Wang Wei, into the pot. Mom! Wang Wei once again exerted all his strength, thrusting forward with all his might. Snot and tears flew, and the scene before him blurred. Wang Wei swore that, at that moment, his arm truly felt the touch of rough animal fur. Squeak! Wang Wei vaguely thought he heard Wang Da's sharp cry. Then, a thin white mist blurred his vision. A sharp pain tingled at the roots of his right hair, and he instinctively rolled into the mist to the right. Squatting in the mist, Wang Wei held Wang De, breathing silently. When Wang Wei recovered, he found Wang De in his arms, groggy and exhausted. Wang Wei hurriedly called out softly in the depths of his mind, but like a stone thrown into a quagmire, there was no response. Wang Wei's heart, which had just calmed down, began to beat violently again. After calling out again and again in his mind, with no response at all, Wang Wei realized that he might truly lose Wang De. And the lovely Wang De, the excellent Wang De, the smart and strong Wang De, had just given up his life to save him. Wang Wei could no longer hold back his tears. They streamed down his dark red face. After a moment's effort, he couldn't hold them back any longer and burst into tears. He didn't care if it attracted monsters. With Wang De gone, he couldn't save his uncle. Dying here together was a special kind of reunion. Wang Wei opened his eyes, and gazed at the sky through his tear-filled eyes. God, you are so cruel. You give and then take, you give hope and then despair. If there is reincarnation, I will never return to this world again. Wang Wei was sobbing with all his heart, when he suddenly felt Wang De stir in his arms. For a moment, it was as if the crying had hit pause. He quickly reached out to wipe away his tears. A closer look revealed that Wang De had slowly risen to his feet. Then, Wang Wei received a rebuke from deep within the contract. Wang De said he cried too loudly, attracting monsters. But Wang Wei couldn't hear anything at the moment. Overwhelmed with joy at having lost something, he lifted Wang De and kissed him dozens of times, until Wang De let out a frustrated squeak before stopping. At Wang Da's urging, he placed it back on his head, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and continued in the direction he'd been heading. Along the way, Wang Wei understood exactly what had happened from Wang Da's fragmented explanations. It turned out that its outburst wasn't, as he'd imagined, a complete exhaustion of its full potential, solely to save its owner's life. It was the forced use of an immature skill. According to Wang De, ever since he'd eaten those fruits, a new skill had been brewing within him, and the white mist that enveloped Wang Wei was the result of this new skill. White mist. The defining characteristic of this park, as a strange dungeon, was its impenetrable, thick white mist. When Wang De had previously guided him, he had never allowed him to approach the white fog, and all the monsters he encountered emerged from it. The white fog symbolized the unknown and danger. But what did it mean when the dangerous white fog was used for one's own benefit? Wang Wei thought of the moment when he had just been enveloped in a layer of white fog, and the monster chasing him had vanished after hiding within it. He couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Lurking into danger, where it couldn't distinguish friend from foe, wouldn't that be absolutely safe? For a moment, Wang Wei felt like the protagonist of a dungeon, possessing the secret to clearing the dungeon, confident of victory. It turns out that everything God had just done was a prelude. Only when suffering is so obvious does hope seem so sweet. Wang Wei pulled all the fruit out of his pocket, and fed it one by one to Wang De, who was overhead. Perhaps after using his new skill, some element was missing, so Wang De ate a huge handful this time. Looking at the remaining two, Wang Wei felt a little tempted, but he didn't dare risk it. What if something happened? His second uncle would still be waiting for him to rescue him. He gathered himself, put the two fruit back in his pocket, and continued forward. The tracks on the lawn led to a secluded corner. Wang Wei made his way there, rolling and dodging several small monsters, but he didn't encounter the big one he had encountered earlier. Luck must be on his side. Wang Wei walked on until he reached the edge of the park. He looked at the dilapidated building shrouded in white mist, pursed his lips, and stepped inside. Wang Wei heard voices. Abundant gold. Generous wood. Righteousness. All directions. What was it? He couldn't hear clearly. Wang Wei hunched over, approaching the source of the voices, and inching closer to the door. If anyone saw him, they would have recognized his form as that of a thief. Wang Wei squatted at the doorway. A dragon leaps from the abyss, yet it can bend and stretch. One day, it soars to the sky. The old voice in the room held a strange cadence, its classical Chinese-like words imbued with a unique aura that made anyone who heard it shudder with conviction. Do ordinary people speak like that? Wang Wei shuddered at the doorway. Could he have encountered some kind of Chinese-style supernatural being? This was a bit out of the realm of possibility. Wang Wei was already hesitating, and after repeatedly thinking about his second uncle's amiable nature, he finally restrained himself from stepping back. Are you serious, Li Banxian? If I can get through this, I soar to the sky? It's natural. If you persevere for another 3 months, you get the results you want. Great. 888 yuan, right? Do I just scan this code? It's all about determination. Can't I scan it this way? How about this? Chapter 10. The plot unfolded a little differently than he'd imagined. So there was just a fortune teller inside. Damn it. Thinking of his previous retreat, Wang Wei felt that this charlatan was truly despicable. He'd almost ruined his faith. Wang Wei angrily prepared to open the door, but hesitated the moment his hand touched the doorknob. Wait, what kind of place is this? A dilapidated building in a strange dungeon. Why would someone be telling fortunes inside? I didn't expect you, old Li, to be so capable. Last month, you said I'd have a calamity this month. I'm going to die this month, and I'm relying on you. I send you a red envelope after I get out. I didn't bring my phone to the park for morning exercise. Wang Wei looked up almost immediately after hearing this voice. Second uncle, Wang Wei, no longer afraid of demons or monsters, simply pushed the door open. A roomful of people gathered, and the old man in the middle stood out most, with a furry object perched on his head. He pushed the worn black glasses on his face, as if trying to see who he was. Hey, Wei Wei. Wang Wei's uncle, standing nearby, clapped his hands. Wang Wei had successfully reunited with his uncle. Above him, Wang De emerged from his hair, staring at Li Banxian's head, motionless. As Wang Wei approached, he saw the same furry creature on Li Banxian's head, its silver gray fur trembling. His black eyes were as bright as Wang Da's, though a bit more robust. Master, this. Young man, you two. The two pet owners engaged in a cordial conversation. When Wang Wei learned that Li Banxian's pet had been personally handed to him by his boss, and that he had even engaged in a cordial conversation with him, he looked at him with envy. What does the boss look like? Wang Wei asked curiously. Well, Li Banxian stroked his beard. I can't tell you. Wang Wei's curiosity grew even stronger. Li Banxian, look. I even have a spirit rat. And this is my second uncle. I'm not an outsider, I'm just curious. Tell me about it. Li Banxian glanced at the spirit rat on Wang Wei's head, then at his second uncle, and nodded mysteriously. Well, I can only reveal one thing, the boss truly has. An immortal aura. Wang Wei marveled. It was exactly as he had imagined. Li Banxian also stroked his beard, feeling that his performance was perfectly on point. In fact, he had long forgotten what the spirit rat boss looked like, only remembering that he was quite handsome. Both nodded in satisfaction. Wang Wei's second uncle came over, and the others followed suit. They chatted and asked about what was going on outside. It suddenly occurred to Wang Wei that they were still hiding from monsters in this strange park. It turns out everyone was gathered so peacefully in this small house simply because Li Debeo, Li Bonqian's spirit rat, was currently producing only enough white mist to cover this room. Yes, white mist. So he wasn't the only one who discovered that spirit rats could produce white mist when they ate fruit. Wang Wei felt a moment of disappointment, but when he saw Li Banxian pull out a large supermarket bag of fruit from the corner, he suddenly felt better. He took a few steps forward, a smile on his face, and a warm tone. Li Banxian, this is it for him? Hee. As if he could read his mind, Li Banxian gave him a very amiable smile. I can't lead everyone out by myself. Luckily you're here. You're here to see your second uncle, right? What a filial child you are. Take these fruits, and try to get your mice to master the art of emitting mist. Then, together, we can lead everyone out more safely. We old men and women are counting on you. After hearing this, Wang Wei's belief that Li Banxian might be a fraud was completely shattered. How could such a generous, considerate, and caring old man be a fraud? As for fortune-telling, isn't it normal to charge a fee? Isn't there a price to pay for seeing through the secrets of the universe? Wang Wei accepted the large bag of fruits, and his second uncle beside him grinned. This large bag was picked by everyone in our house, especially your Aunt Sue. She picked the most, even things no one else saw. Wang Wei, carrying a large bag of fruit, greeted each one at his uncle's suggestion, earning praise from the elders. The atmosphere was so warm it felt like New Year's greetings, and Wang Wei felt momentarily lost. After greeting the elders, Wang Wei finally began to feed Wang Da the fruit. Wang Da's mouth opened wide, clearly impatient. Wang Wei fed him one fruit at a time, and Wang Da swallowed each one, occasionally chewing. The juices gushed out, and the fruity aroma filled his nose. Wang Wei swallowed his saliva. What was this taste like? Didn't Wang Da say he could eat it too? Why not just pop one in his own mouth? But the elders around him were staring at him, and Wang Wei was embarrassed to do so. It seemed as if he was greedy. Swallowing his saliva discreetly, he fed Wang Da. After half a bag, Wang Da closed his mouth and indicated he was full. There's still half a bag left. This? Wang Wei stood up, his face adorned with an expression that he thought was incredibly clever, but everyone could tell he was greedy. So what do we do with the rest of the fruit? Throw it away. Wouldn't that be a waste? Throwing it away would be a bit of a waste. Li Banxian said it was edible, but we old men and women don't dare to eat it. Wei, how about you try it first? Second uncle chuckled. Hee, I try. Wang Wei almost swallowed his saliva. Wang Wei reached out and pinched a large one, rubbed it with his fingers to remove the dust, and popped it directly into his mouth. The first sip was filled with a green, astringent aroma. The moment his teeth touched the skin, they pierced it, spilling out the juice and flesh. Wang Wei suddenly felt something light and airy rising from his heart. Light, soft, and hazy, covering something, hiding something, enveloping his heart like danger and mist. White mist. How's it going, Wei? Wang Wei was awakened by his second uncle's slap. It feels a little strange, but the fruit shouldn't be poisonous. Come on, let's all try some. The second uncle took the bag, quickly scooped out a massive handful, and placed it in Wang Wei's hands. Then, with incredibly smooth movements, he turned around and shared it with everyone. Watching the roomful of people sharing half the bag, while he held such a large handful, Wang Wei suddenly felt like he was back in elementary school. The second uncle sat on his motorcycle, smiling at him as he took out money, surrounded by envious glances from his classmates. Wang Da, hanging upside down by his hair, appeared before him, curious about his strange emotions. Wang Wei smiled, pushed Wang Da back, and separated another handful with his hands, putting it in his pocket. Eating the half handful one by one, savoring it carefully, Wang Wei focused on grasping that wonderful feeling. A faint, floating, silent white mist, a mist that posed a threat yet also held a hidden life force. Wang Wei pushed that strange sensation, from his heart to his limbs, from his torso to his fingertips, until it finally emerged from his fingertips, like a seed. Looking at the faint wisp of white mist floating on his index finger, Wang Wei fell silent. It wasn't what he'd imagined, a little too subtle, almost too subtle to be discernible. Perhaps the mist from lighting a cigarette was more noticeable. As expected of our Wei. After straining to see clearly, his second uncle was overjoyed, and quickly extended his hand to call the other elders to see. Not bad. Oh, you're a college student, no wonder. I knew this guy had talent. Young man, do you have a partner? Surrounded by the crowd, Wang Wei was nearly flattered by the praise, but when he heard that last sentence, he suddenly realized that he didn't have a partner yet. His future wasn't even beginning yet, and his opportunities were new and still needed work. No, I'm still a long way from that. Wangda, who was standing above Wang Wei, suddenly straightened up, raised his paws, and made a powerful gesture. Bang! A thick fog filled the room. Before Wang Wei could react, he saw a white mist filling the air in front of him, so thick that he couldn't see anyone more than 2 steps away. The small room was silent for a moment. Then, the elders, having realized what was happening, all crowded in. Oh my! That's Wangda, right? What a clever little mouse. Now we can get out, thanks to you. What a good little bastard. When did Wangda jump into Aunt Sue's arms? Wang Wei was about to peek out, but when he turned, someone shoved him aside. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get in, so he had to watch from across the crowd. Little Wangda was being held in someone's arms, surrounded by enthusiastic elders, showering him with praise. He felt almost overwhelmed. He was the one who had just enjoyed this kind of treatment. Wang Wei was silent for a moment, but seeing everyone's happy expressions, he immediately felt relieved. Okay. Good that we can get out. Wang Da's potential is just that, amazing. Chapter 11. So this world can accommodate spirit rats because the world it merged into possesses energy they can absorb. Yi Zifeng was still poring over the compass, calculating with gusto the impact of the spirit rats he'd sold. There was simply no one in the world more attentive to a child's care than him, even paying careful attention to the future development of the children he sent. If there were a childcare competition, he'd definitely win first prize. After enthusiastically calculating a very interesting answer, Yi Zifeng contentedly put down the compass and pulled out his phone, ready to ramp up his spirit rat sales. One short video platform wasn't enough. After several days of surfing the internet, Yi Zifeng realized the myriad ways to sell goods online. Not to mention the shopping sections of major platforms, the numerous marketing tactics that entice people to add their contact information were also numerous. Whether it was the gaming channel, the Q&A channel, or the daily routines, the sheer variety of methods was simply overwhelming. Yi Zifeng deeply remarked, I've learned a lot. Every field has its own genius. Yi Zifeng began to apply them. First, leave comments on popular short videos as a warm-up. Then, open the Q&A channel. No matter what question someone asks, as long as it's even remotely relevant, close your eyes and directly respond. It seems our country's dragon veins have been stolen. This way, he builds the atmosphere, incorporating recent news into a fantastical vibe. Finally, he shifts the subject. Ordinary people seeking to save their lives from a major disaster can contact me. For a negligible price, I can save you and your family. Looking at the increasing number of private messages, Yi Zifeng nodded in satisfaction. Then, switching to another platform for daily posting, he posted a note. My boyfriend and best friend went out together and brought back this pet. Then, speaking in the first person, Yi Zifeng recounted the hardships of being a housewife to engage the audience, then got down to business. She said she'd been feeling a bit off lately, but when she discussed it with her boyfriend and best friend, they both acted as if they were deliberately trying to hide it. Today, after looking through her boyfriend's chat logs, she discovered that he and her had long been aware of the situation, but had been hiding it from her. Yesterday, her boyfriend even secretly went somewhere with her best friend and brought back a completely new animal. He told her in a chat, now I can rest easy. What kind of pet is this? Watching the private messages pouring in and the comments section swirling with activity, Yi Zifeng nodded in satisfaction. She continued to play various characters on various platforms, fabricating stories ranging from the grotesque to the bizarre, highlighting the recent anomalies from various angles. These included, but were not limited to, my dog has been barking at night lately. Like a wolf. What's going on? The weather seems to be getting hotter. Is it going to rain this year? My mother-in-law and her family seem to be hiding something from me. Can anyone help me figure out what's going on? Of course, every story ultimately reveals its true purpose, revealing a plausible source for purchasing the spirit rat. Just as Yi Zifeng was clacking away at his keyboard, the phone suddenly rang. Surprised, Yi Zifeng answered, Hello? Hello, we've received a report that you've been spreading rumors online. Please cease this illegal activity immediately, and clarify the rumors on the relevant platforms. Otherwise, you will be administratively detained for 10 days, and fined 500 yuan. After hanging up, Yi Zifeng couldn't help but sigh. This world cyber police acted much more swiftly than those in his first modern world. He had to seize this critical moment to sell a batch of spirit rats, so he apologized. Yi Zifeng formed a hand seal, blurring all traces of himself online, and then continued to stir up trouble on various platforms. My longtime friend actually did this to me. My 1-year-old daughter has been doing this lately. When my son competed for a child model, the judge actually said, "Can anyone help me figure out if my cat is no longer viable?" Yeet Sifeng's storytelling speed exploded, and the private messages piled up. After letting hundreds of spirit rats choose their owners through private messages, Yeet Sifeng diligently distributed this batch. Just as he was about to start a new topic, he suddenly stopped. Huh? The internet police are already on their way to arrest me? This is a bit too fast, Yeet Sifeng marveled. Law enforcement in this world is so strong. He sighed as he continued posting. A moment later, he heard footsteps outside. Yeet Sifeng disappeared. He watched as several plainclothes police officers circled the room in bewilderment. One of them diligently observed the surroundings, trying to determine where he had fled to, while someone nearby carefully took notes. Yeet Sifeng sighed again, deeply impressed by the strength of law enforcement in this world. Watching the police leave with a sense of emotion, Yeet Sifeng pondered for a moment, then stretched out his hand and made hand gestures, identifying several locations, then headed to each one. The first location was an ordinary residential complex. Yeet Sifeng entered and came to an open space. After a quick look, he found a suitable spot, took out his stall, and placed a spirit rat there. After a short wait, Yeet Sifeng finally arrived. "Hello, would you like to learn about pet rescue?" Yeet Sifeng greeted a middle-aged woman holding a child. The woman's steps were noticeably hesitant, but after glancing at the plump, black-eyed little rats on the street stall, she hesitantly walked over with the little girl. "Pet rescue." The woman began slowly, as if a little worried he'd ask her to donate a lot of money. Yeet Sifeng smiled a selflessly devoted smile. "Look, we're not here for money, but for love. If you can, I hope you can adopt this orphan pet and give it a warm home." "Really?" The woman seemed surprised, as if she hadn't expected him not to ask for money. "Yes, the situation is not good everywhere right now. After careful consideration, we decided to entrust all of our animals to others, in other words, give them away, in the hope that they can receive better care." Yeet Sifeng controlled his facial expression, making it appear extremely sincere. "Grandma, it's so cute." The little girl squatted down and tentatively extended her hand. "Nyo-Nyo, don't touch it." The little girl's hand was grabbed by the ant. "Don't touch small animals casually. They get upset. If they're upset, they might bite or scratch you, and you get hurt. That's very dangerous, okay?" "I understand, Grandma." The little girl nodded. "Your grandma is right. Every small animal has its own emotions. We should respect each other." Yeet Sifeng looked at the little girl, then changed the subject. "But our pets are trained, so it's perfectly okay to touch them." Chapter 12. The little shrew on the street stall poked its belly out and patted it with its tiny paws. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. "Grandma." She looked at her grandmother with pleading eyes. "Then be gentle, be careful," the auntie instructed cautiously, looking up to confirm. "It really won't bite, right?" "It really won't bite." Yeet Sifeng was certain. Nyo-Nyo had already petted it. It's so cute, Grandma. Let's keep it, okay?" "It's starving." "It's so pitiful, Grandma." Yeet Sifeng looked down at the chubby shrew's belly and agreed, "Yeah, it hasn't eaten in 20 minutes. Look, Grandma, it's really pitiful. Let's take it home, okay?" Nyo-Nyo asked, looking up as she petted it. "Well?" Hearing her grandmother's hesitation, Nyo-Nyo suddenly grew anxious, her voice tinged with tears. "I promise I'll be obedient. I won't cry during my interest classes, and I won't be afraid to sleep on my own. But Nyo-Nyo, if your parents don't agree, even my promise won't matter." Then Yeet Sifeng saw the little girl's eyes suddenly fill with tears, her mouth twitching like a wavy line, and then the shape of her mouth changed. "Wow!" The cries echoed throughout the neighborhood, and Yeet Sifeng silently took 3 steps back. The little mouse on the stall seemed stunned, not daring to move, staring blankly at the little girl's open mouth. The woman beside him was clearly distressed. "Why are you crying again?" "I didn't say I didn't want to buy it." "Oh, Nyo-Nyo, don't cry. I call your parents right away." The little girl's sobs faded as she watched the old woman pull out her phone. "Hello, son. Nyo-Nyo wants to rescue a pet. What do you think?" the old woman said. Then, Yeet Sifeng heard the young man's voice, the voice from the other end of the line, who had been discussing his whereabouts with his colleagues in his rental apartment. "Sure. Children should cultivate compassion. Mom, I leave it alone. I have something urgent to do. We talk tonight when we get home." Satisfied, the old woman put her phone away and said to the tearful Nyo-Nyo, "Your dad agreed. He also said our Nyo-Nyo is a loving little girl." The little girl laughed so hard that she snorted. Watching the little girl leave with the little rat in her arms, Yi Zifeng realized for the first time that even if someone hadn't paid for a rat, they would cherish it. It's hard to explain why, but perhaps it's because most humans have pure hearts when they're young. Yi Zifeng visited the remaining locations one by one, providing 1 to 3 little spirit rats to almost every police officer's family member who visited his rental apartment. Though the spirit rats were still small, they would grow alongside the people of this world, newly embracing a dangerous world. The future would undoubtedly be perilous, but with the companionship of the spirit rats who had chosen them, their path would be smoother and broader. After finishing the last location, Yi Zifeng tucked his stall into his sleeve. Passing the first neighborhood he had arrived at, Yi Zifeng disappeared and slowly landed outside Nyonyo's window. Mom, why did you buy Nyonyo a pet? Didn't I call you today to tell you? You're all about work, not caring about your family. You only come back to show off. I think you've grown too powerful. The elderly mother, her hands on her hips, scolded her son. The little girl on the sofa covered her mouth with her hands and giggled. She exchanged glances with her mother, then stuck out her tongue and coquettishly leaned into her mother's arms, holding up the little hamster in her arms. Mommy, what do you think we should name it? In another neighborhood, little Lou had just returned home when his son, like a cannonball, hit him in the chest. Ouch! I got hit! Little Lou's expression was exaggerated, and he hugged his son. Ibao, stop jumping. Come with Daddy to wash your hands and eat. Little Lou's wife brought the dishes to the table. Dad, guess what gift I bought you today? Louis Bao was in high spirits. What gift? Louis Bao grabbed Xiao Lu's hand and led them to the sofa. Dang 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 dang. This is Lu Erbao, this is Lu Sanbao, and this is Lucy Bao. 3 large, furry hamster-like creatures sat huddled together on the off-white leather sofa, each holding a different snack, munching on it with small, crunching sounds. Xiao Lu was stunned. The scene was so bizarre, he didn't even know where to begin. Where did these giant rats come from? Why were there 3 of them? Why were they sitting on the sofa instead of in a box or cage? Why were they still munching on snacks? Why didn't they drop any crumbs? And most importantly, why were they named like Louis Bao's brothers? Facing his son's expectant eyes, Xiao Lu tactfully cut to the point. Why did you put the little animals on the sofa? They wanted to play on the sofa, Louis Bao said matter-of-factly. Xiao Lu looked to his wife for help. Xiao Lu's wife approached him, his pleading eyes pleading. But instead of trying to persuade her son to put the animal down, as he'd imagined, she hesitantly asked, touch Lucy Bao? Oh, the one on the far right, the one with the black and white spots on its head. Don't touch the wrong one. What would happen if he touched the wrong one? Xiao Lu was baffled by this, even feeling a little uneasy. But his wife wouldn't harm him, so he cautiously reached out his hand. This animal shouldn't bite, right? Could it be carrying a virus? And my wife wants to divorce me? The thought flashed through his mind, and his hand landed safely on the animal's head. Xiao Lu instinctively moved his fingers. Such soft fur. The animal beneath his hand obediently stopped munching on its snack at his touch and stood there, stunned, as if unaware of what was happening. It didn't look like the kind that would bite. Xiao Lu grew bolder, moving from the fur on the animal's head to the fur on its back. The warm, soft fur felt silky and comfortable against his fingertips, and the creature beneath his hands was obedient, squinting its eyes as he moved, seemingly enjoying the pleasure. So cute. The moment this thought occurred to him, Xiao Lu's heart suddenly paused. Then, a strange electric current shot through his fingertips, traveling through his limbs, and all the way to his crown. Fireworks like flashes of light exploded in his mind, leaving a few words behind after the buzzing sound. Huh? Xiao Lu turned to look at his wife blankly, only to see her looking at him with the expected gaze and nodding. Looks like it wasn't an illusion. Huh? Let's eat first, Xiao Lu's wife announced. Full of questions, Xiao Lu sat down at the table. Fortunately, there was no custom in their family not to talk at the table, so Xiao Lu's wife explained the situation to her husband while they ate. He explained the whole story in detail, recounting everything from meeting the expert at the community gate to the 3 mysterious contracts at home. Finally, he nodded. Since you share this feeling, then my earlier encounter with Ibao wasn't just an illusion. It turns out there really are mysterious powers in this world. It's amazing. After saying that, he took another bite of his rice. Huh? No, we have to believe in science. There can't be any mysterious powers. If there were, the world would have been in chaos. Xiao Lu instinctively objected, but his words grew weaker as he spoke. The recent rumor seemed truly bizarre, and science didn't seem to hold up so well. Let me ask you, what's Lucy Bao feeling? Happy. As soon as he said that, Xiao Lu froze. The strange connection he'd previously ignored suddenly became apparent, like a thread connecting him to the little creature called Lu Xibao. Very strange, very unscientific. Is this some new kind of mental health scam? Xiao Lu still couldn't believe it, still worried he'd fallen for it. How much did you pay for these 3 animals? No money, Xiao Lu's wife wiped her mouth. That handsome guy gave them to me. This was a serious matter. As everyone knows, free is always the most expensive. And considering his profession, Xiao Lu suddenly became serious. Just as he was about to inquire about the details, his cell phone rang. Xiao Lu picked up the phone, his initially nonchalant expression gradually becoming serious. Okay, I'll be right there. He quickly hung up. Honey, there's an emergency at the team, and I have to go. You have to take care of Yibao tonight. Go ahead. Xiao Lu's wife waved. Dad, be safe. Lu Yibao, who had finally finished his meal, looked up and shouted through a mouthful of rice. Xiao Lu pulled out a piece of paper and wiped the rice grains from Lu Yibao's mouth. Be obedient to Mom at home. Dad will take you out to play when he's on vacation. After Xiao Lu left, Lu Yibao walked over to the sofa with new snacks. Mom. Lu Xibao's gone. Chapter 13. When Lu Xiao arrived at school with a mop of yellow hair, he felt something was off. Why was the new school so shabby? Why had he transferred here? TSK. Lu Xiao, backpack slung over his shoulder, strode through the school gates and followed the unassuming-looking dean of students to complete paperwork. He followed them all the way to the office, where he saw a dusty mirror and walked over. Why was the person in the mirror's yellow hair so unsightly? Wait, how could it be unsightly? This was his favorite hairstyle. So cool. Lu Xiao wiped the dust off the mirror and looked at himself again. After confirming that his hairstyle was indeed cool, he nodded with satisfaction. Then, the dean of students led him to a drab, ancient building. The dean of students said this would be his dormitory from now on. Lu Xiao looked up at the dilapidated building, finally making out through the moss that it had 4 floors. He groaned in frustration and stepped inside. The dormitory was on the 4th floor, 401. Lu Xiao climbed the stairs. Perhaps because the school was so rundown, the dormitories didn't even have a janitor. The dust was everywhere, choking Lu Xiao and causing him to cough twice. He then covered his nose with his sleeve and took a few steps to the 4th floor. There was a dormitory right next to the stairs. Lu Xiao carefully examined it and made out the number 402. Next to it was his dorm. Lu Xiao walked back and stopped in front of the door of the next dormitory. The door was dilapidated and exuded the smell of old, rotten wood dampened like moss. Why had he transferred to this shabby school? The thought flashed through his mind for a moment, but it quickly vanished. Lu Xiao knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No one answered, so he knocked twice more. Still no response. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and pushed the door open. The dormitory was occupied. To be more precise, there were a lot of people. The long, deep room was filled with bunk beds, side by side, one next to the other, creating the illusion of 2 large bunk beds. Almost every bed was occupied. Hey, a transfer student. A boy on a bed against the wall gave a strange smile. Your bed is at the very back, by the window? See? Thanks. Lu Xiao nodded and walked inside. The hallway was narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass. As Lu Xiao walked, hugging the end of the bed, he felt a lot of stares. He felt like most of the dorm, maybe even everyone, was staring at him. It was very strange. But he wasn't afraid at all. If they didn't get along, they could just fight. Who was afraid of who? Lu Xiao stopped when he reached the back. The window bed was occupied. Hello, Lu Xiao kicked the foot of the bed. This is my bed? Please get up. The person in the bed turned over. Lu Xiao frowned and was about to reach out to pull the person up when he felt his hair being pulled. He looked around. Everyone was quite a distance away from him. It was impossible for anyone to reach his hair. Strange. He rubbed his scalp but found nothing amiss. So, he suppressed his doubts and reached out to nudge the person. Hello, this is my bed. Please make room. The person in the bed slowly turned over and opened their eyes, as if they had just woken. Transfer student. You're here. I've been sleeping in your bed for a long time. You can take my bed, the one I have. The man pointed to a dark hole in the middle of the lower bunk. Surrounded by the crowd, Lu Xiao couldn't even see the empty bed. But one was by the window, enjoying fresh air, and the other was in the middle of the crowd, sweltering. Even a fool would know which to choose, not to mention that it was his. No, get up now. Lu Xiao was just about to reach out and pull it when he felt his hair being plucked again. He stood up straight, looking around, even above and below him, but still found nothing. Everything was normal, and nothing could reach his head. What was it? Lu Xiao didn't think it was anything malicious, but it was strange. Why did he feel his hair being plucked out of nowhere? It wasn't offensive, just a feeling of something being off. Could it be that this location wasn't compatible with his feng shui? Lu Xiao glanced at the person sprawled on the bed, then at the bed surrounded by the crowd. He paused, then decided to turn back. Shoving past several people, Lu Xiao placed his school bag on the bed. After making his bed, and wiping off the sweat that had built up from his stuffy forehead, Xiao Lu climbed into bed. But as soon as he lay down, the previously quiet dormitory suddenly became noisy, with laughter and laughter echoing one after another. People kept bumping into him from both sides, either nudging his waist with their buttocks or bumping his head with their elbows. What a crazy dormitory! Lu Xiao sat up angrily. For a moment, it was quiet. It went quiet so quickly that Lu Xiao couldn't react. He hesitantly lay back down, but the noise started buzzing again. He sat up again, and the dormitory fell into silence again. As soon as he lay back down, the noise started again. What a crazy dormitory! Lu Xiao wanted to curse these idiots, wondering if they were doing this on purpose, but just as he opened his mouth, he felt his hair being pulled. He quickly reached out to touch his head, but felt nothing. What the hell was that? Why was it getting stronger and stronger? He slowly lay down. No matter how loud the noise from the others in the dormitory, his suspicions wouldn't be dispelled. But before he could figure out what was going on, a loud thud and thud came from the upper bunk above him. Lu Xiao hurriedly climbed out. There was a fight on the upper bunk. Two ordinary-looking roommates were tussling, with onlookers on both sides. The crowd stomping on the upper bunk made a loud thud, and it felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. Looking at the people in the lower bunk, who seemed to be acting normally, Lu Xiao felt that this dormitory had become even more crazy. A fight! Wasn't there anyone trying to stop it? Hey! You two? Stop it! As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xiao was stunned. Why would he care about a fight? But he had already started shouting, so there was no way he could back down now. It's you two! You're making such a fuss! Xiao Lu pointed at the people fighting. No one in the upper bunk paid any attention to him. The fight continued. The two fighters grappled with each other, their blows brutal, poking eyes and punching temples without stopping. The people standing around were each more excited than the other, their faces flushed, as if they couldn't wait to join the fray. Lu Xiao felt a surge of inexplicable anger. He quickly climbed onto the upper bunk and was about to join the fray when he felt a sharp tug on his hair, his scalp aching intensely. He paused, recuperating for a moment before suddenly coming to his senses. Looking at the two men who had stopped, Lu Xiao, with great restraint, stepped forward to separate them, repeatedly threatening them to stop fighting. Receiving silence, he left the lower bunk. Lying in bed, Lu Xiao rubbed his scalp. Why did he keep feeling his hair being pulled? After searching his head for a while, to no avail, Xiao Lu temporarily put his doubts to rest. The quarrel in the dormitory resumed. Not far away, someone was arguing, their shouting piercing the bustling dormitory. It sounded like someone had stepped on someone else's pillow. Someone had crossed someone else's bed. What a crazy dormitory. Lu Xiao rolled over, covering his ears with a quilt, but the arguing grew louder, the room grew noisier, and the conflict seemed to be getting closer. Lu Xiao sat up and saw the two arguing and tussling as they moved toward him. They were only 4 or 5 steps away from stepping on him. Even with his best temper, Lu Xiao couldn't stand it any longer. Were all the people in this dormitory truly normal? Lu Xiao dodged the foot that was stepping on him, then smelled the sour, stinky smell of feet, and he couldn't help himself. He snatched away his own pillow, leaped up, and covered the heads of the two quarrelers. He then straddled them, clenched his fists, and punched the pillow twice. Chapter 14. Refreshing. The pent-up frustration and resentment in his chest began to flow out through his fists like a floodgate, and a long-lost sense of relief washed over him. I make you go crazy. Lu Xiao grinned and swung his fist again. The joking and jeers around him only added to the excitement. He threw his fist with passion, like a boxing champion about to win the championship. But the next moment, his scalp ached, so much so that his fist turned into a slap before it even touched the pillow. He slowly covered his head with his hands. What the hell? Lu Xiao slowly rose from the two men, retrieved his pillow, and leaned against it. After a long while, the pain in his scalp gradually subsided, leaving only a lingering sensation. Cautiously, Lu Xiao reached out his finger and touched the painful spot, where hair still grew, and breathed a sigh of relief. Why was my hair being pulled out? Is this dormitory haunted? Lu Xiao looked up. The dimly lit room was packed with people, heads and arms and legs crammed together. They were either laughing or fighting. None of them looked normal. It would be strange if there weren't ghosts. Lu Xiao turned over in bed. The sounds of a loud fight emanated from the bunk above him. Even though a nameless anger surged within him, the pain in his scalp hadn't subsided, and he didn't want to get involved in the fight anymore. Let's figure things out first. Lu Xiao reached up and touched his head again. He felt something furry, but the next moment, he felt only his own hair. It seemed like it was all an illusion. What? Could it be the Wang Tyson spirit? Lu Xiao was completely confused, but he couldn't feel anything. It was as if it had just been an illusion. There was no furry thing, no Wang Tyson spirit. But somehow, Lu Xiao had a feeling that the thing wasn't going to hurt him. It was a feeling hard to describe, like a heart-to-heart connection, and he knew deep down that it wouldn't hurt him. But it was pulling out his hair. If it wasn't going to hurt him, then why was it pulling out his hair? Pulling out hair hurts too, or is there anything more serious than a scalp ache? Lu Xiao began to think, but his brain seemed to have been idle for a long time, and it was difficult to think. First, he had his hair pulled out when he was hitting someone. Then, moving forward, he had his hair pulled out when he joined in the fight on the upper bunk. And first, it was probably when he was trying to help someone get out of bed. I get it. The one who pulled his hair was actually a peace ambassador. They couldn't stand him hitting others. Lu Xiao pounded his hands. The answer was obvious. The being who pulled his hair was like his parent, wanting him to behave politely, and not get into conflict with others. TSK, 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 I can't believe it. There's such an incredible being who specializes in pulling people's hair, just to make the world more civilized and harmonious. Why did they choose him? He doesn't need to be disciplined. He's a public servant. Public servant what? Never mind. I can't remember. Thinking about it, he does need to be disciplined. For example, he's wanted to fight several times since he entered this dormitory. But it's not his fault. It's just that the people in this dormitory are too crazy. They're all like reincarnated firecrackers. Lu Xiao turned around and saw that the two people he had just pinned down had disappeared, probably returning to their respective beds. The dormitory gradually quieted down, the dusty atmosphere creating an eerie stillness. Amidst the slow, rhythmic sound of breathing, Lu Xiao slowly closed his eyes. When Lu Xiao opened his eyes, he instinctively groped around, feeling nothing. He sat up, looking at the dusty, quiet room, unable to place his fingertips. The others in the dormitory also slowly woke up, marked by the creaking of beds, the occasional sneeze, and the sounds of people stretching. Lu Xiao lay in bed, unsure what to do for a moment, when someone in the dormitory excitedly suggested something. How about we play a little game of summoning spirits? At this, his roommates, who had previously been as energetic as firecrackers, responded enthusiastically, seemingly waiting for it. Lu Xiao had no intention of joining in. Firstly, he wasn't interested. Secondly, he didn't want to get involved with the group. And thirdly, having his hair pulled out was quite painful. But things didn't go as he expected. His roommates, who had previously bickered constantly, suddenly united. Those on the upper bunks jumped onto the lower bunks, and soon a large group gathered. Looking at the large circle formed by the lower bunks, Lu Xiao instinctively counted the number of people in the dormitory, only to discover that, including himself, there were actually 16 of them. At this moment, the other 15 dusty-looking roommates formed a large circle, sitting in the same posture and moving in the same way. They were all staring at him. 15 of them, sitting on the lower bunks, formed a large oval circle, their necks twisted at different angles, but their faces all turned in the same direction, like sculptures carved from the same mold, staring straight at him. Lu Xiao felt strangely creeped out, but he had always been brave. He frowned. Why are you looking at me? One of the ordinary-looking male students gave a strange smile. Won't you come play with us? I'm not interested. As soon as Lu Xiao finished speaking, he felt the ordinary-looking boy's smile fade. Come and play with us. It's fun. There might be some unexpected surprises. The voice was so strange, and Lu Xiao felt like the person on the other end was speaking like a robot. How could a normal person talk like that? I already said I'm not interested. I like science. Lu Xiao was truly impatient. Could you force someone to buy a game? The other person seemed to pause for a second. Soon after, all the roommates began spouting words of advice. Their faces were different, but their tone was exactly the same as the man's, enunciating each word and speaking slowly. None of them seemed normal. Come and play with us. Aren't we in the same dorm? Come on, Lu Xiao. It's fun. We love playing this game the most. It's really fun. Without anyone, the game would be boring. Come and play with us. You love it. Lu Xiao kept turning his head, looking from one speaker to another. Every word buzzed in his mind like a mosquito. The light in front of him began to blur. His roommates' faces twisted and distorted, finally forming a magnified, ordinary face. The rest of the ordinary face remained unchanged. Only the mouth opened and closed. It's fun. You like it, Lu Xiao. It seemed like it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Lu Xiao shook his head. Although science was mysterious, this mysterious game must have its reasons for existing. It wouldn't be a bad idea to play it. Just consider it an eye-opener. Besides, with so many people waiting for him, it would be so unsociable to refuse. They'd have to live together for so many years, so maintaining good relationships was crucial. Lu Xiao took a step forward, feeling a tightness on his scalp, but he ignored it. Looking at the space reserved for him in the crowd, Lu Xiao took another step forward, his scalp starting to ache slightly, and he frowned. He continued walking forward, and just as he was about to reach the empty space, forming a complete circle with the other 15 roommates, he felt a sudden, intense pulling sensation above his head, accompanied by a sharp pain, completely awakening Lu Xiao. Looking at the strange smiles on the faces of his group of psychotic roommates, Lu Xiao took 3 steps back, turned around, and rushed out of the dormitory. As he passed the door of dormitory 402, he glanced in. It was rundown and empty, not like anyone had ever lived there. Lu Xiao quickly rushed downstairs, crossed the empty playground, and passed the teacher's office building, but he couldn't find the school gate. Lu Xiao panted, looking ahead. If he remembered correctly, it was this direction. How could the school gate disappear? Lu Xiao didn't want to stay in this place for a moment. Thinking of the strange encounter he had just had, the hairs on his arms stood up. Although he had believed in science since childhood, he had heard of similar things before. He was clearly not interested. Under normal circumstances, there was no way he would have walked over, and those 15 weird roommates were either fighting or playing a suicidal game, and they insisted on inviting him over, each one speaking like an opera. The most terrifying thing was that he was truly bewitched. If it weren't for the sharp pain in his head, he would have sat down and become one with his weird roommates. At this thought, Lu Xiao shuddered. His intuition told him that if he sat down, something strange would definitely happen. He couldn't stay any longer. He really couldn't stay any longer. If this continued, he would probably die in this dormitory. Even if he didn't die, he would lose all his hair. Although Wang Tai-sin was doing it for his own good, he was really using all his strength. Lu Xiao rubbed his scalp and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that his hair was still intact. Chapter 15. Looking around, the dilapidated school was completely deserted. Not only were there no students in sight, but there wasn't even a teacher or security guard. So why had he transferred to this shabby school? The thought resurfaced in his mind, but Lu Xiao couldn't recall the reason for his transfer. Moving? Fighting? Expulsion? He had no idea. It was as if he had been born to stand at this school gate and then, led by a seemingly ordinary-looking dean, into that strange dormitory. Lu Xiao sensed something was amiss, but it quickly faded like a meteor across the sky, briefly flashing before disappearing. Looking at the empty school, Lu Xiao came to his senses. He didn't want to go back to the dormitory, so he decided to find a classroom to sit in first. He circled 3 times before finding what looked like a teaching building. Stepping over the dusty garbage in front of the building, Lu Xiao stood in front of a classroom. But the door was probably locked, because he couldn't push it open. Lu Xiao looked left and right, but couldn't find the lock. He continued walking inside, ready to check the other classrooms. But he searched every classroom on the first floor, and couldn't find a single one that could be opened. Not only could he push it open, he couldn't even kick it. Are they treating students like thieves? Or is it that self-study isn't popular in this school? Lu Xiao was growing impatient, feeling a tightness in his chest, desperate to find a way to vent. Just then, he heard the sound of people talking upstairs. Lu Xiao looked down at the stairs, his scalp suddenly aching, bringing him back to his senses. Why had he just thought of going upstairs to pick a fight? He wasn't that kind of person. Wait, who was he? Lu Xiao walked to a classroom window, trying to see himself through the glass, but the glass was fuzzy and covered in dust. Even wiping with his sleeve wouldn't clean it. He couldn't see clearly. Lu Xiao thought again of the mirror in his office, and suddenly felt an urgent urge to look in it. What did he look like? Why was he here? Who was he? Lu Xiao ran through the dilapidated campus, following his memory to the office building. He ran all the way to the second-floor office, where the dusty mirror stood by the door. A grooming mirror. Lu Xiao reached out to wipe the dust off the mirror. The yellow-haired man in the mirror was sweating profusely, his face dark and red, staring blankly in the mirror. Lu Xiao lowered his hand and stood in front of the mirror. The man in the mirror also stood straight, facing him. He had yellow hair, 3 white eyes, a drooping mouth, and dark yellow skin. He wore a tie-dyed, claw-print, ripped t-shirt, solid black overalls, and a pair of fluorescent green designer shoes. Is this him? For a moment, Lu Xiao was dazed, as if he saw through the mirror a figure with short hair and a uniform saluting. But the next moment, it was the blonde in the mirror again. Lu Xiao touched his hair, and the person in the mirror did the same. Lu Xiao looked in the mirror again, examining himself carefully. The strange feeling gradually faded, and he sighed to himself that he might have been overthinking it. He was himself. How could he not be himself? It must be this shabby school that's to blame. The mastermind is those crazy roommates who've driven him insane. Lu Xiao kicked the mirror and clattered down the stairs. As soon as he reached the outside, he saw that it was already dark. The dilapidated campus looked even darker against the darkening sky, sending a chill down his spine. Lu Xiao hesitated for only a second before heading towards the dormitory building. Although his roommates were equally insane, they at least had some life in them. The rest of the school didn't seem so welcoming. Lu Xiao walked all the way to the dormitory building, climbed the dusty stairs, and returned to the dormitory entrance. The thought of facing those reincarnated roommates, 15 of them at once, made Lu Xiao feel a surge of anger. But then, his hair was gently tugged, a gentle reminder. Wang Tai-sin was watching him again. The thought comforted Lu Xiao, a sense that he wasn't alone in facing this weirdo. And Wang Tai-sin was completely on his side. He must have been equally speechless when he saw this weirdo, but he also had to remain rational and remind him not to get into conflict. Thinking about it, Wang Tai-sin had it much harder than him. I must act rationally. Just as this thought occurred to him, his hair was gently tugged again, very gently, with a hint of encouragement. It seemed Wang Tai-sin thought he was doing the right thing. Lu Xiao nodded solemnly at the door and pushed it open. Unlike the bustling scene he'd imagined, the dormitory was dark and quiet. Lu Xiao felt around the door for a long time, but couldn't find anything resembling a light switch. Could it be that this shabby school dormitory didn't even have a light? Could it be a pull cord switch? Lu Xiao felt around a bit more, finally confirming that there wasn't even a pull cord light. The dormitory remained silent. If it weren't for the faint sounds of breathing and the light from the window that could be seen on the bed, Lu Xiao would have thought he was the only one left in the room. Forget it, I won't look for the light anymore. Lu Xiao lifted his foot and began walking down the long, narrow hallway. But after 2 steps, he suddenly wondered, which bed was his? The person had pointed casually, and seeing no one was there, he just laid down. Now, the blanket and the person were both dark, making it hard to tell them apart. Lu Xiao reached the end, only able to discern the empty bed next to him by the light from the window. It was the one he'd originally been assigned, but had been swapped out by a classmate. Lu Xiao glanced back at the shadowy bunk bed, then at the empty bed. Not caring where the person had gone, he simply lay down on it. The blanket smelled dusty, as if no one had slept there in a while. The people in this dormitory are a bit too unrefined. Don't they even air their blankets? Lu Xiao tossed the blanket aside with disdain. He turned over and felt sleepy. Before his eyes closed, he half thought, I hope the person sleeping here doesn't come back tonight. Otherwise, I'd have to give him my seat in the middle of the night. Lu Xiao was startled awake by a dream. A cold sweat covered his back as he sat up. In his dream, something horrific seemed to have happened in the dormitory, but now he couldn't recall a single thing. Lu Xiao looked around the dormitory. The moon was rising outside the window, and light shone through it into the room. Each body covered in the blanket looked like a silkworm chrysalis or something else, motionless and a deathly pale. Lu Xiao stretched out his hand and began counting the number of people. 1, 2, 3, 4. The number was wrong. If memory served me correctly, this 16-person dormitory had 8 bunk beds, with 8 people sleeping on each of the top and bottom bunks. But now, there were only 5 people in the lower bunk, including him, missing 3. While it was very likely that these 3 people had simply gone out and hadn't returned to the dorm yet, Lu Xiao felt a weight hanging over him. Perhaps it was the effect of that nightmare, but the gloom within him wouldn't dissipate, like a stormy sky, gloomy and oppressive. Lu Xiao didn't want to move. He had a persistent feeling that something was about to happen, but his body wouldn't obey him. He was desperate to go to the bathroom. In other words, he had to pee. He held it in for a while, but finally gave up and went to the bathroom. An accident was better than dying from holding his pee. What if it was an illusion? He moved step by step to the bathroom. The white door shone silvery in the moonlight. It was covered in rust, dotted with small and large spots, like soy sauce sprayed on top, with a very heavy presence. Unable to hold it in any longer, Lu Xiao pressed the doorknob, and the door creaked loudly. Lu Xiao turned and ran. The thick smell of blood filled the air, and the sound of knives slashing behind him reminded him that what had just happened wasn't an illusion. A dark figure, in the middle of the night, was in the bathroom, wielding 2 large machetes, chopping meat vigorously like a butcher chopping ribs. Where had all that meat come from? At the thought of a certain possibility, Lu Xiao's stomach churned. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten anything, and he couldn't vomit anything either. Why hadn't he eaten? Doesn't this school have a cafeteria? The thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. The whistling wind behind him, and the crisp sound of the machetes hitting the ground made him tense up and run for his life. Chapter 16. Lu Xiao ran down the stairs in just a few steps, not even bothering to look where he was going. The whistling night wind in his ears added a different color to the dead, dilapidated school. But if he had a choice, Lu Xiao would definitely not choose his current life. A sharp pain hit his left scalp, and Lu Xiao instinctively turned left. The next moment, he heard the clang of a machete landing behind him. A cold sweat broke out as he ran. If he hadn't dodged in time, that blow would have cleaved him cleanly from head to toe, like Tom and Jerry, split in 2. But unlike cartoons, he was made of real flesh and blood. Thinking of this, he forgot his urgent need to pee. Throwing away his last bit of reservation, he ran forward with all his might. The whistling wind in his ears, the shadows of trees quickly passing by, and the sound of the machete scraping against the ground behind him. Everything felt like a malicious dream, trapping him from head to toe, and he was trapped, unable to break free. Is there really any point in running like this? As he ran, Lu Xiao suddenly felt a wave of hesitation. If the outcome was predetermined, then what was the point of struggling now? He hadn't even used the restroom, and he was still holding his pee, yet he still had to run with all his might through this shabby school. Or else. Before the thought of becoming a machete had fully formed in his mind, Lu Xiao felt a sharp pain in his scalp. For a moment, he thought he'd ripped out a clump of hair. But his eyes almost immediately cleared, and he realized with a strong sense that something was wrong. Come on, what normal person would seek death? Especially being chopped into pieces with a machete. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, wouldn't this be a bit too gruesome? Not to mention his bright future. He'd just passed the civil service exam. Wait. He remembered. He'd passed. He wasn't Huamao Lu Xiao. He was Xiao Lu, who had worked tirelessly for 3 years, studying hard for over 1,000 days and nights in cram school, to finally pass the civil service exam in their city center. Lu Xiao, or Xiao Lu, remembered everything, and even felt the small, furry figure above his head. It was Lu Sibao. His mind gradually cleared, all the fog dispelled, and his thoughts flowed smoothly. Xiao Lu suddenly remembered that he had entered this strange place while on a mission, and had become Huamao Lu Xiao. The night wind whistled, and Xiao Lu ran faster. Lu Sibao, who was standing above him, also felt a sense of joy and tugged at the right side of his hair. Run right? Xiao Lu turned a corner, dodging a machete, and ran through the night wind into the moonlight. The dilapidated building ahead shone silvery white in the moonlight, like a mirror that couldn't reflect anyone. But now he knew who he was, no longer needing to repeatedly look in a mirror. Xiao Lu seemed to have come to a realization, running all the way up to the 2nd floor, and into the office he'd entered at the beginning. The mirror behind the door was still dusty, as if it had never been cleaned. The dormitory butcher had reached the door. In the nick of time, Xiao Lu dodged the oncoming knife, and, without hesitation, rushed towards the mirror. The dusty mirror with appearance written in the upper right corner. Are you saying that your safe return from the domain is all thanks to this rat? Yes, Captain Zhou. Xiao Lu responded seriously, saluting. And Captain Zhou has a name. His name is Lu Sibao. Seeing his leader's puzzled expression, Xiao Lu smiled shyly. My child is a bit naughty. It's said that when he sees one, he insists on taking one from each family member. He won't let them go unless they want one. So how many do you have at home? 3, Lu Erbao, Lu Sanbao, and Lu Sibao. What about Lu Yibao? Lu Yibao is my son. Xiao Lu smiled proudly. Lu Yibao did a good job. Tell me more about everything you encountered after entering. Okay, Captain Zhou. Xiao Lu organized his words, and began by describing how he had gone out on a mission, and stumbled upon a newly formed domain. At first, he had no idea Lu Sibao had followed him out, But the domain he had entered must have been a place with strong supernatural rules. Almost as soon as he entered, he lost his memory, becoming a rebellious transfer student. On the first day of school, he entered a shabby dormitory with 16 people, including him. He encountered numerous situations that could have led to conflict. Someone forcibly occupied his bed, bizarre noises in the dormitory, a fight on the upper bunk, someone nearly stepping on him. He nearly came to blows several times, but every time a critical moment came, a headache would ensue, and the conflict would be thwarted. You mean, my emotions were out of control in there? Yes, Xiaolu paused. To be precise, I had a completely different personality, impulsive and irritable, unlike myself. Captain Zhou gestured for Xiaolu to continue. Xiaolu continued. Perhaps because he saw he hadn't fallen for it, that domain. The trouble started again. Someone in the dormitory suddenly suggested playing a game called Summon the Immortal. He clearly refused and even ran out, but when he returned, the dormitory had changed. Specifically, it had gone from an eerie atmosphere to an extremely dangerous one. What did you see in the bathroom? Xiaolu wiped his sweat. A dark figure, squatting on the ground with a machete, calmly chopping meat. It didn't look like animal meat. Before I saw that, I just noticed some people were missing from my dorm. So you immediately made the connection. The captain's tone was calm. Yes, I reacted quickly and ran away immediately. Xiaolu touched the Lu Sibao in his pocket, calmed himself, and continued. I'm a very fast runner. Normally, in a life-threatening situation like that, I should have been even faster. But that thing was following me closely. So closely that if I lost my composure, I'd be caught and attacked. Closely behind? Captain Zhou grasped the key point. Was there a moment when you felt it was faster than you, or was it always on par with you? Hearing this, Xiaolu's brows furrowed. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head. No, it was always following me, giving me the impression that its speed was exactly the same. Captain Zhou nodded and wrote on the paper, speed fluctuates, possibly on par with the pursuer. We see. Xiaolu continued, and when he finally mentioned rushing into the mirror, Captain Zhou asked, You've looked in that mirror twice before, even touched it with your hand, but didn't notice anything wrong. Xiaolu nodded affirmatively. I wiped the mirror twice, and it was just a normal, hard, smooth mirror without any penetrating properties. So what's the difference between the first 2 times and the last? Can you think more carefully about what happened before and after you looked in the mirror? Captain Zhou asked slowly. Xiaolu pondered for a moment. The most obvious difference is that the first 2 times were during the day, while the last time you entered the mirror was at night. Xiaolu hesitated after speaking. While the difference was obvious, he couldn't seem to understand why. Could the answer really be that simple? If I were to enter that domain again, could I just wait until nighttime, watch the mirror, and then slip through, and I'd be back in the real world? It would be difficult. When you enter it, you forget who you are. A light bulb went off in Xiaolu's head. One more thing. The first 2 times, I thought I was the transfer student Lu Xiao with dyed blonde hair. But the last time, I completely remembered that I was Xiaolu, the police officer Xiaolu in the real world. Captain Zhou's expression grew serious as he took note of this information. This piece of information was likely the core of this domain. The mirror of appearance and appearance. Only when you see yourself clearly can you return to the real world. Xiaolu added a few more things about the domain. When he couldn't recall anything else to say, Captain Zhou signaled that it was almost done. The report has been submitted to our superiors, but the organization would like to learn more about the nature of that pet seller. I hope you can go back and ask your family. It's my duty. Yi Cifeng feared no investigation, for all traces of him had been obliterated by magic. As time passed, he had sold a large number of spirit rats, most of whom were getting along well with their new owners. Those who had failed to meet online in person also packed up and scrambled back home. It's not a big deal, just find another one. Yi Cifeng offered half-hearted comfort while posting eye-catching messages online. Yi Cifeng checked his private messages and quickly discovered that the scope of the otherworld fusion must be growing. Compared to the early days when the vast majority of people thought he was a scammer, the number of believers now equaled those who didn't. Some of them had sensed something was amiss, and even a small number had experienced world fusion. Yi Cifeng had sent out all the spirit rats and, upon browsing the front page, he saw someone trying to copy his rhetoric and commit a scam. He quickly reported it, and scrolled down to see a different piece of news. Please note, Chunfeng Park in District XX of our city has been attacked by an unknown force. 11 people are missing. Please avoid the area, prepare enough water, and stay home until further notice. The news isn't ambiguous anymore? Yi Sifeng clicked on the comments section and, as expected, found it had exploded. What is this unknown force? Aren't you explaining it clearly? Chufeng Park is near my home and is now closed to the public. It's heavily guarded. I know why. But I can't say it yet. I can only say that ordinary people really have no protection at this time. Everyone, please stock up on supplies. What's going on? Is there no one to help? Aren't ordinary people's lives worth anything? It seems I can't stay in China anytime soon. I'm so disappointed. Abroad? Yi Sifeng blinked, realizing there was such a thing as abroad. He'd been in the cultivation world for so long that he'd forgotten that not every world was unified. Sporadic memories from too long ago resurfaced. But according to his speculation, the world integration experienced abroad should be similar. However, without the spirit rat to provide a buffer, future developments would clearly lean towards a deserted island survival style. Perhaps some people just enjoy exercising. Yi Sifeng scrolled through the comments, reading the various reactions, panic, despair, and secret joy. Occasionally, there would be a glimpse of truth, but it was quickly deleted. After reading the comments on this news item, Yi Sifeng began typing. The end of the world is coming. Ordinary people who feel powerless, please contact me. I have a product essential for the apocalypse. First come, first served. Chapter 17. Wife, think about it again. Xiaolu refused to give up. I can't remember, there's nothing more. His wife waved Xiaolu away. I just remember the stall owner was quite good looking, like a celebrity. What exactly was he like? What was he like? Tall, short, fat, thin, fair skin? Any special features? If he looked like a celebrity, he must be tall and handsome. His wife was speechless. I can't remember, but my aesthetic sense is fine. Any special features? Were his eyes long or round? What shape was his nose and mouth? Xiaolu grew anxious. Eyes? That's right. They seemed green. His wife clapped her hands. A particularly beautiful green, almost like they glowed. And then? Xiaolu secretly memorized the green eyes. I can't remember. I just remember him being tall, handsome, and having a good temperament. If you ask me, my head is fuzzy. I really can't put my finger on it. His wife pushed Xiaolu away. When I remember, I tell you right away, okay? You're just getting in the way here. Xiaolu still had a lingering hope, but Lu Xibao in his pocket was already making noises indicating it was hungry, so he had no choice but to go get something for Lu Xibao. Ask for Bo and Sanbao if they want to eat. If they do, make them a portion too, his wife instructed. Okay. Xiaolu cut the meat. Don't forget to think about what the stall owner looks like. Tell me as soon as you have any news. It's very important. I know. I tell you right away, okay? Recalling it would be difficult, almost impossible, because Yi Sifeng had blurred his appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move around normally. Those who have cultivated to immortality always possess a unique aura. Furthermore, since his true form is not human, his ethereal, almost demonic appearance, without some overlaying magic, could easily cause a sensation. Yi Sifeng had experienced this deeply in the world of cultivation, and so he diligently practiced the technique of blurring his face. In the later period, the only person he could meet without the blurring technique was Ying Fengshuan. Yi Sifeng refused to be outdone in any way. Sworn enemies were like that. But he hadn't expected that cold-faced, pretentious Ying Fengshuan would suddenly experience a massive explosion of his devotion attributes. Now, no one in the world could make him reveal his true self. Yi Sifeng posted another round of messages online. The integration of worlds was becoming increasingly intense, and the panic spread online. Almost anyone who surfed the internet could sense that something was amiss. A large batch of spirit rats had already been sold, some of which had experienced the fusion world. Those who had experienced it should have gained some energy bodies, and that energy was highly beneficial to both the spirit rats and their owners. Yi Sifeng considered the spirit rats he had on hand, ready to entrust all those interested in establishing themselves in this world. Another large batch of spirit rats was released online, and Yi Sifeng himself wasn't idle either. He took the cloth he used for his street stall, and a newly acquired loudspeaker, and headed to a nearby square. It's time to draw a blind box. It's time to draw a blind box. There's a 99% chance you get a rare pet. Furry, dancing, and obedient. It can warn you of disasters, and help you escape from certain situations. Do you still feel like something's amiss these days? Are you still troubled by your own powerlessness? Draw one box, and all your worries will vanish. Draw one box, and you soar to the sky. The sound from the loudspeaker attracted a large crowd. Watching the gradually approaching crowd, Yi Sifeng remained calm. Want a box? 500 yuan a pop. Guaranteed value. 500 a pop? Robbery. A large man was startled and was about to flex his muscles to warn the stall owner, but for some reason, he didn't dare move after seeing the other man's gleaming green eyes. An elderly man nearby came over. What do you mean by warning on that loudspeaker? While things are bad lately, the police aren't there for nothing. If you don't explain clearly, I report someone taking advantage of the situation to defraud the elderly. Of course, it's not a scam, Yi Zifeng said patiently. 500 yuan isn't a small sum. I'm confident I can say that. From the looks of it, you seem to have just gone to the supermarket to grab some supplies, right? Yi Zifeng looked at everyone. In fact, everyone still out and about was out grabbing supplies. Those interested, come and try your luck. Those not interested can gather around and watch. The first 20 people who draw a blind box will receive 2 eggs. Yi Zifeng remained calm. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd became noticeably agitated. They weren't after the eggs, but mainly because there were giveaways, and they were limited. An elderly woman, who looked incredibly shrewd and capable, rushed over. I can tell this young man isn't a bad guy. He's so handsome. Since everyone's curious about what it is, I take one. It's a good deal, young man. Of course, Yi Zifeng nodded. I give you 2 more eggs after you've drawn them. Okay. The elderly woman reached into the box Yi Zifeng had prepared, turned it 3 times clockwise, and 3 times counterclockwise, and pulled out a slip of paper. Number 239. The crowd cheered with delight. Yi Zifeng smiled congratulatorily. Congratulations on drawing a fantastic number. I take your prize from you now. Yi Zifeng turned around, pretending to take a gift from a large bag, but in reality, he had retrieved a spirit beast from the spirit beast realm that interested the old lady. Here, take it. Yi Zifeng placed the spirit rat in the old lady's hands. The spirit rat wasn't idle either. It had signed a contract with the old lady. The old lady paused for a moment, then suddenly realized something, and, disregarding the curiosity of the crowd, exclaimed, Ouch! Found it! Found it! A nimble old man suddenly appeared nearby, swerving his hips, and pushing the old lady and the other people aside. Found it! Young man! The old man turned and waved. Old woman, hurry up! It's you! Yi Zifeng recognized the other man as the fortune teller who had originally set up shop next to him. Yes, that's me. Old Manly was delighted to see Yi Zifeng still remembered him. He looked up at the stall. What are we doing? This is my new business. Blind boxes, 500 each. So cheap? Old Manly exclaimed. Let's go with that one, the one you sold me. Of course. Yi Zifeng nodded. Old woman, come buy one quickly. And call Xiaojia and the others over, as well as all the relatives and friends. Grandpa Li waved his hand, and Aunt Li scurried over to the stall. How much? 500 each. Yi Zifeng pointed at the loudspeaker. Ouch. Grandpa Li pointed at the loudspeaker. Did you make that clear? You're practically feeding them. Grandpa Li looked distressed. There's nothing we can do. This is a critical situation. Yi Zifeng put his hands in his pockets. Chapter 18. The onlookers were clearly bewildered by this. Seeing Old Man Li's indescribably excited expression, they didn't know how to react. Is this an act? Otherwise, why was the old man so vague just now? Why can't he just say it directly? Liar! He must be a liar. Someone thought so, shouting loudly. The onlookers nodded, thinking it made sense. A few people left, but the majority stayed. It wasn't that they believed anything, but they just wanted to watch the fun. Someone also grasped the key point. Where's that old lady just now? She's the one who drew number 239. The crowd roared, yeah. I was waiting for her to say if it was worth it or not. It seems he got pushed out by that old man. I told him he was in cahoots with the stall owner. He must be worried that the old lady would expose him. Nonsense! Old Manly shouted, waving his arms. You have no idea how amazing the stall owner is. How rare the things he sells are. He's just doing charity. Old Manly was filled with righteous indignation. After a moment of hesitation, he carefully pulled a furry object from his large pocket, drawing a close look from the crowd in front. A fluffy mouse with rabbit ears was gnawing on a bone. Unfazed by the stares, it made a wise sign. How can this mouse even know how to make a wise sign? Someone was surprised. What mouse? He's a clever mouse. He has a name. His name is Li Pingyan. Old Manly glared at the man. Pingyan Bao, forget about that badmouth guy. Have you finished eating this chicken leg? Do you want more? Uncle Li's expression shifted, and he spoke softly to the pet in his arms. A chill ran down everyone's spine. It's grown a bit. Yi Tsifeng glanced at it. Oh yes. Unclear thought flashed through Uncle Lee's face, a slightly bitter smile quickly fading into a genuine smile. Thank goodness I'm safe. Unclear thought flickered around, and after a moment's thought, he couldn't quite articulate it. I've been in that same situation. Facing Yi Tsifeng's encouraging gaze, Uncle Lee continued, who could have guessed? I was just out getting some groceries, and when I passed by that park, I saw a bun stall there, so I just wanted to buy a couple. But before I even ate a bun, I couldn't leave. The crowd roared, and some people secretly pulled out their phones to record the scene. Yi Tsifeng noticed, but didn't stop him. Uncle Lee felt a bit frightened, but he continued. The fog inside was normal at first, but it got thicker and thicker. When I couldn't see anything more than a meter away, I realized something was wrong. Auntie Lee came up and patted Uncle Lee on the back. Uncle Lee also patted Auntie soothingly before continuing. I was so panicked. I knew I was in trouble. Fortunately, Ping An suddenly appeared from my pocket at that moment. Uncle Lee stroked Ping An's fur, then pulled a salt-baked chicken drumstick from his other pocket, unwrapped it, and placed it in Li Ping An's paw. Seeing everyone waiting for him to speak, he chuckled. Li Ping An loves this flavor. Uncle, go on. And then? Uncle Lee didn't spoil the fun. Given the special connection between Li Ping An and me, I didn't feel so panicked at the time. I walked along the road. Li Ping An told me to squat. I squatted, I dodged. Later, I met a group of people practicing Tai Chi. I asked them to come with me, and we hid inside. Finally, I met a little friend. A clever rat, and finally, I escaped safely. So that's how it is. Yi Tsifeng smiled and nodded. Although he knew that Uncle Lee and Li Ping An must have benefited from it, he didn't need to mention it since Uncle Lee didn't mention it. I'm glad they're safe. Yi Tsifeng nodded sincerely. By the way, I can call all my old friends inside to buy. We even set up a chat group. Uncle Lee slapped his thigh, pulled his phone from his pocket, and began typing. Make way, make way. Those who don't want to buy, let me buy first. Auntie Lee saw the opportunity, and squeezed to the front. 500, right? After receiving the confirmation, she began to draw from the blind box displayed by Yi Tsifeng. Aunt Lee quickly pulled out a slip of paper. Number 163. Yi Tsifeng also pulled out a spirit rat from his space, a creature that suited Aunt Lee's personality. Cuddle the gray and white, rabbit-eared spirit rat, Aunt Lee burst into delight. I've already thought of it. My dear little one, you be called Li Xuanli. Li Xuanli tilted his head, a truly adorable expression on his face. To everyone, even if there wasn't any legendary connection, 500 yuan was enough to make him a cute pet. In other words, it was a good buy. The more astute ones, seeing this, stopped hesitating and rushed forward, asking to buy one too. A small line formed immediately. Sometimes, when it comes to queuing, if you don't, you feel like you're missing out. So, for some reason, a long line formed. Yi Tsifeng glanced at the suddenly long line and began drawing blind boxes. Oh my god! Why are there so many people all of a sudden? The woman who had drawn number 263 suddenly appeared from a side path, followed by 7 or 8 people. Hurry! Follow me! It's all your fault for dawdling. Don't blame me if you can't buy something later. Another huge line formed. Yi Tsifeng remained calm, drawing boxes one by one. Sorry, you drew a blank number. Yi Tsifeng said to the shifty, black-clad man in front of him. What? The man swung the note in his hand. Number 68 is a no-go. What kind of profiteer are you? Number 68 is a no-go. Yi Tsifeng smiled. Actually, saying it was a no-go was just a casual remark. The truth was, none of the spirit rats were interested in this man. As the rats had said, he looked like he would die young, and no spirit pet would want to be with a master who wouldn't live long. The man wanted to throw a tantrum, but after seeing Yi Tsifeng's green eyes, a little fear welled up in his heart. He wanted to back off, but he forcibly restrained himself. How can this be? You wasted all my time. And now you tell me I got a no-go. Pay me. You have to compensate me for my emotional distress. Before Yi Tsifeng could act, the people in the queue were displeased. Especially those who knew something, they rushed to the front, yelling, twisted the man with their big hands, and tossed him aside. Please continue. We handle this little matter. The sturdy man patted his chest, appearing very righteous. Yi Tsifeng nodded politely. After receiving the response, the burly man chuckled and returned to the group. Not bad, boy. Good job. The woman in number 263 patted the man on the shoulder. When your mom comes over later, I tell her to praise you. It'd save her from constantly calling you stupid. I think that's pretty smart. The man patted his head and smiled. Chapter 19. Yeet Sifeng sold until late at night before leaving. It turned out that the people desperate to grab supplies couldn't move when faced with the long lines. For a long time, no matter how quickly Yeet Sifeng moved, the line grew longer and longer, winding around the square, making it impossible to tell at a glance how many people there were. As night fell, fewer and fewer people joined in, and the line gradually began to shrink. By the time he had finished giving the last young man a blind box, it was already 3 in the morning. Yeet Sifeng closed his stall, glanced at the deserted square, and turned to leave. He walked in the flickering lights, a cool breeze caressing his cheeks. His emerald green eyes shone brightly in the night. The air was filled with smells he wasn't used to: gasoline, metal, dampness, mud. And there was a smell unique to the night: the pale moon. Yeet Sifeng folded his hands in his pockets, suddenly feeling that the world without Ing Fengshuan was strangely quiet. But Xiao Lu's wife found the world quite noisy. Do you remember? What did that stall owner look like? Honey, can you think about it again? This is so important. My captain is waiting for me. Xiao Lu followed his wife around, from the living room to the kitchen, and from day to night, asking questions. Enough. Xiao Lu's wife couldn't stand it any longer. Can you please shut up? The buzzing is giving me a headache. Wife. Xiao Lu was pushed aside, stunned for a moment, then stepped forward to apologize. I'm sorry, honey. I was so anxious because this is so important. It involves something very important. Seeing her husband's humble expression, Xiao Lu's wife calmed down a little, but she still said angrily, but I just can't remember. Then tell me as soon as you think of it, okay? Xiao Lu twirled his fingers. Okay. Xiao Lu's wife waved, signaling her to stop bothering her. Xiao Lu had no choice but to step aside, but after taking a phone call, he hurried out again. Xiao Lu, come and take a look at this. Captain Zhou called Xiao Lu over and pointed at the image on the screen. Xiao Lu took a closer look. The video was a little shaky, but it was clear that it primarily showed an elderly man with graying hair and a long face, surrounded by a few people. The old man was saying, I saw a stall selling steamed buns up ahead, so I thought I'd buy 2. The old man spoke slowly and forcefully, his narrative tone drawing you in, unconsciously drawn into his emotions, and following his train of thought. The fog inside was normal at first, but it got thicker and thicker later. Then we hid here and there, and finally made it out safely. Xiao Lu and the captain finished watching the video. This? Xiao Lu looked at the captain. Where did this video come from? It's online. It's already spread. Captain Zhou also sighed. Shouldn't we take action? Will this video really not cause panic among the people? Thinking of that strange, unknown force, Xiao Lu felt a sense of trepidation. The sudden appearance of an additional area, the inability to control one's body once entering, and the unfamiliar emotions that fill one's heart and eyes. It's almost as if once entering, one is expecting an unknown disaster to strike. Wouldn't the people panic? By then, the panic would be so intense that the strange disaster might not have arrived yet, but the conflicts would have intensified. Who would suffer the most damage? No one could say. Actually, even without this video, there would be countless rumors online. Captain Zhou rubbed his brow. Those kinds of domains are starting to appear everywhere, and our people are a bit overwhelmed. This was an irresistible fact. Xiao Lu was silent for a moment. After all, Chinese culture is vast and profound, and if he wanted to reveal something, banning keywords wouldn't solve it. But I didn't ask you to come here this time for that. Captain Zhou lowered his hand and beckoned Xiao Lu to the screen. Look here. Captain Zhou paused the video and zoomed in on a certain area of the screen. It was a young man in a white robe with long hair. Huh, Xiao Lu suddenly realized. This attire wasn't common, and it should be easy to notice it upon seeing it. But he had been watching for a while, and hadn't noticed this figure. You didn't notice it just now, right? Captain Zhou glanced at Xiao Lu. We didn't notice it at first, but later, when we recalled it, we realized the number of people didn't match the number in the video. That's when he realized something was wrong. We checked 5 times before we finally registered this figure. Captain Zhou's tone was solemn. Xiao Lu felt a chill on his back, and a host of terrifying thoughts immediately flooded his mind. Captain Zhou, sensing his fear, patted him on the back. We initially speculated about mysterious forces, but then we discovered. Captain Zhou pointed to the old man speaking on the screen, that this old man, facing the man in white, presented a defenseless, even rather confident, demeanor. The surrounding people also seemed to be centered around this man in white. Look here again. Captain Zhou dragged the video's progress bar and paused it as a shot panned downward. There's a piece of cloth on the ground, and this round object sticking out, We compared it and realized it's probably a speaker. What do you think of when you see these two things? Captain Joe asked Xiaolu. A street stall? Xiaolu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and Lu Sibao also woke up at this moment, emerging from his pocket and curiously glancing at the screen. Does Sibao recognize this person in white? Captain Lu smiled and pointed at the screen. Lu Sibao blinked, but didn't respond. After glancing at the screen, he slipped back into Xiaolu's pocket. How's it going? Captain Lu asked Xiaolu. Sibao didn't react, only saying he was hungry and wanted to eat. Xiaolu smiled wryly, realizing that if the white-robed figure was indeed the mysterious stall owner, Sibao's reaction indicated that he held a high position in its heart, at least higher than its master, at the moment. They were all avoiding the topic, and Xiaolu suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. We also speculated it was the stall owner. We took this picture to several other people, and they all said he looked very similar. Then it's most likely him. Xiaolu nodded. But the question now is, where do we find him? Captain Joe pressed his brow again, clearly troubled by this matter for a long time. Are there any surveillance cameras near this square? Yes, but there's no sign of him. Captain Joe sighed. What about that old man? We've already sent someone to investigate. He's an ordinary person. He only met the stall owner twice and exchanged some words, but his memory is now very vague. Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Even if they'd met face to face, had spoken many times, would the memory of that experience fade afterward? What kind of power was this? And what kind of person was that? With such power, what role would one play in this world where domains were constantly descending? Xiaolu left Captain Zhou's office, filled with confusion and anxiety. After sitting for a while, he still couldn't calm down, so he pulled out his phone to watch something to distract himself. He opened the short video app, and the first screen showed a disaster warning video. It seemed the higher-ups were really starting to let on. Xiaolu clicked on the comments, wanting to see everyone's reactions. The top comment read, "I've been reborn, a month before the apocalypse. I brought back a pet that scientists in my previous life painstakingly researched to be essential for the apocalypse. It can not only help with evacuation, but also provide warmth and companionship. Message me to claim it." Chapter 20. Are scammers so well informed these days? Xiaolu was shocked. Or had that video, and the existence of the spirit rat already been widely known? Had the scammers exploited it? Xiaolu clicked on the profile picture of the account. The scammer's name was AAA by a spirit pet, contact Lao Yi. The profile picture was a system profile picture, with no signature, no IP address, and no published work. It was completely bare, a complete scam. Xiaolu was now even more certain. It was a scam, absolutely a scam. A legitimate business would definitely post many related videos, not just comment on popular videos. Could anyone have been scammed? Xiaolu clicked on the reply to the scammer's comment. Is this the same one the old man had in that video? What video? Link, XXX. Is this a TV show? The same pet? All I can say is, I'm quite insensitive and quite happy. Hasn't the person above noticed anything's wrong lately? No, everything seems pretty normal to me. Haven't you noticed that there are fewer people on the streets? The shelves in the supermarket are empty, and people's comments online are inexplicable? Sorry, I usually go by car, and my housekeeper usually does the shopping. I'm not sure about this. You rich people, try checking online again. Not a scam. Go buy it. I already got it. The shrew is so adorable. And it's truly not just any pet. Great, great. I was so scared, but now I'm finally guaranteed. The seller is really doing charity. Don't hesitate, go get it. Xiaolu frowned and scrolled through the comments. The last few comments almost made him laugh. This scammer was so deliberate. He'd already started a conversation, and he'd forcibly redirected the conversation with a clumsy advertisement. No one would believe it. Xiaolu was certain, however, allowing this scammer to run amok online wasn't an option. While the rhetoric was clearly poor, what if someone accidentally fell for it? If Xiaolu were an ordinary person, he'd probably just report it, but he wasn't. Xiaolu quickly sent the account to the colleague in charge. Check this account. At critical moments, we must be on the lookout for unscrupulous individuals who exploit opportunities to make money. Xiaolu waited for his colleague's response with a righteous heart. Thinking that his small act might save many people from being scammed, he felt a surge of professional pride. This is the charm of this profession. Every small task, done conscientiously and responsibly, contributes to keeping everyone safe. Xiaolu sat upright on his stool, feeling his heart glow. Ding dong. A new message alert sounded. Xiaolu looked down at the screen. Can't find it. It seems the other party has used some high-tech method to obscure the information. I've reported it. Please keep an eye on this account. What? There's nothing to find? Xiao Lu was shocked. Given the recent dire situation, the Internet Zone systems must have been significantly upgraded. It's practically impossible to find an active account whose information isn't available, unless it's not run by ordinary people. Xiao Lu's mind raced through numerous scenarios, including but not limited to potential members from other countries, independent advocates, traders, members of informal churches, psychic practitioners, and derivatives of the domain. None of them seemed promising. If they were good people, would they need to be so secretive? Xiao Lu set this account to follow and observe the scammer's comments. This video only had one post, but Xiao Lu suddenly realized that if it was a scam, they would definitely cast a wide net, so he began searching for similar news. Sure enough, Xiao Lu found a large number of similar comments in similar videos. Although the accounts were different and the language varied, each one was very captivating. My husband cheated on me. Should I forgive him? Please help me find out if my roommate is gay. My counselor said I can't take leave even if my family has died. It feels like my friends are always copying me. Am I being too sensitive? Xiao Lu clicked on the full article, ready to see what this scammer was up to, but he accidentally read 6 stories in a row. He clicked on the 7th story, only to see it loading, and then, looking at the spinning circle, he remembered what he was there for. Xiao Lu was silent for a moment. It must be said, there are truly experts in every field. This scammer or this group is not only incredibly skilled at using internet tactics, but they also have an incredible knack for storytelling. Each story is filled with twists and turns, filled with emotions, making you unable to help but feel sadness or joy along the way, resenting the villains and envying the cheat codes. Yes, the cheat code is usually a rat from the world of cultivation, the scammer's primary means of defrauding people. Damn! If this is the theme, coupled with the final line, the spirit rat is now available for purchase. If you're interested, please PM me. Large orders will be discounted. Even Xiao Lu was a little tempted. What if? What if it's true? Wouldn't he be able to live a happy life, just like the protagonist in the story, crushing the villain? No, he had to be rational. If even public officials couldn't be rational, who would? Xiao Lu calmed himself down, went out to wash his face, and returned with a cold gaze, analyzing the purpose of this account. First of all, someone with such literary talent would be not only capable of scamming, but would also thrive in other literary fields. But this person or team did just that, and at such a sensitive and critical time, so there must be another purpose behind this account, perhaps even something far more ulterior. Xiao Lu continued searching related news, and sure enough, he found more similar traces. The beginning of each comment was so captivating that if he hadn't been prepared, he would have been tempted to read on. Xiao Lu continued scrolling, his brows suddenly furrowing as he noticed that the comments were all dated at different times, some earlier, some later, and even spanning a considerable period. This indicated that this scammer had been active in the comment sections of similar videos for a long time. It was over. This was a group with a powerful background, no information found, lurking online for a long time, familiar with trending topics, and aiming for something big at this critical moment. So many messages, it couldn't have been posted by just one person. Xiao Lu asked his colleagues, and sure enough, he received a response from someone he hadn't found yet. He decided to take the initiative. He clicked on one of the accounts, edited the message, and sent, "Hello, I'd like to ask if you're selling spirit rats." Adorable. The reply was swift, as if someone was waiting on the other end. Yes, the situation is critical right now. You can take one home for only $499. What are you waiting for? Don't miss this opportunity. Hey, don't hesitate, scan this code. $499 is a limited time offer. If you miss it, it's gone forever. Absolutely worth it. 100% compensation for any fakes. Several messages came in instantly, and the demand for money was obvious. Xiao Lu suddenly became confused. Could it really be a scam? While $499 per order wasn't a lot, with enough people, the amount could still be quite substantial. Xiao Lu scanned the incoming payment code, but no information was displayed. He tried pressing 0.01 to transfer the money, but he still couldn't find any information from his end. Pay now, ship immediately. Another message popped up. Xiao Lu looked at the payment page and hesitated, pressing $499. If the item actually shipped, wouldn't he know the other party's address? Although the probability of being scammed was higher, what if, for some reason, Xiao Lu's mind told him the other party definitely wouldn't ship the item, but some kind of innate compulsion pushed him to enter the code and transfer the money. Received. Ship immediately. The spirit rat will be at your side in half an hour. What the hell am I doing? Xiaolu looked at the message and suddenly realized he had been scammed. What kind of express delivery would arrive in an hour? In half an hour? This scammer had really nailed it, even speaking in an ancient style. Xiaolu sat in his room for a while, still undecided about how to tell his colleagues. Was he supposed to have been looking at the scammer's account and then, after a while, had voluntarily sent 500 yuan? Just the thought of it made Xiaolu close his eyes. After sitting there in his room, he didn't know how long he'd been struggling, when he suddenly heard a very faint sound at the door, like something small knocking. Chapter 21. Xiaolu stood up and opened the door, only to find no one there. No one passed by either side. Just as he was wondering, he felt 2 knocks on his shoes. Xiaolu looked down and saw a black and white clad rat, its dark eyes staring at him. Xiaolu's eyes widened. The black and white rat extended its paw and pointed inside, as if asking if it was allowed in. Come in. Xiaolu turned sideways, staring blankly at the black and white rat, carrying a small yellow bag, as it entered the room with small, delicate steps. It climbed onto a chair in a few seconds, and sat obediently in the middle. Xiaolu closed the door in a daze, walked into the room, and looked at the black and white rat sitting on the chair, unsure how to react. Where did this clad rat come from? Did Captain Zhou find it? Or was it a colleague's? The most unlikely possibility was that it had been sent by that online scammer, but Xiaolu didn't dare to think that, as it was too far-fetched. Compared to Xiaolu's flustered expression, the black and white mouse was much calmer. It gracefully untied the small bag on its back and carefully flattened it before handing it to Xiaolu. Xiaolu took the yellow paper in a daze. Hello, dear friend, this is a letter from the shop owner. About the apocalypse. The apocalypse has arrived, and its scope will soon expand. Everyone will be affected, so relying on luck is not a good idea. About the spirit mouse. In the world of immortal cultivation, these rodent-like spirit beasts possess the bloodline of the beast king. Their advantages are a low barrier to entry, evenly distributed spiritual energy, strong adaptability, a wide range of possibilities, and a fondness for humans. Their disadvantages are that they can't initially provide powerful combat assistance and require long-term training. Suggestion: after signing the contract, it's recommended that you keep your spirit pet with you to prevent any unexpected events. Xiaolu glanced at the paper in his hand, then at the reserved black and white mouse, and for a moment, he felt as if struck by lightning. Even if he couldn't believe it, everything before him proved it. These miraculous spirit rats were actually sent by that story-savvy online con man. No, that incredibly talented writer. Lu Sibao suddenly poked his head out of his pocket. Upon seeing the black and white cat on the chair, his fur exploded, and he bolted out. The elegant black and white cat instantly leaped to his feet. Before Xiaolu could react, the 2 furry creatures were fighting, like 2 bouncy balls constantly attracting each other, colliding with each other, teeth bared and fur flying everywhere. Stop it! Stop it! Xiaolu, reacting quickly, rushed to stop them. After scrabbling around, he finally managed to stuff Lu Sibao into his pocket. The black and white cat had somehow sat back down on the chair, its hair scattered around it, looking dejected and pitiful. Xiaolu felt a faint pang of softness in his heart. What a pitiful little creature. Sensing his thoughts, Lu Sibao was about to stir at his pocket again. Xiaolu quickly reached out and held him down, suddenly daring to think nothing more. Sensing the emotions coming from Lu Sibao, Xiaolu finally understood that the fight was due to a childhood feud. Xiaolu found it odd for a moment. The little creature had its own social life. But getting back to the point. Since Lu Sibao and the black and white spotted rat had known each other since childhood, it meant they were the same type of clever rat. Thinking of Lu Sibao's impressive performance in the domain, Xiaolu suddenly became cautious. For a moment, he didn't dare leave the room. He just stared at the black and white spotted rat and contacted Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou arrived quickly after hearing the news. Looking at the little clever rat, sitting dejectedly in the middle of the chair, "What's this?" Captain Zhou asked Xiaolu. "This?" Xiaolu felt guilty as he patted his pocket. A new spirit rat. It just had a fight with Lu Sibao. Xiaolu felt even more guilty after saying this. Lu Sibao had been through the domain with him, and had been strengthened in every way. Against the weaker black and white flower, he was indeed a bit of a bully. Lu Sibao didn't mean to. Xiaolu argued briefly, his voice gradually fading. "Tell me in detail how you got this spirit rat." Captain Zhou naturally scooped black and white flower into his pocket. Xiaolu paused, but without holding back, he recounted the entire story, emphasizing the man's strong literary skills. Captain Zhou was silent for a moment. "Let me see the message you sent." Xiaolu handed over his phone. Captain Zhou scrolled through the stream of comments from the other party, stunned for a moment. He looked from the black and white spirit rat digging into his pocket to the text messages from the other party. For a moment, the world felt strangely alien. Such a shopping robot's rhetoric was selling something so incredible. Has shopping culture already invaded another world? That's right. Captain Zhou was almost certain that the spirit rat wasn't from this world. It was even, as the rumors had it, a species from some cultivation world, perhaps the son of the Lord Beast King. "Let me see that paper." Captain Zhou looked at Xiaolu. Xiaolu handed him the yellow paper with the shopping instructions. Captain Zhou carefully read it and paused in thought. Judging from the tone of their voice, the other parties seemed to be on their side. Even if not, they were at least neutral. Captain Zhou felt a little relieved, but the specific countermeasures needed to be discussed collectively. Captain Zhou reported the situation, and then brought Xiaolu along for a very serious meeting. The debate at the meeting was intense, with the friendly faction and the non-aligned faction arguing fiercely. Ultimately, the top leadership made the final decision. No longer observing from the shadows. Since the other party is able to communicate, we can take the initiative and judge their position from their attitude during interactions, rather than blindly assuming they have different intentions. At least so far, the spirit rats they have produced have been of great help, not only recovering a significant portion of their personnel losses, but also giving them more confidence in the face of this alien invasion. The leader in the upper seat gazed wisely into the distance. Hopefully, everything will develop for the better, and that all our efforts will be rewarded with hope. Yi Zifeng glanced at the message and raised an eyebrow. Had the authorities finally contacted him? Yi Zifeng didn't bother to play ball with the clever ones, and simply typed a reply. "I'm just a third party passing by. My sole purpose is to find a suitable owner for the spirit rats. If you think they're suitable, you can contact me directly to purchase. Large quantities will be discounted." The other party seemed unprepared for this reply, and remained silent for a moment. Yi Zifeng put his phone away, and entered the spirit beast space. He took stock of the spirit rats on the mountain, and was pleased to find that at least half had been sold. Although they were scattered across various cities, they were still a considerable force. Ding dong. Yi Zifeng clicked on the message. "How many spirit rats can you provide? If the quantity is large, what discount can you offer?" Yi Zifeng liked direct people. His mood brightened, and he turned to look at the spirit rats that covered the mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon be organized. Chapter 22. Yi Zifeng packed up almost all the remaining spirit rats, leaving only the spirit rat king and a dozen others who had no interest in this world and chose to remain in the spirit beast dimension. Yi Zifeng looked at the spirit rats, who were arranged in a square formation with their bags on their backs. He first counted them, then used a spell to send them all out. Finally, a group had been taken care of. Yi Zifeng nodded. At least Ding Fangxuan could rest a little. While the spirit beast dimension was vast, it lacked the resources for their growth. After all, the cultivation world was gone. If these spirit beasts wanted to thrive, they had no choice but to travel to other worlds. There were many worlds, but they had to be suitable. If this world hadn't been invaded by aliens, then spirit rats wouldn't be able to survive because they wouldn't have the basic living conditions, just like humans would be unfit to survive in a world without oxygen. For spirit rats with weaker combat power, the best way to survive in this world was to sign a contract with humans as spirit pets. Of course, all of them signed a symbiotic contract. Actually, humans had benefited. Yi Zifeng folded his hands. After all, the average lifespan of this type of spirit rat was about 200 years, and with further development, even longer wasn't impossible. And if humans could adapt to the gradually encroaching world and benefit from it, their lifespans would be greatly extended. Humans and spirit rats complemented each other. How could this not be a kind of fate? He was doing a good deed, Yi Zifeng was sure. But whether it was good or not, he had finally finished his work. Although he knew it was impossible, he had spent so much time in front of the screen that his eyes felt a little sore. He decided to relax for a bit, so he leisurely exited the spirit beast dimension. The streets were sparsely populated, and Yi Zifeng strolled leisurely, first admiring the cultural landscape of this world, and then absorbing its unique culture. He suddenly felt fulfilled. He didn't see the natural scenery, having already seen enough in the world of cultivation. After a while of leisurely strolling, Yi Zifeng began to feel a bit bored. He thought for a moment, then pulled out his ancient compass and spun it. Once he had a clear idea of where to go, he headed straight for the low hill on the edge of the city. At the foot of the hill, Guarded by officials, Yi Zifeng remained invisible, waiting nearby. Soon after, armored vehicles arrived, disembarking a group of heavily armed men in camouflage uniforms. The only difference was that each of them carried a small bag slung across their chests, filled with furry creatures. Yi Zifeng followed them, slowly ascending the hill. He saw the large group ahead of him vanish as they passed a tree. A domain within the forest. Yi Zifeng didn't stop, but followed through the impalpable barrier and instantly stepped into another forest. Towering trees reached the sky, dim light flickered through the woods. Rotten leaves lay beneath his feet, and the entire space was filled with a damp, stagnant atmosphere. But something moved in the treetops. Yi Zifeng looked up, his eyes gleaming green. The densely packed creatures in the surrounding trees seemed to sense something, leaping and scattering in a dense mass. A sudden silence fell overhead. Realizing what it was, Yi Zifeng couldn't help but fall silent. He closed his eyes, exerting himself for a moment before pulling the Spirit Rat King from his Spirit Beast space and throwing it upward. Before the Spirit Rat King could react, it found itself ascending into the air. Just as it was about to turn and land, it seemed to smell something and immediately changed direction, swooping down towards a tree. It pulled a black-smelling insect from a wormhole in the trunk, expertly rolled it into a ball, and chewed it up like a piece of brown sugar. Yi Zifeng took a few steps without looking back. The Spirit Rat King, perhaps having activated some switch, clearly had a surge of appetite. It didn't want to return to its space anymore, hopping around in the surrounding tree holes, digging and chewing, unable to stop. When it realized Yi Zifeng had already walked quite far, it followed with a grunt. Yi Zifeng didn't see anyone else for a moment, but a glance around gave him a rough idea of the dangers this forest held. The space was hot and humid, the trees were tall and massive, and almost no other creature survived, completely dominated by dense swarms of black mist caterpillars. These insects had incredible jumping ability, allowing them to dart swiftly through the forest. While a single one wasn't particularly effective, if they rained down like rain, unprepared humans would be a deadly prey. And Yi Zifeng really hated insects. He waved his sleeves, and a green aura emanated. A dense layer of black fur balls descended in front of him. Yi Zifeng turned and walked to the side. The Spirit Rat King, who had followed, let out a gulp and happily dove into the buffet. As Yi Zifeng walked further and further away, he shoved 3 balls of food into his mouth, picked up a few more, and ran after him, dropping them as he did so. Yi Zifeng hadn't seen so many insects in years. Ever since Ying Fengshuan discovered his dislike for insects, he hadn't even allowed such creatures to enter his sight, for he would have exterminated these long, slender spirit beasts. Ying Fengshuan was a king deeply concerned with his people, loving spirit beasts of all shapes alike. Naturally, he feared the extinction of certain species. No wonder his devotion attribute finally exploded. The clues had been there, Yi Zifeng thought with amusement. The black mist caterpillars overhead bounced away, and not far behind them, the Spirit Rat King smacking his fingers. Yi Zifeng felt a wave of discomfort. This discomfort, a deep, instinctive discomfort, almost gave him goosebumps at the mere thought of it, and he wanted to exterminate its entire clan just by looking at it. But Yi Zifeng didn't leave. There was no other reason, but rather, a more powerful message, somehow deep within his soul, which was, now that I'm here. But he wasn't in the mood to wander around, so he calculated the main force's location and headed up. The heavily armed official force had already assembled. Although a few members were missing, with the spirit rats around, there was no need to worry. They had discovered that no matter from which angle the black mist caterpillars ricocheted towards them, the spirit rats would snatch them up and devour them like a gooey dessert, their ease evident to everyone. Captain, I've discovered that after consuming 5 or more caterpillars, the bayonet's jumping ability increases by 10%, one member said through his mask. The member known as Captain nodded. Good. Keep observing. The other spirit rats will cooperate. The amount consumed will serve as experimental data for comparison. Keep working hard. Got it. Everyone answered in unison. Hearing these words, Yi Zifeng had a bad feeling and slowly turned around. Sure enough, the dark spirit rat king was jumping more and more happily in the tree. Its jumping posture, grabbing a handle, and digging out tree holes to eat insects, was no different from that of a caterpillar king. Yi Zifeng suddenly felt a little reluctant about the spirit rat king. He closed his eyes, turned around, and quickened his pace to leave. If Ying Fengshuan's spirit were still in heaven, he would surely understand. After all, who would want a fat rat that looked like the reincarnation of a caterpillar? Finally, Yi Zifeng returned the spirit rat king to his spirit beast space. After realizing that he had gotten a little carried away, it stopped jumping around in the tree and followed him obediently, looking pitiful, afraid of being abandoned. Seeing that it had followed him all the way, and even stopped eating the caterpillar balls, Yi Zifeng took it back. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of letting Ying Fanshuan down. It was just that next time there were insects, he could use this big black rat. It was quite useful. Yi Zifeng continued walking forward. The towering trees rustled gently in the wind, and he followed the tree's lead and headed in another direction. It was said that there were the fewest caterpillars there. As for the fact that they were all large and fat, Yi Zifeng wasn't worried. He was only disgusted by their appearance. Size wasn't the deciding factor. Yi Zifeng walked slowly forward, the plants guiding him. The dense scent of the trees filled his breath, spreading as his spiritual energy flowed. It was a long-lost feeling, so long that Yi Zifeng couldn't help but feel a pity. How could that once prosperous world of cultivation have collapsed? The towering mountains that belonged to him. The endless dense forests that had left their mark on him. The beautiful spirit beasts of all shapes and sizes that inhabited the forests. And so on. The spirit beasts seemed to still be there, only to cry out for their masters in the space. Gone was Ying Fanshuan, his devotion energized. What a reversal of the Tian gang. I'd never heard of a beast tribe still existing, but the beast king gone. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but fold his hands. To be the beast king to the extent of Ying Fanshuan was simply too much. The massive black insects before him, as thick as a man's waist, were also quite an eyesore. Yi Zifeng waved his hand and launched an attack, slicing all the giants into pieces. Seeing the black flakes fall to the ground, almost unrecognizable, he breathed a sigh of relief, finding a sense of peace. The past cannot be retrieved. It's better for those who are ambitious to look forward. Yi Zifeng walked forward, dispatching the caterpillar kings in the area. He then injected some spiritual energy into the infested trees. Only then did he remember that this was no longer his forest. However, it was fate, so it wasn't a big deal. He patted the tree trunks and then, without looking back, walked back. As he approached the main official force, he disappeared. The official team seemed to have made a good harvest, as the black mist caterpillars were no longer flying overhead. Instead, there were many more fluffy spirit mice, flitting about. They had obviously eaten a lot of insects, their nimble hopping and dancing remarkably reminiscent of the springy black caterpillars. It didn't look too strange, as most of the spirit mice, unlike the spirit mouse king, were mostly grayish-white and yellow, less resembling the reincarnation of insects. And honestly, the scene was quite magical, like a multitude of furry little fleas, flitting about the trees. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curl his lips as he watched the bouncy rats descend from the trees, watched them slip into the pockets of the official troops, watched the official troops form up, and watched them leave the forest. Yi Zifeng followed behind, and as he passed through the barrier, he was once again awed by the scent of the modern world. The smell of steel, cement, metal, and the resurgent, everyday life of ordinary people. It was a strange smell. Although Yi Zifeng was still more accustomed to the smell of the forest, this one wasn't too unpleasant, perhaps because he had been an ordinary person in his previous life. The City Conference Hall. The results have been compiled, and our hypothesis is very plausible. A middle-aged leader gestured for everyone to look at the screen. The screen displayed several groups of spirit rats, each receiving a certain enhancement after entering a domain of different attributes. The spirit rats that had experienced the forest caterpillar dungeon gained increased jumping ability and agility, and some gained the ability to conjure black mist. Spirit rats that have experienced supernatural dungeons have enhanced their ability to discern unknown energies, and exceptional ones can even sense supernatural auras clinging to objects. Those that have experienced various natural disaster dungeons have enhanced corresponding attributes, such as volcanoes, which enhance heat resistance, and glaciers, which enhance cold resistance. Some exceptional ones have even mastered the ability to ignite or spit out ice. The alien world not only brings an invasion, but also a revolution in energy. The leader switched pages. It turns out that ordinary people can also gain certain physical enhancements within these domains. The leader gestured for everyone to look at the picture. The picture showed a dark caterpillar, but unlike ordinary insects, this one was shrouded in a black mist. This insect has a very strong jumping ability. After consuming it, spirit rats will also enhance their body's agility, greatly improving their jumping skills. Our people have also tried to swallow this caterpillar, but without exception, they were unable to do so. It is said that when the black mist comes into contact with the body, it is like a dense barrage of needles, piercing the bones and causing unbearable pain. But according to observation, spirit rats do not have this obstacle. The black mist in their hands is just a puff of mist, completely harmless. However, This does not mean that the human body cannot digest this ability. According to several soldiers, they found black chunks of meat somewhere in the woods. After observation, they determined that they were large black mist caterpillars cut by a sharp object. Our people brought those chunks back and, after testing, found that they also enhance the consumer's jumping ability and do not have the protective layer of the outer black mist. This proves that we can digest the energy of the other world. Scientific instruments cannot detect this energy that changes the body. This is a revolutionary era. But it also presents a crisis. The leader's eyes were heavy. If we can't effectively control this unknown energy, the people's peaceful and stable lives will be disrupted. The leader surveyed the group below. Therefore, to prevent this from happening, we've made a crucial decision. We will gather all the resources we can and distribute the cultivated spirit rats in a targeted manner. We will organize personnel to lead people from various regions into different domains in a planned manner. Only when everyone's physical fitness is improved will peace be unbroken, and we can move forward in peace and stability. The seated people remained silent, but their resolute gazes and upright postures were enough to demonstrate their resolve. The leader's voice was deep. This battle will be difficult, but our country has weathered countless storms and seized opportunities amidst raging waves. The leader's gaze was far-reaching, as if piercing through countless storms. This time, I believe we can make it through. Chapter 23. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Qin Jian opened his eyes and saw a few cracks on the ceiling, but that didn't ruin his good mood. Still a little sleepy, he struggled to get out of bed. He quietly left the room and headed straight for the bathroom. He quickly washed up and went into the kitchen to make breakfast, not for himself, but for his pet, Qin Feiqian. He had bought Qin Feiqian online. Buying might not be the right word. It's more like a chance encounter he had online. That's right, Qin Jian was no ordinary person, but a savior in a chaotic era. Yes, a savior. Qin Jian flipped the 2 poached eggs in the pot, scooped them out, and cracked 2 more into the pot. 2 wasn't enough for Qin Feiqian, who loved to eat 6 in the morning. There was nothing much to say. 6 poached eggs were a mere handful. Qin Jian could still afford them. Compared to Qin Feiqian's worth, 6 poached eggs were a drop in the bucket. No, it was a drop in the bucket of 90,000. Qin Jian poured the poached eggs from the pot into a bowl, drew a heart on it with ketchup, and knocked on the bedroom door. Feiqian, it's time for breakfast. 6 poached eggs to whet your appetite. The bedroom door opened, and Qin Feiqian ran out, heading straight for the dining chair. Qin Jian placed the plate on the table. Feiqian, eat first. I get you some drinks. Qin Jian went to the refrigerator and selected a drink. At first, he had thought Qin Feiqian couldn't drink drinks and had argued with him. But after seeing how Qin Feiqian's tiny body could chew up any monster, he realized that Qin Feiqian was much healthier than he was. It's better to take care of yourself than to worry about what Qin Feiqian eats. His health is also better than before, and thinking of this, Qin Jian felt relieved. He hadn't expected that an ordinary Qin Jian could be the savior of this world. Had heaven kept this a secret? Luckily, it wasn't too late to find out. Qin Jian patted Qin Feiqian's head. Is the coke good, Feiqian? Qin Feiqian's joy emanated from the contract deep within his mind, and Qin Jian nodded in satisfaction. After breakfast, Qin Jian picked a TV show for Qin Feiqian and placed some snacks next to him. He then sat down in the small chair next to the sofa, took out his phone, and began texting. Flying Mouse. Shirong, are you really done with me? I'm a completely different person now. You regret it if you miss me. 10 minutes later. Egg yolk lotus seed paste. Sorry, I've already rejected you. I hope you won't bother me again. TSK. Qin Jian frowned. The other party was so ungrateful. Although he'd once been a poor student and unremarkable in appearance, that was all in the past. Now, he had shed the dust of the past, revealing a brilliance all his own. Qin Jian looked at the indifferent message from the other party and decided to give her another chance. If she hadn't been so attractive, he wouldn't have given her so many chances. Flying Divine Mouse. I'm saying this for the last time. You definitely regret missing me. I'm sure you've noticed things aren't going well these days. Ordinary people can only leave things to fate in times like these. But if you followed me, things would be different. Egg yolk lotus seed paste. How would it be different? A different response. There's a chance. Qin Jian was overjoyed. Flying Divine Rat. Since you be my woman in the future, I won't hide it from you. Flying Divine Rat. Actually, I'm the savior of this world. If you follow me, you have everything you want in the future, even bags worth tens of thousands of dollars. Buying 3 a month won't be a problem. There seemed to be a moment of silence on the other end. Egg yolk lotus seed paste. but I can already buy 3 a month right now, sweating. What? What does that expression mean? Qin Jian was immediately struck. Is he looking down on him? Is he mocking him? Damn, he must be. Flying divine rat. Just wait, you regret talking to me like that. Qin Jian typed furiously. If you ignore me now, you'd definitely be out of my league in the future. He typed a bunch of words and hit send, only to see a red exclamation point. Damn! Qin Jian pounded his leg in anger. The divine rat on the sofa glanced back at him. Despite being furious, Qin Jian didn't miss Qin Feiqian's mood. He immediately put his mind to everything else, dropped his phone, and came over to ask about his well-being. What's wrong, Feiqian? Are you hungry? Want some milk tea? How about coconut milk, matcha, and mochi pearls? Qin Feiqian seemed to hesitate, but finally replied in the affirmative, so Qin Jian began to order takeout. After finishing the milk tea, Qin Jian wanted to take Qin Feiqian out. After all, he was now unemployed. No, savior wasn't the word. It should be said of an unemployed family. Qin Jian nodded in satisfaction. After all, he was unemployed and had 2 mouths to feed at home, so he needed a source of income. Since he had Qin Feiqian and had experienced a dungeon, he had established a new online business, selling information about that dungeon. The information was sold in many categories, such as what to watch out for upon entering, what to watch out for when arriving at another location, what to take away, and what to avoid. Of course, a single dungeon experience wouldn't teach him everything, but if he wasn't sure, he could just gloss over the things he didn't know. Surely the enemy wouldn't come looking for him. He made a considerable fortune from this. But the only drawback was that the dungeon information had already been sold out, and Qin Feiqian needed a lot to eat per meal. Without a new source of income, he would be starving. So Qin Jian decided to look for a new dungeon. He was certainly afraid, but he had Qin Feiqian, an extra layer of protection over ordinary people. He wouldn't be the one to die, right? He told Qin Feiqian about his plan to go out and find a new dungeon, and Qin Feiqian immediately jumped into his pocket. The savior and his companion spirit pet were ready to leave, and Qin Jian felt a surge of pride. But before he could even leave the complex, he was suddenly stopped by a woman who looked familiar, but whom he didn't recognize. Young man from the 6th floor, don't leave yet. We've sent word that registration is needed, and we're already on the 5th floor. Wait in line here. Could this woman have a bit of tact? He had to do the registration himself for any level of course, Qin Jian thought so, but he still waited obediently nearby. It was the 6th floor resident's turn, and Qin Jian was the first to enter. Name? Qin Jian. Have you experienced the fusion of other worlds? Yes. What kind of improvement did you receive? Qin Jian broke out in a cold sweat, but facing the other person's sharp gaze, he didn't lie. Strength related? Which experience? Qin Jian stammered, and the other person, as if sensing something, asked directly. In what way has the spirit rat improved? How long has it been in your possession? What actions did you take after your experience in the other world? Qin Jian was already trembling, feeling as if he had been stripped open from head to toe. Suddenly, he couldn't think of any savior, only feeling like a small cannon fodder, frightened into spilling everything. Alright, we've got a clear understanding of your situation. The other person seemed to have a hint of a smile on his face. Go back and wait for notification. Qin Jian didn't know what notification to wait for. To be honest and objective, he didn't seem to have anything special. Aside from possessing a spirit rat of noble bloodline from the world of cultivation, Qin Feiqian. That was probably it. He was probably waiting for the notification regarding the confiscation of Qin Feiqian. After realizing this, Qin Jian's head buzzed, and he couldn't think of anything else except the thought of losing Qin Feiqian. Those lofty ambitions he'd imagined, those youthful aspirations he'd unleashed, those wonderful fantasy stories he'd read in his youth and recently picked up again, now became nothing more than a gust of sand in the real world, passing through his life and disappearing into the distance. All that remained in his life would be instant noodles, and the trash he was too lazy to throw away. Qin Jian's mind was blank, but within that blank space, a few words flashed: escape, break the jar, resist, hide somewhere else. But Qin Feiqian in his pocket seemed to sense his mood, quickly climbing onto his head and patting his face with his little paw. Qin Jian's eyes immediately soared. What should I do, Qin Feiqian? Qin Feiqian tilted his head and patted his face again. Qin Jian's eyes widened, and his sadness suddenly eased, because Qin Feiqian had just mentally transmitted a message about a contract. Yes! How could he have forgotten? He and Qin Feiqian had signed a contract. But his joy lasted only a second before worry returned. Will there be some coercive measure from above, like a one-click unbinding feature? Qin Jian paced around the room, holding Chen Feiqian, but before he could figure out what was going on, he heard a knock on the door. Hurry up, young man. We're all on the 6th floor of this building, it's time to gather. The moment he heard the knock, Qin Jian had many ideas, but the thought of gathering with the old lady was the last thing on his mind. So he left, feeling confused and uneasy. Gathering in the open space downstairs, Qin Jian became even more confused when he saw his neighbor standing next to him. Qin Jian, room 603, 6th floor, right? This is the messenger bag assigned to you. It says it's breathable and perfect for pets. The woman with the red armband handed over a camouflage messenger bag and eyed Qin Jian curiously. Qin Jian took it, bewildered, and slung it over his shoulder. Seeing Chen Feiqian eager to try it out, he instinctively opened the bag. Chen Feiqian quickly slipped inside, squinting his eyes, looking incredibly satisfied. Chen Feiqian felt relieved, but Qin Jian was still baffled. The series of events had left him feeling grounded, weak, confused, and helpless. But Qin Jian hadn't anticipated this was just the beginning of a confusing journey. Afterward, he blankly accepted the uniform backpack handed down from his superiors. Carrying the uniform supplies and marching in unison, he joined his neighbors in the same domain. The team leader was extremely well prepared, providing prompts for nearly every corresponding scene. Don't look back when you pass this door. Don't look directly at this statue when you pass it. If you see black mist, you must stomp it away with your feet. Absolutely no part of your body should touch it. Wear this cotton jacket when you walk through this corridor. When he finally stepped out of that quaint door, Qin Jian felt like he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could he dream of traveling through a dangerous alternate universe, accompanied by his neighbors? Young man, what good did you get? I never thought I could experience something so magical at my age. The neighbor woman beamed. Qin Jian, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, squeezed aside. Young man, don't be shy. You know me. I live on the 3rd floor. We bumped into each other once, when I was taking out the trash. The neighbor woman said in a tone that sounded like I held you when I was little. Qin Jian walked to the side. Just my eyesight is a little better. Oh! Yours is good too. Mr. Wu next door has the same problem. His presbyopia is much better now. The neighbor woman pointed to an old man not far away. Look there, old Wu. This young man has the same problem as you. Qin Jian watched the old man approach. You guys chat. I'm going to chat with the others. The neighbor clapped her hands and turned away. Haha, hello, Uncle Wu. Little Chen, right? Uncle Wu smiled. I never thought I'd be able to experience something so magical in my old age. Little Chen was just like me in there, not even looking at the statues. Yes. Qin Jian nodded. That's wonderful. I didn't even know how it happened, but the government has already arranged everything for us. Uncle Wu chuckled, watching Little Chen suddenly smile with a touch of emotion. I could barely see before, but now I can finally see who's talking to me. That's wonderful. Yi Zifeng was still surfing the internet intensely, but this time, he wasn't the one doing the posting. He was happily watching the others. Can I say this? A few days ago, the community gathered young people together and took us to a place that looked like a haunted house. They played a thrilling round of battle royale with us. In the end, we ran out half dead. The teacher in charge said that everyone's defense would be increased by 10. After I got home, I accidentally kicked my toe on the table, and it didn't hurt much. Your community is no match for our village chief. He got us a better one. After we got out, they said it gave us a 10% bonus to bone health. I noticed my teeth are all cavities-free. Smug. What's the person above talking about? Is it a new game? Why haven't I heard of it? Looking at the IP mentioned above, we need to wait a little longer. Your place is so big, you probably need to wait for everyone to gather together. Is this a dumb puzzle? Why don't I understand? The person above is a foreign IP, so it's normal that they don't understand. Why is this so unfair? The dungeon our residents go to is completely useless. After getting out, my sense of smell is boosted by 10. Now I can smell whether my neighbor has taken out the trash every day. I strongly protest. This is hilarious. You knock on your neighbor's door and ask him to take out the trash. But doesn't your neighbor's sense of smell improve? Doesn't he find the trash smelly? Okay. I'm going to check it out right now. Oh my goodness, turns out no one lives in my neighbor's house. I don't know when an undercover agent with ulterior motives snuck in. Oh my goodness. Then wouldn't you get a reward for reporting it? The money isn't important. What's important is our shared safety, and the honor of being the first to discover it. Proud. Then give me the money, and you just have the honor. Bye. Logged off. TSK, by the way, I think this dungeon in our district is okay, but I'm so envious of my friend. Her dungeon can improve her eyesight. Those with myopia are envious. How come everyone accepted it so easily? Am I the only one who thinks this world is fantastical? 1+1. Just like in a novel, I feel like I'm dreaming the moment I open my eyes. Wait, I'm logging off now. Our neighborhood wants us to gather downstairs. Chapter 24. Yi Zifeng watched with fascination. The alien fragments, relatively dangerous to ordinary people, were now being managed in an orderly manner, even being used like adventure projects. Everyone even casually discussed the physical enhancements they gained. How could this not be interesting? If the alien world that had merged with them had consciousness, it would probably shout reverse the Tian gang. Yi Zifeng continued to scroll, and suddenly came across this comment. Even though everyone's already laughing and discussing this, I still want to say, you have no idea what the country has risked, and what it has done for us. A few days ago, our building was called to a meeting. The family above me didn't come out, so we waited for a while, and then forced our way in. You can hardly imagine what we saw. What? I'm back. I just went to get some water. I'm continuing now. As soon as we opened the door, we knew something was wrong. It was pitch black, the curtains were all drawn, the lights were off, and there was a very pungent, fishy odor. Our team leader immediately realized something was wrong and turned on the lights. He eventually pulled a half-dead, burly man from the bathroom. That man was really brutal on himself. The bathtub was full of blood. I almost fainted just looking at it. Oh my God, what happened? He believed in a cult. I heard that when the man was rescued, he was still yelling that we had ruined his plan. He came here to renounce his body and attain sanctity. How is he now? He's become obedient. Our team leader saw him on 4 drip for days, and still wasn't calm, so he took him into a dungeon with his 4 bottle. After gaining some real benefits, he stopped acting up and quickly changed his beliefs. Hilarious. Not bad, not bad. Believe in whatever works. Everyone, stop laughing. The reason I'm telling you this is to tell you that if we weren't being led by our superiors, it's easy to imagine what would have happened. If you can't imagine it, just look at some websites out there. Other countries are already in chaos, with all sorts of new beliefs popping up all the time. People don't even consider themselves human, and they're the most ruthless towards themselves. Good grief. It's a bit unpleasant, but I'm both touched and grateful. What's going on? Luckily, we were born here. Seeing this, Yi Zifeng nodded in approval. Without any external help in the early stages, the situation would indeed develop in that way. While things would improve later on, they were also caused by the loss of countless lives. The lives lost will not return, and no matter what those who come after them do, they cannot undo it. Yi Zifeng, however, felt no sense of responsibility for this, because he was only familiar with the local customs and practices here, and he didn't bother to consider what was happening elsewhere. After all, the cultivation world was so vast that it could collapse at any time. He himself was a homeless person, and you couldn't expect a homeless person to go around defending other people's homes. Besides, the spirit rats were gone. If they couldn't finish the local supply, they would consider going abroad, but now the local supply has been completely consumed, and there are even fewer left. Yi Zifeng was about to continue reading the story when he suddenly received a message from the account that posted the advertisement, the one that had contacted the official website. Hello, Mr. Yi. We'd like to ask for a favor. The reward is negotiable. Do you have time? The official wanted him for help? Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow and sent a message. Tell me about it. The official reply came quickly. It's like this. The batch of spirit rats you sold us has been properly trained and will work alongside our people in the domain in the future. We are very grateful to you. Without you, our work wouldn't have proceeded so smoothly. However, we have one more thing to consider. Yi Zifeng didn't reply, waiting for the other party's message. The other party paused for a moment, then sent a message. In addition to this batch of spirit rats, we've also learned that there are a number of spirit rats scattered among the people. To be honest, we are a little worried that if we let them develop unchecked, they might cause unrest. Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow and typed, and then? The other party didn't keep him in suspense, and quickly sent several messages. We've decided to train the spirit rats among the people, but we won't be taking them for ourselves. Instead, we establish a spirit rat school, similar to today's compulsory education schools. Owners will send their spirit rats here every day and pick them up at night. Boarding is also possible, of course. This will not only provide a certain level of supervision, but also help some of the lagging spirit rats improve and fully utilize their abilities. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but fall silent. Perhaps it was because he'd been in the cultivation world for too long. Seeing someone suddenly mention applying this familiar yet unfamiliar system to spirit rats, he didn't know how to react. Did Ying Fangxuan know about this? Oh, Ying Fangxuan's dead, so that's alright. But I have to say, from an official perspective, this is a very smart decision. Not only will it allow for unified control of the spirit rats, but it will also allow for registering their parents' information. And since the spirit rats will already be in school, assigning them tasks won't be a problem. And ordinary people will find it hard to refuse. After all, if other children's rats go to school, yours won't. It sounds incredibly suffocating. Thinking of this, Yi Zifeng was a little impressed and typed, "Very smart decision, but why are you looking for me?" It can't be just to chat with him, right? This time, the other party responded quickly, "We would like to seek your help. After all, you are more familiar with this type of creature. What do you think would be the most appropriate teaching content for a basic compulsory course? Do you have any references? The price is negotiable." Seeing the last word agreeable, Yi Zifeng felt that this school system was more feasible. However, although he and the spirit rats were from the same world, he was not very familiar with spirit beasts, and had no idea what to teach these little beasts. Did Ying Fangxuan leave behind a similar legacy? Yi Zifeng entered the spirit beast space and searched for a while, finally finding something unusual. He looked at the books in his hand. Spirit Beast Taming Guide. Development Paths for Spirit Beasts of Various Attributes. 3 sentences to make a spirit beast devoted to you. Experiences in overcoming bottlenecks in spirit beast taming. Looking at the titles, Yi Zifeng suddenly remembered that he had chosen these names. The names Ying Fangxuan had chosen were so simple, each more elegant than the last. But he couldn't remember why they had changed. After flipping through the books and noting down the relevant content, Yi Zifeng compiled a file on his computer and sent it over. Spirit Beast Course Outline.txt. Chapter 25. Group Chat. I'm the strongest mouse. A, by the way, did anyone get any calls? I got one asking for my mouse to go to school. What do you all think? B, yes I did. My advice is to ignore it. Not everyone has a mouse, and once you give it away, it doesn't guarantee it's yours. A, I thought so too. A, the higher-ups probably want these mice we have. Otherwise, why would we open a school? Do mice even have compulsory education? B, those who understand, I understand. My advice is to keep what you have. C, huh? Why would you think that? Even if the higher-ups needed it, they wouldn't take it from us, right? D, +1, have you forgotten all the protection and blessings we've received? Your malicious speculation is truly a curse. A, really? But I'm still a little worried. After all, I really can't live without my mouse. It's so adorable, and it protects me, tears. B, all I can say is, temporary peace and tranquility aren't eternal. Only when you hold something in your hands can it truly belong to you. A, that makes sense. D, B, why do you make it sound like sending the rat to school means we're going to confiscate it immediately? You're being a bit imaginative and dramatic. C, I think so too. If you didn't know, you'd think the higher-ups had already told us to hand it in. Didn't they say on the phone that sending the rat to school is for everyone's rats to improve? I think it's to prevent some people from being timid and treating the rat as a pet. A, are you talking about me? Even though my rat hasn't cleared many dungeons, it's still very happy every day. B, whatever you want. If you believe it, then go ahead. If there's no rat left, you'd be kicked out of the group. C, TSK, I suggest the group owner set a rule that no one who has a rat standing still can stay in the group. D, I agree. It saves some people from being so sarcastic, not wanting to make progress themselves, but wanting to hold others back. A, what you say seems to make sense. I'm so confused. B, your rat upstairs is going to be confiscated. You're the kind of person who believes everything you say. Why would the higher-ups run a school for no reason? Do they have so much money and nowhere to use it? Think about it. After sending this message, Yuan Yi scoffed and didn't bother to care about the wavering netizen anymore. Foolish people are destined to be fooled. It seems this person's rat is going to be gone soon. He was different from this person. Yuan Yi called out, Yuan Hao. There was a noise from the bedroom, and then the door opened. A black, furry ball leaped out, following Yuan Yi's outstretched hand and crawling onto his head. Yuan Yi touched Yuan Hao on the head. Good job. I absolutely won't hand you over. For every bite of meat I eat, you get half. Yuan Hao, not sure if he understood, bounced twice on his head, signaling he was hungry. Yuan Yi made him a bowl of noodles, telling him that Yuan Hao was fine, except he'd eaten too much and was getting hungry quickly. If he weren't a good cook, he wouldn't be able to handle him eating that much. Watching Yuan Hao slurp the noodles, Yuan Yi suddenly remembered the phone call he'd made earlier. The spirit rat school provided 2 meals. But that flicker of excitement was quickly extinguished. Snatching a small advantage would lead to a big loss. He'd save on food, but he'd lose his spirit pet. It was best for him to keep it with him. Looking at Yuan Hao slurping the noodles, Yuan Yi became even more determined not to send him to any spirit rat school. A week passed like this, and he received another call asking Ling Shu to go to school. But this time, he learned his lesson. Instead of saying he didn't want Ling Shu to go, he simply said it was lost. There seemed to be a moment of silence on the other end. Okay, lost, huh? Do you need me to register you? Yes, Yuan Yi said decisively. Registering would be best. If he did, he wouldn't be bothered by calls again. Okay, I contact you as soon as I have any news. I wish you a happy life. Yuan Yi hung up the phone and looked at Yuan Hao, who was hopping around the house. The thought that he would no longer be missed made him feel truly happy. Although he felt as if he had lost something, it must have been an illusion. Yuan Yi firmly believed that only holding something in his hands was the best. Nothing comes easy. With 2 meals included and nearly free school, anyone who believed that was a fool. It seemed that the number of people who owned Ling Shu was going to decrease significantly. Yuan Yi held Yuan Hao by the window. The wind and rain were about to come. But strangely, no one mentioned this in the group chat. 2 weeks later, not only have no group members been lamenting about having their spirit rats confiscated, but some have actually started sharing their school experiences. See, my baby practiced high jump at school today, and now he can jump onto the electric fan in a flash, which really scared his mother. Growth truly is a rapid process. Covering mouth, C, picture D, and the school provides 2 meals. Very friendly to my wallet. But the only downside is that the food is so good, my spirit rat is now incredibly strong. Yesterday, while we were doing a dungeon, it pulled my hair out and rubbed it. It hurt like hell, crying, see, terrible. See, I suggest going to City X. There's a dungeon there where you can grow hair, but it's a supernatural one, so those who are timid might need to overcome that. D, is it the same replica of the woman combing her hair? I heard it's incredibly scary, so I'd better keep it to myself first. Hey, how's the school? My rat hasn't gone yet, and I'm still hesitating. C, go quickly, the higher-ups. They say enrollment is almost full, and running a school requires a certain amount of funding, and the money is fixed. A, okay, I go sign up right away. TSK. Yuan Yi scoffed. These people must be acting. How could such a good thing happen? Training and free meals? Are the higher-ups doing charity? Besides, even if it were that good, it must be a trap, waiting for people to take a few bites and fall into it. He would never be fooled. Even if he had to eat only coarse food, he wouldn't consider sending Yuan Hao to that trap school. Just as he was reassuring himself, Yuan Yi was stepped on by a hungry Yuan Hao. Yuan Yi instinctively went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to find that the vegetables were running low. He'd just bought some vegetables yesterday, and only a few melons and dates were left today. Yuan Yi once again realized that Yuan Hao really could eat a lot. Humph, but so what? He definitely wouldn't go to school. Closing the refrigerator door, Yuan Yi prepared to go out to buy groceries. After taking Yuan Hao, who wanted to go along, Yuan Yi headed straight for the market, for no other reason than that the vegetables in the supermarket were too expensive. After 3 rounds of haggling with the vendor, he finally secured a bag of chicken wings at a relatively good price. Just as he was about to leave, Yuan Yi was stopped by the vendor. Young man, this is also a clever rat, right? The vendor pointed at Yuan Yi's pocket. Yuan Yi blocked it with his hand, somewhat defensively. Oh, I don't mean anything. If it were, your family must be a schoolmate of mine. Mine is just in the planting class. Today, I'm demonstrating what I learned in school at home. I've grown quite a few vegetables. Here, fellow student, take some and try them. Yuan Yi took it hesitantly, but Yuan Hao seemed quite fond of it. He opened the bag and immediately nibbled on a piece. The crisp sound made Yuan Yi swallow subconsciously. The vegetable vendor, seeing this, handed Yuan Yi a cucumber. This one's also grown by my little treasure. Take it and try it, young man. Yuan Yi hesitated for a moment, wiped it on his body, and then put it in his mouth. With one bite, the tender and crisp cucumber sliced between his teeth, the juices bursting in his mouth, and the unique cucumber fragrance permeated his mouth, completely immersing his mind in the cucumber's charm. Yuan Yi was instantly won over by this cucumber. Hey, isn't this cucumber delicious? The vegetable vendor smiled proudly. My little treasure planted one yesterday, and it was shared among the family. I had to snatch this one up myself. Delicious. After swallowing half a cucumber, Yuan Yi's defenses were largely dispelled. This cucumber was truly, surprisingly delicious. Are the lessons at school so impressive? Yuan Yi glanced at Yuan Hao, who was munching on a vegetable. As if noticing his gaze, Yuan Hao offered him the half cucumber in his hand. Yuan Yi pursed his lips and patted Yuan Hao's head. Little Hao, eat it yourself. Hey young man, why didn't your cucumber go to class today? Is it feeling unwell? The vegetable vendor was curious. Yuan Yi was silent for a moment, but still holding the half cucumber the vendor had just given him, he finally spoke. No, I just can't bear to see it go too far away from me. It's still too young, and I want to wait until it grows a little bit. Ouch. The vendor slapped his thigh. I can't wait. I can't wait. My cucumber is only 3 days late, and it's already falling behind in one jumping class. It's jumping half a meter less than my relative's cucumber. Young man, listen to me. Send him to school immediately. You're just thinking about staying with you a little longer, but you're ruining his life. Yuan Yi lowered his head, and saw that Yuan Hao had already eaten most of the bag of vegetables in his pocket. He looked starving. He didn't usually like vegetables, but this bag of vegetables was probably special. The stall owner said they were grown by his family's spirit rats. Surely their rat wouldn't be interested in them. Yuan Yi wavered for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. How could a school offer free tuition and free meals? It was a conspiracy, absolutely a conspiracy. The benefits he saw now were just bait before fishing. If he took a bite, he'd be dead. Yuan Yi's gaze hardened again. I have my own considerations. The vegetable vendor disapproved of him, looking at him with a fusty, old-fashioned look. How can you delay a child's development? Have you asked for his opinion? Yuan Yi's defenses were broken for a moment, and he turned and walked away. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly realized he was still holding half a cucumber. Gritting his teeth, he tossed it into the nearby trash can to show his resolve. Yuan Hao was still nibbling at the vegetables in his pocket, seemingly reluctant to stop. With only half a packet left, he noticeably slowed down his pace, nibbling with care, as if cherishing them. Yuan Yi felt a little unwell again. As soon as he got home, Yuan Yi opened the package of chicken wings and cooked half a pot for Yuan Hao. After drizzling them with sauce, they turned into a perfect brown sauce, and Yuan Yi brought them to the table. But Yuan Hao wasn't as enthusiastic as usual. He circled the pot 3 times before picking out a piece and slowly nibbling on it. Yuan Yi was shocked. Ever since Yuan Hao came to his side, he'd been acting like he couldn't get enough of anything. Normally, he'd devour a pot of chicken wings like this one, spitting out every last bone. But now, this was clearly out of character. Yuan Yi lifted Yuan Hao up, observing him closely, then carefully questioning him in his mind before finally receiving a slow reply. It was fine, it just didn't think the chicken wings were tasty enough. How could that be? Yuan Yi picked up one and took a bite. The meat was tender and juicy, with just the right amount of saltiness. After swallowing, the aroma of the sauce lingered in his mouth. It was undoubtedly a very delicious braised chicken wing. However, Yuan Yi suddenly remembered the taste of the cucumber, its crisp, juicy texture, and its incomparable aroma. No matter how much he hated it, he had to admit it. While the chicken wings in front of him were delicious, they were only mediocre, incomparable to the cucumber that had so captivated him. If Yuan Hao's bag of vegetables was of the same quality, then it was easy to understand why it had lost its appetite. Yuan Yi felt a bit gloomy. He looked at the huge pot of chicken wings, then at Yuan Hao, who was slowly eating without an appetite. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He pulled out his phone to distract himself and subconsciously clicked on the rat. You're the strongest group chat. See, oh my god. The vegetables my son grows are so incredibly delicious, so heavenly. As soon as I put them in my mouth, I wondered if I was dreaming. Is this heavenly food even worthy of me? I'm jealous. Why don't our schools offer a gardening class? I've been watching people bragging about it online for days. Are they really that delicious? See, it's incredibly delicious, so delicious that it makes you wonder, can such a heavenly flavor really exist in the world? It's so delicious. I can't stand it. Why don't our schools have a planting class? I strongly protest. It's unfair. I know, because there's only one planting teacher. Why don't they train more? That's really unfair. Even if this teacher rotates to teach in different regions, there's always a certain order. Why should we be ranked last? Hilarious. Ding, I can only say you're overthinking it. It's said that the planting teacher is a mysterious figure, the kind who's not subject to institutional control. He taught this class on a whim, and could leave at any time. And they're taking turns teaching? You're dreaming. I can't stand it, smiles, ding. Malo complains emoji, ding. Can Lingshu transfer schools? It's either because he's craving vegetables, or he wants a change of scenery. Of course not. Smirking. C, although I'm a little embarrassed, I'm so glad to be in my city. I'm so happy. C, picture of green vegetables. Yuan glanced at Yuan Hao, who was leisurely gnawing on a chicken wing root, then at the words may leave at any time. A sudden sense of crisis overwhelmed him. Even more painful than not receiving an opportunity is missing it when it's clearly right in front of you. Although he was still worried that Yuan Hao wouldn't be able to return after sending him to school, what if the tuition was truly free? Wouldn't his hesitation ruin Yuan Hao's life? Yuan Yi's mind was torn between inner and outer desires, but his body was already making a phone call. It was the number that had told him to send his spirit rat to school. Beep. Hello, this is the Spirit Pet Compulsory Education Center. How can I help you? I found my spirit rat, and am interested in attending school. How will enrollment be arranged? Chapter 26. Yi Zifeng finished today's lesson on how to grow root vegetables, and assigned the spirit rats to plant large red radishes. Then, he leisurely left the classroom. The spirit rats chirped and followed him, some bouncing like bouncy balls. It was obvious they had completed the bouncing caterpillar dungeon, and even devoured a number of black worms. Looking at the hopping spirit rats around him, Yi Zifeng suddenly felt dizzy. The world is truly amazing. Back in the cultivation world, he never imagined that he would be teaching these tiny spirit rats how to grow vegetables. Back then, he wouldn't even bother looking at such tiny creatures. They were so weak, a single kick would kill them. But the only surprising thing was that these little creatures were actually quite skilled at growing vegetables. Perhaps they had a trace of Ying Fangxuan's bloodline. Ying Fangxuan was a master at growing things. Later, he even created a large vegetable patch in the forest, planting a wide variety of exotic vegetables. However, he wouldn't eat the fruits once they grew, simply leaving them there, as if to show off his prowess. So Ying Fangxuan really loved competing with him. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but sigh. Now, there was no need to compete anymore. With Ying Fangxuan dead, he had won everything. You really have to live long. Life truly needs to be cherished. Yi Zifeng suddenly felt the urge to sigh, but he held back. Sighing takes away his spirit. He couldn't remember where he'd seen this, but he thought it made sense. Next week, we have a class on growing fruits and vegetables. Fruits are generally sweet, and spirit beasts love them. Yi Zifeng walked slowly into the evening breeze. A few months passed in a flash, and Yi Zifeng was no longer at the school. All aspects of education were back on track, and the authorities had found the most suitable path for the school. The first batch of spirit rats was about to graduate. Of course, during the school term, the school's spirit rats also took many practical work classes outside, which not only provided training but also helped solve many problems for the authorities. It was a happy occasion. Even before the first batch of spirit rats graduated, word had already spread that a number of positions specifically for spirit rats would be open for recruitment. They would be positions with official positions. The requirements were not low, however. Only spirit rats graduates, who were outstanding in their field, had strong abilities in all aspects, had no obvious weaknesses, and whose parents had no criminal records could apply. But those who passed the exam would enjoy the highest level of training, generous subsidies for entering dungeons, and many preferential policies benefiting their owners. Everything was covered. It could be said that if one spirit rat succeeded, all the others would prosper. The parents were all excited, feeling as if they had won the lottery. The people without spirit rats were initially disgruntled, but their anger subsided when they learned that the private spirit rats recruited would be providing assistance to ordinary people in the dungeon. So they're here to help us? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yi Zifeng happily surfed the internet, watching netizens eagerly inquire about what classes they should give their spirit rats, and what dungeon recommendations they could find. Watching some netizens beat their chests and lament why they hadn't sent their children to school sooner, now lagging far behind others in certain areas, they truly regretted it. Watching others protest that planting classes were only offered in certain regions, and that it was a gross injustice if they were included in the exam. Only satisfied were they to receive official denials, and immediately inquired about which dungeon they should take the jumping lessons. It was bustling, a different kind of bustle from the world of cultivation. The world of cultivation was bustling too. But the bustle of the world of cultivation was the fervor of sword cultivators soaring through the air on their swords, magic cultivators casting spells, spiritual plants unfurling in the shadows, and spirit beasts galloping through the forest. If a rare treasure appeared, all would descend upon it, battling amidst the flashes of swords and the shadows of magic, choosing their fate amidst the roars and wails of beasts. It was a brutal, bloody bustle. Yi Zifeng had been one of them at first, growing up with great difficulty, but in later years, he faced almost no threats. If they truly couldn't handle something, Ying Fangxuan would help. Although they were sworn enemies, they were the only ones who stood on the same side. Yi Zifeng propped his chin up with his hand. I was thinking about Ying Fangxuan again. I'd been thinking about him a lot lately. Did Ying Fangxuan cast a curse on him before he died? It always felt unlucky to think about my dead enemy. But would Ying Fangxuan cast a curse? Probably not. If he could, he would have secretly boasted about it to him long ago, not maliciously cast one on him right before his death. Then it wasn't a curse. Did he really just keep thinking about it? It must have been because he'd been exposed to so many spirit rats recently, and seeing his son always reminded him of his father. After figuring it out, Yi Zifeng stopped dwelling on it, and put the matter behind him. He resumed his internet addiction, though he stopped browsing the spirit rat section, and instead browsed other topics. The lazy life of living a life of idleness, and waiting for death always passed quickly. 2 months passed, and Yi Zifeng had become a complete homebody. He spent the money from selling spirit rats on a luxurious 5-star hotel, enjoying a variety of delicious dishes every day, and frequently ordering takeout. If the takeout he ate tasted outrageously bad, he would angrily give it 1 star, and send a 3,000-word negative review. His negative reviews were well-reasoned, and sometimes even had a dramatic plot, making it incredibly engaging and entertaining. These comments were accidentally discovered by a popular blogger, who shared them on his homepage. Funny comment collection. I suddenly found something hilarious. This person is incredibly talented. ImageX9. Comments. Hello, is this a short story? I'm dying of laughter, and the plot is quite clever. Please help me with the merchant's psychological trauma. This writing style. Why does it feel so familiar? At 1. Something came to mind. A bit like the boss who sold my unfilial son to me. What's the above talking about? The blogger, curious after seeing this, replied with a question. Which boss? Followers quickly jumped in to answer. That's the boss who sold us the spirit rats. That boss also has this kind of writing style. When I first saw him in the comments section of a short video, I stayed up all night to read all 53 of his short posts. Sweat. What a great opportunity. You've got more than me. I've read 39. I was actually prepared to be scammed, but after staying up all night to read 53 ads, I was completely lost. My rational mind couldn't keep up, so I just placed the order. Just in case I could step on the villain like in the story, I thought. I didn't expect it wasn't a scam. This is the best decision I've ever made. My little rat is already preparing for the civil service exam, and is studying hard. When the blogger saw this, he realized that those unscientific spirit rats, besides being sold at street vendors, were actually advertised everywhere online. He suddenly realized this was a hot topic, so he started collecting all the spirit rat ads that had appeared in the comments section. That's what he had been thinking and planning to do. But he couldn't find them all. There was no end to them. Almost every popular video featured an ad like this, easily recognizable, with an incredibly catchy opening and an ending about a life that reaches the pinnacle of success after acquiring a magical rat. The blogger suddenly remembered that he'd seen these ads before, even reading several of them when he saw them. But just as the urge to pay was brewing, he abruptly stopped himself. Isn't this a scam? The tears he'd shed after being scammed before must not be in vain. He had to be vigilant. So whenever he saw a similar short article, he resolutely looked away. Isn't love a lie? The blogger wept silently. But what's missed is missed. There's still a chance to catch some buzz now, so he absolutely can't miss out. The blogger wiped his tears and continued collecting. But there were simply too many. They weren't even concentrated on one platform. He'd found many on other platforms. The sheer number of short articles shocked the blogger. After a week of hard work, he finally finished his work. In the early morning, with dark circles under his eyes, he published it with a single click. Let's take a look at how hard the boss worked to sell us the spirit rat. Chapter 27. Once the work was released, its initial popularity wasn't noticeable, but it gradually attracted more and more people, especially those who had purchased the spirit mouse online and resonated deeply with it. A significant number of these inspired spirit mouse parents directly spent real money, amassing a considerable sum. The resulting buzz, coupled with the captivating short captions accompanying the photos, combined with these factors, made the work an instant hit. Watching the discussion count grow by tens of thousands, the blogger, who had just finished catching up on his sleep, punched the air. It's going viral. He couldn't help but jump out of bed and refresh his work. Every time he refreshed, he saw the likes and comments increase. The ever-increasing numbers filled him with joy, his heart bubbling like magma. He refreshed his page again, and another 10,000 discussions had arrived. He clicked on the comments section. I was so self-righteous at the time, I was sure the other person was a scammer. Smile. Wow, the boss said so many messages, and I thought it was my chance to win. I hate all of you who bought in. The boss worked hard enough, it's my fault I didn't buy in. Crying. Isn't anyone else amazed at the boss's storytelling skills? He comes up with so many of them, so effortlessly. Of course there are. I worked at an advertising agency, and I was so clueless I wanted to be poached by the boss, but he sent me so many private messages that I lost my mind and paid. At that moment, I thought I was being scammed. I was fooled. Now that I think about it, who says it wasn't my destiny? Grin, I hate you above, try showing off again. But it feels so magical. Someone actually possesses such a magical animal, and works so hard online, to make up stories, to attract people to buy it. By the way, is the boss really from the world of cultivation? Otherwise, how could he have such a unique animal? Then the question arises. If the boss is from the world of cultivation, doesn't that mean there are many worlds, and that one can travel between them? I always feel so insecure. This boss? Don't they have ulterior motives? Can some people please stop swearing? Look at all those dungeons popping up everywhere. The earth is practically piercing through it. When your village took you to a dungeon and the spirit rat told you not to go get yourself killed, why didn't you think you felt insecure? Hilarious. Schrodinger's sense of security. All I can say is, don't worry too much. Even if the sky falls, there's someone above you to support you. It's all official, and you're still worrying about whether the spirit rat is an invasive species. Do you think you're smarter than the people above you? +1, trust the country. Compared to other countries, we're incredibly comfortable. Disgust? If it weren't for the boss and the higher-ups' decisions, we definitely wouldn't be where we are now. Haven't you noticed that some countries have lost their internet? Actually, it's more than just the internet. Many small countries have already lost theirs. Open your eyes and look at the world. We should be grateful for the privileges we receive. If the boss hadn't advertised so vigorously in the early stages, there wouldn't be so many people protecting themselves in the dungeons. And if the higher-ups hadn't made bold decisions later on, we wouldn't be living the comfortable lives we do today. People should be grateful. This last comment garnered over 100,000 likes. When Yeet Sifin came across this point online, he suddenly understood the source of the tiny golden lights that had been drifting in from all directions. The tiny but brilliant golden light entered his body, bringing a warm and light feeling. He hadn't felt this relaxed in some time. In fact, since entering this world, due to the imbalance in the power system, his abilities had been largely suppressed, leaving only a few basic skills for disguise and protection. It wasn't much, but it was enough, so he had almost gotten used to the feeling of being suppressed. But when the golden light entered his body, the long-lost sense of lightness came over him, and he felt a little uncomfortable with the previous heaviness. Thankfully, the video had gone viral, and he had absorbed enough golden light to absorb it. Although the pressure was still on him, he could breathe a sigh of relief. He also had a hunch that these light points could play a significant role in a critical moment, similar to the legendary golden light of merit. Tiny points of light swirled around him, but he couldn't absorb them. Yeet Sifin seemed to have a realization, and he pulled out a simple-looking compass from his bosom. Golden light began to flow into it. This compass was a relic of Yingfangxuan. To call it a relic isn't quite accurate. To be more specific, it was this compass that Yingfangxuan used after his explosive cultivation to transport the spirit beasts and himself to another world. So, these golden lights must have belonged to Yingfangxuan, but now that he was gone, this compass could only serve as a proxy. Yeet Sifin solemnly set the compass aside, not intending to retract it anytime soon, as a sign of respect for Yingfangxuan's spirit in heaven. As the golden light emanating from all directions gradually dwindled, Yeet Sifin knew the topic's popularity was probably cooling. So he invested a significant sum of money, buying a ton of traffic for the topic and enjoying another wave of warm golden light. He repeated this several times until the golden light was dwindling, and he could no longer squeeze out any more. He then gave up, put the matter aside, and resumed his online browsing. The competition for the position of leader among the spirit rats had already been decided. When the public list was posted, the news that one owner fainted from excitement went viral. But not a single commenter expressed sympathy. 99% were filled with cynicism. If someone truly reached the pinnacle of life without relying on their parents or children, relying solely on their pets, he'd faint too. As long as it didn't affect his health, fainting once a day was fine. But this claim was quickly refuted, as netizens said it was a manipulation of market prices. A fainting spell upon hearing the good news was sufficient, no nonsense. Yi Zifeng read with rapt interest. When the assigned spirit rats officially announced they were starting work and could lead dungeons, Yi Zifeng signed up to join the fun. He signed up for Team 18, a civil servant. A team typically consists of a spirit rat captain, a human captain, and 10 ordinary people. Yi Zifeng signed up for the ordinary person slot. After successfully signing up, Yi Zifeng received a long list of instructions. Flipping through it, he discovered that, in addition to safety precautions for dungeoneering, it also included a series of regulations prohibiting careless touching, feeding, and even forcibly taking possession of civil servants. At first glance, it seemed quite baffling, but applying the description of civil servants to the spirit rats made sense. Thinking of the spirit rat captains, who had already started working the week before, and considering the content of the instructions, Yi Zifeng seemed to understand. Work is really hard to do anywhere. Chapter 28. The day of the dungeon arrived in a flash. Yi Zifeng cast a small spell on his appearance, and went to the gathering empty-handed. People began to arrive one after another. After counting the number of people, the human captain saw that Yi Zifeng had brought nothing. He showed a look of disapproval, turned around, pulled a backpack from the car, and handed it to him. 50 yuan. Okay. Yi Zifeng carried the backpack, which was heavy. He opened it, and found some compressed biscuits, chocolate, a compass, a lighter, and other items inside. The total value was just around 50 yuan. Although some domains, or what you call dungeons, can't bring items in, the human captain began slowly, there are also some that can, like the domain we're visiting today. In fact, without these items, our chances of survival would be greatly reduced. Does anyone know why? I know. A young girl in a beige tracksuit raised her hand. Because we're visiting a wilderness survival dungeon today. The captain nodded. Like the name suggests, this dungeon is covered in yellow sand, with water sources difficult to find and easy to get lost. If you don't have these items, and happen to be away from the main group, you'd be one of the very few casualties during this period. Yi Zifeng felt the gazes from all directions. The captain averted his gaze, scanning everyone's faces. I hope you don't treat this dungeon like a game. Everything in it is real. The dangers are real, the wounds are real, and of course, death is real. We're only one step ahead right now. If you become complacent and think you can treat the dungeon like a game, you'll be the next to pay the price. The captain's eyes burned. The team members grew visibly serious. Everyone, check your belongings. Water, food, compass, lighter, tarp, mask. Check each item. The captain surveyed the group. You might think missing one thing here doesn't matter, but once you're in the dungeon and can't find your team, that one missing item could cost you your life. Raise your hand if you're missing anything. People raised their hands one after another, receiving varying amounts of items, paying the cost price, of course. After watching everyone pack up and double-check everything, the captain stood straight and gave a solemn salute. After lowering his hand, he looked at everyone seriously and shouted, I hope you will treat each dungeon with caution. You only have one life, and you are the only one responsible for it. Seeing the increasingly serious atmosphere in the team, the human captain shouted, Are you ready? Ready! Let's go! Everyone boarded the bus one after another. In the bus, the human captain repeated the precautions of the trip 3 times. Don't be afraid of being separated once you enter. First, use your compass and head east. The goal is to regroup. If the compass doesn't work, don't panic. Find a sheltered spot and wait. Once the team has regrouped, they will search for any lone individuals. But the captain emphasized again. You must act first. Only wait for rescue if you are unable to move. If anyone is caught trying to take advantage of the situation and deliberately hinder the team, they will be banned from entering the dungeon for life if caught 3 times. The words were stern, and everyone took them at face value, nodding their heads to indicate they weren't that kind of person, reassuring the captain. The captain continued to discuss precautions. In Yi Zifeng's opinion, this was the ultimate in responsibility. The dungeon wasn't too far away, and it felt like they hadn't been in the car long when it slowly came to a stop. The moment the car door opened, everyone was a little nervous. Fortunately, they were with the group, not alone. After encouraging each other, they shouldered their bags and set off. Everyone got off the car one after another, not a single one chatting. Even the most perplexed old man and the most chatty woman in the group stared ahead with serious intensity. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but sigh at the extraordinary care taken by his superiors. Even if he hadn't forgotten his bag, everything that happened later would have happened anyway. A cautious approach must be laid before the trip to avoid unnecessary casualties during the operation. Yi Zifeng followed the group, seeing an abandoned building ahead. As he passed through a broken threshold, everything changed. Yellow sand flew before him, the air tingled with dryness. Looking out into the distance, he could only see scattered black branches rolling across the sand. Even the sky was yellow, blending seamlessly with the yellow sand. It was a completely different world, and there was no one else around him. Yi Zifeng unloaded his backpack, pulled out his compass, adjusted his balance, and then shouldered his backpack, heading south to meet up. The sandstorm was intense. Without magical protection, the fine sand would penetrate every pore, getting caught in his hair, clothes, and shoes, even into his nostrils. It seemed the mask in his backpack was quite necessary. To fit in during the gathering, Yi Zifeng also pulled the mask from his backpack, adjusted it, and put it on. He continued walking eastward. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The endless wasteland seemed devoid of life. The wind and sand seemed to bury everything in the ground, blowing in gusts. As he walked, the thought of thirst suddenly occurred to Yi Zifeng. How strange. Logically, he shouldn't feel thirsty. That could only be the effect of this map. Yi Zifeng looked back at the endless yellow sand, and couldn't help but sigh that if one entered this map alone, without any preparation, it would be very difficult to escape. Yi Zifeng took out a sip of water. The thought of thirst quickly disappeared, but it returned a moment later. He couldn't help but laugh. He used his spiritual power to shield himself, and the thought of thirst disappeared again. But he still finished the bottle of water, not because he was thirsty, but simply because he loved drinking water. Yi Zifeng slowly walked eastward, not fast, but never stopping. He soon sighted the meeting point. Under a massive dead tree, he could see the captain waiting there from a distance. Well done. You're the first one here. The captain smiled approvingly. Vaguely modest, Yi Zifeng noticed a yellow creature atop the captain's head. It wore dark goggles, a cool black mask dangling from its mouth, and a camouflaged uniform with a sophisticated military bag slung across its chest. Hey, isn't this Ing Fangchuan's son? Long time no see. How did you get along so well? The spirit rat suddenly glanced at him, but Yi Zifeng was disguised, so it clearly didn't notice anything. Turning back, it saw the cool, serious, civil servant spirit rat again. Chapter 29. The second person to arrive was an older woman in the group, the one who was always chatty during the assembly line. Hey! I'm not the first one. The older woman took off her mask, and sweat immediately streamed down her face and neck. Yi Zifeng noticed that her voice was still a little hoarse. The captain nodded at her. You're the second one. Then he gestured for her to sit for a while. The camouflaged backpack beside her contained water, and a mini fan, and if she got hungry, she could also eat something. Then I won't hold back. The old woman seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. She plopped down on the ground, opened her bag, pulled out a bottle of water, and gulped it down. She took a deep breath before she took up her small fan and began to blow on it. After a while, she finally felt better. Are we the only ones here right now? Yes. The captain nodded and said seriously, wait another hour. If anyone hasn't gathered here by then, we have to go find them. We have to find them, the old woman said, her voice whirring as she fanned herself with air. It took a lot of effort to get here. Not only am I tired and thirsty, but I also saw something dark crawling in the sand. It scared me so much I ran like crazy. My special skills came out. What are special skills? Yi Zifeng thought so, and asked accordingly. Oh, the old lady waved her hand, her expression slightly proud. It's nothing, I just run fast. I'm always the first one to buy something, and nothing can catch up to me. Amazing. Yi Zifeng immediately understood the level of skill this person possessed. Buying something might not be too difficult, but always coming in first and claiming to be unmatched clearly required considerable skill. Yi Zifeng sincerely praised the aunt's housekeeping skills, quickly earning admiring glances from the younger generation and inquiries about whether he had a partner. Seeing the aunt's eager expression, wanting to introduce him to someone, Yi Zifeng put on a regretful expression. Alas, I already have one. I'm already the father of 3 children. The aunt also looked regretful. I can't believe it. I thought you were single. My relative has a daughter who's incredibly pretty. Although not as pretty as you, she's incredibly hardworking and knows how to get by. Yi Zifeng also played along, expressing regret. What a shame. If I'd known, I would have married later and waited for you to introduce me. The ant was amused. You're quite the entertainer, young man. You didn't even know me back then, so how could you have waited for me? How about this? Add my contact information. Whenever you're looking for a partner, just let me know. Okay. Yi Zifeng took out his phone and added the contact information. Satisfied, the old woman put the phone away, still a little unsatisfied. She looked away and fixed her gaze on the captain, staring intently for a few seconds. Then, smiling, she walked over. Captain, are you dating? The captain paused for a moment before replying, no. Oh, that's great. The old woman slapped her thigh, her tone brightening. My neighbor's niece. An elementary school teacher in the city center. She's officially employed. Tall, thin, fair, and incredibly well-behaved. Do you have any ideas? I'd like to introduce you to someone. Yi Zifeng stood aside, watching with fascination. Watching the captain's face grow increasingly darker and redder, while the old lady's eyes grew more and more expectant. Finally, the captain took the initiative to break the deadlock, his voice a little stiff, nothing else during work hours. Okay. The old lady, with the calmness of a seasoned veteran, remained enthusiastic. Then I tell you after we get out. Life's important, don't delay. Yi Zifeng continued to watch from the side. Watching the captain pretend not to hear, watching the old lady leisurely walk to the side, and watching the cool little rat perched on his head and begin warming up, Yi Zifeng knew it was almost an hour. The captain looked at his watch. Time's up. Let's go find those who haven't gathered yet. Yi Zifeng nodded, packed his backpack, pulled out his mask, and put it on. The old lady knew the importance of the situation. She stood up, took out a few sips of water, and put the mask on. The young people had left, and she didn't dare stay here alone. Being alone was too scary. The three men and the rat began their movement. The captain and the spirit rat walked in front, the old lady walked in the middle, and Yi Zifeng walked in the rear. Yi Zifeng summoned a little spiritual power, and heard the captain and the spirit rat talking. Captain. The human captain called to the spirit rat calmly. Which direction is the team member in the most critical situation? Please indicate. The spirit rat overhead was remarkably calm, its cool little sunglasses barely moving. It simply turned its head slightly, twitched its nose, and finally extended its little paw, pointing directly to the left front. Thank you for your hard work, Captain. The human captain nodded, then waved to the two team members behind him with a reassuring and steady hand. Let's go to the left front. After a moment's pause, Yi Zifeng followed. The sandstorm wasn't strong, but it was fine and dense, invading every corner with the wind. Xiao Xiao leaned limply against the shady side of a huge rock. The rock was scorching, burning her back and causing a burning, piercing pain. But she couldn't move. Xiao Xiao looked down at her ankle. The wound was getting worse. A thick fluid began to seep from the center of the ankle, and the outer layer was a strange purple. The entire ankle was swollen, almost as thick as her calf. Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and used all her strength to tighten the bandage around her calf. Fearing the poison would leak out, she dared not move an inch, and could only lean against the scorching rock, sweating profusely. The mask was stuffy. The exhaled moisture condensed into a white mist on it, slowly forming droplets that flowed down the edge of the mask, gathering wetly. As the sweat grew, the water inside the mask grew more and more. If no one could find her, would she drown in the sweat inside her mask? The thought struck Xiao Xiao as amusement. She twitched her lips, only to taste the salty taste of sweat. She immediately closed her mouth and stopped moving. The rocks behind her were scorching hot, and the sun overhead began to move. Even hiding behind the rocks, Xiao Xiao was not immune. Even with her head lowered, she felt dizzy. Irregular light and shadows began to appear before her eyes, flickering and causing a sharp pain in her temples. Xiao Xiao blinked hard, but the light and shadows didn't disappear. Instead, they flickered with her gaze. Xiao Xiao closed her eyes and breathed as slowly as possible. After a while, she began to feel suffocated. At first, small breaths through her mouth provided some relief, but the suffocation grew worse, and she gasped for air. Finally, she could no longer bear it, and with her sore, sweaty hands, she began to remove the mask. When she finally managed to remove it, Xiao Xiao exhaled deeply. Cough. Cough. The air was filled with dust and sand. Fine dust particles penetrated every pore, entering Xiao Xiao's airways through her nostrils. But Xiao Xiao couldn't stop breathing, nor could she endure the stifling mask. She no longer had the strength to move. Was she just going to let these tiny grains of sand devour her? Xiao Xiao panted as she surveyed the area. Endless yellow sand, blinding sun, the entire world a brilliant golden hue. She saw no one. Her ankles were numb, and she couldn't muster any strength. Was she really going to die here? She struggled to look up at the sky, then slowly lowered her head to look at her sweat-soaked hands. As if accepting some fate, she lowered her arms. This was it. It was too hard. Xiao Xiao closed her eyes, gradually relaxing against the stone behind her. The scorching heat burned her back. But it felt so easy. Like I was about to turn into a feather and fly into the sky. Am I really going to die? If I had known, I should have spent all my money before leaving. No, if I had known, I still wouldn't have signed up. Captain Rat, there's no way I could find her. Looking at the world again, black shadows began to appear before my eyes, like flowers floating in the air amidst a bright yellow world. They gradually multiplied, filling her world. Just as Xiao Xiao's consciousness began to drift, something seemed to stir in the sand pile in the lower left corner. Was it a scorpion or something? Xiao Xiao blearily opened her eyes, and saw a black and yellow creature scurry out of the sand pile. It somersaulted in the air, shaking the yellow sand all over her face, and then landed precisely on top of her head. Then, a loud whistle blared overhead. Xiao Xiao was rescued. When she awoke, half groggily, an elderly woman wiped her face with a wet towel, slowly fed her water, and told her she was finally awake. She thought she was dreaming. It wasn't until she saw a familiar furry creature wearing sunglasses, a uniform, and carrying a backpack that Xiao Xiao realized she had truly survived. The wound on her ankle had been well treated. The human captain stood not far away, gazing in the direction. The elderly woman in the team gently asked if she wanted some more water. A handsome young man in white shirt stood beside her, curiously observing her. The stern yet adorable captain climbed onto her and sat in her arms, as if to comfort her. Cuddle the uniformed furry creature in her arms. Xiao Xiao looked at everyone and burst into tears. Oh, this little girl, she must have suffered a lot. The elderly woman wiped Xiao Xiao's sweat with a wet towel. She didn't say anything like please stop crying, because some emotions are only relieved when expressed, especially after Xiao Xiao had endured so much. The moment she saw her, the old woman thought of pickled vegetables covered in sand, damp and wrinkled with sweat. Her entire body, stained the same earthy yellow, was covered in the sand, leaving only a pitiful trace of life. At first, she was shocked at how she had gotten to this point, but when she saw the wound on Xiao Xiao's ankle, she understood. She had been stung by something poisonous. To prevent the poison from spreading, the girl had no choice but to stay there and wait for help. If the poison had been more potent, she might not have waited until help arrived. So young, so healthy, only to be buried in the dust of this awful place. The old lady couldn't help but shudder. Her previous thought of this domain as nothing special completely dissipated. Reaching the meeting point safely wasn't always possible. Even a slight misstep could lead to a near-fatal loss, just like this girl. The old lady patted her chest and handed Xiao Xiao another glass of water. Drink some more, moisten your throat, poor little bastard. Seeing Xiao Xiao finish the water obediently, the old lady was immediately satisfied. She put the glass away and began packing. Xiao Xiao asked weakly, "Are we leaving now?" "Yes," the captain nodded. "We need to find the others." What would she do then? Xiao Xiao glanced at her tightly wrapped ankle. Would they abandon her? The human captain had already shouldered his backpack, not looking like someone capable of carrying anyone. The old lady was nimble, but Xiao Xiao couldn't let her carry him, considering he was quite heavy himself. The handsome young man in white stood nearby, not even meeting her gaze. It was clear he wasn't going to carry her. How about just being shameless and asking? Xiao Xiao really didn't want to be left here alone. Her previous experience with the disaster had made her fear being alone. The mere thought of herself, her foot wrapped in gauze, leaning against this tree, instantly brought back memories of her previous disaster. The scorching sun overhead, the pervasive yellow sand, the scorching rocks behind her, the hideous wounds on her feet. Death appeared before her like flowers blooming before her eyes, one by one, as if once the pieces were complete, her life would be taken away. "Girl, what are you thinking about? You're sweating profusely." The masked woman's voice was muffled, but she quickly pulled out a wet towel and began wiping her sweat again. I. Xiao Xiao felt nauseous and breathless. Everyone was so kind. Did she really have to be so selfish and drag others down with her stubbornness? "I'm fine. You guys go, don't worry about me." Xiao Xiao said this with tears in her eyes, but before she could calm down, she noticed everyone's strange expressions. "Silly child, what are you talking about? Of course we're going together. Stop sitting there like an idiot. Get up and pack your things." The woman put away the wet towel and began to lift Xiao Xiao's arm. But her legs, Xiao Zhao was completely stunned when she stood up. She stomped her feet tentatively, but only a slight tingling sensation came back. The excruciating pain before seemed like a dream, and now, awake, the pain was gone. Of course your leg is healed. The captain has already applied medicine to you. Because it was applied promptly, you should be almost healed by now. Of course, you have to come with us. It's dangerous to go alone. You can't be lazy. The old lady chattered away, as she enthusiastically helped Xiao Zhao pack her things. The old lady's words could have been a bit long-winded, but to Xiao Zhao, they sounded like heavenly music. She didn't have to be alone anymore. She could join the group. Ah! Xiao Zhao jumped twice on the spot. Seeing the handsome man in white looking at her curiously, she realized she had gotten a little overexcited. Hey, thank you. I can do it myself. Xiao Zhao happily walked over, laughing as she packed her things. You were able to heal so quickly thanks to our spirit rat captain. It quickly pounced on your wound, sniffed it, and in less than a minute, determined the cause of the bite. It guided the human captain in preparing the antidote, and by the time it was applied to your wound, less than 3 minutes had passed. The old lady marveled at the memory. Wow! Little Xiao exclaimed. The spirit rat perched above the captain's head tilted its sunglasses with a masterly air, reflecting a profound light. Yi Sifeng watched again and again, unable to resist using his photo recording technique to capture the scene, intending to burn it for Ying Fangxuan sometime to show him his son's swagger. Yi Sifeng cast several photo recording spells, ensuring Ying Fangxuan could see every angle he desired. The spirit rat's cool hat, the angled black sunglasses, the crisp uniform, the exquisite shoulder bag, and the overall noble and proud demeanor, all captured. Yi Sifeng reveled in the magic. It wasn't until the spirit rat repeatedly glanced back at him that Yi Sifeng realized he'd been a bit careless. I'd forgotten it might recognize his spells. Yi Sifeng fell into deep thought. Although he'd sold all the spirit rats, he wasn't actually that familiar with them. Back in the cultivation world, he'd barely even glanced at the tiny rats. After arriving in this world, he shipped them out in huge quantities daily, barely remembering which was which. Every day, he had only one feeling. They were all just his little sons, born by Ying Fangxuan. Shipping everything. He was just a ruthless shipping machine. Of course, that was how it looked from his perspective. From the spirit rat's perspective, things might be a little different. Even though he hated to admit it, Yi Sifeng had to admit that Ying Fangxuan's people probably all knew him, for so many reasons, so many he couldn't even list them all. Who made Ying Fangxuan always hang out with him. So from the spirit rat's perspective, it was this. After my father passed away, he entrusted me to his friend, and that elder found me a new job. Then, one day, while on a mission, I suddenly sensed the magical aura of my father's friend. It was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Yi Sifeng immediately became obedient, but it wasn't a big deal. He could just pretend nothing had happened. He put on a college-aged look, swiped his backpack, and glanced around with a curious air, occasionally casting glances of curiosity mixed with respect and affection at the spirit rat captain. His acting skills were superb. This fact was widely recognized in the cultivation world. Although most people were deeply misled by his acting, it was those people who had set their sights on him in the first place. If he didn't act out their performance, he'd be doing a disservice to his long life. His life was precious, both subjectively and objectively. Now that he was acting so skillfully, Captain Rat up ahead should be able to put aside his suspicions, right? Sure enough, after he adopted that normal, little fanboy attitude, Captain Rat's glances became much less frequent. After 2 or 3 failed glances, he stopped looking back. Yi Sifeng suddenly found it amusing. His son truly resembled his father. This rat was just as gullible as Ying Fangxuan. Take a picture of this, and burn it for Ying Fangxuan to see. Although he's gone, his gullible nature lives on in the spirit beast. His spirit in heaven would surely be delighted to see it. Yi Sifeng cast 2 more spells, then looked unsatisfied. He changed his angle and captured both his own impressive acting skills and the tricked spirit rat in front of him from behind. That was it. Without him standing beside him as a contrast, how could the spirit rat in front appear as easily fooled as Ying Fangxuan? Yi Sifeng calmly withdrew his hand and walked forward as if nothing had happened, not even meeting the spirit rat's gaze. This confident attitude truly confused the little spirit rat in front. Could it have been mistaken? It turned around, rubbed its face with its paw, and continued to work diligently. Yi Sifeng slowly moved forward with the team, feeling nothing thanks to his spiritual power. But the other members of the team were clearly struggling. The old woman's sweat had soaked her clothes, and the young girl was panting heavily with every step. But the human leader in the front didn't stop. Everyone, hold on a little longer. We're very close to the next member, and our companions are waiting for our rescue. Hold on a little longer. The sweat on the back of the human captain's neck trickled down into his clothes, but his steps remained firm, one step at a time. The woman and young girl behind him showed no resentment. Even when exhausted, they simply wiped their sweat. Yi Tsifeng paused, then extended his hand, and cast a spell. A cool breeze blew from his side, refreshing and pure, like the breeze you feel by the edge of a clear lake, cool and laden with moisture. So cool. The young girl sighed softly. The woman also breathed a sigh of relief. So cool. The captain said nothing, but her tense back relaxed a little. The little spirit mouse turned above the captain's head, facing the incoming wind. Its long, soft fur stretched out in the breeze. Its small eyes slowly closed, its nose twitching constantly, as if trying to sniff out some message from the wind. Do spirit mice admitted to Earth's military also miss the smell of home? This thought suddenly popped into Yi Tsifeng's mind, and he felt a sudden curiosity, a kind of discovery that even a spirit beast the size of a soybean could be sentimental. TSK, Yi Tsifeng couldn't help but sigh, then cast another spell to capture his image. This cool breeze blew for a long time, surprising everyone in the team. It was already strange to have such a clean, cool breeze in such an environment, let alone one that blew for so long, as if it had been specially prepared for the team. The breeze helped everyone feel better. While still quite hot, it wasn't unbearable. Maintaining acceptable physical condition, the team finally located the fifth member, who had been left alone. The situation was a bit complicated. The member was hanging. To be more precise, he was suspended from the ceiling of a large cave by something resembling white spider silk, dangling like a yo-yo. Startled, everyone immediately dispatched Captain Rat to crawl along the cave wall to investigate. The little rat flung his sunglasses, and instantly leaped onto the cave wall. Like a spider, he quickly climbed to the top, following the thin thread and landing on the white ball. The little rat made a few hand gestures with his paws. The human captain on the ground lowered his binoculars. The captain says the member is fine, but he just looked fainted. That's good, that's good. I was really scared just now. The old lady patted her chest. Did he get dizzy from the shaking? The young girl muttered, looking at the white yo-yo hanging in the cave. Yi Tsifeng nodded in agreement. It was a very reasonable guess. Anyone would get dizzy from such shaking. The little smart mouse crawled back, patted its paws, put on its sunglasses, and jumped onto the captain's head. Everyone stood at the cave entrance and began to think about how to rescue the member in the safest way. Rush in and cut the spider silk to get the white ball directly. The cave was huge and deep. From the entrance, it was pitch black. No one knew what monsters were inside. If they all died, it would be a disaster. But they couldn't delay too long. They stood at the cave entrance, enjoying the breeze, safely thinking of a solution. Another member was still dizzy and hanging on the cave ceiling. Everyone began to brainstorm and speak freely. Attack with water, capture with fire, charge and kill, lure the enemy deep into their territory, lure the tiger away from their mountain retreat, and so on. Unsurprisingly, all these methods were rejected by the human captain. Yi Tsifeng, standing in the middle of the team, also offered some illogical ideas, and the entire team was united in their approach. The human captain sighed, realizing that this couldn't go on. Not all three cobblers can become a Zhuge Liang. Many are just mixed up and unrealistic. How about this? I go in first. If I don't encounter any monsters, or if I've held them back, I whistle. When Captain Rat hears the whistle, he cut the cocoon. The three of you quickly carry it away and run east. We meet up there. Captain, will you be in danger? The young girl was a little worried. How about Captain Rat go in with you? The old woman suggested. Then no one would be able to cut the cocoon off quickly. The human captain reasoned, it's okay. Even if something happens to me, Captain Rat can still lead you on the journey. We've all been trained. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Yi Tsifeng glanced at the human captain and suddenly realized he looked quite young. His features were somewhere between energetic and mature. He couldn't have been more than 30. No matter where in Yi Tsifeng's life, that would have been considered young. Yi Tsifeng took the initiative to break the silence. It's okay, Captain, go ahead. We definitely drag the cocoon away as soon as possible, and you meet up with us then. The human captain glanced at Yi Tsifeng. Okay, I go first. You all should be careful too. Watching the captain's back gradually sink into the darkness, the team members silently retreated to the cave entrance. The little rat, holding a pair of sharp scissors, climbed to the top. Time seemed to be simmering on a fire, each moment passing so slowly. A drop of sweat dripped from the young girl's forehead. She prayed in her heart that the cave was empty, that the so-called monster had long since fled, that the captain was safe, and that everyone was safe. The old woman kept muttering, offering various prayers and invocations. Yi Tsifeng could hear the other two's hearts pounding, like a rapid drumbeat. A moment later, Yi Tsifeng counted down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. A loud, sharp whistle blew, and a low but intimidating roar echoed from the cave. The white spider silk cocoon fell with a snap, and the team members picked up the spider silk ball and ran. At some point, the little spirit mouse had crawled onto Yi Tsifeng's head, hopping about as if to cheer everyone on. Ing Fangxuan should compensate me for my mental damages, Yi Tsifeng thought as he carried the ball of spider silk, feeling the spirit mouse's eagerness to shout. But perhaps because his hands were busy with other things and the atmosphere was so heated and high-spirited, Yi Tsifeng still didn't reach out to grab it. Just think of it as a cheerleader, after all, it was cheering so hard. Everyone arrived at their destination breathless. The young girl and the woman had run, while Yi Tsifeng had been faking it, so the fatigue wasn't that great. Young man, you've worked so hard. The woman, recovering, began to praise Yi Tsifeng. Neither of us has much strength, so you've done all the hard work. Thank you, for your hard work. The young girl also expressed her gratitude. It's not hard, it's not hard. The captain is the one who's working the hardest. I'm just moving some stuff, what's that? Yi Tsifeng smiled warmly, perfectly portraying the innocent youth. Ah. Seeing him like this, the old woman wanted to continue praising him, but then, thinking of the captain in the cave, she sighed deeply. I wonder how things are going over there. The young girl remained silent, shuddering at the thought of that strange and human growl. It should be fine. Right? Yi Tsifeng smiled. Don't worry, it's definitely fine. We just wait here for the captain to return. He might show up soon. Haha, that's right. We just wait here for the captain. The old lady forced a smile. The girl also forced a smile. Yi Tsifeng turned his head and reached out to remove the spirit rat that was blocking his view. He flicked its ears and said, Why are you hanging it upside down in front of me? The little spirit rat twisted in his hands, as if trying to figure something out. Not bothering to understand its specific meaning, Yi Tsifeng simply shoved it in his pocket and stood up, walking towards the large white cocoon. Approaching the cocoon, he pulled out the spirit rat from his pocket and placed it on top, bite a hole. The little spirit rat stared at Yi Tsifeng for a few seconds, then quickly relented, revealing its long, sharp front teeth and beginning to bite. You can do that? The young girl was surprised. Aren't we being a little disrespectful to civil servants? The old lady hesitated. It's okay. Captain Rat and I knew each other before, so we're pretty casual with each other. We're close friends privately. Yi Tsifeng gave an innocent smile. So that's how it is. The girl quickly believed him. That's great. I want to be friends with the rat captains too. They look so impressive. Yi Tsifeng guessed she might have initially meant to say cute. The little rat, wearing a black uniform, lay on the white cocoon, seemingly displeased by the smell. He bit and spit, and with a puff sound, a stream of spider silk flew out. He looked very hard at work, and a little cute, wasn't he? But not too much. Yi Tsifeng stepped back to prevent the spider silk mixed with saliva from flying onto him. When the hole was the size of a human face, Yi Tsifeng called a halt. The little rat rubbed its chin in a very cute manner, and climbed onto him with a well-behaved look on its face. Yi Tsifeng felt it was intentional. When this species of spirit rats had been nibbling at his spirit stones in the cultivation world before, why hadn't any of them rubbed their chins? He reached out and flicked the spirit beast's forehead, then walked over to the large white cocoon. The young girl and the elderly woman had already gathered inside, observing him. Seeing him approach, they made room for him. Yi Tsifeng leaned over to take a look. The person was still dazed, but it was obvious he was almost awake. His eyelids fluttered, his breathing quickened, and his body began to move slightly, as if struggling to wake from some nightmare. Yi Tsifeng reached out and tapped some spiritual energy to help him. Help! Help! The sudden roar startled the elderly woman and the young girl, and only then did they realize it was their teammate inside the cocoon who had awakened. But the cocoon hadn't been ripped open yet. The woman hurried forward and guiltily began peeling the cocoon, hoping the young man hadn't noticed. The young girl also came forward to help, slowly peeling the man out of the large white cocoon. Yi Tsifeng conveniently handed over a bottle of water. The young man, still unsure of the situation, suddenly brightened up and gulped down the entire bottle. After quenching his thirst, the young man recalled everything and understood the situation. He looked around. Did you rescue me? Oh my god! We're just ordinary people. How can you be so powerful? I was left hanging on the cave ceiling, and you actually managed to rescue the team members. No, the young girl explained quickly. It was the captain. It was the captain who rescued you. So that's how it is. The young man slammed his hand. That's what I was saying. How could I be so useless? Where's the captain? I'm going to cling to him. The captain hasn't returned yet. The old woman sighed softly. Even though she knew it wasn't the young man's fault, she couldn't help but add, the captain went into that cave to save you and hasn't returned yet. The young man fell silent. Even the most resilient person could sense the emotion behind his words. He opened his mouth, but his forced extroversion clearly wasn't helping him, so he closed it again. The atmosphere fell silent. The girl also pursed her lips and remained silent. Even though she knew it wasn't the young man's fault, people's hearts were sometimes difficult to reason with. The captain, who had shared her hardships and even rescued her, compared to an ordinary stranger, the balance was clearly weighted. The wind, carrying yellow sand, swept across the land, as if to create a rift between people's hearts. The crowd fell silent. The captain is back, Yi Tsifeng suddenly said, pointing in the distance. I saw the captain, right next to that small mound. Everyone quickly stood up and tiptoed to look over there. At first, they didn't see any tiny black specks, but as everyone strained their eyes, they could actually see a small figure, slowly approaching from the distance. The figure grew larger and larger, becoming clearer and clearer. The captain, with short hair, a uniform, and a backpack, gradually emerged into view. Ah! The young girl ran over. I knew the captain would come back. The woman slapped her thigh and rushed over. The young man pursed his lips, but couldn't help but smile. Great! Now I can really cling to someone so powerful. Without hesitation, he ran over. Yi Tsifeng leaned against a tree, a uniformed spirit rat hanging above his head, watching the three colorful figures ahead merge with the black figure opposite. Even from such a distance, one could see the joy and impatience of the three colorful figures. They ran at full speed to surround the black figure. The black figure seemed a little startled, but was quickly infected by the others' emotions. Everyone gathered together, jumping and skipping, excited that the people they cared about were safe, that they were all safe. How wonderful! Being alive is indeed worth celebrating. It's a pity that Ing Fengshuan didn't have that kind of luck. Yi Tsifeng took the spirit rat off his head and touched it twice, then found it wasn't as smooth as he remembered, so he casually tossed it back into his pocket. Yi Tsifeng and the little spirit rat reunited with the four people ahead. The team's cohesion was noticeably stronger. Following the instructions of the spirit rat leader, everyone worked together to find the other team members. The next team member was trapped in a tree. When everyone arrived, they found him weeping profusely. Not only did he not stop crying when he saw them, but he actually cried even louder. The team member handed him a pack of tissues when they arrived, but he had already used them all. Yi Tsifeng leaned in to offer someone a bottle of water, but immediately let go, fearing it might get contaminated. After drinking a large bottle of water, the team member visibly recovered and began to describe his experience. Quicksand. According to him, he tripped on a log the moment he entered the tree. Turning to retrieve his shoes, he realized they were sinking. Having done his homework, he immediately recognized the danger and used the items in his backpack to create a passable path, hastily climbing the tree. Big tree? Someone asked. Isn't that a small tree? It's a big tree. The team member wiped his nose. Only the top of the tree is still visible. Wait, the captain suddenly realized something was wrong. You mean, the sand has swallowed the tree so much that only the top is left? The quick-witted team member stood up immediately. The human captain didn't say anything, but his actions proved everything. He grabbed the slow-witted one with both hands and ran out with the others. Yi Tsifeng was in the front, holding the spirit rat. The little spirit rat's sunglasses jolted in his pocket. It raised its sunglasses and looked back. Seeing that no one was missing, it nodded with satisfaction, lowered its sunglasses, turned around and waved its little paw, as if cheering Yi Tsifeng on. Yi Tsifeng flicked it on the head and continued forward. Everyone found the next team member. A girl lying on the sand. Everyone was startled when they first saw her. They rushed over and found that she was fine, just a little dehydrated. Everyone helped the girl to an open area. Some wiped her sweat, others fanned her. Yi Tsifeng leaned in to pass water. The woman next to her took it, unscrewed the bottle, and carefully fed it to her. The girl, half groggily, tasted the water and, before regaining consciousness, began gulping it down. Be careful, don't choke, the woman warned, tilting the bottle slightly to prevent the girl from choking on the water. The little shrew squeezed out of Yi Tsifeng's pocket. The view from this height wasn't very good, but Yi Sifeng wouldn't let it climb on his head, and it didn't want to go to anyone else's, so this was all he could do. So, the girl, dazed and sitting on the ground, opened her eyes. The first person she saw was the big-eyed rat, wearing black sunglasses. His furry head rested on the small sunglasses, and he wore the same black uniform as his online ID photo, with a small bag slung across his shoulder. But unlike his cold expression online, Captain Rat's dark eyes were now filled with curiosity, staring at her motionlessly, as if deeply concerned. The girl's heart fluttered the moment she declared this. Seeing the hand suddenly extended towards him, Rat took 3 steps back without a second thought, retreating to the edge of Yi Sifeng's pocket. Realizing something, the girl looked up. The bright light stung her eyes, but she could still recognize the handsome young man in white. Thinking of her current discomfiture, the girl lowered her head quietly, pretending nothing had happened. Yi Sifeng flicked the little spirit rat in his pocket again, but he didn't bother to leave. He remained standing. The team members took care of each other, planned the itinerary, and Yi Sifeng occasionally blended in to offer suggestions, and occasionally to fish in the muddy waters. Turning around, Yi Sifeng saw that the spirit rat had somehow climbed atop the human captain's head, clutching a small, unidentified machine, working diligently. The human captain, seeing the spirit rat about to fall, reached out to help it. The spirit rat straightened itself atop. Watching this, Yi Sifeng suddenly wondered, had this spirit rat always loved climbing on people's heads? I hadn't noticed it before. Could it be a hidden gene, perhaps? After all, back in the cultivation world, he and Ying Fangxuan couldn't have let them climb, and there were no human cultivators to experiment with them. Yi Sifeng took a snapshot of the spirit rat working on the human head, intending to ask Ying Fangxuan's spirit about it later when he burned paper. The spirit rat, as if noticing something, tilted its head and gave Yi Sifeng a rather endearing expression, its instrument still tightly clutched in its hand. Unfortunately, Yi Sifeng wasn't impressed and simply took another snapshot. After the spirit rat crawled back into Yi Sifeng's pocket, the human captain announced they were heading to the next location. Everyone immediately began packing up, helping the much-healed girl, and continued on their way. Next was the elderly man with a sprained ankle. Strength lies in numbers, and the team members, who had developed a tacit understanding over the journey, each performed their duties, helping others, finding medicine, or wiping faces. Yi Sifeng then pulled out a bottle of water and handed it over. The elderly man took it with trembling hands, drank most of it, and thanked Yi Sifeng. "Thank you, young man. The water you gave me is really delicious." Yi Sifeng gave him a polite smile. Actually, this old man had quite a good eye. He had gathered this water with his spiritual energy. Although it came from the air, it still carried a bit of spiritual energy. Seeing the spirit rat in his pocket eager to move, Yi Sifeng flicked its head again. Water is also greedy, what a loser. After the old man's foot was healed, everyone continued on their way down. The group grew larger and larger, walking together on the scorching yellow sand, feeling the warm wind against their faces. They supported each other. One person said they felt a little dizzy, and another offered to rest on their back. The person next to them said they had some water, and that drinking it would probably help. In this scorching atmosphere, everyone's hearts also heated up. Even though the yellow sand was everywhere, and the scorching wind was baking their bodies, they gathered here, supporting each other and helping each other. Unknown difficulties no longer seemed daunting because they were all in this together. It was hard to tell who started it first, but singing erupted from the team, a resounding chorus carried by the wind and sand, echoing across the sand-covered landscape. Yi Sifeng blended in and listened quietly. The song was unfamiliar to him, but the emotion within it was familiar. This fiery and sincere feeling carried his thoughts far, back to his first life as a human, when he must have sung a similar song. But it had been so long that he could only recall a faint taste. Yi Sifeng gathered a few more bottles of water and handed them to the team members, who had expressed thirst after singing. Everyone continued to walk down, finding the remaining members of the team one by one. The middle-aged man who had fallen, the girl who had lost her way, the adult who had lost her compass, and the team members who had been unable to rejoin the group for various reasons. For the most part, everyone understood that no difficulty was too great or too small. As long as there was a will to move forward, there was no problem. When the human captain announced that only the last member remained, everyone was delighted. This not only meant they had found all their team members, but also that the journey had been a complete success. Thanks to everyone's concerted efforts, there had been no casualties. This was a higher level of affirmation. Everyone cheered up and continued forward together, but as they walked, something began to feel amiss. "Isn't this a bit too far?" Why haven't we seen anyone in so long? We were almost at the original entrance. Could that team member be particularly unlucky? Did they encounter some difficulty right from the start, preventing them from moving forward at all? With these questions in mind, everyone continued forward together, sweat dripping from their foreheads and aching from their feet. Finally, they reached their destination, which was indeed the original entrance. The woman at the front of the team wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Captain, where's the last member?" The human captain pointed. "Over there." Everyone looked closely, and saw a figure in brown clothes sitting behind a tree ahead. Because the clothes blended in with the tree trunk, they were hard to spot. Why isn't he moving? Is he injured? Probably. I just saw him look back at us. He must be paralyzed. Then we have to hurry over. Everyone hurried over, grabbing things as they ran. Some grabbed towels, some grabbed food, some checked medication, some grabbed thermometers. They moved in perfect unison, Yi Tsifeng walked slowly behind, not getting any water. "What took you so long? I'm dying of heat. Does anyone have a bottle of water? Give me one." Yi Tsifeng heard this as he approached. The girl in the team hesitantly pulled out a half-full bottle of water and handed it to him. "You've ever drunk this before? Aren't you afraid I dislike you?" The man in brown said this, but he unscrewed the bottle cap and gulped down the water. "Not enough. Who else has water? I'm dying of thirst. I've been waiting for you here for ages. Aren't you really afraid I'd die here?" The man flung the bottle aside, stood up, and shouted at the captain. "I'm telling you, man, is your leg okay? I saw you sitting there and thought you were disabled, so I didn't dare to speak. If you're okay, why don't you move forward and sit at the entrance waiting for us? We've come all this way to find you. Are you the emperor?" The woman was furious. The man in medium clothes, seeing he couldn't control himself, turned his gaze directly to the human captain. "You, bring me a bottle of water. Serving the people, don't you understand?" Before the human captain could even move, the other team members couldn't stand it anymore, especially the woman who had experienced the spider cocoon. She reached out and pushed the man, sending him to the ground. "Do you have any manners? Do you know what respect means?" The other team members also realized what was happening. It turned out this guy, who was perfectly healthy, hadn't even taken a single step since entering the dungeon. He just sat at the entrance, waiting for someone to come pick him up. And now, he was acting so condescendingly. What kind of person was he? Everyone started to criticize him. "You can't do that. Don't you have basic manners? You've been sitting here waiting for us to come all this way to pick you up. How dare you? I finally understand what shamelessness means. He's unmatched. If you ask me, this guy should be left here. Taking him out would only increase the risk. How dare you?" The man suddenly became furious. Yi Tsifeng looked at the human captain and saw that he had hesitated, but the spirit rat stood on his head, pulling his hair, forbidding him to come forward, and he stopped there. Seeing everyone packing up their belongings, the man in brown looked as if he was about to leave without paying any attention to him. He got really anxious and yelled at the human captain, "I'm reporting you. Reporting you for not caring about the safety of the people." "Excuse me," the human captain said, standing back. "We have a two-captain system for this dungeon run. The other captain's opinion is equally important." The man looked up and saw the rat wearing sunglasses on the other captain's head, tugging at his hair tightly, as if it would pull it out if he dared to come near. "Isn't that funny? Aren't these rats used like police dogs?" The man thought so, and so said it, but the next moment, he was hit in the face by the bouncing spirit rat ball, falling flat on his face in the sand. "Insulting a public official is aggravated," the human captain said coldly. The human captain turned away grimly, and the other team members hurried to gather their things. The man lying on the sand, about to wail, saw this and immediately got up and followed the team at a distance, fearing he would be left alone. The spirit rat didn't crawl into Yi Tsifeng's pocket again. As if to demonstrate some kind of status, it stood tall above the human captain's head, its sunglasses reflecting a cool black light in the sunlight, its uniform neat and stylish. The human captain spoke slowly. "I believe most team members don't think so, but I still want to point out that the origins of the spirit rats are mysterious. They're not just from the world of cultivation, as rumored online. There's a more mysterious and powerful background behind them. Since the fusion of alien worlds, they've helped us tremendously. More precisely, without the spirit rats, we definitely wouldn't be where we are today. There are many places abroad where the internet is down, but there are also areas where it can still be connected. You should all be aware of this. The contrast is stark. And all of this in our country is thanks to their help. They're visitors from another world, but they're also our colleagues. In fact, their organization is much higher than mine. The human captain reached out to support the spirit rats on his head and joked, "How else could it stand on my head?" The spirit rats, wearing sunglasses, puffed out their chest with pride. Chapter 30. After emerging from the yellow sand dungeon, Yi Zifeng felt a subtle boost in energy. This, manifested in the average person, translates to a +5 increase in survivability. This survivability boost isn't limited to dry and hot environments. It's a general, universal survivability boost of +5. Whether encountering ice dungeons, goblin battle royale dungeons, or anything else in the future, everyone feels more confident. It's definitely worth it. This 5-point increase in constitution wasn't earned by ordinary people struggling to survive in that yellow sand secret realm with nothing but thirst, then earning it through blood and tears. Instead, it was earned through mutual support, singing songs, and joining the chat group. While the former can certainly stimulate a desire to survive and cultivate top talent, should the ordinary people who make up the majority of this land become the experience needed to become top talent, turning into a stone asking for directions? Recalling the chorus drifting across the yellow sand, and the chat group everyone had excitedly formed after the dungeon, Yi Zifeng picked up his phone and opened it. 999 new messages added. The latest one read, "After exiting the dungeon, my physique has truly improved. Even mosquito bites don't itch as much anymore." Satisfied, new messages popped up, and several people chimed in. Some said they weren't as hungry at night, while others said their stomachaches were less severe after drinking cold drinks. Hey, if you have a weak stomach, it's best not to drink cold drinks. Your health is most important. Hey, I know, but sometimes it's just too hot, and I just can't help it. Seeing this, everyone stopped trying to persuade him. Besides, we have dungeons now. I find some that increase gastrointestinal strength and recommend them to this person. It seems there really is one. I heard from a friend that there's a poisonous mushroom dungeon in a small town in city. Why that increases gastrointestinal strength by 10 points. Why haven't I heard of it? It's not listed in the official list of the top 100 health strengthening dungeons, right? Because it supposedly has a side effect. It increases gastrointestinal strength by 10, but reduces mental strength by 5. Wow, a 1-for-2 exchange, and the exchange is for mental strength. No wonder the official list doesn't include it. It's not worth it at all. It's a poisonous dungeon. For ordinary people, yes, but not for those with devastating stomach problems. Rumor has it, some special dungeons are being used exclusively in hospitals for terminal cancer patients. Wow! That supernatural dungeon ranked 98 seems to increase mental strength, but I heard it's scary, and people with weak hearts are restricted from signing up. I've been there. All I can say is, even with a reliable captain leading the charge, it can be scary, very, very scary, because everyone's scattered. When you're lying alone in bed. You see, I can only say that it adds 10 points of mental strength with no side effects, and it's ranked 98th for a reason. Report? It's now ranked 99th. The official list of the top 100 dungeons has been updated. The latest dungeon is from Jiangnan West Road, called Extreme Training, and it adds 10 points to your comprehension. What is comprehension? I searched online, but there's no concrete information yet. But the fact it's on the list means the official has explored it. If you're curious, go check it out for yourself. Registration opens in 3 days. Anyone want to join me? I've already reserved. Me. Add one. Annie, I'm joining in the fun too. We can go together then. Yi Zifeng glanced at the group chat for a while, then checked the official list of the top 100 recommended physical strengthening dungeons. From 1st to 100th place, the official rankings provide various criteria, ranging from difficulty to ease, cost-effectiveness to low, and from basic physical training to physical fitness improvement. It's very detailed. Below the top 100 rankings are also many basic Q&A questions, and those who have experienced dungeons are very enthusiastic, sharing their experiences. With the continuous introduction of policies, and the increasing number of organized dungeon operations, everyone's life is gradually getting back on track. As everyone's physical and mental health improves, the quality of everything they produce and produce is also improving. Entertainment is becoming more and more beautiful, and the skills of artisans are becoming more sophisticated. Even takeout is becoming more and more delicious. In certain high-tech fields, China has also quietly made significant progress. However, in contrast to the prosperity in China, the situation abroad remains very grim. Without the help of the spirit rats and the correct and swift strategy, the ever-increasing number of otherworldly fragments are like a predatory hell, devouring one life after another. Ordinary people who survived abroad began protesting in the streets. Some who had encountered strange encounters in dungeons took advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. Late at night, they sneaked into the highest-ranking official office, dragged important documents from the safe, and threw them out the window. When security forces received the notification and rushed to the office, the troublemaker had already left, leaving only the yawning windows and the broken safe scattered on the floor. Foreign countries were forced to seek help from China. From an initially abrupt attitude to a final surrender, they sacrificed considerable technology before the authorities agreed to send a team of spirit rats. Yi Zifeng watched in online videos as furry creatures in black uniforms, with dazzling red and yellow badges on their shoulders, climbed grimly and solemnly onto the heads of their human team leaders, gazing menacingly into the distance. Salute. Mao Rongrong stepped forward with his left foot, raising his little paw in a standard salute. Then, one after another, they boarded the helicopter, bound for a business trip abroad. Yi Zifeng raised his hand and took a picture of the screen. As the days passed, the increasingly delicious takeout had reached a plateau. After a week of eating it without any improvement in taste, Yi Zifeng realized it might be time to leave. Almost all the spirit rats in the spirit beast space that had adapted to this world had been sent away, leaving only a few that had no interest in this world. He didn't mind staying in this world a little longer, but the other spirit beasts were still in the space, crying out for their masters. It was time to leave. However, there were still some things he needed to take care of. Yi Zifeng pulled out the compass from the space. It seemed to be getting brighter. Yi Zifeng felt it twice, found nothing amiss, and placed it on the table. He stood still, extended 2 fingers to create a spiritual barrier, and then rotated the compass. The compass spun relentlessly, spiritual light gradually spreading outward from its center. The flowing spiritual energy carried the compass upwards. Yi Zifeng silently chanted a mantra, using it to locate all the spirit rats in this world. Determine again. Contract. The spirit rats of various colors scattered throughout the area raised their heads, seemingly realizing something. With Yi Zifeng as the center, light green spiritual energy spread, whirring through his robes. Through the compass, the spiritual energy swirled and expanded, transforming into countless invisible light green spiritual points. Following the light of the sky, they descended upon each spirit rat, adding a green dot of light to each symbiotic contract signed with a human. Locate the light spot. When a spirit rat desperately wants to escape its current environment, it can expend 50% of its energy and lifespan to return to the spirit beast realm through this light spot. In other words, it's a path back to its mother's home. Those who had signed contracts with spirit rats in various locations seemed to sense something, a sudden sense of crisis, and immediately became more considerate of their own little spirit rats. The highest levels of government also noticed this, and immediately convened a meeting. There was endless debate, but in the end, the old leader made the final decision. People's hearts are fickle. We worry about them, and so do they. Moreover, spirit rats have a long lifespan. We can treat them with respect in this generation, but what about the next generation? And the next generation after that? Why should we expect unconditional trust in something we can't guarantee? That's true, but we bought the spirit rats. The old leader raised his hand to stop the man. How much is one? The man also realized something. 500. The old leader remained silent, simply staring at him. Everyone else fell silent. Yes, 500 yuan for a spirit pet from another world. It's practically a gift. It's already fetching 5 million yuan internationally, and yet it's still out of stock. After understanding the situation, someone immediately suggested, with this sudden addition of a contract, that mysterious person must be taking action, perhaps even planning to leave. In that case, shouldn't we show some appreciation? Yi Zifeng paused as he saw the massive pile of supplies delivered by the authorities, then accepted them all. The supplies were plentiful, covering everything from food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Yi Zifeng even spotted 2 exquisite mahjong sets, demonstrating the dedication of those involved in this endeavor. Yi Zifeng sensed the kindness coming from the other side. This kindness reminded him of the song drifting across the desert, passionate and scorching, much like the hometown of his first life. Yi Zifeng spent 2 days compiling a basic cultivation formula, leaving it in the empty room as a token of his gratitude to the world's authorities. Giving one last glance at this world, Yi Zifeng pulled out his compass and spun it. Each symbol on the compass illuminated, one by one, step by step, until the final point of light came on. Yi Zifeng gripped the compass tightly, and a burst of light shone, pulling him into the spatial barrier. The spatial barrier was pitch black, requiring only the compass for guidance. Braving the fierce wind, Yi Zifeng was about to locate his next destination when he heard a strange sound. It sounded like the tolling of an ancient bell. Yi Zifeng looked back. The aquamarine planet behind him emanated faint, slow golden dots of light, which then converged in an instant, charging in his direction like a cannonball. At the critical moment, Yi Zifeng turned around and placed the compass he used for positioning in front of him. A beam of light first rushed towards the compass, then spread across Yi Zifeng's body. Amidst the warm, fragmented light, Yi Zifeng couldn't help but close his eyes. It seemed like a moment, or perhaps an eternity, when Yi Zifeng opened his eyes. He was still floating within the spatial barrier, the compass before him blazing brightly, just as it had been on the day the cultivation world collapsed. Yi Zifeng lowered his eyes to look at the compass before him. After an unknown amount of time, the compass's light gradually faded, becoming quiet and still, returning to its inert form. Yi Zifeng remained motionless, standing there. After an unknown amount of time, the compass suddenly trembled slightly, and a vibrant light emerged from it. After circling the compass, it suddenly shot into Yi Zifeng's mouth with lightning speed. Yi Zifeng spat out with a puff. Chapter 31. Yi Zifeng sat up in bed, reaching out to lift the blanket and rising. He channeled his spiritual energy and breathed slowly. The air in this new world smelled pleasant, a vibrant and lively element in it that reminded him of the air in the forests of the cultivation world. Yi Zifeng went to the closet and took out a set of underwear. Just as he was about to put it on, something suddenly occurred to him. He shook the clothes vigorously, and a faint golden light rolled out of the clothes and onto the bed. Yi Zifeng casually tossed the clothes onto the bed, walked over barefoot, and picked up the golden, seemingly awkward light from the bed, bringing it to his eyes. The pale golden light enveloped a rounded shadow, which, to be honest, resembled the original beast of Yingfangxuan. This was consistent with his previous suspicions. After all, the compass could be said to be Yingfangxuan's incarnation. With the nourishment of the golden light from the previous world, resurrection from the dead was not impossible. The world of cultivation is full of miracles, not to mention that the golden light was most likely the golden light of merit. But what exactly was wrong? Why did this little soul being, just beginning to form consciousness, always want to be close to him? Yi Zifeng pinched the little golden bean twice. Not to mention how it had initially burrowed into his mouth, and after he had pinched it out of the quilt a few times, it had stopped burrowing into the quilt. But now, it was burrowing into his underwear. It looked like it wanted to be intimate with him. Yi Zifeng rubbed the little bean, watching the golden light, and observed the small, nascent consciousness within it. A sudden suspicion struck him. Could it be that Yingfangxuan likes him? The more primitive a soul's form, the more it expresses basic likes and dislikes. It's known that animals of Yingfangxuan species don't have a chickish attachment, so this tiny soul, as weak as a small soybean, can only express its most primitive and genuine desires. Unexpectedly, Yi Zifeng reached out and flicked the small soul bean away. That cold-faced, pretentious freak, Yingfangxuan, could actually hide so deeply. After all these years, he still secretly loves someone, even his mortal enemy. It's incredible. Yi Zifeng put on his clothes one by one, ignoring the small golden light flickering in the corner. Perhaps it was because he had been non-human for so many years that even when he realized that the small golden light might be his mortal enemy, Yi Zifeng didn't feel much. His only thought was to wait until Yingfangxuan fully recovered so he could mock him harshly, saying that his unstable mind was no match for him, and that he was simply not cut out for cultivation. Yi Zifeng dressed and leisurely walked to the living room. He poured himself a large glass of water and sipped it slowly. Halfway through, the doorbell rang. It must be takeout. He casually set the glass on the table. The takeout was pan-fried dumplings and soy milk. The pan-fried dumplings were freshly made, the dough soft and chewy, with the purest aroma of wheat. The soy milk was made from soybeans, with that characteristic astringent taste. Yi Zifeng finished his breakfast, picked up the glass, and took a sip. Spitting the golden soul bean into his palm, Yi Zifeng fell silent. What on earth was he trying to do? He hadn't seen someone always trying to get into other people's mouths. Didn't he have any sense of boundaries? Could it be that he's in love to the point of perversion? It seems quite possible. Yi Zifeng dropped the soul bean on the table, ready to mock Yingfangxuan's perverse feelings someday. Yi Zifeng left the table, picked up the kettle, and slowly made his way to the balcony. The small, golden soul bean trembled in the air, like a puppy following a person. Yi Zifeng reached out and tilted the kettle, and the small golden bean floated under the spout, ready to shower Yi Zifeng's hand. Yi Zifeng ignored the small golden light and watered the plants diligently. The small bok choy in the pot had grown enormous, almost beyond the realm of small bok choy. This variety of bok choy shouldn't grow this large. Breathing air that smelled noticeably better than this world, Yi Zifeng pondered. For lunch, he had stir-fried bok choy from the same pot he watered that morning. The large, bright green leaves were stir-fried with water and seasoning. Yi Tsifeng reached out with his chopsticks, and noticed something was wrong the moment he took a bite. It wasn't tasty, even terrible. The juicy, sweet flavor that should have been there was gone. It was dry, like chewing fresh wood, tasteless and even a little numb. But this was a beautiful cabbage growing beautifully in a pot. Its branches and leaves were spread out. Its leaves were strong, and every vein was in the perfect place. Its vibrant color shone perfectly in the sunlight. One would never have guessed it would taste like this. Yi Tsifeng put down his chopsticks, and prepared to go out. Reaching the door, Yi Tsifeng slipped his foot into his shoe. After a second's pause, he squatted down to remove it. Using 2 fingers, he retrieved a small, golden soul bean from inside. Yi Tsifeng returned to the house, found a plastic bag, dropped the bean into it, tied it tightly, and put it in his pocket. Outside, it was bustling with activity. Many people were walking their pets in the neighborhood. A young man approached, carrying a large white dog. The dog was very enthusiastic, eager to be petted upon seeing Yi Tsifeng, and its owner couldn't hold it back. Yi Tsifeng squatted down, and was about to reach out, when he felt something moving in his pocket. The plastic bag made a puffing sound. Is he so overbearing that he wouldn't even let me pet a dog? Yi Tsifeng ignored the situation in his pocket, and calmly petted the enthusiastic dog twice, praising it with a few words. His praise only intensified, prompting the dog to pounce on him. Yi Tsifeng then rubbed the beans in his pocket a few more times, until he felt the beans in his pocket were about to fly into the air. After saying goodbye to the dog, his pocket finally quieted down. This isn't good. This Ing Fengshuan 2.0 is a bit too overbearing. He's asserting his authority before they've even established a relationship. This is overstepping one's authority, and encroaching on his rights. I have to ask Ing Fengshuan, once he's fully recovered, to compensate him later. Yi Tsifeng walked slowly. Perhaps because he didn't encounter anything else along the way, the golden beans in his pocket were quiet, making almost no sound. Yi Tsifeng arrived at the neighborhood supermarket. As he'd expected, the vegetables in the vegetable section were fresher and brighter than last week's, emitting an alluring luster, exactly like the bok choy he'd grown on his balcony. Yi Tsifeng randomly picked a few and, after returning home, heated up some oil to stir-fry. The taste was indeed much worse than what he'd bought at the supermarket last week. If the vegetables at the supermarket last week were still juicy and sweet, then this week's were only juicy. Even the carrots weren't very sweet anymore. Yi Tsifeng put down his chopsticks. So the changes in this world were probably related to plants. When he first arrived in this world, he was somewhat surprised to discover so many spirit beasts in this space, all compatible with this world. This looked like a modern world. So it was the plants that were about to mutate. Yi Tsifeng relaxed, breathing in the special element in the air, flowing along the path of spiritual energy. Yi Tsifeng sighed lazily, not wanting to care about the small light spots sticking to his face. He basked in the sun for a while, but the small light spots on his face became more and more aggressive. Yi Tsifeng looked in the nearby mirror, and saw that the light spots had squeezed a small dimple on his face. Yi Tsifeng reached out, and removed the small light spot. It lay quietly in his palm, giving no sign of the force it had just exerted on him. Yi Tsifeng, putting Fengshuan 2.0 in his pocket, entered the spirit beast space, and immediately began to select the tribes to entrust this world to. Hurry and entrust another batch of spirit beasts to this world. It would be best if another wave of golden light of merit could help Ing Fengshuan quickly recover. Yi Tsifeng selected from the spirit beast space. Spiritual cicada. They can feed on mutated plants, and the sounds they make in the trees can help people sleep. No, the plants are all mutated, and where can people sleep with their living space invaded? There's no way they can get a good night's sleep. Yi Tsifeng looked at the next group. Spiritual flash butterfly. They feed on the nectar of mutated plants, and the glitter on their wings can be used to create illusions as they fly. In this world, this function is like carving flowers on shit. People have nowhere to live, so why not create an illusion to entertain them? Next. Spirit armored beasts. Feed on spiritual flesh and are adept at digging burrows through the land to survive. If, assuming the worst case scenario, plant mutations reach their limit, encroaching on all human living space above ground, then living underground is truly feasible. At the very least, it can provide a buffer zone for those unprepared in the early stages of the world to take emergency shelter. Just like the spirit rats of the previous world, one can predict that humanity's reliance on them will decrease in later stages, but no one can deny the contributions of the spirit rats in the early stages. Without them, the world would certainly not be as peaceful and tranquil. If this world had made adequate preparations underground before the plant mutations, it would have been able to overcome most of the difficulties. I believe that humans, having adapted to the environment in the later stages, would have found a way to solve the problem. But Yi Cifeng lifted the spirit-armored beast and pried open its mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth. This is not going to be easy, Yi Cifeng remembered. The spirit-armor beasts are carnivorous and quite brutal, with a particular preference for spiritually charged meat. It's hard to resist them when they see them. Here comes the highlight. If humans at some point become capable of cultivation, their flesh will also be imbued with spiritual energy. The flesh is imbued with spiritual energy, and its combat effectiveness isn't particularly high. The human who signed a contract with the spirit armor beast needn't worry, of course, but the same can't be said for the others. In the eyes of the spirit armor beasts, they're a living, breathing feast. If everyone had a spirit armor beast, the world would immediately be in chaos. No, this species won't do. He's here to earn merit and golden light, not to shoulder the sins of an entire world. He must find a new one. Yi Cifeng abandoned the spirit armor beast and carefully searched for a more suitable spirit beast. First, it needed to be skilled in burrowing, and humans weren't on its menu. Even better, a vegetarian would be even better. Yi Cifeng searched for a long time before finally picking up a pure white rabbit by the scruff of its furry neck. Lingyun rabbit. It's a skilled burrower and a vegetarian. The rabbit's large eyes blinked, its round face looking a bit dazed. Yi Cifeng flipped the rabbit over. It has a cute appearance, a gentle personality, fluffy fur, is a skilled burrower, and doesn't eat human flesh. Okay. It's you. Yi Cifeng casually scooped up the little golden bean that was scurrying around him, and put it in his pocket. Chapter 32. Yi Cifeng brought the rabbit to the balcony, ready to test its digging abilities in the empty flower pot. The remaining soil in the flower pot was hard, but the rabbit didn't hesitate. Once it touched the soil, it began digging. Its two paws coordinated perfectly, swishing the dirt all over the balcony. Yi Cifeng paused, but didn't interrupt. Perhaps awakening some innate instinct, the rabbit managed to dig a small hole with a passageway in the small flower pot. Pausing, it clapped its hands, striking a very humble and obedient pose. The next second, the tiny golden light floating in the air beside Yi Cifeng darted into the hole. The rabbit's demeanor suddenly became even more humble, its head lowered like a servant at the emperor's side. Incredible, a complete lackey. Yi Cifeng turned to look at the flower pot. Perhaps because the hole in the soil was too small, the tiny speck of light soon disappeared from its place. The soil inside the pot began to swell, as if some plant was about to break through. Then, a golden speck of light emerged halfway above the surface, like a tiny golden sprout just breaking through the earth. It even shook itself gently. The golden speck of light continued to tremble in the soil, as if waiting for something, or urging something. Yi Cifeng paused, then picked up the nearby kettle and began watering the flower pot. The tiny speck of light swayed gently in the water droplets, as if delighted by Yi Cifeng's cooperation. Could the noble beast king of the cultivation world also wish to become a budding seed? Yi Cifeng couldn't help but curl his lips. He poured the entire pot of water before setting it down and helping Ying Fengshuan 2.0 cover it with soil. Time to get to work. Let's get Ying Fengshuan back to normal as soon as possible. Yi Cifeng set his sights on the spirit cloud rabbit. Having experienced the internet traffic era of the previous world, Yi Cifeng was no longer satisfied with setting up a street stall. It only occasionally served to cultivate his sentiments. If he really wanted to ship in large quantities, he would have to wholesale online or directly trade with the official authorities. But before that, he had to build a reputation. Yi Cifeng took out his phone and tinkered with it for 2 days. After understanding the market conditions in this world, he had an idea. He decided to take a two-pronged approach, open a store directly on shopping apps while simultaneously generating buzz on short video apps. Only by coordinating these two approaches could he ship in large quantities. Yes, short videos were also very developed in this world. Perhaps, without him realizing it, they had already taken over many worlds. That morning, Yi Cifeng woke up early, picked up the sleeping golden dot from his pillow, slipped it into his pocket, and headed out with the spirit cloud rabbit and a few props. The morning light was beautiful, soft and bright, yet with a hazy, morning mist, just what Yi Cifeng had been looking for. He walked all the way to the woods near the residential complex. After comparing many options, he found the perfect spot. Yi Cifeng placed the rabbit on the ground and pulled out a small dress with beautiful lace trim, a tall hat, and several exquisite, classical accessories from his bag. Lingyun rabbit was incredibly cute, even more cartoon-like in appearance, with a large, round face and bright eyes. Even in these beautiful clothes, it looked just like a cartoon character, except for the fact that it still walked on 4 legs. Yi Zifeng was very satisfied. He then equipped the rabbit with a small hoe, instructed it to strike a pose, and began filming. One held a hoe high, digging a hole, one dressed in a formal attire inviting, one standing on its front legs and looking back. Yi Zifeng took a spree of photos, applying all the photography techniques he'd learned the night before. The result was a slew of beautiful images. Looking at the exquisite images on his phone, Yi Zifeng uploaded them directly to a shopping app and selected a photo of the rabbit wielding a hoe as the main image. A rabbit from another world, skilled at digging holes to help you escape. The owner keeps the money. Yi Zifeng nodded in satisfaction, opened the short video app, and began filming. How can ordinary people protect themselves during the plant mutation? Today, I teach you a trick. First, you need a rabbit that's as skilled at digging holes as this one. This rabbit is definitely not an ordinary rabbit. Ordinary rabbits can't dig holes suitable for human habitation. This special rabbit is called the Spirit Cloud Rabbit. I smuggled it here from the immortal cultivation world when I traveled through time. As you can see, this rabbit is not only adorable, but also incredibly skilled. It's only holding an ordinary hoe, which I picked up at the supermarket. Feel free to get a better one if you need one, but this basic one will suffice. Look, it's starting to dig. Look at the clock next to it. I'm not speeding up, but this rabbit is digging this fast. Okay, everyone. Look, this hole is about this big enough for one person to pass through. If you live alone, this size is plenty. But if you're a family, you want your rabbit to dig a little bigger. That way, in case of an emergency, 2 people can pass through together, which is a safer option. Only 10 minutes have passed, and we've already dug the entrance to our burrow. Really efficient. If I weren't so skilled, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of smuggling this rabbit from the immortal realm. Let the rabbit rest for a while. By offering water or other food, and encouraging it, you can cultivate a bond with it. Our rabbit is back at work. You can tell it's just a diligent little rabbit. Of course, you might also buy a less diligent rabbit. In that case, you need to encourage it vigorously, or cultivate a bond with it, so it fully senses your eagerness and needs. Generally speaking, our understanding rabbits will overcome their laziness and work hard to dig a burrow for you to take shelter. In exceptional cases, perhaps due to a lack of bonding or other unforeseen circumstances, our store offers refunds. That's all for today's video. If you're interested in this rabbit, click the little yellow card below the video to purchase it now. Yi Zifeng sent the video and skillfully purchased data. Afterward, he put away his phone and headed home, carrying the rabbit and the floating golden bean soul. He had only taken a few steps when he stopped. Huh? He pulled out his phone. Had he sold one so quickly? It wasn't an order from the short video platform, but from a shopping app. Curious, Yi Zifeng reached out and pinched it. After getting the general idea, he raised an eyebrow, entered the spirit beast space, selected a very gentle and adorable spirit cloud rabbit, and without adding any additional instructions, quickly shipped it out. Xiaolin numbly tapped her fingerprint to pay on the shopping app. Since she couldn't do anything with the money, she might as well spend it casually. Everything she'd always wanted but couldn't bear to buy, everything she'd been tempted to buy, but had held back, she ordered and paid for. Order now, pay. Things you might like, order, pay. Pick something up, order, pay. Xiaolin didn't stop until her phone indicated her balance was low. Her eyes were starting to ache, and she slowly closed them. She was so tired, so tired. What's the point of living in this world? Is it just to be exploited? The young man with connections pointed at her forehead and cursed. Her former close colleague gloated over her misfortune. The call from her mother on her phone was just asking for money. Her brother had gotten into a fight at school again. But that 5,000 yuan was what she'd saved from her frugal life to buy a small electric scooter next month. Her mother yelled at her, saying she had lost her conscience and couldn't bear to spend such a small amount of money. If she had known, she should have married her off at 18 and received a 180,000 yuan betrothal gift, instead of being so self-absorbed and unwilling to spend anything. Is it wrong to only care about herself? Does wanting to save 5,000 yuan to buy an electric scooter mean she has no conscience? But Mom, didn't I give you all my salary I saved? The voice on the other end of the line grew even louder. You owe me that. You owed me the day you crawled out of my belly, and you never be able to repay me in this lifetime. Maybe so? Xiaolin turned off her phone, tossed it behind her, and slowly walked downstairs. She didn't know where she was going. Maybe in the middle of the street, or on the rooftop, or by a river, or even to a pharmacy. All her money had been spent, and she had no plans to leave herself any chance of recovery. Xiaolin walked slowly, and when she came to her senses, she had reached the vegetable patch near the community. To save money on groceries, she had also planted a small vegetable patch on this plot of land. Xiaolin looked at the water spinach in the patch, and even her numb heart realized something was wrong. Water spinach couldn't possibly be this big, could it? Last weekend, she'd come here to pick water spinach to make instant noodles. Back then, while the spinach wasn't tender or tasty, it was still a normal size. Xiaolin looked around, confirming that this was her patch. Looking at the meter-high water spinach, she was genuinely puzzled. She plucked a piece, and confirmed it was her own. Looking around, she realized this wasn't an isolated case. Several vegetables in her neighbor's fields had also grown enormously, as if they were suddenly mutating. She belatedly reached for her phone to take a picture, but then she felt in her pocket and realized she had left it at home. This time, she hadn't gone out to study water spinach, but to find a suitable path to her own demise. Reflecting on the reason for her departure, Xiaolin's spirit suddenly deflated. She no longer cared about the overgrown vegetables. Perhaps it was the climate. Since other people's vegetables had grown this large, they must have been curious, but that was none of her business. Whether she would still be there was still a question. Xiaolin looked around the area with wide eyes, ignoring the unusually large vegetables. In reality, every vegetable plot was well maintained, free of weeds. Each plot was separated by various means: bamboo fences, ridges, and even yoga mats, brimming with life. This was a beautiful, everyday place. She couldn't die here. It would surely cause great trouble to the neighbors. Xiaolin pursed her lips and walked towards the innermost part of the vegetable plot, where there was a large, abandoned field overgrown with weeds. Go a little further in. Xiaolin brushed aside the weeds in front of him and suddenly stopped. A furry, yellow creature emerged from the weeds across from him. Chapter 33. What is that? A rabbit? Kobayashi blinked. The pale yellow rabbit across from her didn't even try to hide. Instead, it slowly approached. Seeing it about to reach her, Kobayashi instinctively took 2 steps back to make way. The rabbit hopped forward twice more. Kobayashi stood there, watching the pale yellow rabbit hop onto her shoe in a few steps. It raised its chubby, furry face, its brown eyes gleaming in the sun. Kobayashi could barely detect a hint of intimacy in those eyes. What? Kobayashi wanted to step back, but the rabbit on her shoe felt warm and heavy. The warm weight prevented her from moving. She didn't know what she was waiting for. The chubby-cheeked rabbit raised its front paws and began to crawl towards her. Kobayashi couldn't help but lean back. The chubby-cheeked little rabbit stretched out its front paws and firmly cupped her face. Instantly, an indescribable electric sensation surged from the point of contact into her mind, leaving only a few barely discernible lines. Kobayashi was stunned. She looked down at the fur on her chin, her lips touching its pale yellow fur, soft and sun-kissed. Is this a dream? Otherwise, how could she feel a strange connection with the strange rabbit in her arms? If I had to describe it, it would be like a contract in a novel. This must be a dream. Perhaps she had just concluded it, and was now slowly entering another world. So light, so warm. Kobayashi gently nuzzled the rabbit. If she could have a dream like this before dying, death wouldn't seem so terrifying. The little rabbit in her arm stirred. Kobayashi instinctively reached out to help it. The little rabbit leaped out and landed on the ground in front of her, turning back to look at her. Kobayashi stood still. The little rabbit took 2 steps back, then ran a few steps forward, turning back as if to signal her to follow. Kobayashi took 2 steps, and the little rabbit began to run slowly forward. As if by some tacit understanding, the rabbit and the person led, one behind. Kobayashi didn't know where to go. As she walked, she suddenly realized how strange the scene was, and she pinched herself. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. The little rabbit, with its pale yellow round face, continued to walk ahead, occasionally glancing back to see if she was following. Its brown eyes were bright and warm, as if they were meant for her. If Xiaolin were a few years younger, she would have doubted herself as the protagonist of a fairy tale. But at her age now, all her fantasies had been ground to dust by life, and when she looked back, they were all covered in dust. She no longer believed in fairy tales. But the little rabbit in front of her swayed, its ears twitching, its pale yellow fur fluttering gently with its movements. Noticing her slowing pace, it stopped, turned back, and waited for her. Looking into the warm, shining eyes in front of her, Xiaolin felt a prick in her tender heart. What girl doesn't have a fairy tale dream? The wild grass around her, as tall as a person, suddenly blew in the wind, bringing with it a faint, fragrant scent. Her hair danced in the wind, blocking her eyes. As her hair fluttered, the pale yellow furry creature in front of her took 3 or 2 steps towards her, nuzzled her calf, then took 2 steps forward and looked back at her. It seemed to be saying, "Let's go together." Xiaolin was completely lost in thought. She followed the yellow, furry little rabbit, step by step, to the end. The end point was a wall, but it wasn't the wall itself that first caught Xiaolin's attention. It was the surrounding weeds. Even the most clueless person would have noticed something was amiss. The grass was too tall, too dense. Xiaolin looked up at the weeds that were about to grow over the wall. The pale yellow little rabbit tapped her shoe gently, and then hopped onto the small mound nearby. On reaching it, Xiaolin discovered a hole behind the mound, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Is this a rabbit hole? Xiaolin suddenly remembered a famous novel in which the heroine jumped into a rabbit hole to begin her fantastical journey. The pale yellow little rabbit hopped twice on the mound before diving into the hole. Turning around, a furry head emerged, its eyes blinking in an invitation. Wait, how could I be so sure this was an invitation? Xiaolin truly sensed something was amiss, but perhaps it was the atmosphere, and the warm, soft feeling spreading through her heart. She took 2 gentle steps forward. Then, under the little rabbit's gleaming eyes, she bent down with one swift movement, and followed it into the rabbit hole. The smell wasn't unpleasant. That was Xiaolin's first impression. Initially, she crouched, then bent over, and finally stood upright. Finally, standing in the center of the small, room-like hole, Xiaolin was truly astonished. What on earth was this? A rabbit so mysterious, as if from another world, with surprisingly tall weeds along the way, and this seemingly meticulously crafted little room. Could all this really not be a dream? The pale yellow rabbit looked around, then suddenly hopped to the side in a few steps. With its claws, it easily dug out a raised patch of earth. Then, it patted the wall until it was perfectly smooth, and nodded in satisfaction. Wait, Xiaolin suddenly realized something was wrong. Why could she see so clearly in this underground cave? She was aware of the dim light, but she had even seen the rabbit nod. Xiaolin took 2 steps, and the rabbit looked back at her, then scurried over and climbed onto her body. Are you hungry? Xiaolin nodded subconsciously. The pale yellow rabbit raised its head and rubbed Xiaolin's chin, as if to say wait a moment, then hopped down. Xiaolin watched, stunned, as the rabbit climbed up the earthen wall and dug at the ceiling, sending soft dirt clattering to the ground. After a moment, the rabbit hopped down from the ceiling, smoothed the ground, and placed something in its mouth at Xiaolin's feet. Then it pushed with its paw. It seemed to be saying, eat quickly. Xiaolin picked up the thing from the ground. It looked like the root system of some plant. Thinking back to the extremely tall weeds he'd seen around him when he crawled into the hole, could this be the root of one of those plants? Isn't it a little too thick? It's almost as thick as a yam. Xiaolin had common sense and knew that the roots of that kind of weed couldn't possibly grow this thick, but considering its height, he became a little unsure. If it was a mutant weed, then the root must also have a mutant gene, right? The little rabbit in front of him was looking at him expectantly, like a child awaiting praise, his movements focused and his eyes sparkling. Eat now. What if it mutates or dies suddenly? She wasn't going to take her own life anyway. Xiaolin quickly wiped it with her sleeve, not even peeling the skin, and shoved it into her mouth. It was incredibly crisp and tender. A strange aroma rushed up from her mouth the moment she chewed it, filling her nose and even her mind. It was like grass brushed by a gentle breeze, or morning dew in the twilight. Xiaolin chewed it in astonishment, savoring the slightly sweet taste and taking in the strange fragrance. The more she ate, the more incredible it became. She took another bite, and the texture at the bottom was different from the tip. Biting further down, it was even more crisp and refreshing, incredibly satisfying. When her hands were empty, Xiaolin realized she had eaten the whole thing. The little rabbit in front of her, its eyes sparkling, climbed up her body in a few seconds, rubbing its furry forehead against her chin, as if to tease her and encourage her. I love you so much. You're awesome. Xiaolin's heart suddenly softened. It might sound strange to say this, but she truly felt the warmth of intimacy from the rabbit, like the affirmation of a close family member or friend. Even if she had only eaten something the rabbit had dug up, could she truly receive such praise? Realizing this, Xiaolin felt as if a piece of her heart had been filled. Her soul, now whole again, began to fear death. She reached out and touched the little rabbit, buried her face in its fluffy fur, and took a deep breath. It was warm, with a hint of the soft scent of grass and earth. She was still alive. Upon realizing this, tears welled up in Xiaolin's eyes. She looked at the little yellow bunny clinging to her neck, then at the dark, deserted cave, and burst into tears. The bunny didn't leave, didn't move, like an angel sent from heaven to keep her, brought to the secret base specifically to comfort and encourage her. Did even someone as useless as her deserve to be treated this way? The bunny raised its head, its round brown eyes fixed on her, its serious and upright posture as if to say, "Don't talk about yourself like that." Wow! Xiaolin wanted to cry again. It had been so long since anyone had comforted her, spoken from her perspective, and said something heartfelt. Xiaolin wiped her tears as she cried, but she felt a sense of relief. It was as if a stagnant river had suddenly been unblocked, her negative emotions flowing freely, giving her space to face herself. Perhaps she truly was a heroine. Otherwise, how could she have encountered such a miraculous thing, possessing a bunny so beautiful it felt like something out of a fairy tale? Xiaolin looked at the pale yellow-furred rabbit, her vision blurred by tears. She reached out to wipe them away, but they quickly returned. So she sat there, stroking the rabbit, her mood slowly calming. "Thank you." Ahem, Xiaolin cleared her throat, looking at the little rabbit nuzzling against her chest, expressing its affection. "Thank you, I feel so happy." Xiaolin's eyes curved with a smile. Yi Zifeng spun the compass, and pinched it twice with his fingers. Perhaps it was the effect of the golden light of merit from the last century, but in this world, the calculations could actually make some things clearer. The order on the shopping app should get good reviews. It was no wonder he'd chosen a particularly caring rabbit. Now that customer, who had been determined to die, should be appeased. But Yi Zifeng pinched his fingers again, pulled out the small golden light from his pocket, and asked Ying Fengshuan 2.0 to help him spin the compass. The little golden dot spun the compass with a rustling sound. Yi Zifeng, beside him, kept pinching his fingers, a light flowing through his fingertips. In conjunction with the compass's constant positioning, Yi Zifeng finally saw something more detailed. Wow, that caring rabbit had dug a burrow and fed people mutant plant roots, ready to take them in and settle down there. Yes, settle down. Chapter 34. Xiaolin lazily sat on a small mound of earth, basking in the sun. She settled on a small mound, perfectly shaped to fit her, but making it incredibly comfortable. Yes, that little mound was also made by her little rabbit. Xiaolin adjusted her posture to allow the sun to shine more brightly on her back. Even though sweat began to form on her forehead, she felt incredibly relaxed. She had seen someone on WeChat Moments saying that sunbathing your back is good for your health, but back then, she didn't have the time or the leisure to do so. The work wasn't finished yet, the client was pressing, and her mother called again, demanding payment. Under those circumstances, seeing her friends' leisurely photos and texts, she could only glance at them quickly, trying hard not to let any of her emotions stir. Xiaolin changed her angle, and began to sunbathe on the other side. But now she could. Xiaolin sighed softly, closing her eyes to feel the warm warmth of the sun on her back. She heard movement up ahead, and she looked up. A little bunny with pale yellow fur was happily running towards them, chewing something. Kobayashi squatted down, caught the bunny as it rushed into his arms, and buried his face in its sunshine-scented fur. Kobayashi pouted, kissing her with a sense of bliss. She was sure that if she were in an animation, her body would be overflowing with love at this moment. The bunny in his arms seemed to enjoy the intimacy as well. After a while, he turned around and showed off the object in his mouth. It was a plant root. It was also unusually thick, but unlike the previous one, this one was pale pink and had many branches. "Is this for lunch today?" Xiaolin was already quite adept at this. "How could this be so good, baby? You've given me another flavor." After the kissing ended, the man and the rabbit finally began to enjoy their lunch. Xiaolin sat on the ground, scooped up the little rabbit, and placed it in her arms. She began peeling the root. Xiaolin peeled slowly and meticulously. For her, having already died once, the remaining time was hers, free to spend whatever she wanted. After peeling, Xiaolin looked at the root, which resembled jasper coral, in her hands, and couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. She cut it in half, placed one portion in the little rabbit's hand, and began to nibble on her own portion. It was crisp and crunchy. As she chewed, a refreshing juice filled her mouth, followed by a light sweetness and sourness. Xiaolin took another bite. Delicious. Xiaolin continued to bite, and suddenly, she detected a subtle aroma. If the previous root had a distinct fragrance, this one was like standing in a vast forest, and suddenly smelling a faint fruity aroma. The fruit tree was invisible, only the scent was palpable. She smacked her lips, then took another giant bite. Sure enough, the fruity aroma intensified. Delicious, delightful. After crunching, Xiaolin turned the little rabbit in her arms over and watched it nibble with delight. Just like in cartoons, the little rabbit held the pale pink root and nibbled from the top. You couldn't see the broken cross-section, only the morsel getting shorter and shorter. The little rabbit's eyes were focused, but its mouth kept chewing. Crunching and nibbling, it devoured one root completely, then tilted its head to start nibbling on another. Oh my god, how could there be something so adorable? Xiaolan's heart melted like syrup. He took 2 deep gulps, feeling completely refreshed. What are we having for dinner? Xiaolan was happy. But the response from the depths of his mind was a bit complicated, and it took Xiaolan a while to comprehend it. We'd have to eat the roots of a different plant tonight. We had to try a variety of flavors, otherwise one of the plants would be completely eaten. Eat it all? Xiaolan glanced around subconsciously. Sure enough, the weeds at the cave entrance, which had been dense before, were now noticeably thinner. Thinking of his recently increased appetite, Xiaolan suddenly felt a little guilty. These grasses have mutated, so eating a few roots shouldn't be a problem, right? Yi Zifeng lay on a recliner. In front of him were several plates of something that looked like cut fruit, but if you looked closely, you could tell they weren't any kind of fruit, but more like crystal clear roots. Yi Zifeng poked a yellow piece into his mouth. It tasted okay, juicy and sweet, with an indescribable fresh aroma. Yi Zifeng poked another small piece, and handed it to the slightly glowing little golden bean, which finally calmed down. Yi Zifeng put down his stick, pulled out his phone, and began editing his product link. A rabbit from another world, skilled at digging holes, to help you escape. Occasionally, you even receive surprises from the rabbit. Yi Zifeng took a picture of the fruit cut on the table, and added it to the product details page. Just as he added it, his phone suddenly beeped. A new order had arrived. Curiosity building, Yi Zifeng calculated for a moment before entering the spirit beast space. After briefly explaining the situation, he retrieved a rabbit that showed interest in a new life. Optimist is a well-known entertainment influencer on a certain website. Today was the day he was interacting with his fans in his live stream, buying all sorts of unusual items online, and preparing to record an unboxing video. Optimist swiped his fingers. A completely transparent short-sleeved shirt. My dear audience, check my phone. Is this thing really as smooth as water? Buy one and try it out. The audience in the live stream were all cheering. Wow, what's the difference between wearing this and not wearing it? It can't be this smooth? Is this AI generated? Not a single comment. Forget the comments. The only one sold must have just been bought by our anchor. I bet this thing was just ordinary plastic sheeting when it was shipped. Optimist scrolled through his phone while interacting with the live stream. That's not entirely certain. It costs over 100 yuan a piece. How could it be ordinary plastic sheeting? I think it's as smooth as the pictures. I wear it for you guys to see, and give you a treat. Don't tell anyone else. Optimist made a funny face. Everyone in the live stream laughed. Optimist continued scrolling. 6th brother from Calabash Brothers. Place your order, and it will automatically come to your door. Wow, quite a few monthly sales. Check out the reviews. According to his fans' urging, Optimist opened the comments section and began reading. Great. I didn't expect to get my childhood idol at such a great price. He's actually come to me. What a surprise. The accompanying image was a photo of someone reaching out to hold onto the air. Optimist zoomed in and out of the photo, but couldn't see anything no matter how he looked. Thinking of 6th brother's superpower of invisibility, he was shocked. So this picture means he's already got 6th brother, but us mere mortals can't see it? Oh my god. Optimist scrolled down in shock. Sure enough, the comments section was flooded with photos of people interacting with the air. It was clear everyone was in a wonderful state of mind, spending money on shopping apps, and leaving serious comments in the comments section. Strangers, completely strangers, were weaving their own childhood fantasies together. It was truly entertaining. Optimist was also amused. He understood the live streaming effect perfectly, and the link was incredibly cheap anyway. He placed his order and immediately confirmed receipt. He then began typing a comment. Lu Hua left incredibly quickly, already sitting at his computer live streaming for me. The accompanying picture showed an empty computer desk. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, holy crap, that's too fast. Live streamer, you're fake, maybe everyone else is real. The live stream room erupted in laughter, and Optimist took the opportunity to put on a serious front. Actually, you just didn't see it. After I placed the order, Lu Hua really did fly back. He's right here. Optimist spun the camera, reaching out and feeling around in the air, pretending there was a Calabash Brothers in front of him. Look, isn't that Lu Hua? Those square cheeks, those little buns, and that little jacket, isn't it right there? Can't you see it? Ha ha ha. Paisy, have you forgotten? Even if I were truly invisible, you wouldn't be able to see it. Showing off Optimist was instantly amused. You really caught me. I declare you the smartest fan in my live stream. Hilarious. Actually, I have a normal IQ. Hint. Hint. Hint, who's the idiot? Optimist entertained the live stream, making the atmosphere lively. He resumed scrolling through the shopping app, occasionally pausing to comment or offer a humorous comment. After scrolling through a picture, he'd pause for a moment and return to it. A rabbit from another world, skilled at digging holes to help you escape. Occasionally, you receive surprises dug up by the rabbit. 699 yuan. The main image was a beautiful photo. A pure white rabbit, dressed in an exquisite tuxedo and a top hat, wielded a massive hoe and dug the ground. Against a dark green background and hazy morning light, the photo's quality rivaled a high-definition movie still. One sold, but no reviews. Seeing the livestream audience's interest, Optimist scrolled through the product details and examined several beautiful photos. However, no matter how he looked at them, none of them looked photoshopped. Their authentic quality was practically indistinguishable from real-life photography. The photo is great. But it must have been photoshopped. Yes, there's no way a rabbit could lift a hoe that big. Optimist continued to browse the details, reading the small print. A rabbit from another world, whose specialty and hobby is digging holes. It's very useful in dangerous times. Waiting for someone to buy it. Dangerous times? What dangerous times? It must be a rabbit background, like the Calabash brothers, but this is an original model. Original models have no future, and no one recognizes this rabbit. The owner isn't very good at making money. It's already 699, and you still say they can't make money. Who says not? It's 699. If one person takes advantage of it, the owner could earn enough for my food for a month. Optimist made an exaggerated expression. I burst out laughing. 699 is your monthly food allowance. So who was eating king crab a few days ago? Was it a pig? Who was eating crab roe noodles a few days ago? Was it a pig? Who was staying in a 5-star hotel before that? Was it a pig? Don't talk nonsense, my audience. I was just enjoying life before. 699 is really my monthly food allowance. Optimist let out an exaggerated laugh, and when his eyes shifted to his phone, he suddenly realized this was a great topic. 699 wasn't expensive, but regardless of whether the boss shipped the item or not, or what it was, he had a theme for a video. Shocking. Internet scams like this are still possible these days. The seller's show drastically altered the buyers. Let me take your place with the 699 item. 699 for an ordinary gray rabbit. Where's the humanity? Either topic seemed to have the potential to go viral, so Optimist, after bantering with the audience, picked up his phone. Since everyone thinks I have the ability to win it right away, I sacrifice my entire month's food budget to satisfy everyone. Place your order now. I make a video later to show everyone what I bought. Optimist held his phone up to the camera. When placing the order, he had to select random pattern, which the audience noticed. Wow, it looks like they can actually ship. Is it just a regular rabbit wearing clothes? And the patterns are random. What a rip-off. Optimist happily watched everyone's discussion. The more they discussed, the more curious they became, and the more buzz that video would generate in the future. After paying with their fingerprints, Optimist displayed the order page to the camera. Paid. Everyone, let's get excited. What can we actually buy? Wait, Paisley. A message popped up from the store. The little bunny will be here in a quarter of an hour. Ha ha ha. I'm so ripped off. 699 off my wallet. Seeing everyone's comments, Optimist turned his phone around and saw it was real. After placing the order, the store automatically sent a reply, saying the rabbit would arrive within a quarter of an hour. Oh my goodness. I hadn't expected this scam to work. The 50-cent Calabash Brothers one was fine, but this one was $6.99. Optimist was truly shocked. Could it really be that listing a link like this on a shopping app wouldn't result in complaints? Or was the sales number one fake, and he was the only one being truly taken advantage of? In a flash, Optimist even thought of the opening for his video denouncing shopping scams. His stunned expression made his fans sympathetic, and they showered him with small gifts, filling the screen with pleas for more openness. Some even offered the reasonable suggestion of filing a complaint on the shopping app, suggesting they might get their money back. No, maybe he could get his money back after appealing against a scam like this, but how would he edit the video after that? Without the anger of being cheated, the video would have no emotional hook, and without emotional hooks, how could it go viral? Optimist's eyes rolled. Maybe the rabbit will actually arrive in a quarter of an hour. Let's not rush. It's not too late to request a refund when the time comes. The audience laughed, calling him a dreamer, a fool with too much money, and asked him to give everyone some money. Optimus played a little trick on his fans, pretending to be unable to resist before sending out the red envelope. For a moment, the atmosphere in the live stream was heated, and the fans were satisfied, and so was Optimus. Ding dong. Someone's knocking on the door. Optimus said to the audience in the live stream, "I'm going to take a look. Don't say bad things about me while I'm gone." The fans in the live stream promised to tell everyone. After a few laughs and curses, Optimus got up and left. The fans in the live broadcast room were waiting, and heard the footsteps of Optimus leaving, and then suddenly fell into a brief silence. Chapter 35. Optimus rubbed his eyes fiercely. The scene before him remained unchanged. A round-faced, hairless black rabbit, carrying a hoe, looked up at him, its round eyes blinking. Ding dong. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Optimus, dazed, pulled it out. He glanced up and saw it was a message from the Taobao seller. "Dear, it seems you've received the item. If you're sure it's alright, please leave a positive review." Optimus glanced at his phone, then at the black rabbit with a hoe in front of him. Suddenly, the world seemed to be going awry. He ordered a rabbit on Taobao, and within 20 minutes, it was knocking on his door. Is there any science in this world? He clearly had the Sino Express station downstairs as his address. Could it be the work of a fanatic fan? Optimus immediately looked around. You know, when self-media platforms gain a lot of followers, there are always some crazy people among them. But he looked left and right, front and back, and saw no one. The empty hallway held only the wary figure of him, and the dark rabbit at his feet. The black rabbit tapped his shoe with its hoe, then pointed it at the door. The black rabbit tapped his shoe again with its hoe, then pointed at the closed door. "Come in?" The black rabbit, carrying the small hoe on its back, walked towards the door. Facing the closed door, it suddenly swung the hoe. At that moment, an optimistic inspiration struck, and it rushed forward to press the doorknob. "Come in." The black rabbit looked up at him, then put the hoe down and walked inside, its tail twitching. That was a close call. Was the door about to be chopped down by the hoe? Optimus closed the door and watched as the black rabbit entered his room, placed the hoe by the door, climbed onto his computer chair in a few steps, and then leaped onto his desk. Optimus was stunned, his mind racing, searching his memory. Could rabbits be that smart? But before he could find any results, the black rabbit's head had already appeared in the live stream. Oh my god, what is this? A stuffed toy? It moves. It looks like a rabbit. Wait, a rabbit. Optimus also walked over. Fans were wondering what was going on. How could such an adorable black rabbit suddenly appear? I hadn't heard him say he wanted a pet before. That's a long story. Optimus didn't know where to begin. You're not going to say you just bought it online, are you? Optimus saw the comment. Maybe, but I'm not sure. Because besides that Taobao link, he hasn't had much contact with the rabbit lately. But it's just too ridiculous. He only placed the order a dozen minutes ago. Pizy must be acting. It's so convincing. He's really taking his life. I give this micro-expression a 6 out of 5. He didn't even tell his fans about changing his route. He's treating us like outsiders. Seeing this, the optimistic guy started to get anxious. His fans are his livelihood, and the fans in the live stream are his core. This isn't a script. You're a fool to lie. I was wondering that too. Keep acting. This is hilarious. Write a good script later. Go study for 9 years of compulsory education before you try to deceive your fans. This acting is boring. Mainly, this script isn't realistic. The black rabbit on the screen shook its head, its long black ears twitching. Fans in the live stream saw the little black rabbit looking at the camera and waving its paws. Did I see it wrong just now? It looked like a greeting, probably a coincidence. You know what, that was pretty cute. This might as well have been scripted by the streamer. This rabbit just appeared out of nowhere. I have no idea how it happened. It's definitely not a script. If I were to lie to you, I'd get hit by a car right out the door. Swearing such a damning oath. I believe you. So the question is, where did this rabbit come from? Can you give me one too? Watching the discussion in the live stream, Optimus shared his theory. This rabbit might have been a prank by a fervent fan, or even a private message on a shopping app. You're saying the fan bribed the shopping website, manipulated their data, analyzed your micro-expressions during your live stream, and then just happened to display a link like this. Then, after you made your purchase, they lurked near your house, waited for 10 minutes, and then delivered the rabbit to your doorstep, right? Optimus also realized that this claim was a bit far-fetched. Laughing to death. I'm not saying this, Pi Z, but this sounds a bit expensive. I'm not insulting you. I just don't think you're a good match for this kind of high-end fandom, doghead. Ha ha. Compared to that, acting sounds more realistic. It's really not acting. Optimus was feeling a bit helpless. Just as he was about to explain further, the rabbit in front of the computer screen suddenly twisted its body, jumped off the table, picked up the hoe, and made a swinging motion. In that instant, that angle, that movement, it instantly overlapped with the main image on the product link in Optimus's mind. No way, no way. Although the two rabbits had different patterns, their waving gestures, their flying fur, their defiant aura, every aspect of them was identical. Ding dong. The phone in his pocket rang again. Optimus took it out, and saw it was from the same Taobao seller. Hey dear, I see you haven't confirmed receipt yet. Any concerns? If you're not satisfied, you can request a refund. We have a 7-day, no questions asked refund policy. Optimus glanced at his phone, then at the black rabbit carrying the hoe, and after a dozen or so thoughts, he finally accepted that he might have bought this rabbit from an online shopping website. It had arrived just over 10 minutes after he'd placed the order. He didn't reply to the boss's message, but instead switched to a browser page and searched, "What stage has science and technology reached?" The pinned reply was an AI analysis. Optimus read and pondered the text, but couldn't quite grasp the implication of rapid technological advancement. Honey, are you still concerned? Our rabbit is from another world, so it's normal to be different from ordinary rabbits. If possible, after receiving it, you should cultivate a relationship with it as soon as possible so that you and the little rabbit can get along well. Optimus looked at the rabbit swinging its hoe, then at his live stream window, and finally his gaze returned to the words "cultivate a relationship as soon as possible." He didn't know what was going on, but he took his phone and the black rabbit and went to the lawn below the residential building. The fans in the live stream were very curious and asked him why he was outdoors today. Optimus didn't know what to say, so he just mumbled something. But after the little black rabbit arrived on the lawn, it was noticeably more energetic, frequently looking back at Optimus with the hoe on its back. Optimus tentatively aimed the camera at it. Sure enough, the little black rabbit instantly became excited. Picking up the hoe, it dug 3 large holes with a clacking sound. Not satisfied yet, it tossed the hoe aside, stretched out its furry paws, and began digging. The fans in the live stream watched the tiny rabbit hop across the lawn in the center of the screen. Each hop created a new hole. After a few hops, the hole grew larger and larger, and the soil flew everywhere. The streamer stood there, dumbfounded, watching like a fool, not moving a muscle. Wait. No. Optimus watched, stunned, until the hole grew larger and larger, reaching right at his feet. Seeing the massive hole in the lawn, he realized something was amiss. Sure enough, the next moment, several angry shouts erupted from nearby. What are you doing? Vandalizing public property? Optimus' heart nearly leaped out. He clutched his phone, rushed over, scooped up the enthusiastic black rabbit, and ran away. Pedestrians glanced sideways at his ferocious expression, quickly making way for him. Lucky Pie ran far out of the neighborhood, only stopping when he saw no movement behind him. He bent over, panting, and the little black rabbit, tucked under his arm, struggled to jump down. Lucky Pie continued to pant, noticing his phone was burning hot. He picked it up, and saw the live stream screen filled with ha ha ha, and people mocking his weakness. The little black rabbit spun around and began to scratch the ground with its paws. Looking at the empty-handed rabbit, Lucky Pie realized he had forgotten his hoe. But he couldn't blame him. Who could remember to grab a hoe in such an emergency? The little black rabbit moved again, showing a gesture that indicated it was eager to dig. Could this rabbit be a special breed, specifically bred for digging? What kind of thing is this? A rabbit digging machine? But perhaps it was because the pure black rabbit was so round and energetic when digging, which was a joy to watch. Optimus, after recovering, stood up straight. You don't need a hoe, do you? I take you somewhere else to dig. The little black rabbit hopped after it. Optimus looked back as he walked. And putting aside all prejudice, this pure black rabbit looked like something out of a cartoon, round and fluffy, and when it jumped, it was like a piece of candy, incredibly bouncy. Optimus, with all his social media flair, raised his phone to show the little rabbit to his fans in the live stream. The little black rabbit was noticeably more energetic, and this confirmed his suspicion for Optimus. This rabbit. Could it just love being on camera? To put it more humanely, isn't this rabbit an eyesore? Optimus brought the black rabbit to their destination, a vacant lot near the neighboring residential complex. Optimus kicked the weeds underfoot. It seemed there hadn't been so much grass before. Wasn't this a wasteland? But contrary to his curiosity, the little black rabbit was completely at ease, sniffing through the weeds. Suddenly, as if it had discovered something, it became incredibly excited. Its paws, like electric motors, quickly began digging, unearthing all the weeds. Wait, Optimus took a closer look. The roots of these weeds seemed a little too thick. Logically, shouldn't the roots of this kind of grass be long and thin, like whiskers? Now it's like a date. Is it necessary for such a small weed to have such thick roots? It's bizarre. Little Black Rabbit had already dug up a huge pile of weeds, each with a giant root piled together. Optimus stood by, watching. Suddenly, he felt uneasy, so he stepped forward to help sort them out. Although he didn't know what he was doing, Optimus arranged the different varieties of weeds separately, but it still felt awkward to just stand there and watch. The audience in the live stream was also confused. They watched Little Black Rabbit digging weeds endlessly, and then watched the host sorting them out. The two worked as if they had some kind of mission, for a long time. After an hour, they finally stopped. Optimus rubbed his waist, and Little Black Rabbit stopped pawing. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Then, suddenly Little Black Rabbit took a few steps forward and extended its paw toward Optimus. Optimus, confused, tentatively placed a finger on it. In an instant, a sensation like an electric shock shot through his fingertips, reaching his brain. After the explosion, only a few indecipherable characters remained, meaning something like rabbit. Wait, how did I know what that rabbit was? Ding dong. Another message popped up on the Taobao merchant's page. Dear, this shows that you and the little rabbit have established a preliminary bond. If you're satisfied, please confirm delivery and leave a 5-star review. Optimus shifted his gaze from his phone to the black rabbit in front of him, realizing how unscientific the world truly was. The unscientific little black rabbit hopped over to the grass pile, picked up a blade, and bit into the root. Optimus could hear the crisp crunch. Perhaps noticing his gaze, the little black rabbit picked up another blade and pushed it toward him. Eat it if you want. Optimus took it blankly, looked at the black rabbit crunching in one bite, wiped the grass root, and stuffed it into his mouth. Since the rabbit ate it, it must not be poisonous. Besides, some grass roots are edible. When he was a child at his grandfather's house in the countryside, his cousin took him to dig them on the ridges of the fields. Those thin grass roots were sweet. Optimus chewed and chewed. What's going on? This thing is quite delicious. It has a crisp texture, a sweet taste, and a unique aroma. The man and the rabbit sat on the wasteland, picking up the weeds one by one as if they were having a barbecue. They picked up the weeds, wiped them casually, and bit off the roots in one bite. Crunch, then tossed the grass away without looking back. Looking stunned burp. I'm full. Optimus stood up and noticed his phone propped up at his feet, only to realize he was still live streaming. Haha, sorry, everyone. I pick it up right away. What's going on? Was that you, the one sitting there eating grass? You might have been possessed by a wild sheep. Could be a bison. I think it was a wild boar. Haha, that's not it, Optimus thought for a moment, then picked up a blade of grass and showed it to the fans in the live stream. This isn't just any weed. It's probably some special variety. This root might be a fruit, just like peanuts, you know? It's actually quite tasty. Optimus took a bite and showed the cross-section to the fans in the live stream. Look, it's so tender and juicy, but a little small. Optimus bit off the rest and burped again. What kind of grass is this? I've never seen it before. It looks like a common weed. I have one downstairs, but the roots are different. Strange, that doesn't make sense. This kind of grass doesn't have roots like that. Then let me take a closer look. Optimus walked to the side, casually grabbed a blade of grass, and yanked. He tugged harder. What's going on? Can't you pull it out? Ha ha ha, can you please, Pizy? The worst streamer ever. Unexpected. It's just that this one's holding on tight. Let's try another. Optimus quickly switched to another blade, this time putting more effort into it. Nothing happened. Optimus straightened up nonchalantly, wiping the sweat off his face while changing the subject. It's quite hot today. I think I'm getting a bit of heat stroke. Really? I saw you eating grass with such energy earlier. Heat stroke in a second. Just as he was about to chat with his fans in the live stream, a fresh blade of grass was handed to him. The pure black rabbit blinked and held the grass forward again. Oh my god. Anyone who has ever raised a rabbit, tell me, are your rabbits this clever? How is that possible? Optimus took the grass, feeling the urge from deep within his mind to eat it, and once again confirmed that this rabbit was unscientific. Optimus took a bite of the grass root, savoring the crisp and delicious taste in his mouth. Seeing the black rabbit next to him easily pull up the grass, he swallowed. Brothers and sisters, don't say I'm thinking of you when I have good things to do. As you can see, I seem to have come across something truly extraordinary this time. Optimus opened his phone and stealthily sent the shopping link for the rabbit to his fan group. Chapter 36. Finally, vacation arrived. Xiaoyu flung her school bag onto the floor upon entering the house, stomped off her shoes, and headed straight for the refrigerator in her socks. She scrambled through the refrigerator and freezer, grabbing a ton of snacks before stumbling into her room. She pulled her phone from the drawer, turned it on, and while eating her snacks, she caught up on the anime she'd seen during the school term. After finishing the anime, she switched gears and began watching the videos posted by the influencers she followed. After finishing all the videos, Xiaoyu burped and opened her chat app, opening the group chat to see what everyone was talking about. Optimus National Fan Club 19. Xiaoyu clicked on it. A. Oh my god, my baby is so adorable. His fur is pink, his eyes are gold, and when he winks at me, he looks like a piece of amber. Faints. B. My little baby is white, like a snowball. He. B. Picture C. My darling is colorful, I love it so much. A. I'm completely mesmerized by it, and I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like I've made a contract with it. A. Magical girl emoji. C. Can I say I am too? B. Me too. What is it? Xiaoyu clicked on the picture B sent. Looking at it from all angles, it was just a fluffy bunny with a round face and eyes. It looked quite cute, but what is a contract? Some latest game? Excuse me. Little Raindrop. Suddenly appeared Little Raindrop. What did I miss? What contract? A. Xiaoyu, long time no see. You're finally on vacation. A. I don't know what to say. My group told us not to tell anyone. Check the group files, the latest one. B. Cute face squatting. Why is it so mysterious? Xiaoyu thought as she clicked on the group files. The latest one was uploaded a few days ago. There was no name, just an asterisk. Xiaoyu clicked on it, and it took a while to load. It was a video, and judging by the cover, it looked like a screenshot from one of Li Xianpai's live streams. What was so mysterious about it? It was even hidden in a group file with an encrypted name. Xiaoyu clicked on the video. The video started with Li Xianpai greeting fans on camera. Xiaoyu picked up her water cup and took a sip. She watched Li Xianpai on the screen browse Taobao, came across a link to an AI-powered image for 699 yuan, bought it, chatted and laughed with fans, and then stood up to open the door. Suddenly, a holy crap rang out from the video, startling Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu put down her water cup and saw a pair of furry black ears appear in the center of the screen, followed by a round, plush face. The black rabbit blinked, looking very clever. This rabbit is actually quite adorable. Wait, Xiaoyu paused the video and saw a comment on the recording. No way, this can't be the rabbit I just bought on the shopping website. What rabbit bought on the shopping website? Is it the AI image link that Optimus just saw? That's impossible. But the following video content completely blew Xiaoyu's mind. Optimus repeatedly assured her that this wasn't a script, and that the pure black, round-faced rabbit was the one sent by the Taobao seller. Optimus took the rabbit to the community lawn again, and the rabbit dug a huge hole in the lawn like it was playing a game. Optimus was chased to another wasteland. Suddenly, the man and the rabbit started digging for grass, and as they dug, they began to eat the roots. Each root looked incredibly fresh and juicy. Xiaoyu stared at Optimus in amazement. Finally, he wiped his mouth and said mysteriously to the camera, "Brothers and sisters, don't say I didn't think of you when I had good things to do. As you can see, I seem to have encountered something truly extraordinary this time." After the video ended, Xiaoyu was still a little dazed. She rewatched it, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. Little Raindrop. I finished watching it, but I'm still confused. Is this some new sitcom? Or just a live stream recording? Little Raindrop. So trendy. Tears. Not actually a script. 60 seconds of voice. Xiaoyu listened to the voice message 3 times before she understood what the person was saying. The black rabbit was a fantastical creature from another world that Optimus stumbled upon online and bought by chance? Oh my god, people still believe this kind of scam these days. Did they skip all 9 years of compulsory education? Little Raindrop. Has everyone bought it yet? $6.99 is a lot of money. You can call the police. The text then abruptly shifts topics. Little Raindrop. Although the video is very realistic, I want to tell you that we haven't discovered any otherworldly creature so far, so this is a scam. You can try requesting a refund on the platform first. If that doesn't work, you can report it to the police. Not a scam. I know it's hard to imagine, but I do have a magical little bunny. Picture B, Picture C. Picture these three group members are close friends of Xiaoyu's. The pictures they sent were of three bunnies of different colors, but Xiaoyu was genuinely puzzled. Even if they were scammed, it's impossible for everyone to be scammed. Could it be true? That doesn't make sense. A group member sent a link to buy the bunnies, and Xiaoyu clicked on it, which redirected her to a shopping app. Monthly sales, over 2,000. Could all of these be bought by group members? No normal person would place an order if they saw a link like that on a shopping app. But the group members, who had watched the video, weren't so sure. Xiaoyu flipped back and forth between the chat and shopping pages, watching everyone in the group show off their rabbits like they were their own babies, calling them adorable, capable, and even claiming their rabbit had dug up a large radish in the fields, leaving the family so full they didn't even need dinner. While she was doing this, Xiaoyu jumped onto the payment app to check her balance. It was 723 yuan, her New Year's gift money. 699 yuan was really too much. If she'd been scammed, she'd hate herself for the whole year. Xiaoyu went back to the chat page and privately messaged a close friend in the group, who had just shown off their rabbit in the group. Xiaoyu chatted with the person for half an hour, probing them from every angle, until she was finally sure they weren't scamming. She took another look at her remaining balance of 723 yuan, and with a pounding heart, she immediately went to the shopping app and placed an order and paid. Dear, thank you for your order. Your bunny will arrive in 15 minutes. Xiaoyu's heartbeat raced, her thoughts racing. She was on the verge of pressing request a refund on her phone several times, but each time she pulled back. Just 15 minutes. What if I actually bought a bunny from another world? The pictures and stories posted by the group members didn't seem made up. Every photo looked real. 15 minutes seemed like an eternity. After an unknown amount of time, there was a small knock on the door. Xiaoyu's heartbeat quickened, and she hurried to the door. Pausing for a second, she opened it. A long-haired, brown bunny, like a fluffy chocolate bar, lifted its round face and waved its paw at her. Hi. Xiaoyu has a rabbit. To be more precise, she has a chocolate-colored, unique little rabbit from the world of cultivation, with the noble blood of a beast king whose hobbies are digging and searching for delicious food. Every time Xiaoyu thinks about this, she mentally thanks the 699 yuan. Oh my god, money is such a good thing. For just 699 yuan, she can own a chocolate-colored little rabbit that seems to have grown close to her heart. Xiaoyu squatted on the grass, fanning her rabbit with an umbrella. How's Coco? Is the pressure right? Will it mess up your hair? The little rabbit named Coco shook its head, its paws constantly moving, its tail twitching with the movement. A moment later, it dug out a milky white root, 2 fingers wide, from the ground. Xiaoyu expertly took it, split it in half, peeled the Coco half, and handed it to Coco. Watching Coco munching obediently, Xiaoyu took out her phone and took 18 photos. Optimus National Fan Club 19. Little Raindrop. My Coco dug me some delicious food again. Little Raindrop. So happy. Little Raindrop. Pictures X18. After exchanging compliments on each other's rabbits with friends in the group chat, Little Rain switched to 3 other social media platforms and posted the 18 pictures there, each with a different caption. Finally, he returned to the group chat and encouraged everyone to give each other compliments. Yi Sifeng was browsing online when he immediately came across a trending post with 18 pictures. A chocolate brown rabbit was digging in the lawn, captured from 18 different angles. The caption read, "My baby works early in the morning to support me. I'm so blessed. Rose, Rose, Rose." Yi Sifeng clicked into the comments section, and the entire front row was filled with compliments, each exchanging compliments on the other's rabbits. It was quite lively. Yi Sifeng logged out and scrolled away from that post. Just 2 scrolls later, another popular post featuring a rabbit appeared. It seemed to be another fan of the same streamer, displaying a different rabbit. I opened my eyes in the morning and my baby was already awake, staring at me with wide eyes. My heart melted instantly. Over 80,000 likes. The comment section was also buzzing with activity. Yi Sifeng logged out again and scrolled twice more on the homepage. Sure enough, another popular post featuring a rabbit appeared. This one was pure white, and she was wearing a pink princess lace dress. It also had a lot of likes and comments. What's going on? Is it already so popular? If I remember correctly, only a few thousand have been sold. Yi Sifeng put his phone aside and called over the little golden bean, who was playing in the dirt, to spin the compass. The little golden bean made a whirring sound, and Yi Sifeng began to snap his fingers. After pinching a dozen times, I started following the black rabbit that wanted to be a superstar, all the way to the streamer's performance in the live stream, and soon I saw the link that was posted in the group chat. The streamer named Optimus was very popular, a top-tier figure on his platform, with a large number of followers. He secretly posted the link to the first fan group. The moderator in the group chat was very responsible, believing that all fan groups were equal and there should be no favoritism. He diligently moved the link to the other 20 groups, attaching detailed video descriptions. Optimus' audience is young people, in other words, the type who love to surf the internet and share their lives. Goodness, no wonder, he was eager to take advantage of this wave of popularity. Yi Sifeng stood up from the sofa, tucked the Ying Fangchuan Light dot board into his sleeve, entered the Spirit Beast space, randomly selected a little rabbit, and began filming his second video. Yi Sifeng brought the rabbit to the window. The cabbage in the flower pot had changed again. The edges of the emerald green, stretched leaves were no longer rounded, but had regular protrusions, like saw blades. Yi Sifeng reached out and touched it. It was prickly, the kind that would easily scratch an ordinary person's skin. The soil had also changed. Yi Sifeng tapped the soil in the flower pot, and it made a popping sound. Yi Sifeng picked up his phone, pointed it at the flower pot, and began filming. I'm sure some of you have noticed that your plants have been growing bigger and bigger lately. Even if you forget to water them, they still thrive. Don't doubt it, this isn't just because your planting skills are improving, it's because the plants are experiencing a spiritual resurgence. Soon, our world will be challenged, and their living space will be squeezed. In extreme cases, all the space above ground will be occupied. Some of you may be asking, what can we do about this? Don't worry, I've found a solution for you. Look at this rabbit. Yes, this rabbit holding a hoe. This small hoe is just for demonstration purposes. When you're ready for real-world use, you must equip them with a larger hoe. It's okay if you don't have a hoe. Giving your rabbit a hoe will make it feel more caring, rather than just digging with its bare hands. Whether it's happy or not is one thing, but your attitude must be shown. Okay, without further ado, I get right to the demonstration. Look, our rabbit is about to start. It first taps the soil with the hoe. You can tell it's hard. After 2 more hoes, it's not satisfied, so it starts to move its claws. The iron-hard soil softens like cake beneath its claws. This is a natural talent of its species, something we mere mortals can't learn. Of course, don't force your average rabbit to dig. They're not the same species. Our rabbit hails from the world of cultivation, possessing the noble bloodline of the Beast King. Its claws are as hard as iron and stone, and it has a glorious record of turning the forests of the cultivation world into honeycomb coal. No animal on earth can compare. Okay, it's done digging. It's unearthed this cabbage. Look at this cabbage. The roots are completely different, thick and translucent. They're edible. Friends with similar rabbits are advised to eat any root. As long as your rabbit gives it to you, it's non-toxic and very beneficial. In other words, this might be the only benefit humans can reap from the plant mutation. Don't hesitate to try it. Yi Sifeng posted the video and expertly spent money on data. After finishing his work, he lay back on the sofa and began surfing the internet. The small golden light in his sleeve fluttered. Yi Sifeng pulled his sleeve open, but after a long wait, there was no movement. Aren't you going out? Just want to play inside your sleeve? Yi Sifeng pinched the golden light out and flicked it. Xiaoli was a working woman. After get off work, she picked up takeout and started catching up on a TV series. An episode played quickly at double speed, leaving her only halfway through her pickled fish. So Xiaoli changed her posture and began browsing her phone. Short videos were also very appetizing. I'm sure some of you have noticed how the plants in your house have been getting bigger lately. Xiaoli's fingers stopped sliding downwards. She turned to eat a piece of the pickled fish, and then looked back. The male voice in this video is so beautiful. Although I don't know what he's saying, just listening to him speak makes me feel like I'm in a spring breeze, as if even the pickled fish tastes even better. Xiaoli put her phone aside, and happily finished her pickled fish to the sound of the beautiful male voice. Only after she put down her chopsticks did she realize what the video was about. What? Some plant mutation? Xiaoli replayed the video, grasping its meaning, and fell silent. Is it really that hard to be a self-media person these days? Even with such a beautiful voice, do you need such an outrageous script to make a living? Xiaoli clicked on the person's profile, and saw that this video was his second work. The first was also about apocalyptic rabbits, but that video was taken outdoors, and didn't look like it was AI generated. But how could that be? Some apocalypse, some plant mutation. Wait, Xiaoli's mind uncontrollably wandered to the rose in the flower bed downstairs in the community. It was a beautiful rose. When in bloom, it filled the entire flower bed, and everyone passing by couldn't help but stop to admire it. This year, it was even more spectacular. The roses in the flower bed had climbed up the ground to the first floor wall, creating a spectacular wall of flowers that attracted countless people to take photos and check in. But Xiaoli wasn't one of them. For some reason, whenever she passed that rose, she would always get scratched by its leaves or thorns. After 2 or 3 times, she stopped going that way. Just now, when she went upstairs to pick up her takeout, she thought she heard her neighbor complain about the excessive number of thorns on the roses. Why had the roses grown so large this year? Could they have become spirits? Spiritual? Xiaoli switched to the browser page and searched for the keyword spiritual resurrection. After reading the novel's premise all along, her heart was pounding. Suddenly, the video she had just seen seemed somewhat believable. She returned to the video app and clicked on the account's display window. A rabbit for 699 yuan. This might have seemed like a fortune to her as a student, but for her now, a working woman, it was a simple matter of steeling herself and stomping her foot. Xiaoli sat there, her mind torn between her conscience and her conscience, but finally, after seeing the scar on her foot from the previous cut, she clicked the order button and paid. Dear, welcome to place your order. Your bunny will arrive in a quarter of an hour. Chapter 37. Xiaoli opened the door, and was shocked to see the pure white rabbit with a patch of gray fur on its chest. The little rabbit hopped in, with a few steps, and gestured for her to reach out. An electric shock-like sensation shot from her fingertips to her brain, a flash of inspiration exploding, leaving only a few fantasy characters in her mind. XX Rabbit. After realizing what had happened, Xiaoli did only one thing. She scooped up the white rabbit with the gray fur collar, quickly rushed into the room, and began to grab her phone. She opened a short video app and searched for Talisman Drawing Encyclopedia. No results. She changed the keyword to Essential Sword Techniques. Also, all that came up were fantasy novels. She changed the keyword to Formation Learning Guide. Still nothing. Xiaoli continued to search through 8 apps, searching each one. Only when she found nothing did she feel relieved. Great. It turns out the outside world is actually scientific. It was terrifying. I thought she was so far behind everyone else. It turned out she was the unscientific one. Xiaoli held the white rabbit with a gray fur collar and shook it. The little rabbit, with its round face, seemed to be asking her to shake it a few more times. How adorable. Xiaoli reached out and scooped up the little rabbit with both hands, gently shaking it a few more times. It looked even cuter. Xiaoli felt both happy and a little lightheaded, with a strong sense of unreality. What the hell? How did I suddenly buy a rabbit online, and it arrived in just 15 minutes? Xiaoli felt a subtle connection deep in her mind, and suddenly found it incredible. Is this a dream? Xiaoli pinched her leg. It hurt. This couldn't be a dream. As if sensing her thoughts, the little bunny in her arms raised its head and nuzzled her chin, wanting her to truly feel it. So fluffy and soft, Xiaoli's heart brightened instantly. Who hasn't dreamed of a little animal all their own in childhood? Warm, fluffy, and clean, with the ability to read your mind and some magical powers, just like a fairy tale protagonist, right? Oh my god. Was this really a dream? Xiaoli pinched herself 3 times. It hurt. This couldn't be a dream. The little bunny felt a faint pang of hunger, and Xiaoli snapped back to her senses. Regardless of whether she was dreaming or not, she quickly searched for something to feed her precious. Xiaoli carried the little bunny to the refrigerator. After searching for a long time, she couldn't find anything she liked, and the little bunny in her arms showed no sign of wanting to eat. Oh no, Xiaoli thought to herself, her precious child wouldn't even consider these mundane treats. The little rabbit in her arms seemed to sense her mood, and patted her arm with its paw. It took Xiaoli a moment to fully grasp its message. It was going to dig in the dirt and find its own food, and it assured her that it would share its food with her. She could now eat delicious food with it instead of the food in the refrigerator. Xiaoli was truly moved. Although it was her first time meeting the little rabbit in her arms, the feeling was so special, like the closest family, so close and intimate. Xiaoli picked up the rabbit and kissed it 3 times, then began to ask it where it was going to find food, saying that she wanted to go with it. The little rabbit paused for a moment, then sent a message that it hadn't yet decided on. It's not a big deal. Xiaoli patted the bunny's head. Then let's go downstairs and look around. It was getting dark, but Xiaoli wasn't afraid at all. While she might have previously avoided going out at night, now she was convinced she was the strongest. Thinking she was ahead of so many others, having snatched up this powerful rabbit from the world of cultivation, Xiaoli felt her feet light up, her confidence so strong she wanted to hit someone. Walking downstairs with the bunny in her arms, Xiaoli ran into a few neighbors. Normally, she would have looked away, pretending she didn't know them, but today, she held her head high, met their gazes, and offered a smile. That's what confident people do. Xiaoli took the elevator to the first floor, and was about to leave, when she suddenly remembered the prickly rose at the door. She hesitated, then turned her foot away. It wouldn't hurt her if it pricked her, but it would hurt her little bunny. Xiaoli emerged from another door, and took just 2 steps, when she felt a pain in her foot. Looking down, she saw a fresh rose branch lying across her feet. Following the branch to the left, a dense cluster of rose plants stretched before her. What was going on? A few days ago, they were only growing over there, but how come they've even grown here tonight? Xiaoli had a vague sense of foreboding, and her mind uncontrollably recalled the words in the video. Why are the plants at home getting bigger and bigger? The plants are experiencing a spiritual resurgence. Their living space is being squeezed. Our rabbit is from the world of cultivation, and has the noble bloodline of the Beast King. Since the rabbit is real and is now being cherished in her arms, the question becomes, is the aura resurgence and the changes in the plants mentioned earlier in the video true? The answer was obvious. Xiaoli took a step back, watching the tender branch instantly spread forward a centimeter. It didn't seem like rapid growth, but more like it had transformed into a hunter, about to begin its hunt. Xiaoli turned and ran back, meeting no one along the way. After entering the elevator, she frantically pressed the floor buttons, fearing she'd turn around and see a green branch sticking out from the elevator door. Thankfully, real life wasn't a horror story. Xiaoli emerged safely from the elevator with a sigh of relief. But what about the rose plant downstairs? Should she call the police? Would they believe her? What would she do if she was questioned? Xiaoli's mind was a tangle, and within that tangle, she found the little rabbit's thoughts. It said it was even hungrier. Xiaoli's heart ached again. Yes, Xiaobao had come home hungry, had to accompany her on her errands, and hadn't even eaten after all the hard work. But now, she didn't even dare to go downstairs. The little rabbit in her arms raised its head and nuzzled Xiaoli, then stretched out its paw and patted her face. What the hell? Xiaoli double-checked before she could believe it. Her little rabbit had just asked her to bring a hoe and go with it to tackle the rose downstairs. Me? Xiaoli couldn't believe it. The little rabbit had confirmed the news. Humans are strange creatures. When alone, they're vulnerable, but when surrounded by weaker companions, they often stand up and protect the weaker ones from the elements. That's what Xiaoli thought as she picked up the hoe. Otherwise, it was inexplicable how an ordinary person like her could take a hand-me-down hoe she'd bought last year and go tackle the mutant rose downstairs. The little rabbit hopped ahead, as if facing not a mutated rose, but a feast. She followed tremblingly, not as if she were going to pick roses, but more like she was going to commit suicide. What was going on? Why did she get in the elevator with a hoe? The rose downstairs was even pricking people. What was she doing? Wasn't she really going to deliver groceries? 2 neighbors came in and complained about how the roses outside their door were growing so big they'd cut their legs. Are the property management people just there for nothing? Seeing Xiaoli and the little rabbit at her feet, the neighbor greeted her. Are you planting radishes? Hee hee. Yeah. Xiaoli forced a smile, but her eyes couldn't help but glare at the neighbor's calf. Oh my god, such a long cut, and it's still bleeding, so horrible. As they passed by, Xiaoli silently wept. Even if she just walked along the path, she'd get a huge gash from that rose. She was going over there with a hoe, wouldn't she get herself stabbed? What a terrifying rose. She should just go back. It's better to call the police. She's such a weakling. The bunny hopping ahead stopped, turned around, and glanced at her cautiously, mentally asking if she should go back first. It could handle it alone. It might be a tough fight, but it could definitely take it down. If she was scared, she could just go back. It's okay. Don't worry, it's just too hungry. At those words, Xiaoli's body perked up instantly. She felt her shoulders grow infinitely wider, enough for her little bunny to rest securely on. Xiaoli clearly communicated to herself. She wasn't afraid at all. Even if she couldn't handle it, she could definitely dodge. Let the little bunny fight with all its might. She would always be its support. Looking back, she was definitely waiting for it right behind her. The little rabbit was visibly happy again, skipping and skipping ahead. Xiaoli mustered her courage, grasping the hoe firmly and following behind it. The rose's branches had grown longer. Whereas just a few had sprouted from the side of the door, they had now spread to the other side, forcing anyone passing through to step over them or risk stepping on them. But according to Xiaoli's experience and the theory of spiritual resurgence, no matter how high a person stepped, they would still be scratched by this spirited rose. Xiaoli's heart began to flutter again, but when she saw the little rabbit ahead, looking back at her with moist eyes, she steeled herself. Don't be afraid. At most, it just get hurt. With all the advanced medical technology these days, there's nothing to be afraid of. Xiaoli and the little rabbit began to plan a battle. They would attack from two directions. Xiaoli would aim for the upper branches with her hoe, while the little rabbit would seize the opportunity to dig up the roots, remove them, and then they would flee together. A perfect battle plan. Xiaoli calmed herself and watched the little rabbit hop towards the nearby door. 3, 2, 1. Xiaoli picked up her hoe and frantically hacked at the branches blocking the door. After a few seconds, the massive wall of flowers, having reacted, began to grow inward, new branches sprouting outward like spider silk. Xiaoli looked at the fine, sharp thorns, and swung the hoe with great force, repeatedly cutting off the branches that were coming inward. As if sensing her intention, the roses covering the wall came alive, growing faster and faster. New branches, like soft arms, possessed a flexibility unbecoming of plants, carried densely packed thorns, and swept towards her. Xiaoli hoed the branches with all her might, the hoe clanging against the floor, but she wasn't distracted. New branches quickly sprouted from the cut surface, sharper and swifter, thrusting at her without hesitation. Xiaoli swung the hoe with all her might, cutting off the attack. She didn't want to retreat and couldn't. She, her size, was struggling to cope, so how could her tiny rabbit possibly dodge these densely packed branches? Xiaoli swung the hoe continuously, severing branch after branch, her speed increasing, her technique becoming more and more deft. The moment she slammed the hoe to the ground, she felt a strange sense of accomplishment. How was her rabbit? Xiaoli averted her gaze, wanting to glance at the situation across from her, but at that moment, a hidden branch stabbed at her left and back at a tricky angle. The moment she noticed it, Xiaoli realized she couldn't dodge. A pure white shadow swooped over, knocking the branch down in front of her. With a crack, it snapped and broke into the ground. Her little rabbit. Xiaoli rushed over to examine it. The pure white little rabbit had several thorns stuck in its mouth, and there was a faint trace of blood around the edges. Xiaoli felt heartbroken, wishing she had been pricked instead. But the little rabbit simply patted her gently with its paw and asked Xiaoli to remove the thorns. Xiaoli gritted her teeth as she pulled, shaking uncontrollably with each tug. By the time she had finished, her back was covered in sweat. The little rabbit pursed its lips, immediately conveying a sense of joy. Xiaoli couldn't help but curl her lips, sensing its joy. With each other's company, fighting rose monsters late at night seemed more heartwarming. Wait, where are the rose monsters? Oh my god, aren't they still on the battlefield? The little rabbit stopped her as she was about to jump in fear, its furry little paws dragging out a long, radish-like object from behind. Is this the root of that rose? Xiaoli turned around and saw that the rose monster, which had just been so arrogant, now seemed drained of its life force, slumped on the ground, completely unrecognizable as a spirited rose. And the root, held in the little rabbit's hand, shone faintly, as if imbued with soft moonlight. In simple terms, it was immediately clear it was no ordinary object. This is edible. I suggest those of you who have similar rabbits try eating all the roots. The words from the video suddenly flashed through Xiaoli's mind. Oh my god, she'd made it through the battle and reached the checkout page. Xiaoli couldn't believe it. The little rabbit before her pushed the thick root toward her. Xiaoli tried to pry it apart, but it didn't budge. She wiped the hoe nearby and finally used it to cut the root. Just as she was about to peel and eat it, a gust of evening breeze suddenly blew over. Wait, this isn't home. Xiaoli, her mouth hanging open, suddenly realized. This is a public area downstairs in the community. It's not safe at all. After explaining to the little rabbit, Xiaoli stuffed the 2 large radishes into her pocket, picked up the little rabbit, and prepared to leave with the hoe. Officer, this is it. I just heard some clanging noises. I opened the window, and saw the rose plant dancing like it had ghostly hands. There was a shadowy figure beside it, wielding a weapon. It must have been a machete. The sound of it slashing at the ground is terrifying. My heart is still pounding. Is this the place? The voices were getting closer. Xiaoli thought to herself, oh no! She was about to duck down, enter through another door, and slip behind the crowd, but after 2 steps, she suddenly realized the window was no longer covered with flower patterns. Xiaoli slowly straightened up and met eyes with a group of people through the window. "Hi." Sheely smiled. The little rabbit in her arms saw her reaction, paused for a moment, and then waved its paw at the group through the window. Hi. Chapter 38. Yi Zifeng received a message on the shopping website's back end, from the after-sales page. "Hello, where are these rabbits from?" Yi Zifeng clicked on it. If I remember correctly, the buyer seemed to be a woman, and the rabbit she sent was pure white with a gray fur collar. A very special rabbit, not only smarter but also very ambitious. Before leaving, it even declared its journey to the stars and the sea. Yi Zifeng's response was to take one last look at it, then quickly ship the item. But the person on the other side of the screen, who sent the message, was clearly not the girl. After all, in both worlds, no one who had obtained a spirit pet would ever inquire about its origin. It must be someone from the official department. Yi Zifeng began typing. Our Lingian rabbits are native to the cultivation world. In the southeastern continent, there's a forest governed by the Beast King. The spiritual energy is incredibly abundant, and the soil is fertile. The little rabbits have exceptionally good genes, with a hint of the Beast King's bloodline. The other party paused for a few seconds before sending another message. Why did you suddenly end up on Earth? Yi Zifeng clattered on the keyboard. Business secrets, dear. Now the other party wasn't sure how to respond. Yi Zifeng stared at the message that the other party was typing for a long time before taking the initiative. If you're interested in ordering a large quantity of rabbits, we can meet in person to inspect the goods. After a few seconds, an OK message came. Yi Zifeng lay back on the sofa, took a sip of the water on the table, and as he put the cup back down, the small golden light began to stir again. If you try to get into the cup again, I lock you in the bathroom. The light dot immediately became obedient, pretending nothing had happened as it floated in the air twice before rubbing against Yi Zifeng's seat and resting on his shirt. Then let's meet at the second floor of the XX shopping mall in downtown XX. Look, which shop should we meet at? Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow after seeing the message. This mall was near where he lived, and he had used magic to obscure his IP address on the internet, so the other party could only have deduced his address from the video he posted. Yi Zifeng mentally deduced it and typed. Tomorrow, let's meet at the coffee shop on the second floor. Okay. Yi Zifeng closed the back-end page. They both understood each other tacitly. After all, if they really ordered rabbits offline, they wouldn't choose an elegant coffee shop. This was clearly a meeting place for business, and the other party acquiesced. I wonder what the official situation in this world is like. So far, he's had a pretty good impression of him. They're unclear about his origins, but they haven't shown any immediate hostility. Instead, they've been polite and willing to discuss everything. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but wonder, are all parallel universes like this? Is this a fixed path? If things were like this, it would be hard not to think of his previous world, where the cooperation was pleasant, and it even bore some resemblance to his hometown in his first life. Yi Zifeng picked up the small golden dot that had rubbed against his leg, channeled his spiritual energy, and entered the spirit beast realm. The landing point was the spirit cloud rabbit's territory, a vast grassland, a vast expanse of green stretching as far as the eye could see. The soft grass beneath his feet swayed in the wind, its undulations, like green waves, following the wind's path to the horizon. Yi Zifeng sighed softly. The smell here was very similar to the forest where he'd grown up, only with a stronger smell of rabbit. Yi Zifeng made a few hand gestures, and soon, furs of various colors began to emerge from the green grass. Furry creatures, large and small, leaped out, more and more, almost obscuring the green of the grassland. Has this tribe been so large before? Wait, aren't rabbits more fertile? In the past, Ying Fangxuan was in charge of the overall planning of the forest's spirit beasts. It always seemed so numerous, with the various tribes well balanced, as if it had always been that way. So, Yi Zifeng had never imagined before that he might not have inherited 30 million spirit beasts, but 30 million plus, and that plus was constantly increasing. Yi Zifeng paused for a long moment, staring at the unaware, cheerful little golden dot floating beside him. Yi Zifeng turned around and began counting the rabbits with a hand gesture. Should we say they're worthy of being called rabbits? Yi Zifeng's fingers moved faster and faster, the spiritual energy flowing through his fingertips, like stars streaming across the sky. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. 330,000. Yi Zifeng flicked away the golden light that had drifted to his fingertips at some point, looking at the rabbits of all colors covering the mountains. It was a relief to discover them in the second world. If I remember correctly, back in the cultivation world, there were only tens of thousands of these rabbits, right? How long has it been since then? Do these rabbits have nothing to do but reproduce? they must all be sent away in this world. Otherwise, he worried that if he only kept 2, he'd come back later and find 10,000 more. Yi Zifeng left the spirit beast space. The next day arrived quickly. Sitting up from his bed, he stepped on a small golden light dot sleeping at the foot of the bed. Yi Zifeng got up and went to the closet to get his clothes. After getting dressed, he went straight to the balcony. The cabbage leaves in the flower pot had grown sharper. The rounded edges had become quite hideous, so sharp they looked like densely packed thorns. If one didn't know it was a cabbage, one would have suspected it was some invasive species. Yi Zifeng tapped the soil in the flower pot. It was even harder. Yi Zifeng pondered. This cabbage had always been by his side. It should have grown faster than the plants growing outside, but the ones outside should be almost there. Furthermore, Yi Zifeng had a feeling that the mysterious element in the air, while active now, also had a kind of incubation period, as if it were gathering strength, waiting for the moment to erupt in a frenzy and quickly take over all living space. Yi Zifeng twisted the cabbage leaves. If this were a normal spiritual revival, evolution would have been sequential, with some individuals undoubtedly experiencing rapid growth early on. This wasn't the unified and planned development seen now, where all plants advanced at a uniform pace, as if collectively awaiting a single moment to sprint. This was strange and abnormal. The plant revival in this world was as if orchestrated by a single consciousness, developing stealthily first, then quietly awaiting the right moment to explode, only to dominate the world in a flash. Yi Zifeng casually tucked the small golden speck into his sleeve, packed up briefly, and headed out for his appointment. Arriving at the agreed location, he was somewhat surprised to find only 3 people in the entire cafe. A middle-aged man with slightly graying hair sat at the innermost seat, with 2 imposing figures standing behind him. It was a leader and 2 bodyguards. This arrangement wasn't unusual, but Yi Zifeng was somewhat surprised that there were only these 3 people in the entire cafe. While there might be other members scattered throughout the mall, their presence in this narrow space was enough to demonstrate their sincerity. The middle-aged man must have been quite prominent. The moment he entered, the 2 bodyguards visibly tensed, but the middle-aged man raised his hand, and their tension eased, albeit slightly. Yi Zifeng approached, and the middle-aged man stood up and extended his hand warmly, offering a gentle, polite smile. "You're the manager of the Zaya's Henji purchasing store, right? I've heard a lot about you." Yi Zifeng shook his hand, somewhat curiously. It was a unique feeling. He hadn't counted how many times he'd shaken hands like this. Yi Zifeng smiled. "Yes, you're the one who arranged a business meeting with me online." The 2 security guards were about to move, but the middle-aged man gestured for them to be quiet. Yi Zifeng smiled calmly, without reacting. The middle-aged man stared at him intently for a few seconds, then sighed. "I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to test you. We were just a little worried." The middle-aged man produced an intricate wooden box and unrolled the layers of brocade, revealing a short, thin, pale pink, root-like object that glowed faintly. It was the root system of a mutant rose. As expected, the other party mentioned a rose, saying that the root system was provided by an ordinary girl and her rabbit. Yi Zifeng was a little curious. That rose's root system should be larger than this, right? Ahem. As if he hadn't expected the question, the other party paused before speaking truthfully. Yes, but the main root system still belongs to them. In fact, the higher-ups wanted it too. After all, compared to the thin, short roots left in the soil that the rabbits wouldn't bother digging out, the strong, thick taproot system seemed more valuable for research. But again, if you want it, the other party has to be willing to give it. When the official was negotiating with the girl, they simply glanced a few times at the 2 trouser pockets holding the taproot system. Then, like a spirit, the fur-collared rabbit pulled half of the root system out of its pocket and began to gnaw on it. With its other paw, it offered the other half to the girl's mouth. The little girl seemed a bit dazed, but since it was already right next to her, she took it and began to nibble, saying as she ate, "It's quite delicious. Baby, you eat yours, I eat mine." Since it had come to this, the authorities couldn't possibly tell her to stop eating and hand it in. So, she had to settle for the next best thing. Under the rabbit's guidance, she spent a long time digging near the mutant rose, unearthing 2 thin, remnant roots. But even these mutant plant roots, so thin and tiny that even the rabbit had disdained to dig them up, still contained a strange energy, gentle and full of vitality. Research suggests that this energy could significantly improve the average person's physical fitness, and even extend their lifespan. The one who had initially urged everyone to boldly eat these mutated plant roots was the green-eyed young man before them. The middle-aged man gently pushed the box over. "You mentioned in your video earlier that ordinary people can benefit greatly from eating these roots. It's the only benefit humans can gain from the plant mutation." Yi Zifeng nodded. The plant is about to mutate. The part above ground will be greatly strengthened and may attack humans later. However, the roots below ground, which offer no defense, are filled with spiritual energy and can be absorbed by ordinary people. But the land where the mutated plants grow will be strengthened. The other party sighed. Strengthened land is simply not something ordinary people can easily dig through. It requires a team effort and considerable effort to break through the ground. But will the mutated plants just sit there and wait for them to explode? That's why the root samples obtained from inside are few, and almost none of high quality. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so envious of the mutated roots that an ordinary girl dug up at the entrance of the residential complex. Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow and went straight to the point. I can provide you with a sufficient number of alien rabbits, trading them for you. That way, we should have enough time to cultivate a suitable refuge for everyone underground before the plants completely mutate. The other party sighed softly. You may not know enough about us. Our territory is vast, and 1,800 alien rabbits are completely overwhelmed. We need you more. Yi Zifeng raised his hand to interrupt. More than 1,800. And tens of thousands. It's 330,000. A moment of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's face, but it quickly faded, replaced by delight. Having enough rabbits to solve problems at home would certainly be far better than asking a powerful stranger for help. The little girl's white-collared rabbit was incredibly kind to her, sharing everything with her. Not only did it share the precious mutant rose root it had dug, but the staff even reported that the rabbit had gone out to play during the day and brought back a large bag of small roots. He then came home and sat with the little girl, sharing each one individually. Afterward, the rabbit and the man sat on the sofa watching TV. They then broke each of the roots in half, saying they didn't want to miss a single one. Their delightful, sweet expressions were almost closer than if they were their own children. The accompanying staff member, envious of this, tentatively asked if they could share one. Before the little girl could even say anything, the rabbit dragged the entire bag of roots under its butt and sat down on it. The key point is that the inside and outside are clearly divided. This example caught the attention of the old leader, who then surveyed all owners of this rabbit and came to an incredible conclusion. Everyone who bought this rabbit, without exception, was extremely close to their own, as if they were born to be close and intimate. Is this the spiritual pet of the cultivation world? The old leader sighed at the time. But now there's no need to sigh. There are more than enough rabbits. Not only can we provide for those who are envious internally, but we also have extra rabbits for external use. 330,000. Even if distributed to every grassroots level, there'd be one for every 2 or 3 villages. Before, worried that there wouldn't be enough rabbits to solve all the problems, he took the risk of asking this mysterious boss for help. But if there were enough rabbits, everything would be solved. If only he could get a pet like this. The middle-aged leader's thoughts wandered, but then he realized the person sitting across from him and quickly retracted them. He enthusiastically stood up and extended his hand. Mr. Shopkeeper, thank you so much. Thank you for trusting us. What time do you think would be best for us to send someone to pick up our rabbit? Chapter 39. Don't be impatient. Yi Zifeng stood up and shook the other man's hand. I wonder if you've heard that for spirit beasts from the world of cultivation to settle on Earth, a certain affinity is required. The middle-aged man was a little surprised, but he maintained a gentle warmth. What kind of affinity is needed? Yi Zifeng pondered for a moment. I wonder if you've ever read fantasy novels. Seeing the other man's confused expression, Yi Zifeng knew he probably hadn't read much. That's right. Yi Zifeng smiled. To put it simply, spirit beasts have their own minds. They only sign contracts when they find a master they like. Only contracts signed in this way are recognized by the laws of nature and allow them to share something. Without a contract, both parties risk harming each other. In this world, rabbits are much more powerful than humans in their early stages. Both parties considered this, and the middle-aged man was even more surprised. After all, the rabbits had been sold publicly on the shopping app before, and it seemed like random shipments. So, any rabbit could be intimate with a buyer, right? The middle-aged man's expression grew serious. Yes. Seeing his thoughts, Yi Zifeng smiled politely. Seeing that he was about to take over all the rabbits, he explained carefully. The rabbits I gave away before all had a pre-existing fondness for the owner who bought them. In other words, the owner and pet are matched. So each rabbit must be paired with a person it likes. The middle-aged man was at a loss as to what to do. Matching 1,000 or 800 main pets might be a bit of a hassle, but if we focused our efforts, it would be done quickly. But what about 330,000? The thought of that scene made the middle-aged man's vision darken. He was interviewing countless people with rabbits all over the mountains. He might have to ask each rabbit, "How is this person? How is this person?" There was no time. There was no time at all. Thinking of the progress reports from the lab on the plant mutations, the middle-aged man's heart sank. Was heaven really going to destroy us? I can offer a solution, but I only need your minimal cooperation. The gray-haired middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked hopefully at the handsome green-eyed young man before him. I'd like to hear more. The dense forests of X City. At ease? The resolute captain commanded. The team before him was neatly formed, each member in high spirits, sweat dripping down their dark red faces into their collars. No one moved, even their breathing was in unison. He waited for a moment. Rest here for 15 minutes. Yes. After a chorus of responses, the team sat down, took out their water bottles, and began to drink. Only at such moments could their backs relax a little. After consuming their water, only a few whispers could be heard from the team. Hey! Brother how did you manage to get to morning exercises today? Xiao Wu bumped into the man next to him. He had clearly seen him lying in bed when he left. The man known as Brother Hao took a leisurely sip of water and smiled. It's all about having hands. Can you teach me? I want to sleep a few more minutes too. You can't learn it. Lu Hao glanced at Xiao Wu. Why can't you learn it? Xiao Wu looked unconvinced. Do you really want to learn? Lu Hao glanced at Xiao Wu. Then give me a back massage for 3 days. Okay. Xiao Wu really wanted to sleep a few more minutes in the morning. I left the dormitory the moment the bell rang. I ran 30 laps as punishment, and I finished just in time for the last 10 minutes of morning exercises. Lu Hao put the water bottle back. Remember to give me a back massage for the next 3 days. Oh my god! Xiao Wu had just raised his voice when he heard a loud whistle from the front. They quickly gathered their things, and in 10 seconds the team was back in line. The break lasted less than 15 minutes, and Xiao Wu wondered if the captain had misread the time. The captain trotted over from a distance, but unlike usual, he was carrying a large black cloth bag. It was their cell phone. The captain quickly reached them and saluted. Emergency notification. Everyone, turn on your phones and follow the instructions exactly. Please reply if you receive. Got it. The team's voices resounded. Everyone in the team received their own phones and, following the captain's instructions, opened the group chat and clicked on the red envelope he had sent. 699 yuan. Xiao Wu was a little confused. Although he didn't understand what was going on, his instinct to obey orders was ingrained in him. He simply held the phone, awaiting the next instruction. Another message popped up next to the captain's profile picture. Limited time offer. Cute otherworldly pets for all ages. Cultivation World. Spirit Cloud Rabbit. Beast King Bloodline. Apocalyptic Plant Revival. Companion Adventure. Home Renovation. Digging and loosening soil. Click the link to open directly. What the hell? The captain sent it by mistake? Wait, the captain actually sent it by mistake. I can't believe the captain, who usually appears stern and decisive, secretly saved a shopping link like this. It's the kind of thing only a child would enjoy, totally unbecoming of a captain. Xiao Wu looked up subtly, wanting to see the usually stern captain's expression if he accidentally sent the wrong message, but he still hadn't raised his head. Wu Xiaojiao. Xiao Wu, having been called out, quickly lowered his head and immediately became obedient. The captain continued giving instructions, telling them to click on the link, spend 3 minutes reading the details, and then write a 500-word self-introduction on the order notes page. They should highlight their strengths, describe their personality, and also include their lifestyle. More words are fine, but absolutely no less. They must be enthusiastic and polite. The number of rabbits is limited, and it's impossible to equip every soldier with them. Whether we can surpass the second team depends on this one. Start now. Xiao Wu's hands were already clacking away before his brain could react. Recalling the information revealed on the details page, Xiao Wu became increasingly alarmed as he typed. Plant mutations. That would explain everything. The herbicides he carried on missions were getting heavier, and the plants in the dense forest were growing stranger and stranger. He had previously thought he'd simply seen it wrong, but was it actually a mutation? Xiao Wu's typing speed began to increase. If the number of rabbits was truly limited, then whoever placed the order first would definitely have the best chance. Xiao Wu exerted all his might, his mind racing, listing all his strengths from childhood to adulthood. When he reached a bottleneck, he glanced at Brother Hao to his right. Oh my god, why had he written so long? Xiao Wu gritted his teeth, a level of effort he hadn't put in even when writing his college entrance exam essay. He used polite language to the utmost, his words dripping with passion. The characters grew larger and larger like flowing water. When the timer in his mind reached 9 minutes and 59 seconds, he made a quick decision, placed his order, and paid with his fingerprint. His palms were sweating profusely. Seeing Brother Hao to his right had just put his phone away, Xiao Wu asked curiously, "Brother Hao, how many words did you write?" 1,314. 1,314. I must give my utmost to everything I do. Not only is my content sincere, but the number of words is equally passionate. Yi Zifeng was packing and shipping in the Spirit Beast space. Above the endless grasslands of the Spirit Rabbit area, a massive formation floated. Complex lines layered one after another, intertwining different colors of spiritual energy. In the center, the ancient characters connected end to form a circle. With each rotation, golden light emanated from the surroundings. Beneath the formation stood a dense mass of little rabbits. Yi Zifeng stood beneath the formation. With each turn of the compass, a shopping note was transmitted through the compass to the formation above, displayed before each spirit cloud rabbit. Yi Zifeng reached out and turned the compass. Hundreds of shopping notes floated upward, carried by spiritual energy. My name is Zhang Jia, and I'm the secretary of the XX County Party Committee in XX City. My strengths are my maturity and composure. If you live with me, I can provide a stable psychological environment and a relatively comfortable material life. I live in a very pleasant environment. Hi, baby. I'm Jiang Xiao, the head chef of the XX organization. I'm good at transforming ordinary ingredients into something truly amazing. I'm cheerful and always love to laugh. My name is Lu Hao, 189 centimeters tall, 79 kilograms. My specialties are lurking in the mountains and sniping targets. My hobbies are running and enjoying delicious food. If you're as physically demanding as I am, we can work out together. I'm a very down-to-earth person and take everything one step at a time. My name is Wu Xiaozhao. You can call me Xiao Wu or Xiao Zhao. If you choose me, we'd definitely be good friends. I've been a recipient of the Enthusiastic Baby Award since kindergarten, and when I entered elementary school. My name is Xie Yi, from Province J. Countless messages flowed into the formation along with spiritual energy, constantly appearing before each rabbit. If a rabbit saw a description they liked, they simply touched it with their paw, and spiritual energy would generate a path to that address. Minus the 10 minutes of packing time, the two parties would meet in about 15 minutes. Yi Zifeng kept spinning the compass, inputting spiritual energy as he did so. This energy connected to the vast formation above, then flowed from the rabbits below to the addresses provided by each buyer. If it weren't for the golden light boost in the previous world, this massive spiritual power output would have been a bit overwhelming. Yi Zifeng turned his head. A small golden dot of light, Yingfangxuan 2.0, was maintaining another small formation not far away. The small dot of light rose and fell in a rhythmic pattern, looking a bit like pedaling a bicycle with great effort. Yi Zifeng suddenly felt relieved. That was right. Yingfangxuan's own children, of course, wanted him to put in more effort, using that small formation to filter out those ghost-written self-introductions. This was also for the benefit of the rabbits. If someone needs someone to write even the most basic words for them, how can they be considered sincere? Refreshed, Yi Zifeng turned and continued channeling his spiritual energy, maintaining this vast formation through the compass. Rabbits constantly touched the information before him, quickly transforming into streams of light and being drawn away. The old leader took off his glasses, rubbed his brow, picked up the thermos on the table, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip of the strong tea inside. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in, leader. The middle-aged man who entered was a little excited, but he quickly calmed down and pulled out a cloth bag from behind. My rabbit is here. The old leader stood up and looked at the rabbit on the table. It was light gray, with black hair on the tips of its ears. The rabbit didn't move at all when it saw him, just blinking. The old leader reached out his hand, then suddenly thought of something and looked at the round-faced rabbit in the bag. Can I touch you? Leader Yuanbao said yes. The middle-aged man smiled proudly. The old leader reached out his palm and very gently stroked the rabbit's head, feeling its softness beneath his hand. Great, it's real. It's the same rabbit the mysterious young man was selling online. This sensation, can't be wrong. The young man hadn't lied to them, the old leader sighed. To be honest, he was shocked when he first learned that the other party required everyone on their side to place their orders on the shopping app, and to write a self-introduction when placing their orders. His subordinates immediately questioned the plan, and some radicals even thought it was a joke. With over 1 billion people writing self-introductions on shopping apps, If the other party didn't give them a single rabbit, the entire country would become a laughing stock. The meeting erupted in a cacophony, and he finally decided to meet the young man in person. Surprisingly, aside from his radiant green eyes, the young man looked perfectly like a native Chinese, with long hair tied back and a loose white robe. He glanced at him with a uniquely gentle air, as if looking through him at someone familiar. This was not the look someone harbored with malicious intent. The old leader made up his mind at that moment. He issued the directive, mobilizing all available personnel. All eligible individuals grabbed their phones, used the official subsidy, clicked on the link to place their orders, and provided detailed information on the notes page, preferably no more than 300 words. But at the time, he hadn't anticipated that, with each order coming one after another, the word count would spiral upwards, from 400 to 500, then from 800 to 1,000, and so on. Tap, tap, tap. A faint knocking sound came from the door. The middle-aged man's body trembled. He looked at the old leader with an expression of extreme surprise, put his hand to his lips, and whispered, Hey, your rabbit seems to have arrived. The old leader paused for a moment, took a sip of the tea on the table, coughed dryly, and then walked to the door with his hands behind his back, pressed the doorknob, and opened it. A light brown rabbit with tiger stripes on its belly, and a small bundle tied to its back walked in, hands folded in its pockets. It looked around the office, and finally fixed its gaze on the old leader. It took 3 or 2 steps over, and extended its paw towards the old leader. The old leader, who had heard it before, slowly squatted down and put his hand on it. A shock like electricity rushed from his fingertips to his brain, and after the explosion, a few glowing characters were left in its wake. Linging rabbit. The old leader lowered his eyes to look at the rabbit on the ground. The little tiger-striped rabbit nodded, reached out its paw to untie the small package tied around its neck, and pulled out a long, thin root from it, handing it to the old leader. What is this? The middle-aged man, with an exaggerated expression, tried to stir up the atmosphere. Is this for me? The old leader took it with a smile, and under the little rabbit's encouraging gaze, he placed the root in his mouth. As soon as he chewed it, a warm current spread through the juices, and his mind instantly cleared. This is... The old leader was a little shocked. He knew that the plant roots he had collected had magical effects, but so far, none of them had any effect on the mind. Yes, that's right, the mind. The old leader took another bite. The warmth that emanated from his mouth seemed like a mysterious force, warming his wearied brain. After the gentle tide receded, only clarity remained in his mind. This was a gift for him. The little rabbit received this news. Glancing at the middle-aged man next to him, the old leader smiled as he walked over to the cabinet, opened an exquisite wooden box, and took out a piece of soft silk. Placing the silk on the table, the old leader slowly and gently wrapped the root, smiling as he did so. Xiao Wang, my rabbit is so polite. It came so kindly, and even brought me some local specialties. I'm so sorry. What do you think I should give it in return? Chapter 40. In the end, the old leader didn't return a specific gift, because no matter how much he thought about it, he still felt dissatisfied. He did have a lot of supplements in stock at home, but no matter how expensive they were, they couldn't compare to the root the other party had brought. How about this? The old leader put on his glasses, picked up the tablet on the table, and fiddled with it for a long time before granting the rabbit access. Start from this page, then scroll down here. These should be my monthly allowance. Just order whatever you want. The rabbit with tiger stripes on its belly nodded, uttered a brief thank you, then picked up the tablet and began to read carefully. The old leader stood aside and observed for a moment. When he felt that there was nothing wrong, he took off his glasses, slowly walked to the table, picked up the silk bag containing the root, pressed his smug smile, and walked out in a serious and casual manner. Within a day, everyone in the building knew about the old leader's rabbit. They brought him a gift the first time they met, a rare, mutated plant root that boosted his spirits. The old leader, carrying a cloth bag containing the rabbit, which was watching a tablet, returned home humming a song. Even if he had to start the action the next day, it couldn't dampen his wonderful mood. X town, Y county, XX village. Lao Gao has been farming his entire life. He can explain how to care for crops with his eyes closed. He bent down, picked up the pesticide sprayer on the ground, walked to the door, pumped water into the sprayer, and then poured the small bottle of pesticide he had bought into it. I'm going to the fields to spray pesticide. As he changed into his boots, Lao Gao raised his neck and shouted. Go pick some water spinach from the fields by the stream on your way back, his wife called from inside. Okay. Lao Gao nodded and headed down the path in his boots. The crops weren't doing well this year, but that didn't mean they were sluggish or underdeveloped. Quite the opposite. Every field he'd seen along the way was incredibly lush and vigorous, with branches and leaves spreading out and plants standing tall. Each one, huddled together, was growing beautifully. But there were no grains. He'd been farming all his life, and this was the first time he'd seen this. Lao Gao went down to his own plot and pinched the rice ears. They were shrunken, as if they were malnourished. But he'd applied a lot of fertilizer this year. He'd been farming all his life, and every harvest was a source of pride, because his fields always produced 2 more bags of rice than others. He understood his fields better than he understood himself. But this year, he was truly baffled. Lao Gao walked inside, his left hand pumping the handle of the watering can while his right hand held the hose, spraying pesticide. The rice looked incredibly healthy. There weren't even any insects this year, so why wasn't it producing grains? Lao Gao turned and began spraying another patch of rice. If his field was the only one affected, it might be because he hadn't bought the right seeds, but this year, every household was experiencing the same problem. It was truly strange. Soon, Lao Gao finished his first batch of pesticide and walked out of the field. He went to the nearby ditch and filled it with water. He continued spraying until every patch was covered. Then, after carefully washing his hands, he headed west to the vegetable patch. The vegetables in the patch were also growing well, especially the water spinach, which had been picked just the day before and had already grown another half a meter tall. This year was truly strange. Lao Gao reached out and plucked some water spinach. It wasn't tender at all, but rather old, as if no one had picked it in half a month. Although it was old, the water spinach still needed to be stir-fried. Lao Gao tried to pick the tenderest branches and leaves, and after a long time, he finally managed to gather enough for a plate. When he got home, his wife saw the water spinach and complained, "Why did you pick such old ones? This is already the tenderest one." Lao Gao put down the kettle and took out a large spoon to scoop some water. "This year is strange," his wife said as she picked the vegetables. In addition to stir-frying the water spinach, they also stewed a chicken. They didn't kill it to eat, but because it had wandered onto the side of the road and was hit by a motorcycle. Seeing it couldn't recover, they simply stewed it. "Ask Alan's family to come over for dinner tonight." His wife instructed Lao Gao to call his son. Okay. Now that the chicken is stewed, he needs to invite his son and his family over for dinner. The atmosphere at the dinner table was lively, as Son An was a talkative person. He chatted about everything from politics to the stewed chicken on the table. "This chicken is best stir-fried. Stewed, it's too greasy and tasteless." Ahua's children, Lao Gao's grandchildren, nodded in agreement. Lao Gao smiled. "Okay, next time, ask your grandma to stir-fry it with some chili peppers until it's fragrant, and then I invite you over for dinner." "Grandma, why isn't there any salt in this water spinach?" the granddaughter asked as she took a chopstickful of water spinach. "I added half a spoonful of salt." Lao Gao's wife took a chopstickful of water spinach. "It really doesn't have any salt." She went to the kitchen, brought back the salt shaker, and added half a spoonful. The granddaughter took a bite of the water spinach. "It still doesn't have much salt." He dipped his chopsticks in the vegetable juices in the bowl again, took a sip, and immediately stuck out his tongue. "So salty. This dish isn't salty?" Old Gao also noticed something was wrong. "Is it too old?" Old Gao asked as he chewed. A large spoonful of salt made the vegetable juices even salter, but the water spinach didn't taste salty at all. "Forget it, if it doesn't taste good, forget it. Have more chicken. We can't finish this pot of chicken this meal, and we have leftovers again." Old Gao used a spoonful of chicken to scoop out the chicken for his grandchildren. The 2 children were hiding with their bowls when they heard a neighbor's loud voice outside. "Old Gao family, finish your meal. There's an urgent matter at the top, and the whole village needs to be in the auditorium. Everyone must be there at 6 o'clock. I'm going to notify the next family, hurry up." Everyone at the table stared at each other for a few seconds before Old Gao made the final decision. "Let's eat quickly. We know what it is when we get there." The 2 children quickly devoured their rice, fearing the adults would remember to scoop out the chicken again. With only a few minutes until 6 o'clock, Lao Gao and his family put down their bowls and headed for the village auditorium. The village auditorium was very close, so they arrived in just a few minutes. The neighbors they passed along the way looked puzzled, but everyone headed quickly for the auditorium. A microphone was mounted on the stage, flanked by large speakers. The village chief stood solemnly, as if about to make an announcement. Lao Gao's heart skipped a beat, and for some reason, he suddenly remembered what was happening in the fields. "Hey, it's 6 o'clock, it's 6 o'clock." Anyone chatting outside the auditorium hurry inside. There's something important to announce. Anyone who doesn't cooperate will be punished. Anyone who doesn't cooperate will be punished. The village chief's voice boomed through the speakers, echoing throughout the auditorium. Lao Gao's grandchildren covered their ears with their hands as they watched the people outside hurried in. Is everyone from our village here? Are you all here? Look around to see if anyone's missing. After the meeting, we must go to their homes and notify them. Yes, yes. The clamor of responses was noisy, louder than a market at market time. The village chief coughed on the stage. We've received notice from above. Notice from above. There's a geological disaster looming soon. A serious geological disaster. Everyone in our village must stop what they're doing and wait for my unified arrangements. Wait for my unified arrangements. If you have young people working away from home, please buy the nearest tickets and return home. Don't waste any time. Time is very urgent. Call immediately after the meeting. Don't be reluctant to part with the money. Come back immediately. Come back immediately. The village chief's voice had barely paused when the auditorium erupted in the voices of every villager. Lao Gao stared blankly at his family, while his grandchildren, covering their ears, were incredibly excited in the bustling atmosphere. Urgent. The company is telling employees to return to their registered residence. As the title says, I've been working in Province G for 3 years, and finally earned a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Today, my boss suddenly called me in for a talk and told me to buy a ticket and return to my registered residence without saying when I'd be back to work. Should I file for labor arbitration? I probably can't file. My relative, who works in labor arbitration, was also told to return to his registered residence. I, a chicken cutlet maker in another province, also received a call from the district office asking me to return home. What's going on? Suddenly, the whole country is saying there's a geological disaster and everyone stopped working. Which leader made this snap decision? The above poster dares to say this. Don't want the account anymore? Doghead, forget about you people from other provinces. I'm in the county. My boss told me to get back to the village right away. I was just trying to finish washing the dishes, but he handed me my suitcase. There might really be a geological disaster. My cousin, who works on the excavator, was called away. Apparently, he's going to have some training, and then he have to dig some kind of shelter. Shelter? Have you read too many novels? Even if there's a geological disaster, it can't happen all over the country. Why don't you say it's been invaded by enemy agents? That sounds more believable. I'm an insider, so I let you in on the fact that there really is a disaster. Haven't you noticed the strange weather lately? Especially the plants, they're getting bigger and bigger, almost mutating. You've read too many novels? The temperature is high and the sun is abundant this year. Of course, everything's grown and mutated. Why don't you make up something better? Stop trying to save face for your master. What's going on? It seems like everyone working outside the country has received a message telling them to return to their registered residence. What's going on? I've always trusted the authorities, but this operation really baffles me. Don't even mention it. I was traveling abroad and got 3 calls in the middle of the night telling me to return home. I scolded them and urged them to buy plane tickets immediately. Do you think I believe them? If I move, I lose. The operations over there are getting more and more confusing. Luckily, I immigrated to Country M last month. Now, I'm sipping coffee and happily reading your messages. Every time I read one, I'm thankful for my actions last month. It's so fast. Little C put down his coffee, happily walked to the sofa with his phone in hand, plopped down, adjusted the brightness to a more appropriate level, and continued watching the discussions back home. There were so many people back home, so it was very lively. There were those who were confused, those who questioned, and those who believed unconditionally. But these people were often criticized by others because they seemed so foolish, like they had been sold by their superiors. Moving to America was truly the best decision he had ever made. Little C, phone in hand, walked to the window and leisurely watered his potted plants with his delicate kettle. Wow, how come the seedlings I just bought yesterday have grown so big today? It's truly America. Even the plants can grow so vigorously, Little C marveled. Chapter 41. 9 p.m., Province Y Expressway. By 6:31 p.m., all residents had completed their journeys home, but the expressway remained brightly lit. One after another, heavily armored vehicles sped along, their steel pulses pouring into the nation. The vehicles passed through the brightly lit cities and into the rolling hills. Along the highway, large weeding machines rumbled, never stopping, ensuring that these vehicles could reach all parts of the country as quickly as possible. A man in brightly colored work clothes beside the highway wiped his sweat from his face, and continued to operate the massive weeder. Although he had only participated in operator training a few days ago, the 2 days of intense operation had already made him familiar with the machine. He cranked the joystick, manipulating the machine to cut down the trees lining the road. A subtle grinding sound came from behind him, a familiar sound to him. It was the sound of the chopped leaves continuing to grow. The first time I saw it, I was truly terrified. Even though the organization had emphasized this, and even shown everyone videos of plant mutations, seeing it with the naked eye was different. Plants, always considered benign and harmless in the human worldview, suddenly seemed to possess consciousness, reaching out wantonly in the darkness to the human world. The mere thought of it was terrifying. But now, the fear was gone. The man once again controlled the machine to cut down the trees before him, and hurried on to the next location without stopping. Manpower was limited, and time was running out. X village, X town, Y county, 11 p.m. A drizzle was falling. The village chief stood at the intersection with a flashlight, waiting for someone from above to arrive. Unlike ordinary villagers, he had vaguely heard some rumors. Furthermore, with young people returning from work, there were always some well-informed people. Unexpectedly, the village chief took a few steps toward the center of the road, unwilling to touch the land beside it. Although he had already weeded it during the day, who could be sure? The grass, once savage, was unreasonable. What if it suddenly grew larger? Who would he turn to for justice? The rain was getting heavier, and the flashlight illuminated the area with incredible clarity, like individual beams passing through the beam. Dad! Another flashlight beam appeared on the side of the road, and the village chief's son ran over with an umbrella. I brought you an umbrella. All right. Just give me the umbrella. You should hurry back home at this late hour. The village chief, holding the umbrella, urged his son, who had just returned from another province. Why are you rushing me? I'm old enough to be eaten by stray dogs, am I? The young man with green-streaked hair looked towards the end of the road. Why haven't we arrived yet? Didn't we say we'd be there by 10:50? We're already way overdue. Dad, why don't you go back and check back later? Don't talk nonsense. They must have been delayed on the way. If I were to delay them even more, what would I be? The village chief shone his flashlight on the land on both sides of the road. Go back. Why are you standing here with me so late at night? Your mother is worried. I'm with you. What's there to worry about? The young man looked at the spot where his father's flashlight had shone and couldn't help but say, Dad, do you think what they say is true? I still find it impossible. How could this grass grow taller than a building? Isn't this just feudal superstition? Are the people above sure? Keep your voice down. Seeing his son immediately lower his voice, the village chief spoke again. Whether they're wrong or not, there's definitely something wrong with the plants. Didn't you notice that the daffodil at home is gone? The village chief looked around and saw his son approaching with curiosity. He put his hand to his lips and whispered, the other night, when I woke up to go to the bathroom and turned on the light, I saw something green shrink back from the edge of the flower pot. I thought I was seeing things, but now I realize it must have become a spirit that night. No wonder I always forget to water it, and it keeps growing stronger. Really? Could it be that you're seeing things, Dad? Aren't you presbyopic? As for the plant's growing strength, it might be the weather. Isn't it getting hotter these days? Go away, go back. The village chief kicked his son's butt and watched him walk away, flashlight in hand. He watched the light enter the house before looking towards the end of the road. Why hasn't he arrived yet? He waited a while longer, until his legs were aching. Finally, a yellow beam of light appeared at the end of the road. The village chief's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward. The huge car door opened, and a fully armed, though somewhat disheveled, soldier emerged, carrying a large package on his back. The car behind the soldier closed its doors and sped forward, heading toward the village further away. The soldier who disembarked immediately saluted, handed over a document, and then explained to the village chief that he had arrived on time according to his original plan, but had encountered a landslide, which had delayed him a bit. He hoped he wouldn't mind. Landslide? The village chief was shocked. If he remembered correctly, this was a serious matter. Why was this person so calm, as if he had just stumbled? But it was too late, and he had things to do tomorrow, so he took the man home without further questioning and showed him the 2 rooms he had prepared. Wait, weren't we told to prepare 2 rooms? Where's the other person? The village chief looked back at the road behind him, but couldn't see the second person. As if sensing his thoughts, the soldier said, There's another room for Commander Chue. It's here. The village chief turned back and saw the solemn, fully armed soldier unzipping the bundle from his chest, revealing a dark brown rabbit with a very round face. Sitting inside the bundle, the rabbit nodded at him calmly and naturally, appearing remarkably composed. The village chief's eyes widened. 7:30 a.m. The newly attached loudspeakers began blaring throughout the village. Everyone listen up! Everyone listen up! Gather at the auditorium entrance at 8:30. We're about to start. We're about to start. Everyone get ready. Get ready. Gather at the auditorium entrance at 8:30. The Gao family quickly poured porridge from the pot and let the grandchildren eat first, followed by the sons and daughters-in-law. They blew on the porridge and slurped it, not even bothering with pickled mustard greens, all in a rush to get to the auditorium. The young people in the village put down their bowls and rushed from all directions toward the center. Unsurprised by the excavators and tractors lined up in front of the auditorium, they memorized the operating instructions as they trotted over. Gao on. Here. On shouted. Gao Xiaomei. Here. Gao XX. Here. Here. After a quick 5-minute roll call, the village chief waved his hand, and everyone piled onto the excavators and tractors, rumbling towards their destination. The next to arrive were the elderly people in the village, who were still able to help. Some were carrying loads on their shoulders, some were carrying buckets of water, and some were carrying shovels and hoes. They walked towards their destination little by little like dark-colored ants. The land their village was being developed on was the vast plantation. The rice in the fields hadn't been harvested yet. It wasn't that they were reluctant to harvest it, but that they couldn't. The leaves were becoming increasingly rough and sharp, scratching the skin with the slightest touch. The stems were growing thicker and stronger, harder than century-old wood. The first to arrive was an excavator. The village's young men rumbled forward, but the sturdy plants in the ground couldn't withstand the force and were crushed to the surface in just 3 seconds. The soil was now incredibly hard, more than capable of supporting the rumbling of multiple machines. The village chief watched a dozen or so excavators grinding back and forth over the fields that had been the village's livelihood for generations. To say he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. But turning back, he saw that even beneath the ground, the rice grains were gradually swelling, and his heartache immediately vanished. The young man operating the excavator was also terrified. Previously, he'd only heard his elders say so, and even a bit carelessly thought, it's just the plants growing stronger and stronger. How could it be so outrageous? But now, hearing the sharp sound of rice leaves scraping against the excavator's reinforced windshield, he suddenly stopped himself from saying a word. The fallen plants were gathered up by another excavator, and tractors arrived to haul them to another field, lighting torches and tossing them in. Flames shot up into the sky, and black smoke billowed. The person in charge of the fire saw the shadows of plants slowly moving in the flames, shuddered, and threw another flame in. After a busy morning, the field was completely cleared of the overgrown vegetation. The village chief pulled out a plan. Next, have Commander Chui cut an opening in the ground to facilitate the excavator's next move. Commander Chui. The village chief secretly glanced at the rabbit sitting in the soldier's arms, then stamped on the hard ground. Although he'd heard that the rabbit, no, Commander Chui, was a precious spiritual beast from another world, he still found it hard to imagine how a tiny creature could possibly carve a hole in the ground for the tractor. Could it be that Commander Chui was better at operating an excavator than a human? A rabbit nearby hopped down, stepping down one step at a time on the hard ground. All the villagers paused, furtively glancing at the small, dark brown figure. Although they'd heard this story from various sources, seeing it with their own eyes was still astonishing. After all, real life isn't an animated film. Who could have imagined that a rabbit from the world of cultivation could actually be real? This was already a shocking experience for the young, but it was even more so for the village elders. Their aged eyes, brighter than ever, stared intently at the tiny figure. Oh my God, there really are rabbits in other worlds that have become spirits. The dark brown rabbit remained calm, ignoring all the attention it received. It reached the center of the field, measured distance with its paw, and once it had determined the distance, it reached down with one paw. Soft as a cake, a piece of soil flew out from in front of the small dark brown figure. Soon, a dense mass of small pieces of soil was flying out. The dark brown figure moved at a rapid speed, quickly carving out a designated area in the field. After completing the work, it calmly clapped its paws and waved to the excavator team, signaling them to begin. The young people, having regained their composure, drove their excavators forward. After the hardest surface layer was removed, the underlying soil, though hard, was easily accessible to the excavators. The excavated soil piled up nearby, and the village elders, holding baskets, picked through the roots. I heard these roots are good for the body, so I must pick as many as I can to nourish the young people who have just returned to the village. Across this land, no matter which village lies behind the mountains, the same process is busily underway. Heavy carts are used to crush the already thick vegetation on the ground, then excavators are used to collect it, transport it to a nearby location, and then set it ablaze. Across the land, thick smoke billows, pairs of eyes, young and old, gaze at the rising black smoke, their hearts filled with complex emotions beyond words. Fortunately, their families are by their side, and when someone calls them, they quickly drop their current tasks and rush over without stopping. In City S, Yi Sifeng also joined the street tractor team. Although officials had extended invitations, he had declined. Joining the official ranks might offer better treatment, but for him, such subtle differences were no longer worth considering. Yi Sifeng turned a corner with his tractor, then sat back, waiting for the excavator to load the debris onto his tractor. Once it was full, he rumbled off. Unlike rural areas where incineration was prioritized, the city had a larger population, and construction waste was centralized into a massive landfill. As he drove along, everyone on the road was driving tractors. This was the result of a week of emergency training. Not far away, a tractor had crashed into a nearby tree, but everyone was used to it. The speed was slow enough that even if it hit an obstacle, the modified tractor would be able to protect it. It would just take time to switch to another one. Yi Sifeng didn't drive very fast. Although he was quite skilled at the operation, he wasn't the only one on the road, and getting hit by someone else wasn't a pleasant experience. A small golden dot of light hovered above his head, bouncing with the tractor's vibrations. After driving the tractor to its destination, Yi Sifeng dismounted and grabbed Ying Fengshuan 2.0, which was still floating overhead. Just as he was about to fling it into the garbage dump, he heard a chattering noise nearby. Intrigued, Yi Sifeng hid his form and followed. A young man, estimated to be no more than 25, was holding his phone with an exaggerated expression, pointing it at the garbage dump, shouting and constantly changing the angle of the phone, showcasing the massive dump from all angles. Yi Sifeng cast a spell, and heard what he was shouting. Oh my god! They're actually doing this! The people in this country are truly crazy. I hope I won't get hurt by these crazy people here. It was a foreigner. Yi Sifeng, who hadn't seen a foreigner in years, looked at the man for a few more seconds. After satisfying his curiosity, he got back on the tractor and rumbled back. Time was running out. 10 days were left. All over the country, work was underway. The rumbling sound of digging filled every corner. The rabbits traveled through several villages, digging in Zhou village in the morning, digging in Lu village in the afternoon, and working overtime in Zhang village at night. Fortunately, they stuffed whatever roots they found into their mouths. As they ate along, their bodies grew stronger, their claws more powerful, and the subsequent work became easier. Otherwise, they would have protested long ago. 8 days to go. The rabbits, with extensive experience in underground construction, worked tirelessly, assisting the specialized staff in drawing up one blueprint after another. Construction equipment had arrived, and the rabbits began to mark out the most suitable layout underground. Once the machines were finished, they tapped key areas. Filled with spiritual energy, their claws flowed through their innate meridians, and diffused throughout the underground space with the tapping. 6 days to go. The basic area has been excavated, waiting for each area to be assigned a rabbit. They go underground to finish off key areas. Everyone begins packing. Village residents and city dwellers alike don't even have time to sigh as they unpack. They quickly gather their belongings, organize them, and then immediately jump into the next task. 3 days to go. The massive, hastily constructed machines are being moved into the central basement of each area. Water purifiers, generators, and other essential equipment needed to sustain residents' lives are being moved into the basement one by one. 2 days to go. Everyone begins registering their information, choosing a family room or roommates. Groups of people enter the basement. From above, the people on this land look like tiny ants burrowing into the earth. 1 day to go. Yi Sifeng stands on the ground, leaning against a large tree with extremely unstable internal energy, scrolling through his phone in the wind. The sky gradually darkens. With one last glance at the vast land, Yi Sifeng also descends into the ground. A room in a basement in Province S. Grandma, are you sure it's true, like the rumors say, that the plants on the ground will grow taller than the buildings? The little girl sat on the bed, her eyes wide with curiosity. It should be. The old man boiled a pot of water, and placed a root from above in it. He said drinking it would be good for your health, and you'd sleep well tonight. The kettle gurgled, and once it boiled, the old man poured out a few cups of water, and set them on the table to cool. There was a noise at the door, and the old man quickly got up and opened it. Mom, the boss told us to wash up, drink a glass of warm water, and go to bed early. It's best not to stay up late today. We have work to do tomorrow. The young couple took off their work clothes and changed into their home clothes. Aren't the plants supposed to become spirits tomorrow? Why do we still have work to do? The old man took the clothes. Even though we've grown up, we still have to live. Let's each have a glass of water. The family took the cups of water from the table and drank the water from the boiled roots. After a quick wash, they lay down on the bed. The roots quickly took effect, and everyone fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in another room, Xiaolong didn't use the root to boil water. Instead, he drank cup after cup of coffee, bracing himself to argue with foreigners online, using translation software to translate his brilliant insults. He watched the other person squirm without a trace of pride. He took a sip of coffee and moved on to the next person. Xiaolong hadn't noticed he'd been battling into the wee hours. He was furiously typing away, berating the other side for being unregulated wild boars, forced to grunt and shit in a no-man's land. His translation software was still spinning in circles when he suddenly heard a massive noise overhead. It's hard to describe the sound. It was like countless bombs exploding in the earth, or like 10,000 dinosaurs stomping recklessly across the land. The din lingered for an eternity, so long that Xiaolong felt dizzy. He dazedly glanced at his phone. After a long moment, a message popped up on the internet page. Oh my god! Chapter 42. There was a knock on Xiaolong's door. He opened it, and it was someone from the area management office. Anyone interested in what's happening above ground can go to the square. The video footage will start playing at 8 o'clock. With that, the person walked away, and then he knocked on the next door. Xiaolong slowly closed the door and sat back on the bed, stunned by the string of English messages on the other side of the screen. Although he had previously engaged in a fierce online argument with someone, he was simply angry at their slander of his country, and hadn't intended for their immediate demise. It wasn't that he was kind or anything, but he simply hadn't imagined the depths of it. He subconsciously assumed that the people he'd been arguing with online would always be alive and kicking. What would become of those people now? Thinking of that deafening roar, if the plants mutated into tall buildings, as the rumor said, would the people who were supposed to live above ground be crushed? Xiaolong shuddered, looking up at the small basement 3 times before regaining a sense of security. Great! It was him, safely hidden in the basement, thanks to the country, thanks to the organization, thanks to the legendary rabbit leading the digging team, and thanks to the staff member who urged him to leave yesterday. Xiaolong checked his phone. It was already 7 in the morning, with an hour left before the video was shown in the square. Xiaolong decided to make himself some breakfast. Although he hadn't had the habit of eating breakfast before, that changed since last night. His life had become precious. He was ahead of so many people on Earth, so he certainly deserved breakfast. Xiaolong opened his suitcase, pulled out a bag of instant noodles, and began to chew on it. He longed for a Coke, but it was too heavy to bring down with him. Those mutant plants might have gotten some. Sigh. So dry. Perhaps it was from drinking too many cups of coffee last night, and munching on instant noodles so early in the morning. Xiaolong felt like the moisture on his tongue had been drained out, and it tasted a bit bitter, all because of the coffee. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiaolong decided to boil some water. God knows how long it had been since he had hot water. As he poured the water, he saw the root he discarded. After a moment's deliberation, he tossed it in. Plain water was boring, so he'd tolerate it even if it was a little bitter. The kettle gurgled, and the water quickly boiled. Xiaolong poured a cup of water and let it cool, stubbornly munching on the instant noodles while the water cooled. Finally, the noodles were gone, and the water was ready to drink. He blew on it, slurping it up, and the small wave of water was sucked into his mouth. An immediate pleasant sensation spread across his tongue, hot, yet fragrant, with a grainy flavor that's hard to describe, a bit like wheat, a bit like rice, very soft, and exceptionally fragrant. Xiaolong sighed with relief, discovering for the first time how delicious hot water could be. It took Xiaolong an hour to finish the entire pot of water. Finally, he burped with a lingering urge, and headed back to the square with a belly full of water. And he didn't know if it was an illusion, but his brain, hazy after a long night of sleep, finally cleared up, as if it had been soaked in the warm water, leaving it warm and clear. The square was crowded, so Xiaolong had to squeeze into a corner. 8 o'clock arrived quickly, and a crackling sound of electricity could be heard from the large screen in the front. After a black screen, the image gradually became clearer, and countless greens appeared on the screen. As iconic buildings appeared one after another, Xiaolong truly realized that this was the city he had once lived in. The roads he had walked and the stairs he had climbed were now just a tiny, fragmented backdrop beneath the vast vegetation. The crowd grew noisy. Isn't that the street where I live? Even though the statue is tangled up in those vines, I recognize it. Oh my God! I think I see my house. How is it squashed so flat? I don't even have any flowers in it. My building has been completely crushed, and I haven't even paid off my mortgage yet. I see my house too. Ugh. I just installed a whole home smart home system, and now it's all gone. And Mom, didn't we get a con last night? Xiaolong's emotions were incredibly complicated. Although he hadn't bought a house, he'd been pestering the landlord to replace the new refrigerator in his rental apartment. It was filled with Coke, and now it was all gone. The cries spread from the center of the crowd, quickly spreading outward. Xiaolong couldn't help shedding a few tears. As he wiped them away, he suddenly realized that they might have to live underground for a long time. When Xiaolong returned to his room, he still felt listless. Lying in bed, he wondered what life was all about. He tried to drift off to sleep with his sadness, but failed. The morning pot of water forced him to go to the bathroom 3 times. After going to the bathroom, it was time for lunch. Nothing could be bigger than a big stomach. Xiaolong picked up his lunch box from the table. It had been in the room long before, presumably arranged by the superiors before he checked in. Opening the door, Xiaolong was met by a multitude of dejected people. Some looked familiar, some unfamiliar, but everyone held a lunch box. Xiaolong tightened his grip around the lunch box and quickened his pace. After all, with so many people around, it would be disastrous if someone else snatched up all the good food. He quickened his pace and reached the front of the line. Almost as soon as he stopped, 7 or 8 people followed him. Good thing he was walking fast, otherwise they'd have been there before him. I wonder what we're having for dinner today. Xiaolong poked his head out, but saw nothing. He could smell meat and chili peppers, along with an indescribable yet refreshing aroma, like a mixture of vegetables and fruit. This strange fragrance permeated his nostrils, making Xiaolong feel a little relieved. It looked like the food would be good today. Xiaolong was anxiously lining up in anticipation, when he suddenly heard the sound of small wheels from behind. Only when they got closer did he realize it wasn't an auditory hallucination. Xiaolong turned and saw a large, pale yellow object, resembling a radish or a root, slowly moving. 4 rabbits stood atop it, their postures varying from proud and composed. Below, wheels churned in a rhythmic rhythm. This world is truly magical. Xiaolong's head followed the rabbit's movements, watching one sit down and begin to eat, then watching the large radish-like object enter the kitchen. When it was Xiaolong's turn, he finally saw what dishes were available: braised pork, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and something that looked very much like diced white radish. Reflecting on what he had just seen, Xiaolong had a guess. Could those radish-like roots be the diced radish in everyone's bowls? Xiaolong suddenly remembered. Back in the busy days, before he moved underground, someone had mentioned that the roots of mutant plants were edible and beneficial for health. Wait, then that wonderful pot of hot water I drank this morning must have been soaked with those roots, right? Goodness, he thought he was just too thirsty, and was planning to eat instant noodles tomorrow morning, just to experience that incredibly soothing feeling of hot water again. So this mutant plant's root is really that powerful. Xiaolong picked up a few cubes with his chopsticks, and put them in his mouth. Just a second into chewing, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. If something this delicious suddenly appeared and destroyed everyone's habitat, it wouldn't be unforgivable. Xiaolong quickly picked up a few more pieces, and put them in his mouth. They were crunchy, and the juicy juices gushed out as he chewed them. And just like in a fantasy novel, the warmth of the moment he ate them was a revelation, and he knew he had landed on a great opportunity. Xiaolong ignored the other dishes in his lunch box. He quickly finished off the magical root cubes and rushed into the line, anxiously waiting. Finally, when it was his turn, he held out his lunch box. Give me some more of those diced vegetables. No more. The person serving the food was ruthless. How could it be? Isn't it that big? People here couldn't finish it in 3 days. Xiaolong was anxious. Not big, just a whole pot, not much more. Once we're done, it's gone. No. I just saw it. A huge piece of root was brought into the kitchen. And there were 4 rabbits helping to transport it. Xiaolong gestured, indicating that it was a huge piece of root. Oh, you mean that? That's not from the mess hall. That's the rabbit commander's own lunch. They just brought it to the mess hall and asked us to help them spice it up. Huh? Xiaolong returned to his seat with a lunch box containing braised pork and scrambled eggs with green peppers. The braised pork in the bowl had the perfect balance of fat and lean, an attractive sauce color, and the scrambled eggs with green peppers were just the right amount of salty and light. It was the kind of dish that went really well with rice. But Xiaolong just mixed the rice and mechanically stuffed it into his mouth. It was just an ordinary, delicious meal, nothing compared to the diced roots, which were so unforgettable. Xiaolong shoveled the last bite of rice into his mouth. Even before his stomach had begun digesting it, he was already looking forward to dinner. The cafeteria staff had just announced that everyone could enjoy mutant plant roots collected from outside with every meal. They'd said these roots were good for the body, and that everyone should have access to them 3 times a day. Oh my god! How could this little thing be so delicious? I almost dropped it just now. Damn it! The large man eating next to him started yelling at his lunchbox, rapidly picking up the root pieces from the bowl with his chopsticks, shoveling them into his mouth one by one. Xiaolong was envious. If he had known, he would have eaten them last. After sitting in the cafeteria for a while, seeing that there were no more root pieces, Xiaolong got up and left. As he walked, he thought about his evening meal, his steps brisk. He returned to his room and saw his phone, which he had left on the bed after his heartbreak that morning. He suddenly perked up and quickly opened it. The page started loading, and a flood of messages suddenly appeared. Xiaolong expertly clicked on the translator. Oh my god, I lost an arm just to escape from home, and my flowers turned into killers and tried to eat me. Is anyone alive in XX City? My car is stuck in a giant tree. Can anyone help me? I'm rich. I'm close to you, but I'm afraid to go up. I hid in my basement, finding temporary safety because I could hear the sounds of plants echoing through the earth. Oh my god! Thanks to the internet, I learned about the collective excavation of the Yin Kingdom's basement. Now my family is safer here. Did the Yin Kingdom already know about this? Why didn't they inform the rest of the world? I lost a leg. And it's all because they didn't make it public. What the hell? Xiaolong, feeling heartbroken just now, suddenly became angry upon seeing this news. Whether Yin country is in trouble or not, it's Yin country, right? Were they secretly digging a basement? Absolutely not. The nationwide, vigorous action was not concealed, and the online rumors were not officially censored. Anyone surfing the internet abroad would have heard of this news, to some extent. But how did they react at the time? Overwhelming ridicule, countless sarcasms, people of all status and positions spoke with a condescending air. Yin country is just too imaginative, its people have no freedom, and can only be pushed around by extremely stupid orders. Xiaolong sneered. If my defenses were broken, I can only blame Yin country, right? Opening his phone's camera, he took a picture of himself and the tiny basement, and quickly typed a caption. The room I was assigned is really nice, just a little small, barely big enough for me. I envy the people in your country, who can still stay outside and enjoy the green scenery. Looking at the increasing number of comments and private messages, Xiaolong sneered. Is your defense broken already? Just wait. The bragging is still to come. From this moment on, Xiaolong always carried his phone and power bank with him. Dinner was 3 dishes and a soup. Even though his mouth was watering, he resisted the urge to take a photo and post a caption. The free food given away today was a bit sweet, perhaps more suited to foreign palates. Alas, I prefer spicy food, so I just have to barely eat this meal. The staff member handed out some thin roots again, and I chose the best angle to take a photo and post a caption. They really treat us like children, even giving us this stuff to boil in water, saying it's good for our health and that a good night's sleep will keep us alert. But I just love staying up late. I envy you guys so much. You have so much freedom. The official also distributed some daily necessities, which he carefully arranged and took a photo and captioned. I haven't finished using the ones I posted last time, and now I'm back again. I have no room left in my room. I'm so envious of the spacious spaces people in your country have. I'm sure they can store tons of stuff. Seeing the comments and private messages pile up, Xiaolong was overjoyed and became even more enthusiastic about sharing his life. To achieve even better results, he even learned to edit photos and write without any instruction. Every picture was eye-catching, and every paragraph was captivating. Watching the water gurgle in the kettle, Xiaolong opened the lid and took a photo after it boiled. The roots I posted above are so happy. I've been feeling warmer and better lately. I'm feeling a bit under-exercised though. I envy you guys so much. I should be working out all the time, but the people above always stop us, telling us to wait until we're healthy. It's so annoying. Xiaolong posts 20 updates like this a day. He's so busy looking for content that he doesn't have time to chat with anyone online, but he's happier than ever. So this subtle, elegant flavor was what the foreigners had enjoyed earlier. So refreshing. Yi Sifeng climbed out of the basement and looked up. A sea of light and dark green unfolded before him. Massive trees soared skyward, their vast canopy covering the city like a giant umbrella. Then, there were all sorts of smaller ones, either entwining buildings or cascading down from their course. Plants huddled together, connected by entwining vines. Everything was so vast it was unnerving. Yi Sifeng stretched out his hand, and tiny, dense specks of pale green light streamed from the plants into his palm. Unable to obtain the information he sought, he withdrew his hand and walked back into the dense forest. Chapter 43. Why are the plants in this world mutating? If it's the resurgence of spiritual energy, it wouldn't make sense for only the plants to mutate. As Yi Sifeng walked along, he saw several animals tragically die among the vines. Compared to the mutated plants today, they were so weak that they were easily strangled. This is a grand mutation, but almost no animals have benefited. From tiny insects to humans and other large animals, all are stuck, passively accepting the fate of plants taking over the world and animals being eliminated. This is abnormal. The laws of nature are not partial. All living things are equal. Evolution and mutation will occur to every life form, not the obvious skewness of the present situation, where plants benefit and unscrupulously occupy the entire world, while all animals' living space is encroached upon, forced to hide, flee, or die. If it weren't for coincidence that we arrived in this world, if the spirit beast space didn't just happen to have the right spirit beast species, everyone would obviously have endured a long period of darkness. Even if they survived the most difficult initial phase, and found a way to cope or coexist, by then humanity would be few and far between, and many things would be meaningless. Since a spiritual resurgence under normal circumstances wouldn't lead to this outcome, there was clearly only one reason for this situation. Somewhere in this world, a being orchestrated this situation, channeling a spiritual resurgence that didn't belong to this world solely onto plants, waiting for the world to change, and then achieving a certain purpose. But what that purpose was, Yi Sifeng couldn't imagine. The reason was simple. There were simply too many fancy cultivation methods. During his time in the world of cultivation, in order to better combat his enemies, he diligently researched numerous cultivation methods. Just the human cultivation methods alone were a vast sea of smoke, not to mention the spiritual plants, spiritual beasts, various natural treasures, various earthly immortals and mountain spirits, and countless other beings. Even a stone could, with the power of a powerful being's sword, break free from its confusion and regain consciousness. The world of cultivation was such a magical place, with countless cultivation methods, that Yi Sifeng couldn't discern any purpose from the current situation. But the problem wasn't serious. Although this being wanted plants to take over the world, it was obvious that this place couldn't, because everyone had already settled in the ground, and the roots of the mutated plants in this world were incredibly fragrant. Can plants still grow without roots? Obviously not. Yi Sifeng glanced at the world dominated by green, giving up on using his spiritual power to communicate. He pulled out his phone, read the message, found a nearby underground entrance, and prepared to follow the authorities. The authorities wanted him to join an underground team to excavate the roots of an extremely large plant. While the team's combat power should be sufficient, the higher-ups were a little concerned, so they wanted him to take charge. Upon completion, he would be handsomely rewarded, even if he wasn't needed to perform any of the tasks. Just like taking a stroll, Yi Sifeng tucked the small golden light floating in the air into his pocket, opened a secret door welded to the ground, and entered the underground space excavated by the authorities. After returning to his room, Yi Sifeng texted the authorities to inform them of his return. Soon, there was a knock on the door. A tall young man in military uniform stood at the door, followed by several others. "Hello, Boss Yi. My name is Lu Hao, and I'm the team leader this time. You can just call me Xiao Lu. I'm ready to go at any time." Yi Sifeng felt as if he had seen this name somewhere before, but he didn't bother to dwell on it. He nodded, closed the door, and followed the group. Lu Hao was the only one in the group wearing a conspicuous military uniform, and his posture clearly showed that he had undergone rigorous training. The others walked in a somewhat untidy manner, likely ordinary residents. Only when Yi Sifeng reached the back did he notice that Lu Hao was carrying a large backpack. From its appearance and material, it looked unsuitable for carrying things. It resembled a cat bag. It was bulgy and round, clearly a fixed-shape design to make the animals inside more comfortable. Considering this trip was a mission, the answer was obvious. The backpack should contain a spirit cloud rabbit. Yi Sifeng channeled a bit of his spiritual energy into it, and sure enough, he received news that the spirit cloud rabbit had signed a contract with Lu Hao. Yi Sifeng remembered where he had seen the name Lu Hao. He had glanced at it while spinning the compass to retrieve notes from a shopping website. This Lu Hao's hobbies were sports and gourmet food, and he hoped to have an athletic rabbit to work out with him. It seemed his wish was unfulfilled. Yi Zifeng looked at the bulging rabbit bag. It looked like this rabbit, at least not the hard-working type. As he suspected, the person knocking on Lu Hao's dorm door was a sedentary rabbit. Lu Hao had also wondered about this, but only after they'd established a good relationship did he dare to ask the little gray rabbit in his arms. Hadn't he written in his note that he loved sports? Why had he chosen him? The little gray rabbit only raised its head lazily. It had just received a message. When it was trying to choose another owner, it was squeezed by the rabbit next to it and fell down. It happened to click on his message. Since he was there, and he seemed nice, he decided to stay. Lu Hao was silent for a second, then quickly let it go. After all, only 2 or 3 people on their team had rabbits. How could luck not be considered a form of strength? So, on today's mission, Lu Hao had become quite adept at stuffing the sleeping rabbits into the expensive rabbit bags he requested from his superiors. Yi Zifeng followed the team for a distance, when he heard some movement from Lu Hao's rabbit bag up ahead. A furry rabbit poked its head out, sniffed twice, and apparently smelled nothing. So, it turned to look at the other team members, clearly curious. The other team members were equally curious about the rabbits. 330,000 rabbits sounds like a lot, but when spread across the country, it's not a lot. In the early stages, to move quickly, few ordinary people were able to apply for rabbits immediately. Of course, except for those they had personally obtained, the higher-ups didn't care if a few of the 330,000 rabbits ended up in the hands of ordinary people. After all, the good stuff stayed in the family. A young man in the team squeezed to the front, looking at the dark gray rabbit in his backpack. He playfully made a few odd gestures, as if teasing a child, watching the rabbit's reaction with anticipation. But it's clear that the spiritual beasts of the cultivation world might be similar in size to human cubs, but their minds are fundamentally different. Spiritual beasts are long-lived creatures. Yi Zifeng looked at the gray rabbit in his bag, and thought it was about the same age as the young man making faces. The young man followed the rabbit bag for a long time, but received no response. The rabbit's indifferent gaze made him blush. So he quietly lowered his hand, pretended nothing had happened, whistled, and retreated into the group. Another team member squeezed in behind the rabbit bag. It was a young woman. With the young man's experience as a warning, the woman acted much more restrained. She simply stared at the furry rabbit with sparkling eyes, saying nothing for about 10 minutes before reluctantly retreating back into the group. Then, as if by some tacit agreement, more and more people in the group squeezed in behind the rabbit bag, staring intently for another 10 minutes before retreating back into the group. When the next person came up, everyone made way in unison. Yi Zifeng pinched the tiny light in his pocket, inwardly mocking Ying Fengshuan's people for having to face such a day. After everyone had a look behind the rabbit bag, the team still hadn't reached their destination. That's when the team members finally realized something was amiss. "Captain, aren't we digging for some mutant roots nearby? Why haven't we reached it after walking for so long?" "Yeah, my legs are sore." "When are we going to stop? Aren't those mutant plants everywhere? We should be able to dig them up near where we live, right? Why haven't we reached it after walking so far? That doesn't make sense. Captain, give us an explanation, or we won't continue." The captain, carrying the rabbit bag, didn't even turn around. "Yes, I'm actually an undercover agent from the enemy country, specifically trying to trick everyone into going somewhere else." "What?" The team paused, their nerves palpable. "Just kidding. I only asked after seeing you come this far. I was so careless, I thought it was a bit funny, so I couldn't help but joke. Sorry, everyone, can you please not complain about me when you get back?" Lu Hao turned around and gave an apologetic smile. The rabbit in his backpack also poked its head out, staring at everyone unblinkingly, as if to say, "Can you please not complain about it?" The crowd fell into a brief silence. "Forget it this time, but never again." "Yeah, I just gave you a fright." "Never again. It was too scary." "Haha, I was just arguing with someone online yesterday, and hearing you say that, Captain, really scared me." "Never again." Everyone echoed, promising a recurrence. Actually, they were a little secretly embarrassed because they had been walking for so long before asking, clearly lacking the qualities expected of someone on a mission. But there was nothing they could do. They'd been distracted by the rabbit at first. "Captain, why haven't we arrived yet after walking so far?" "Oh, this." Lu Hao, at the front, pulled a document from his pocket. "In order to achieve sustainable development of mutant spiritual plants and balance the physical fitness of all citizens, a policy is hereby issued prohibiting all settlements from randomly harvesting roots nearby to save time, harvesting single roots due to taste preferences, or harvesting roots against organizational policy for various other reasons. Starting the day after the document was released, all settlement organizations and independent organizations must strictly follow the day's plan to reach their destinations and mine the roots. Upon returning to the settlement, they must verify with staff and confirm that the extraction is correct before entering the settlement. Failure to do so will result in the confiscation of the day's harvest, and 5 violations will result in the revocation of the right to reside in the underground settlement. The team was silent for a moment. What the hell? Captain, please speak more slowly. I don't understand all this nonsense. Someone in the team spoke up. What do you mean by mining? I'm getting dizzy. Put it in plain language. Captain, please translate it for us. It's concise. What it means, Lu Hao's voice was lazy, is that we can't eat whatever we want, because that could drive some plants to extinction. We have to follow the instructions from above and eat them one by one. That's the only way to achieve sustainable development and keep eating for a longer period of time. Great, now I understand. So that's what you mean, Captain. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Oh no, you even read us that long document. It made us dizzy. But this sentence is clearer. After learning the reason for the long journey, the team relaxed on their journey, chatting as they went. The higher-ups are so thoughtful. I haven't even had a few meals, and they've already thought about sustainable development. Who says they wouldn't? It makes sense. If everyone wants to eat everything, some plants might become extinct. It's better this way. Eat a little bit of each one, so that many years from now, you can still have whatever you want. The only downside is that I can't eat the roots I had yesterday. They're sweet and crunchy, so delicious, and have a wonderful aroma. Yeah, I really like that one too. The juice is so good, I even licked my lunchbox clean. Brother, could you please not be so specific? Hee, it's my lunchbox after all. Okay, actually, I like that one too, but it's a shame we can't have that today. Everyone think big, Lu Hao said, turning back. The one we dug today is said to be the best tasting, but we were too far away before, so no one in our area has tried it. Really? Captain, are you kidding? Oh my god, it's even better than yesterday's. I can't even imagine what it tastes like. Not only does it taste better, it seems to be good for your health. It's said to boost your energy. I suggest you don't save it for the night, as it can keep you awake. Yi Zifeng followed the group forward, and soon they reached their destination. The rabbit in Lu Hao's backpack finally hopped down and began digging at the wall ahead. After a few digs, they saw a dark golden solid. Lu Hao raised his hand, signaling the others behind him to begin digging. Everyone rushed forward. Yi Zifeng, slyly fishing in the muddy waters, watched as everyone dug away the soil surrounding the roots. Someone accidentally severed a tiny root. There was movement above ground. The plant had clearly sensed danger, but everyone continued digging. As they had been trained before the mission, only the mutated plant's roots above the roots were mobile, and the roots were solely responsible for absorbing and storing nutrients. Of course, this wasn't a problem. If everyone hadn't moved underground to live and eat. The plants above ground were raging, but the roots had already been cleared of soil and chopped off with a special cutter. Once they had their hands full, they raced back. Hurry, get back to the cafeteria early so we can have this for dinner. Everyone, get going. It turned out that this root was indeed tastier. Yi Zifeng ate an extra bowl of rice that evening, and the others at the base were aware of the official sustainable dining policy. At night, Yi Zifeng was lying in bed, scrolling through his phone when he saw a new update. Phylongization. Alas, the higher-ups found us some new roots to eat. While they're more precious and delicious than yesterday's, I still prefer yesterday's. I envy you guys so much. You can just dig whatever you want. Image X9. Chapter 44. Yi Zifeng clicked on the homepage of Phylongization and saw another update. This was another update. Phylongization, this is ridiculous. I feel so energetic after eating it, but I need a nap. I need a 3-hour nap every day at this time. What should I do now? It's so painful not being able to sleep. I envy you people who are so tired that you can fall asleep in a second. Image. Photo of a comfortable bed. Yi Zifeng liked it and scrolled down. There were countless similar posts, each one very popular, with many likes and a huge number of comments. Yi Zifeng casually clicked on the comments section of one of them. A. Could you tell me where this blogger named Phylongization is located? This is very important to me. Thank you. B. What a heartless person, constantly hurting people's hearts on the internet. C. How can I immigrate to Yin country? I have a lot of money. Hey, Brother Fei, I'm from Yin country too. I just accidentally immigrated abroad a while ago. Can you please put in some good words for me? I just can't make it here anymore. That's a lie. Yin country can't be like that. Actually, Brother Fei's district doesn't even have the best food. Here we have 5 dishes, and 1 soup for every meal. Because the area is so big and the population is so small, everyone gets so much that I can barely eat. We have a big disagreement. Even though we immigrated in the past 2 years, we paid taxes to Yin country before, and have Yin country blood in our veins. In this critical moment, the country should take us back instead of leaving us to fend for ourselves abroad. I agree. In this critical moment, Yin nation should act like a great power and bring those in need from around the world to their underground shelters. As the person above said, there's still plenty of empty space, isn't there? Yi Sifeng was amazed to see so many similar comments. While the sentence structures varied, the underlying message was, if you have extra food at home, I should go and enjoy it. If you disagree, you owe it to me. Such a thick skin, but unfortunately, it's useless here. Yi Sifeng exited the comment section, and swiped his finger to see another update from Filong's Ition. Filong's Ition. The higher-ups suddenly said they're increasing our food rations. It seems they're shipping it from another province, and they're asking us to help eat more. I'm so upset. I eat so much every day, and then just lie around and don't work. I've lost my abs. I envy you guys so much. Running around outside trying to survive must be really good exercise. Imagix 12. Yi Sifeng paused, then clicked on it. He saw several comments appearing in a split second, each one a blast. But no matter how much he cursed, the blogger named Filongzation didn't respond to a single one. On a whim, Yi Sifeng pinched his fingers, and saw that the young man named Xiaolong was already editing a new post. The days passed slowly, filled with the 20 daily posts on Filongzation. Although people from other countries were furious, they also gained a lot of information from these posts. For example, the roots of those mutant plants were edible. The effects of the roots varied from species to species, but they were all beneficial to the body. If you could, you should definitely dig them up and eat them. After acclimating to the environment, the foreigners overcame the initial difficulties, and realized that going it alone wasn't an option. They began forming small teams of neighbors, pooling their resources to excavate the root system. While the idea was beautiful, the reality was harsh. The soil was incredibly hard. Perhaps plants inherently understand that their roots are a weak point, and as they grow, they transform the surrounding soil into increasingly hardened ground. The longer they grow, the harder the soil becomes. Professional geologists have shown that the hardness of the soil around some giant plants is beyond common sense, almost impossible to explain using earthly science. So, even though the foreigners coveted the massive and energetic individuals, they had to give up and instead search for smaller plants that had just begun to mutate. After tremendous effort, Xiao Xi's team finally recovered a thin root. Dividing the root into several pieces, Xiao Xi returned to his drafty home, carrying the root, which was noticeably smaller than the others. After making sure the area was safe, Xiao Xi pulled the small root segment out of his arms, and carefully placed it in his mouth. He rubbed it repeatedly before swallowing it, feeling the subtle warmth, and Xiao Xi felt a little better. But as soon as he picked up his phone, and saw Filong's Ition's new post, Xiao Xi immediately jumped up in anger. How could such a person exist in the world? He deserves to go to the 18th level of hell. He should be scalded 18 times in a frying pan by the king of hell, Filong's Ition. What's going on? Do our friends from Province D have such small appetites? So many mutant plant roots were shipped in today? We can't even finish them all. Every time I get to this point, I wish I were a foreigner. At least they don't have to stuff themselves. I'm so jealous. Imagix 12. Fuck. Watching it again is still fucking awesome. Xiao Xi was envious and secretly regretful, but Yin country was gone. Now all he could do was hold his phone and stare at the screen, cursing at them. People like Filong Zitian will definitely go to hell. They have to boil in a frying pan for 180 years. After cursing Filong Zitian for a full hour, Xiao Xi finally felt his emotions calm down a bit. Actually, he'd been training himself for this long time. The first time he saw the news, he'd been angry for 10 days, but now he only felt angry for an hour. Xiao Xi calmed his breath and repeatedly warned himself not to read Filong Zitian's updates again. Trying to calm down, he sent a few messages to his friends and family when he suddenly received a push notification. New policy in Yin country. What policy? Xiao Xi hesitated for a moment, then clicked on it. Recently, Yin Country suddenly announced a policy, stripping its territory, Province C, of the right to mine mutant roots. Despite the apparent unity, there are fierce struggles within Yin Country, and even greater conflict may erupt later. Let's wait and see what happens, and wait for the latest news. Xiaoxi held his phone in a daze. Is there going to be internal conflict in Yin Country? Is a war imminent? Can we still support so many useless civilians in a war? Will Falong Zaiqian no longer have a stable life? Will he no longer be able to eat so many vegetables at every meal? Perhaps he'd be like he is now, toiling away every day just for a few trivial rude jokes. It should be. The anger in Xiaoxi's heart suddenly began to loosen. The life Falong Zaiqian presented was truly wonderful, so wonderful that every time he read a word, he couldn't help but regret why he had immigrated to a foreign country. All the hardships he had encountered since the plant mutation, the heartache of being ostracized by the natives, the regret of never being able to return, the jealousy he felt when he saw Falong Zaiqian's words online, all these emotions were tangled together and slowly released in this announcement. Little C breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Ordinary people back home haven't had a good life either. He'd been saying, how can the lack of freedom back home compare to the situation in America? People back home would surely live even worse than he did now. After experiencing the wonderful, leisurely life, could anyone still endure a life where they had to fend for themselves? Little C smiled for the first time since the plant mutation. Sitting in his shabby abode, he gazed out at the emerald green world. For the first time, he found this green quite pleasing to the eyes. I wonder how anxious Falong Zaiqian is right now. Little C pulled out his phone and clicked on Falong Zaiqian's homepage. He scrolled through it, but nothing showed up. Perhaps the situation back home was so dire that the internet connection had been disconnected. Little C thought calmly, thank goodness he'd immigrated to America long ago, otherwise he wouldn't be able to send or receive messages on his phone right now. Little C swiped his finger again. Ding dong. Falong Zaiqian updated his status. Falongzation. I'm dying of laughter. My friends in Province C are all gluttons. The higher-ups say sustainable development is the norm, and 5 violations will result in revocation of housing rights. Yet every organization commits 4 violations, just to get to eat what they like and continue living there. Now, they can't cook their own meals anymore, having to rely on food from the neighboring province every day, and the food there is so bland. They've been whining for ages, saying they envy foreigners, who can choose whatever they want. Xiaoxi read this paragraph again, and when he realized what it meant, his hands began to shake. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Yi Zifeng ate in the cafeteria. Today, he had 6 dishes and a soup, 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and the other 4 were made from different root systems. Different types of roots have different flavors. Some are sweet and sour, some are slightly bitter, and some are slightly tart. But because they're all fresh, they're incredibly crisp, and the entire cafeteria is filled with the sound of crunching. Yi Zifeng picked up a piece and gave it to Ying Fangxuan 2.0, playing with the little golden dot on the table. Big sister, can I have some more? I can eat more. A tall man approached the window and asked. Sure, there's some extra. 3 spoonfuls, is that enough? That's enough, that's enough. Thank you, big sister. The man ate as he walked. By the time he reached his seat, his plate was empty. He wiped his mouth, looking at his empty lunch box, clearly still wanting more. More? There's some left, the staff member at the window asked. More? The man, embarrassed, took his lunch box forward and filled 2 more spoonfuls. This time, he didn't leave, but stood by the window, eating and chatting. Why are there so many left? Didn't everyone get a portion at the beginning? The man asked, crunching. Well, the higher-ups actually want to open a farm, but there's no space underground, so they're looking for something above ground. Once they've chosen a site, they need to deal with the mutant plants. So the nearest team is going to be working underground. We need to eat the roots we harvest quickly, or they won't be fresh or crispy. I see. Then give me a few more spoonfuls. Okay. Thanks to everyone's combined efforts, the farm quickly opened, and everyone's lunch boxes began to include a variety of meat dishes. Yi Zifeng realized there really wasn't a shortage of meat, since even the stewed pig's trotters didn't even include soybeans. In the cafeteria, we often heard new news. The farm was growing larger, and small houses were being built around it. Although these were for the farm staff, they gave everyone a small sense of hope. Although the food in the underground shelter was excellent, and the various plant roots were delicious, it had been a long time since we felt the scorching sun or the cool breeze. Our physical fitness should be slowly improving, but it always felt unrealistic. Am I really getting better? Is this all just an illusion of living underground? After all, I wasn't running in the sun, and my sweat wasn't splattering into the soil. Could I really throw myself into the wind with impunity when a gust of wind blew? Is this all a dream? Although the soil in the basement had been reinforced, when I woke up in the middle of the night, I could still smell the faint, damp smell on the tip of my nose. Wet, murky, the smell of the earth. That day, the cafeteria served 6 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, 2 diced plant roots, 1 shredded plant root, and a bowl of soup made with plant root meatballs. Everyone ate with relish, but once the food was all gone, and they looked up at the pitch-black cafeteria ceiling, a sense of melancholy returned. When could we return to the surface? How blissful would it be to enjoy a delicious meal like this, sitting by the window in the early morning, under the scorching sun, as the sunset clouds filled the sky, on a balcony overlooking the sky? The evening breeze would be refreshing, perhaps even carrying the aroma of other people's cooking, that irreplaceable aroma of everyday life. Suddenly, someone in the cafeteria sighed, as if a switch had been flipped, and everyone sighed in unison. Yeet-Seefing flicked the small light in his pocket. Has everyone finished their meal? Raise your hands if you haven't. If you've all finished, we play the video here. There's something for us to watch. We should be working on the ground soon. Several men in military uniforms suddenly entered the cafeteria, pushing a large screen. The cafeteria was silent for a moment, then, realizing what had just been said, erupted in excitement. Really? Have they given us a heads up? What video? Can it be played now? How long is a while? Has the ground been rebuilt? Yes, we've been given a heads up. We play the video now. The time isn't certain, but it won't be long. The ground isn't rebuilt yet, but it's in the works. The man in military uniform adjusted the device, and a picture appeared on the screen. The footage was from a drone's perspective, looking down from high above. Layers of green had already taken over the world. Just as everyone was feeling alarmed, a dark brown patch suddenly appeared on the screen. Upon closer inspection, it looked like numerous small white dots were moving around inside. That's our pig farm. The stewed pig's trotters we ate yesterday came from there. The scene on the screen continued to move forward. From time to time, a prominent area would appear amidst the vast expanse of green, and the uniformed staff would say, "That's our XXX area." After half an hour of video, everyone realized how much land had been reclaimed. That's right, Yeet-Seefing glanced at the cafeteria. They'd been serving 6 dishes, and 1 soup recently. Our superiors told us to show everyone this video to show everyone that we haven't stopped, and won't be trapped underground forever. During this time, everyone should eat and drink in peace. If you're able to complete tasks, please do so, and take care of your health. Once we plan the first urban settlement, we recruit people to come up and build the city. Don't worry if you're not recruited. We ensure everyone can return to live above ground in no more than 3 years. We're sorry to have to bear with you for a while. You've been amazing to live peacefully for so long after such a huge change. Chapter 45. The days passed with everyone's anticipation. The base began recruiting workers. Construction of the landmark building in the city center was complete. The first batch of residential buildings and their supporting structures were successfully completed. As everyone sat in the cafeteria, watching the brand new houses on the screen stand out against a world of deep green, many people couldn't help but shed tears. The camera zoomed in, revealing the airy room, the snow-white walls, everything beautiful against the setting sun, like a painting. There must have been a breeze, because the sound of rustling leaves could be heard on the screen. It was so long ago, yet so familiar that even with my eyes closed, I could imagine how comfortable it would be to stay in that room, my body resting peacefully, my mind drifting out the window, wandering in the evening breeze and the afterglow of the sunset. Can we go back soon? A girl asked with tears in her voice and sparkling eyes. Yes, we'd be able to go back soon, but who gets to move in first will still be determined by a lottery, said the young man in military uniform who was showing the video. A lottery. Everyone was surprised, but then it seemed reasonable. With only a limited number of houses built, it was clear that only a certain number of people could move back. The fairest way to do this was by drawing lots. And everyone had a vague feeling that they should win. Their luck had always been pretty good. On the day of the lottery, everyone was so focused on this that it looked incredibly harmonious. They lined up slowly, nervously reaching into the boxes, turning them twice, and finally pulling out one. Yeah! I won! Ah! I didn't. What does this blank note mean? Does it mean the past is gone, and I can move to the surface? Fuck you, brother, you're ridiculous. Of course, It means I didn't win the lottery. Those moving back to the surface had one day to pack their belongings. As they were packing, they realized how much stuff they already had in the shelter. Most people brought their own lunch boxes, figuring that seeing them again, no matter how long it would take, would remind them of their 6-dish, 1-soup meal in the underground cafeteria. This was the only shining memory of my underground life, because the 6 dishes and 1 soup were truly delicious. The first batch's return to the surface was a complete success. Before everyone could envy them for long, the lottery for the second batch began. Once the second batch was settled, the third batch began drawing again. Then the fourth batch. The fifth. As everyone sat in their brand new homes, watching the screen before them play the message, as of 8:52 p.m. on August 8, 2027, all administrative regions of our country have completed their relocation. Through our hard work, we have successfully completed the 5-year recovery plan. This is a victory for all of us citizens. Celebration erupted everywhere. The evening breeze, which hadn't blown in 5 years, the shouts, which hadn't been heard in 5 years, all erupted at this moment. The streets were filled with people, all holding their phones, flashing their lights. They would rush over strangers, exclaiming loudly after a glance, and then say goodbye in each other's gleaming eyes. Yitzifeng leaned in the evening breeze, looking at the lively scene downstairs. The lights flowed like the Milky Way. From time to time, 2 stars collided with each other, and then let out screams of joy. The tiny golden dot seemed to sense his emotions, and clung to his face, pressing closer and closer. Yitzifeng couldn't help but smile. He pinched Ing Fengshu in 2.0, and flicked it gently. A certain online forum. I still can't believe we've moved back to the surface. Everything feels like a dream. +1, I'd wake up in the middle of the night wondering what the cafeteria would serve tomorrow, only to wake up and realize we'd already moved back. It's hilarious, everyone's funny. I even cook at home and eat out of that lunchbox now, otherwise it doesn't taste right. Honestly, aside from the lack of sun and wind, those days were incredibly comfortable. I'm dying at work now. I hate going to work too. The worst part is our boss. Today, he said everyone's fitness has improved so much that the workload should be increased, otherwise it's a waste. What a crazy boss. Ask him if he's going to give me a raise. If he doesn't, slap him in the face and tell him to get out of here. I really hate going to work. Our company cafeteria is terrible. They even use number 56 root system to make soup with chicken feet and peanuts. I almost fainted the moment I saw it. Wait, 5. Isn't root number 6 sweet, like fruit? Am I mistaken? You're not mistaken. Oh my goodness, your company cafeteria should sue me, seriously? Root number 56 is best eaten raw, and it's also delicious served cold. But we didn't get many, and we don't know what to do with this batch after we finish it. There must be more. Didn't they talk about sustainable development before? So, they must have someone planting it, right? Not necessarily. I haven't seen anyone online who does this. It's probably not easy to grow, so it's possible it'd be gone after we eat it all. No. After sending these words, Kobayashi went to the refrigerator, opened the door, and saw the remaining roots inside. A strong sense of crisis gripped him. There wasn't much left. When she first came to the surface, she'd accidentally kept up her cafeteria eating habits, eating 6 dishes and 1 soup for every meal, so her roots were quickly depleted. If she couldn't eat anymore, she couldn't even imagine how devastated she'd be. It was like someone who'd eaten fruit every meal before the plant mutation, suddenly told there was no more fruit in the world, caught off guard and despairing. She had to eat sparingly tonight, so Xiaolin was very restrained, making just 1 dish and 1 soup. The soup was a large pot of water boiled from a small piece of root, and it tasted only of salt. Xiaolin put the bowl down, telling herself she couldn't indulge herself like before. The next morning, Xiaolin heated up the leftover soup from yesterday and drank a bowl for breakfast. After packing up, she left for work. The streets were new, with new buildings popping up here and there. Xiaolin hadn't used navigation today, and as expected, she got lost. Where is this? Looking at the massive glass house-like building ahead, Xiaolin used her phone to locate it for a long time, but couldn't find a clear answer. Is there no signal? Xiaolin moved around, but her phone still couldn't connect. Seeing the desolate surroundings, Xiaolin didn't dare go far. At least this massive glass building looked man-made. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward and knocked. Ding, ding, ding. The knocks on the glass door were remarkably loud. But no sound came from inside, so Xiaolin knocked again. When she lowered her hand, she heard a faint sound from behind the door. More specifically, there was a clanking sound on the ground behind the door, as if someone was fiddling with something. The next second, the glass door swung open, revealing a furry rabbit standing behind it, staring at her. Upon noticing her, it opened the door wider, inviting her in. "I'm so sorry." Coming to her senses, Kobayashi said this, but she walked inside with a sincere heart. This was an invitation from the rabbit commander. She'd heard countless stories about them underground, but unfortunately, she'd only seen them from afar. Her friend had seen them up close and personal, and they said they were the leader's rabbits, so furry and adorable. Kobayashi walked inside, her bag slung over her shoulder, completely forgetting about work. The plants before her were enormous, their imposing presence lost in the sunlit glass room, each appearing incredibly gentle and harmless. But Kobayashi knew otherwise. She remembered that the sap of the plant in front of her was extremely corrosive. She'd once had a companion's arm corroded by it, the bloody mess still fresh in her memory. Kobayashi couldn't help but take a few steps back. The pure white bunny glanced at her, then hopped over to her side, separating her from the plant. Oh my! The rumors were true. The bunny commander truly cared for humans. Kobayashi suppressed her excitement, wanting to create a gentle and pleasant impression in front of the bunny commander. She twisted her face away, only to see another furry commander nestled among the branches nearby. The furry, spotted commander blinked, as if to ask if she needed any help, as she looked distressed. Shaolin lowered her head. As she walked, she finally raised her head. The sunroom was enormous, with various large plants planted in various areas. Quite a number of rabbit commanders were busy inside. Some were watering with hoses, others were transplanting, and quite a few were gathered in the soil around the plant roots, patting them, as if in a cartoon. Shaolin finally reached the end of the glass room. The little rabbit that had been accompanying her hopped to the door, pressed a small lock underneath, and only opened it after confirming its pupil. Shaolin walked out, but the door was still open. She turned to look at the furry creatures busying about in the greenery of the room, as if in a dream. As the door closed, Shaolin suddenly noticed a sign on the door. Jijin Vegetable Market Supply Office? Internet Forum. You never believe what I saw at the market today. Ding ding. Roots number 6 and 10. Unbelievable. They were displayed alongside the Chinese cabbage. I thought I was seeing things when I saw them. After asking the stall owner to confirm, I bought 3 pounds of each. Really? If you're lying, you never get rich. Why would you lie to me about this? Will you pay me? Oh, they're really selling them. I thought I was seeing things at the supermarket today and only bought some snacks. I'm going to buy some now. My local market has them too, but they're number 10 and 19. I prefer the number 6 you bought, but I've searched the entire market and haven't seen any. Could you please send me some? I'm at a good price. Say? I can't sell it. I haven't had it in ages, and I'm craving it so much I'm going crazy. Now I'm pouring it all into a bowl and mixing it cold. Really? I go to the market and check too. Ah, I got some. But they were number 27 and number 1. There wasn't even any number 6, which I love. If I remember correctly, number 6 is the most valuable too. Why is it that even this isn't fair across regions? I got number 5 and number 8. I love both. When I was in the cafeteria, I'd ordered 2 more lunch boxes after finishing them. Damn it! I'm so lucky I'm in better shape now. The elevator just broke down, so I had to go all the way to the 26th floor to buy the last 2 pounds of number 54. Isn't this building new? Why is the elevator broken? I got some too. It's number 33 and number 1. Both are delicious. I'm not picky about food, hee hee. I'm so happy to still have something to eat back on Earth. I'm having a cold salad tonight too, so healthy and perfect. Thanks to the original poster. After seeing this post, I rushed to the supermarket downstairs and bought all the roots, leaving only a token 2 pounds of number 54 that I don't like. I was so happy. I have enough to eat for the next week. Wait, can the upstairs and the upstairs be the same place? They bought all the roots and still made it all the way up to the 26th floor. Amazing. I took the elevator back upstairs. I was afraid someone would snatch it from me, so I unplugged the elevator on my way down and plugged it back in on my way back up. Which floor are you on upstairs? Speak up. Excuse me, why can I only buy number 88 root here? It's too spicy, and I don't even like it. Why are the roots sold in different places different? Is there some kind of discrimination? Add 1. I hope there's an official explanation. When I asked the neighborhood office, the staff said they didn't know and just bought whatever was available. The supermarkets here almost exclusively sell varieties I don't like. The ones that are both delicious and precious, I've only seen online, while others can easily buy them at the market. I can only envy them on the screen. Isn't that a bit unfair? Perhaps driven by some force, this post quickly went viral, gaining incredible popularity, until nearly everyone online saw it. Hashtag why is the root distribution unfair hashtag. The topic grew increasingly heated, with more and more people commenting. Nearly half remained rational, while the other half might have been deliberately fanning the flames, but the majority were simply misled by the rhetoric. It seems so. Why don't I have root number X? That one seems even more precious, delicious, nourishing, crisp, and sweet. The topic simmered for a day, and just when everyone thought the authorities would take a cold approach, at 7 p.m., the official account issued a formal announcement. Explanation regarding the differences in root types available in different regions. The text was lengthy, beginning with the outbreak of the plant mutation, emphasizing the role of the rabbit commanders during the disaster, then recounting their experiences working together in the underground shelter, and concluding with a sentimental narration. People had returned to normal life and could eat all sorts of food, but the rabbit commanders could not. They could only eat the mutated plant roots. So, plantations were established in each region to ensure food for the rabbit commanders and to supply the local residents with mutated roots. However, due to the different tastes of each commander, the roots available in the local market varied. However, everyone's opinions have been received. Next, we will count the tastes of each commander and try to have more varieties of roots in each plantation with the consent of the rabbit commander. Chapter 46. Yi Zifeng lay on the sofa, checking his phone. The controversy over the different root systems in different provinces had passed, and the hottest topic now was hashtag I admit, I was too loud before hashtag. The bunny commanders, so tiny, still used their furry paws to water and dig the soil. They not only grew their own food, but also diligently grew humanity's share. How could they be so picky? How could they still be considered human? Netizens who had participated in the hashtag why is the root system distribution unfair hashtag threaded their previous comments with guilt, then called online for the bunny commanders to stop forcing themselves to grow something for the masses. Let them grow what they like. Everyone can eat anything, no one is picky. After this heated online discussion, people in various regions began to focus on their local areas and research how to best prepare the root system. Sweet ones can be made into sugar, sour ones can be made into jam, spicy ones can be made into pickled vegetables, and bitter ones can be used in soups. For a time, the most popular content online was cooking tutorials. The roots of mutant plants had become as ingrained into everyone's daily lives as vegetables and fruits. Yi Zifeng began to savor delicious food again. With the addition of mutant plant roots, the flavors of this world were far more diverse than those of the previous one. These roots, imbued with a subtle spiritual energy, blended into Earth's various delicacies. A single bite was a truly divine experience. Yi Zifeng resumed his leisurely life. Watching everyone's lives become increasingly stable, seeing everything fall into place, and seeing that the supply of roots was no longer in a rush, Yi Zifeng understood that the Yin Kingdom region had completely stabilized. The mutant plants that once forced everyone to hide in the ground now can only grow in sunny greenhouses. When the time comes, they will be eaten by rabbits or sold in local markets. The Yin nation, fully recovered and even stronger, has also extended a helping hand to other countries around the world. Of course, their help wasn't in vain. Since I've already gone to help, it's not unreasonable to take the mutant plants home with me. What do you mean we can't take them? Okay, then you can continue to survive in the wilderness. What do you mean you still want us to stay and help? Okay, but the price isn't what it was just now. Planes after planes brought mutant plants back to China, and ships after ships brought back the unique roots. By the time the last foreign specialty was returned, the first had already been planted 3 times. There were tens of thousands of cooking videos online, and everyone was almost tired of it. Thanks to everyone's joint efforts, life at home and abroad began to return to its pre-disaster state. Many countries have also begun experimenting with cultivating mutant plants in this way. It was a success. But the material and financial resources required were too enormous to supply the entire nation, and they could only be used as a luxury item for the upper class. Thus, outside of Yin country, mutant plants were considered rare in the world. Yi Zifeng stood by the window, looking southeast with a sense of purpose. He closed his eyes, extended 2 fingers of his right hand, and channeled his spiritual energy. The compass in his left hand spun with a clattering movement. When the needle stopped, Yi Zifeng opened his green eyes in the darkness. Found it. The compass shone brightly, and Yi Zifeng's figure vanished from the spot. In City B, Yi Zifeng vanished the moment he landed. The palaces, adorned with crimson walls and emerald tiles, were stacked one after another. Just standing there, one could sense the ancient grandeur and profound heritage. He really knew how to choose a spot. Following the wave of spiritual energy he had finally awaited, Yi Zifeng swiftly flew past the palace walls and stood atop the tallest building. Under the moonlight, his shimmering green eyes fixed on a sycamore tree in the courtyard below. In his sight, a long, pale green light trembled in the center of the tree's trunk, as if exerting force, or perhaps brewing something. But Yi Zifeng wouldn't give it a chance. Leaping down from his perch, he transformed his hand into a phantom, reached into the center of the tree's trunk, and grasped it. The still trembling plant finally reacted, realizing what was happening, and let out a sharp cry. Yi Zifeng smiled, and reached out to pinch off half of the branch. The plant screamed even louder, so he pinched the remaining half again, and it finally quieted down. "What's your name?" Yi Zifeng asked. Beneath those gleaming green eyes, the plant trembled as it began to explain its origins. It said it was a higher dimensional being, the latest discovery of scientists from that world. However, a laboratory explosion had scattered its seeds, which had traveled through space and landed in the Forbidden City. The moment they took root, it realized that fate had destined it to be emperor in this place. Only if it successfully ascended to the throne could the world be unified. Therefore, Yi Zifeng had better return it to the tree, as otherwise it would violate the laws of nature. "Is that so?" Yi Zifeng reached out again, pinching off the remaining half of the plant and, amidst its screams, removing half of its magical covering. The screams suddenly stopped. "Will you please just be honest and tell the truth?" Yi Zifeng asked with a smile. The plant gradually regained its composure, shedding its previous exaggerated facade. Its leaves trembled gently, and it timidly asked Yi Zifeng if he, too, wanted to settle in this world. Yi Zifeng pretended to pinch it again, but this time, the plant truly became obedient, not daring to ask any questions, and simply told him everything it had experienced. In fact, like Yi Zifeng, it also came from that collapsed world of cultivation. When the world of cultivation collapsed, all the mountains, rivers, rocks, and earth were annihilated, and its body was buried beneath a vast sacred mountain. However, it was in the process of breaking through at the time, and its spiritual energy hadn't yet fully merged with its body. Thus, by a series of coincidences, its spiritual energy, wrapped in a leaf, drifted dazedly into the crack between heaven and earth. When it opened its eyes, it had landed on the territory of the Yen Kingdom. "And then?" Yi Zifeng asked coldly. The plant no longer dared to play dumb, fearing that Yi Zifeng would pinch it until only its roots remained. It blamed itself for being too careless, but who could have imagined that it would encounter such a powerful predecessor in this world? It continued. After reaching the territory of the Yin Kingdom, it followed the path to the place where the vital energy was most abundant. It headed towards the center of City B, a place of extremely rich aura. And at the very center was the sycamore tree where it sat. Staying there, its injuries gradually healed. When a person's body is healthy, he or she will have further desires. The same is true for it. Since it already lives in the most honorable place in the world, why can't it become the emperor? In the world of cultivation, it was merely a mediocre spiritual plant, but in this world, it was clearly the most exceptional plant. Therefore, it was destined to be emperor. It mentally ascended the throne, but how could an emperor be without subjects? Alas, the plants in this world were too low level to absorb spiritual energy for self-improvement. They only performed photosynthesis, purifying the air for other creatures. Damn it! Not allowed. It diligently absorbed the palace's dragon energy, striving to improve itself. It secretly accumulated it for 10 years, before accumulating enough spiritual energy to elevate plants worldwide. To prevent animals from taking advantage of it, it used its innate talent to impose layers of restrictions on the spiritual energy, ensuring that they could never sense it, perceiving it as nothing more than a cool breeze. It had nurtured this spiritual resurgence in the plant world with its own sweat, waiting only for ordinary plants to develop intelligence, for the day when countless plants would come to pay homage to it. Then it would sit on the branches of this sycamore tree, nodding gently, revealing its noble yet amiable presence. But now, all of this was destroyed, its spiritual power. 10 years of accumulated spiritual power, all wasted. It wasn't wasted, Yi Zifeng said calmly. Your spiritual power was dispersed among the roots of the plants used to make soup. This is worse than wasting it. The plant was drooping. Without its people, it was no emperor at all. It was merely a defeated ruler. Yi Zifeng found it somewhat amusing. You should be thankful that the dragon energy you absorbed was transformed into spiritual power, and absorbed again. Otherwise, the laws of nature would have held you accountable. How could it be possible? What kind of heavenly law is there in this world? Is there no heavenly law? Yi Sifeng recalled the immense golden light of merit bestowed upon him by the previous modern world. You can try. You don't have to go far. Just leave this palace. For some reason, the plant felt a pang of anxiety at the mere thought of leaving. Looking at Yi Sifeng's calm gaze, it suddenly occurred to it that perhaps the senior hadn't lied. The other party's cultivation was so much higher than its own, yet they remained obediently in this world. They must have been oppressed in some way, otherwise why wouldn't they become emperor? Is there anyone in the world who wouldn't want to be emperor? Definitely not. After just one day in this palace, it immediately wanted to ascend the throne and have subjects. The thought of its subjects made me ache. Its subjects, those yet to be born. Does it really want to be emperor so badly? Yi Sifeng found it somewhat strange. He didn't harbor any strong resentment towards the plant. Humans were half its kind, and so was this plant. So, with a slight shift in perspective, he could completely understand its actions. Having diligently stolen the luck of other races, diligently transforming spiritual energy for 10 years, all for the sake of this world's plants, it was truly nothing short of exaggeration to enjoy the feeling of being emperor for a moment. It could even be said to be what it deserved. If this were a completely new world, Yi Sifeng might have helped it, but this wasn't it. The drooping plant sent out intermittent replies. Perhaps it wasn't aiming to be emperor. It just had a passing desire to return to the world of cultivation. The forest where it lived was full of spiritual plants. Although it was just a mediocre plant among them, it had many friends. Now, it was the only one left, so it longed to have its own kind. Of course, being emperor among its kind would be even better. Yi Sifeng lowered his eyes to look at the plant in his hand. What's your name? Although its feigned pity was poor, its words were quite good. Lantu, Chu, it was a dragon grass. As soon as you leave this palace, you will be punished by the laws of heaven. In other words, it was trapped here. The palace's dragon energy had been drained by it, leaving it with little. Perhaps it could survive a little longer thanks to its inherent strength, but it wouldn't improve at all. It would be trapped in this palace, gradually falling into irreparable decay. The night breeze blew, and the leaves of the dragon grass trembled gently, as if it were about to give up, yet also as if it were trying to hold on. However, I have a way to take you away, even to other worlds. Of course, it will require some labor on your part. The herbivorous spirit beasts in Yi Sifeng's spirit beast space have been blessed lately. The fodder they'd once grown tired of suddenly became a higher quality. Its aroma was intoxicating, and its flavor was incredibly delicious. All the herbivores couldn't help but extend their mealtimes, each gorging themselves until their bellies were full before leaving. Yi Sifeng was also delighted. The resources in the spirit beast realm were limited, and the food it provided was mediocre. The last time he went in, he'd noticed quite a few herbivores had shriveled up from starvation, but he didn't know when they could be taken back. He couldn't let the spirit beasts starve to death in the realm before they could be taken back. Now, the dragon grass could leave the palace, and he had a forage breeder. Everyone was happy. Yi Sifeng stood in the grassland, where the rabbits lived in the spirit beast realm. A breeze blew, and the grass, even greener and more lush than before, swayed in the breeze. Yi Sifeng raised his hand, and spiritual energy swirled out along the compass, transforming into a thread that connected to the minds of every rabbit left on Earth. Let's agree. Contract? All the rabbits raised their heads simultaneously. Those holding the hose stopped, those patting the dirt lowered their hands, and those playing straightened their bodies. This spiritual energy is the path back to the spirit beast dimension. Rabbits unable to survive can spend half their lifespan and cultivation to break free from the contract and return to the dimension. Of course, if they were perfectly content in this world, this wouldn't be a problem. But the grassland would always remain empty, and the forage growers wouldn't miss it. The grass blades that stretched to the horizon fluttered in the wind, as if remembering the furry creatures who once inhabited this place. Yi Sifeng lowered his hand. There was one last thing left to deal with. He approached the official he had partnered with, and had a pleasant conversation. They held several meetings, and finally, accompanied by a special person, he traveled to the planting bases across the country. With the dragon grass taken away, the mutated plants would gradually wither away without their spiritual energy source, so he had to address this problem for the 330,000 rabbits. He unearthed a small spiritual vein, and spent 3 days and 3 nights breaking it into over 10,000 pieces. With the assistance of the authorities, he buried a piece at each planting base. The spiritual energy in the broken spiritual veins was weak, but just right for Earth, and more than enough to nourish these mutated plants that hadn't yet developed any intelligence. If there was a special opportunity, A broken spiritual vein might develop into a whole one, but such a coincidence was too rare, so normal use would suffice. When all the broken spiritual veins were buried, the staff member standing beside Yi Zifeng remained warm and welcoming. When he turned around, they even asked if he wanted to sit for a while. Even though they knew he was a very powerful being, they still expressed their care with their actions. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Zifeng chose to follow his heart, and told the officials, "If we encounter a crisis in the future that even the combined might of the world cannot overcome, we can try to dig out these 10,000 spirit veins, piece them together in order, and bury them in the ground." Spirit veins are, in a sense, living things. From the moment they are pieced together, they can unleash their power. The officials, understanding what he meant, expressed their sincere gratitude and politely asked if he needed any compensation. As if afraid he might be embarrassed to ask, they quickly added that this was not an insult to their friendship, but simply a mutual aid between friends, and urged him not to be polite. Yi Zifeng actually laughed this time. The spirit veins are just a gift for buying rabbits. After touring the planting areas across the country, and ensuring that each piece of spirit vein was functioning stably, Yi Zifeng prepared to leave this world. He kept quiet, but somehow the officials saw through it, and sent him a ton of gifts the night before his departure. Most of them were root specialties. From Province A to Province Z, every flavor of root was available in every province, along with various derivatives. From fresh root 1 to root-flavored fruit candy number 999, the variety was innumerable. Yi Zifeng peeled a candy, and handed it to the small, shining Ing Fengshuan. Then, he picked up the compass, beckoning Ing Fengshuan to turn around. He then began to count his fingers, preparing to locate the next world. Chapter 47. The compass word, each character lighting up. When the last one illuminated, Yi Zifeng grasped the compass. Amidst the radiance, a small golden dot of light pressed close. Yi Zifeng gathered it with his sleeve, and the next second, it was pulled into a spatial rift. Floating in the night-like space, Yi Zifeng turned his body to face the aquamarine planet behind him, and flung out the dot of light that was trying to squeeze deeper into his sleeve. It rolled in the air before floating up again, as if nothing had happened. Yi Zifeng averted his gaze, and looked at the aquamarine planet. Sure enough, a bell rang from it, and dense, tiny dots of light erupted from it, most prominently in the Yin Kingdom region. All the dots formed a beam of light, rapidly rushing towards him. Reaching out, he placed the dot of light, still pretending to be calm, in front of him, and the beam collided with Ing Fengshuan 2.0. Amidst the golden light that permeated the sky, Yi Zifeng watched the newly formed ball of golden light constantly shifting its shape, finally managing to squeeze out 4 short legs and a head. The small ears and tail only emerged with much more effort. Like a puppy, Yi Zifeng reached out and flicked the golden puppy image away. The egg-sized creature rolled in the air before floating back up, perching on Yi Zifeng's raised arm. Yi Zifeng grasped the compass and spun it, and in a flash of light, he entered the next location. This world's landing site was a rural village, but unlike the previous one, at least so far, Yi Zifeng hadn't noticed anything special. Early in the morning, the sound of motorcycles and tricycles would echo through the village. Gradually, the aroma of food wafted from every household, and from many households, the sound of children being urged to eat came into view. As the children, dawdling, yawned as they walked, the entire village bustled with activity, with people fetching water and heading to the market. Yi Zifeng followed suit, mainly because since he was already there, he might as well take a closer look and analyze the situation. Yi Zifeng followed all the way to the market. The road was bustling, a cacophony of sounds, a bit chaotic, but not disturbing. Looking at the faces sitting and standing, Yi Zifeng realized what was wrong with this world. Everyone looked slightly tired, as if they hadn't slept well. But according to his observation, 90% of the villagers went to bed before 10 o'clock, so there was no such thing as staying up late. There was a problem here. If only a few people hadn't slept well, it might be because they had stayed up all night or had nightmares. But if everyone was like this, and didn't stay up late, then it was worth considering. Following this line, pinching his fingers, he could indeed see something clearly. A flash of light flowed from Yi Zifeng's fingertips, and unsurprisingly, he concluded that everyone in the village had had a nightmare last night. In fact, there were no exceptions. From centenarians to infants, everyone who breathes a living dream in this village had a nightmare last night, plagued by them, and unable to rest properly. Good grief. Yi Zifeng followed the clues of this village's nightmare, and extrapolated them. Although the clues were a little vague, he could deduce that this nightmare was probably the cause of this world's predicament. But it wasn't a big deal. Yi Zifeng disappeared into the spirit beast realm, found the spirit beast he was looking for, and scooped it up. Dream-eating cats specialize in devouring or weaving dreams. In the world of cultivation, there was a period when all the animals in the forest were apathetic. When Fang Xuan went to investigate, he discovered that it was a group of cats causing trouble. Their leader took the lead in weaving nightmares for the other animals. When asked, he said he was just too idle and found it amusing. It just so happens that everyone in this world has nightmares, so it's a perfect fit. Okay, that's it. Yi Zifeng returned to his old job, setting up a street stall. Since there weren't many formalities at the rural market, he simply tore off a piece of cloth and set it up at the end, then snatched out a cat as a sample. The black cat, burdened with a heavy responsibility, sat upright in the center of the stall, its tail flicking gently. Passing adults generally didn't look away, but every passing child would look back even after walking 50 meters. Some even stopped in front of the stall, unable to be dragged away by adults. A tug would cause them to burst into tears. The adults shouted and dragged, while the children cried and tried to stay. But in these confrontations, the children usually lost, because the adults could easily snatch the crying children away. This farce happened many times. The black cat, having witnessed so many of them, remained calm. It gracefully changed its posture and gently flicked its tail, looking noble and beautiful. Xiao Ling, returning home from school at noon, was captivated the moment she saw the cat. Her heart was pounding, and all she could see was that elegant little kitty. It looked up, shifted its feet, flicked its tail, turned its head, and met her gaze. Its eyes were golden. Xiao Ling couldn't help but walk towards the stall, faster and faster, until she was practically running. There she was. Xiao Ling squatted in front of the stall, breathing softly. The only elegant black kitty on the stall looked up at her, blinked, and then crossed its front paws, striking a more graceful pose. What? Must follow this girl? Yi Zifeng was a little surprised. The kitten in front of the stall suddenly expressed that it, too, had fallen in love with the girl at first sight. The moment it saw her, it knew she was its destined master. The kitten crossed its front legs again, striking an even more noble and charming pose. Okay, we're going both ways, right? Yi Zifeng didn't care how much the child offered. Giving it away for free was fine, but there was one crucial question. Little girl, would your family approve of you getting a cat? Yi Zifeng asked with a smile, and unsurprisingly, the little girl stiffened. Okay, apparently they don't. The little black cat on the stall was also stunned. Clearly, its experience in the cultivation world wasn't enough to fully understand the local customs and practices. This world didn't have spiritual pets, and ordinary children who wanted to keep ordinary pets needed adult permission. I'm just taking a look. The little spirit said this, but her eyes were fixed on the little black cat, refusing to move. The little black cat even stopped pretending to be pretty, lost in a state of confusion. The little girl before her was truly to its liking. It couldn't quite put its finger on what was so appealing about her, but everything about her seemed so appealing. Even the faint black tint under her eyes, which was adorable. She was fine, but the little girl wasn't. There was no doubt the little girl was fond of her, too. The little black cat looked up and saw those sparkling eyes, confirming this. But she had just said she was just taking a look. How about this? Yi Zifeng suggested to the black cat in his head. There's a big mountain behind this village. If you really like this human cub, play there during the day, then sneak over to her house at night when her family is asleep. That way you won't be seen, and you still be able to be with her. After a moment of contemplation, the little black cat agreed. So, when the owner offered to give her the cat, Xiao Ling thought she'd misheard. When she realized what was happening, she was shocked, then overjoyed, but then guilty, and finally, after a long struggle, it all turned into regret and loss. Sorry, boss, my family doesn't want me to keep a cat. You'd better find someone else. Xiao Ling tugged at the black kitten on the stall. Its fluffy black fur, golden eyes, and hooked tail were so perfect, so adorable, it practically grew on her heart. But she couldn't take it home. If only she were an adult, she could take the cat home and spend every day with it. She wanted to grow up so badly. It's okay. This kitten has already chosen you. It's decided to play in the mountains during the day and sneak back to your house at night. You can take it home. The kitten on the stall twitched its tail, raised its head, and stared at the girl with its golden eyes, unblinking. Xiao Ling was surprised. Really? Yes, it's not just any kitten. It's a powerful kitten from another world. It can definitely do this. Yi Zifeng gestured for the girl to take the kitten away. Xiao Ling's outstretched hand trembled slightly as she touched its fur. After adjusting her movements several times, she gently lifted the kitten. The black cat leaned into her arms, as if finding a comfortable position, and then stopped moving. Xiaoling felt her heart float, even lighter than the day she scored 100 on her final exam. It felt like she had wings, and was soaring into the sky. So happy, so wonderful. If your family doesn't approve of you interacting with cats, remember to hide when you're almost home, Yi Zifeng reminded her. Xiaoling, regaining her composure, thanked Yi Zifeng sincerely and swore to herself that she would take good care of the kitten in her arms. Yi Zifeng nodded with amusement. Xiaoling turned back and vowed to herself that she would eat and sleep on time, study hard for the high school entrance exam, and get into the best school possible. Only then, when she grew up, could she provide the kitten with a better life and not let down the kitten who had chosen her today. Xiaoling held the little black kitten tightly in her arms, hiding all the way, unseen by anyone she knew. Only when she was almost home did she gently squat down. The little black kitten jumped from her arms to the ground, shook its messy fur, and modestly extended its paws toward her. Xiaoling was a little confused, but she still held his hand. The world spun, and the vortex in her mind finally transformed into lines of light. Xiaoling, realizing what was happening, widened her eyes. Could this be a soul agreement? As expected, a kitten from another world, the kitten in the depths of her mind seemed to twitch its whiskers, conveying a sense of contract. Xiaoling now truly believed that the kitten could play in the forest during the day, and would come to her at night. With this thought, she finally relaxed, filled with pure joy. She had a kitten. And a miraculous kitten from another world. Xiaoling parted with her kitten at the doorstep, her thoughts of the kitten distracting her during dinner. Eat well. Why are you daydreaming? Xiaoling, regaining her composure, quickly buried her head in her bowl, pretending to slurp rice with her chopsticks. Don't eat like that. What a shame. Xiaoling looked up from her bowl, her thoughts returning. Why was Mom so angry today? Watching her daughter, Xiaoling's mother realized she'd been too irritable. She rubbed her brows. Mom didn't sleep well last night, so I just lost control. After a pause, she turned to her younger daughter and said, Can you forgive me? Of course. Xiaoling smiled at her mother and continued to eat. She couldn't wait to finish her meal, finish her afternoon classes, and get home, so she could wait for the evening. Kitty, her kitty, would come to her house at night to find her kitty. Why so happy? Xiaoling's mother looked at her daughter with some surprise and casually asked, How did you sleep last night? Xiaoling looked up from her bowl and said seriously, Not very well. I think I had a nightmare. Then she hurried back to her meal. You had a nightmare too? Xiaoling's mother was a little surprised. She and her husband both had nightmares last night, and they hadn't been feeling well since waking up this morning. But how could it be such a coincidence? Her daughter had a nightmare too? It must be a coincidence. After all, it's only happened once in a while. Going to bed early tonight should be fine. For some reason, even with this thought, Xiaoling's mother couldn't completely relax. She had a nagging feeling that she'd have another nightmare tonight. Perhaps she was too exhausted from work. She raised her hand and rubbed her brow again. After watching her daughter finish her meal, grab her water bottle, and leave, she followed her out to work. Xiaoling was incredibly diligent in class this afternoon. She constantly reminded herself of the vow she'd made that morning to study hard every second. But for some reason, the teachers didn't seem to be teaching well, and many of the students were yawning. She felt a little sleepy herself, but she forced herself to hold it in. Study hard. When the school bell rang, Xiaoling finally snapped out of her studies. Get out of class was over. Xiaoling quickly rushed home, ate her meal, and finished her homework. After washing up, she sat by the window and looked out. Whenever a family member passed by, she would immediately sit back down on the stool and pretend nothing had happened. As soon as they left, she would immediately run to the window. She didn't know how many times she'd done this before. Finally, there was movement. Xiaoling pressed her face against the window and saw the pure black kitten standing on the balcony. Its golden eyes shone like two moons in the darkness. It was her cat. Xiaoling gently opened the window, and the kitten gracefully jumped in, grabbing something from its back. Xiaoling saw it was a red fruit. The kitten gracefully placed the fruit in her hand, sat up straight, and shook itself, as if to say, This is a gift for you. Xiaoling held the fruit in her arms, feeling the happiest person in the world. She no longer envied the protagonists in cartoons. While those characters could always achieve things others couldn't, none of them possessed a black kitten with eyes shaped like two moons, from another world. The kitten was clearly pleased with her applause. It shook its whiskers, and nudged the fruit on the table, inviting her to try some. Xiaoling washed it, then shared the fruit with the kitten, each one taking small bites. Both were satisfied, and they shared a sweet, blissful moment together. Xiaoling glanced at the clock. It was almost 10 o'clock. It was time for bed. The kitten in her arms understood her meaning and wagged its tail, indicating it would sleep with her. Xiaoling was overjoyed, happily making the bed. The kitten hopped onto the bed in a few steps, and was about to go to sleep, when it suddenly turned its head and looked in the other direction. "My parents' room is over there," Xiaoling replied. The kitten wagged its tail, indicating it wanted to check it out. Xiaoling followed the kitten quietly out, lying down at the door of her parents' room and listening. After confirming that they were asleep, she quietly opened the door. The room was pitch black, but perhaps because of the contract she had signed with the black kitten, she could still see a few things. Mom and Dad were lying in bed, but they were clearly not sleeping soundly, swaying profusely and tossing and turning. Under Xiaoling's nervous gaze, the black kitten calmly jumped onto the bed, stretched out its paw, and slapped each of Xiaoling's parents on the forehead. Paw paw. Xiaoling's heart nearly leaped, fearing her parents would open their eyes and see her standing here with the cat. But the little black cat remained remarkably calm, folding its front legs with a reserved air, poised for praise. Xiaoling then noticed that her parents, who had been restlessly asleep just moments before, seemed to relax under the cat's slap. They stopped tossing and turning, their breathing becoming more and more steady, clearly falling into a deep, gentle sleep. "Wow!" Xiaoling snuck out, holding the little black cat in her arms. Once back in her room, she lifted it up and praised it loudly. "How are you so amazing?" Chapter 48. Xiaoling slept with the kitten in her arms. She could still smell its fur on her nose, like sunlight, morning dew, a forest, and sweet dreams. She then had a magical dream. In it, she saw a mysterious forest stretching as far as the eye could see. She sat on the back of a giant black cat, which carried her through the forest. All sorts of animals passed by her, a noble white elk, a halting rabbit, and then a monkey flew overhead. Xiaoling quickly ducked her head and turned back. The monkey was still standing in the tree, howling. Xiaoling reached out to brush away the stray hair. The big black cat continued running. The breeze was cool and soft, with a faint scent of grass and trees. But then, Xiaoling felt an itch near her nose. She reached out and picked off a strand of cat hair. Then, cats of every color filled her view, orange, black and white, and all sorts of solid or iridescent colors. Countless kittens filled the area, some perched in trees, some lying on rocks, and some on the ground. They showed no interest in their presence, and continued to lick their fur with dignity. The big black cat shrank, shook its fur, and leaped into her arms. Holding the warm, soft little black cat in her arms, Xiaoling happily leaned against a rock, watching the world of cats. In the early morning, Xiaoling opened her eyes in bed, staring at the snow-white ceiling, her mind still reminiscing about a wonderful dream. It took a while for her to fully wake up. The little black cat was no longer in the room. Xiaoling felt a little lost, but she quickly cheered up. "It's okay. As long as I study hard, I will definitely be able to live alone with the cat in the future." Xiaoling finished washing up and went out for breakfast. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she heard her mother's relaxed voice. "Come here, daughter. Let me know what you want to eat today. I made noodles with scallion oil, noodles with tomato and egg, and noodles with soybean paste. Which one do you want?" Xiaoling was a little surprised. Why did Mom eat such a rich breakfast this morning? Ha. Xiaoling's mother smiled, her expression relaxed. "I felt especially relaxed this morning, so I spontaneously made several different noodles. Which one do you like?" "Thank you for your hard work, Mom. I just have the tomato and egg noodles." Xiaoling sat down and helped herself to a bowl of noodles. As she ate, she wondered if it was her little black cat's doing. After all, just a pat from it yesterday had put Mom and Dad into a deep sleep. I wonder what her little black cat is doing. Is there any breakfast in the forest? Is it hungry? The little black cat isn't hungry, because dream-eating cats feed on dreams, and they're not picky. They eat dreams, nightmares, and ordinary dreams alike, the flavors just differing slightly. Sweet dreams are sweet, nightmares are spicy, and ordinary dreams have a bland taste. They can eat ordinary food, but to them, it's just for fun. When Yi Sifeng passed through the forest behind the village, he saw the black cat sleeping leisurely in a tree. Its belly was plump, and it was obvious that it wasn't hungry. It seemed well-fed. The egg-sized Ing Fanshu in 2.0 floated in front of him, casually blocking his view. Yi Sifeng felt a little amused, and cast a spell to capture his image, sending the golden bees spinning several times in the air. Okay, he would use this image to mock Ing Fanshu later. Yi Sifeng continued walking, preparing to reach the next village to try his luck at selling cats. The golden puppy light ball landed on Yi Sifeng's shoulder, then, seeing he didn't react, secretly nudged his neck. The market in the next village was larger. While the previous market served a single village, this one served several surrounding villages, bringing in a much larger crowd. Yi Sifeng found a corner and set up his stall. This time, the stall owner was a tabby-striped dream eater cat. Unlike the noble and beautiful black cat from the previous one, this one was noticeably more robust, with pointed ears standing upright. Even sitting on the stall, it held an upright posture, appearing energetic and high-spirited. Yi Sifeng guessed its strength was among the best among dream eaters, judging by its different demeanor. The proud, upright kitten quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. An elderly woman carrying a basket was the first to stop, leaning over and asking, "How much is this kitten? Is it a good mouse catcher?" I almost forgot cats here also have a part-time job catching mice. It's a great mouse catcher, but it might not enjoy it. Yi Sifeng gave a very objective answer. My goodness, young man, you really know how to run a business. It's just that it can't catch mice. The elderly woman straightened up, carrying her basket, and left. The tabby cat on the stall still had a haughty expression. The confidence accumulated over the years couldn't be shattered by this brief exchange. It shifted its feet and assumed a more confident stance. A child stopped in front of the stall and tried to touch the cat. The tabby cat stepped back, glaring at the child with a disdainful look. Yi Sifeng stretched out his hand to block the way and said to the impatient child, "This kitten bites." A child lost their hand to it before. "You'd better stay away." The child burst into tears and ran away. The kitten continued to stand proudly in the stall, squinting at every passerby. This one's too small, no good. This one's not strong enough, no good. This one doesn't even have hair, how ugly. That one stinks, how disgusting. A whole morning passed, and the market was almost over. Yi Sifeng began to wonder if he had chosen the wrong cat. Finally, the confident kitten at the stall brought different news. The plump female human walking towards him looked quite attractive and had a pleasant scent. Yi Sifeng looked over and saw a plump woman, about 30, carrying a basket of vegetables. Though she had dark circles under her eyes, her features were open and generous. From close, Yi Sifeng could even smell the faint scent of food. Wang Jia approached with her basket. Perhaps by fate, her eyes suddenly met the tabby cat on the stall. Its green eyes seemed to read a person's mind when they met. A deep attraction flowed between them. Even after walking 4 or 5 steps away, she couldn't move her eyes away, and finally retreated. "Are you selling this cat?" Wang Jia squatted down to ask. From this angle, the cat looked even more remarkable. Its fur was sleek, its ears erect, and its eyes fixed on her, its tail flicking gently. For sale, Yi Sifeng tentatively offered a price based on the context. 199 yuan. Can you make it cheaper, 20 yuan? This was the first time Yi Sifeng had encountered such a bargain, and he immediately became excited. 20 yuan won't work, I lose money. 180 yuan at least. I won't sell it for less than that. 50 yuan, 50 yuan, I take it and pay, and take it away immediately. 166 yuan, that's the lowest I can offer. Anything less and I lose money. The two haggled for a long time, and Yi Sifeng, having had his fill, finally settled on 99 yuan. The confident kitten remained confident. How could a mere alien currency measure its excellence? If it hadn't chosen this human, it wouldn't have followed him. The back-and-forth price negotiation was just a ritual. The tabby kitten was carried home in the arms of its newly arrived owner. Wow! It's alive! Wang Jia's husband was startled. Yes, I just bought it. Wang Jia put the basket down, cradling the cat in her left hand, while opening the refrigerator with her right to prepare something for the new cat. Wang Jia's husband popped his head in from the side. Make me a bowl of noodles too. I didn't have breakfast this morning, and now I'm craving noodles. Who told you not to eat this morning? What kind of noodles do you want? Boiled or mixed? Wang Jia placed the ingredients into a container with one hand and asked as she walked towards the kitchen. I wasn't in the mood to eat this morning. Wang Jia's husband sighed. Do you think there's something wrong with us? Why are we both having these nightmares? It shouldn't be that serious. You're the village chief, and you're still so superstitious. Wang Jia placed the cat on the sofa next to her. Be good, I make you something delicious. The tabby cat stood upright, confidently waiting to be fed. It was so good, and its chosen owner must be equally good. Making a simple meal was nothing to worry about. Don't tell me, Wang Jia's husband said, looking out the window to see no one, then lowering his voice. I ran into old lady Lou at the village entrance today. Seeing she looked down, I asked her, guess what's wrong? She's been having nightmares for a few days, just like us. Oh my god, is this true? Wang Jia was also startled. If one person having a nightmare was a coincidence, then having multiple people having nightmares simultaneously was a bit scary. Especially since old lady Lou at the village entrance had nothing to do with their family. Fearfully, Wang Jia removed the ingredients from the pot and placed them on a plate to cool. Then I started paying attention and noticed a lot of people were yawning, and even those with fair skin all had dark circles under their eyes. What about those with dark skin? You can't tell with dark skin. That's true. But what do you think is going on? Wang Jia scooped out 2 bowls of cooked noodles and placed them on the table. Even if she was careless, she realized something was amiss. Could there be a place where everyone has nightmares together? It seems like there are, but only in horror movies. Oh, I don't know, Wang Jia's husband blew on the noodles. After I finish eating, I ask around. If everyone has nightmares, I report it. Whatever the situation, we have to let the higher-ups know. Okay. Wang Jia hugged the kitten and began to eat the noodles. She finished quickly, and then picked up the rice to feed the kitten. The tabby, dream-eating cat ate a whole bowl of cat food, treating it like a mere snack. Ordinary food wouldn't fill it up. But it wasn't a big deal. The tabby kitten straightened itself confidently. This world is truly wonderful. It sounds like every human can have savory dreams, a perfect fit for a kitty like it. After Wang Jia's husband finished eating and left, she began to clear the dishes. The tabby kitten stood on the sofa, watching Wang Jia clean the kitchen, then carried it into the bedroom. Wang Jia was ready for a nap. Although she had mostly forgotten last night's nightmare, after lunch, Wang Jia felt a little dizzy, clearly from a poor night's sleep. The tabby cat stood on the bed, watching Wang Jia crawl into bed, and soon fell into an uneasy sleep. The nightmare had begun. The cat swiftly leaped onto the bedside, slapped it with its paw, and purred. It was spicy and intoxicating. It licked the corner of its mouth, looked at Wang Jia, who looked relaxed, and, with a little effort, conjured a sweet dream of a meal as a token of its return for the bowl of cat food. Finally feeling full, the tabby cat looked at Wang Jia, who slept soundly in bed, and gently opened the window, ready to take in this world of delicious food. It made its way to the village entrance, stopping at a somewhat shabby house. It pricked its nose, and caught a whiff of something sour and spicy. Smells good? Another meal then. With perfect ease, the kitten leaped into the house, and followed the scent to a somewhat dimly lit room. Inside lay an elderly female human. The kitten jumped onto the head of the bed and sniffed. The sour and spicy aroma became stronger. It slapped the human's forehead without any hesitation, swallowed the dream in one gulp, and then fell down on the spot due to the stimulation of the smell. What kind of dream was this? The sourness was lingering, the spiciness was overwhelming. It had never tasted anything so pungent in the world of cultivation. The other spirit beasts in the forest were fools. Their nightmares couldn't compare to this. It announced that it had fallen in love with a human female. It was an excellent kitten, both mentally and physically, so it was natural for it to choose 2 masters, since it had their eyes on both. So Wang Jia woke up to find her cat gone. After a day of feeling lost, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the tabby cat returning in the moonlight at night. It's good that it's not lost. Cats love to play outside during the day. That's understandable. The kitten, who had been accompanying its sour and spicy owner on the other side, had just returned, shaking its whiskers. Its confident and well-behaved demeanor revealed itself. It gently jumped onto the bed, ready to accompany its spicy owner. Wang Jia's husband hadn't returned yet, but it was getting late, so she tucked into bed, relaxed under the kitten's green gaze, and drifted off to sleep. The tabby cat, sensing the spicy aroma, reached out its paw and patted Wang Jia's forehead. Then, it bit into the dream and swallowed it down with a gulp. Delicious, it licked its lips, then deftly hopped to the window, opened it, and began to wander the village again, stepping on the moonlight. The moon gradually rose to the center of the sky. The air was thick with the scent of dreams, found in almost every household, mostly spicy, with a few more sour and spicy. But none of the sour and spicy flavors could compare to the richness of the owner at the village entrance. The tabby cat picked out a few favorites, and ate them until he was so full he couldn't eat another bite. Then, under the moonlight, he prepared to head home. But which home? After a split second of thought, the tabby cat decided to go back to Wang Jia's house. He remembered that Wang Jia had a partner, and he could eat his nightmares, considering it a treat for his owner. The kitten raised its tail, and confidently headed home. It expertly pried open the window, ate its owner's partner's nightmares, and then headed to bed. But he wasn't going to sleep in this room. There were already 2 people in the room, and he needed a separate space for sleeping. The tabby cat began to explore the house, and finally settled on a small room. It had a light smell, some books, and some human equipment. Most importantly, the window faced the moon, which he loved to bask in. The cat nimbly jumped onto the desk, curled up, and began to sleep. His breathing gradually deepened, and he began to snore. Of course, when a kitten from the outside world of cultivation saw the small stick with a sponge tied to it on the table, it didn't realize it was a microphone. Nor could it guess that a careless human, not well rested, would forget to turn it off after work. The microphone in the village chief's office was connected to the village loudspeaker, normally used for public announcements. But that night, the villagers, plagued by nightmares, half asleep, seemed to hear a soft snoring sound coming from the loudspeaker. The continuous snoring formed a magical rhythm, disrupting their strange nightmares. Amidst the chaotic jumble of lines and images, everyone drifted off to sleep. Chapter 49. Old Lady Lu, who lived at the village entrance, had lived alone for many years. In the past, her deceased son would visit her in her dreams, but since some time, she hadn't seen him since. Until a few days ago, her son, his face blurred, reappeared in her dreams. He wept bitterly, crying and saying in a resentful tone that if there was a next life, he would never be her son again. It was she who had failed to protect him, and had caused his early death. Old Lady Lu's heart clenched, bitterness welling up. Tears flooded her like a river. She reached out from the river again, wanting to touch her son's face, but the scene suddenly changed. She was back to the day her son was buried. The sky was gloomy, the wind biting. The funeral procession stretched from the riverbank into the mountains, the sound of gongs and drums echoing far and wide. Old Lady Lu seemed to hear herself wailing in the procession, her hoarse voice carried into the mountains along with the funeral procession. If there is a next life, I will never be your son again. It's all because you failed to protect me. It's all because of you that I died so young. She felt her son's voice still ringing in her ears, and Old Lady Lu felt her heart ache. Son, her son. She didn't want to abandon him. She was willing to stay with him forever. The sky was dark and gloomy, paper money fluttered in the wind. Her son's urn was about to be buried in the mountains. Old Lady Lu moved her aching and frail body, wanting to follow the funeral procession. Son! Pa! All the scenes disappeared in an instant. Goo! The bitter emotion also became blank. Before Old Lady Lu could react, the world suddenly shifted. In the vibrant forest, all sorts of exotic animals hopped around her. A small, tabby-striped animal flew through the trees and landed in front of her, its spirit high and its posture confident. A cat? Had she come to the forest specifically to see cats? It seemed so. Old Lady Lu thought for a moment, but nothing came to mind. Seeing the kitten leap in front of her, she couldn't help but squat down, miming and waving her hand. The tabby kitten lay down, and Old Lady Lu stroked its body. It was warm, soft, and its fur was fluffy. Old Lady Lu relaxed a little. The cat in front of her seemed to be in a good mood too. She played with it for a while, then saw it curl up in a ball, ready to sleep. She might as well go to sleep too. She was feeling sleepy. Old Lady Lu lay beside the cats. Dense trees rose overhead, and occasional sunlight streamed down upon her. The breeze was soft, cool, and carried a pleasant scent of grass and trees. The kittens overhead had begun snoring. Quite loudly. Old Lady Lu's body involuntarily relaxed, and amidst the rhythmic purring, she fell into a deeper sleep. In the morning, Old Lady Lu opened her eyes, and gazed at the pitch-black ceiling, realizing that she had slept through the night before. A long-lost sense of ease washed over her. With some difficulty, she climbed out of bed, only to find the window slightly open. Old Lady Lu walked over, and found a strand of cat hair on the windowsill. After several days, the entire village finally slept through the night. Although it felt like a muddled dream, upon waking, the fatigue and exhaustion she had felt before were gone, replaced only by a faint sense of contentment and relaxation. I slept okay last night. I slept okay too, except I thought I heard a noise. I thought I dreamed of an engine. Me too. The elderly people at the village entrance were talking, and suddenly a passing child retorted, that wasn't a dream. It was the loudspeaker at the entrance. It was snoring. The village chief was snoring. Wang Jia's husband, who had just arrived, heard this and said, Xiao Jia. Wang Jia's husband called to the child, Did you stay up late last night? I tell your dad. The village chief is a snitch. Xiao Jia scurried off. Wang Jia's husband watched the child run home, then turned to meet a pair of curious eyes. Village chief, you snored into the microphone yesterday. That makes sense. That sound sounded like snoring. Did Wang Jia send you to sleep in the study? What did you do to make Wang Jia angry? Wang Jia's husband didn't react immediately, and the conversation turned to how he should apologize to Wang Jia. No, we have a great relationship. Wang Jia's husband was at a loss for words. Then why did Xiao Jia say it was your snoring? Wang Jia bought a new cat yesterday. It snuck into the study to sleep. I forgot to turn off the microphone, and its snoring blared all night long. Wang Jia's husband explained. Wow, that cat snores pretty loudly. That's right. Wang Jia's husband felt a little embarrassed. After all, it was him who forgot to turn off the microphone first. The cat just found a spot on the table to sleep. I definitely check after I'm done. I won't forget to turn anything off again. What's the big deal? Don't tell me. I slept much better last night after hearing that snoring. I didn't even dream. The old man fanned himself as he spoke. Really? Wang Jia's husband didn't have a nightmare last night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the energy to come to the village entrance to listen to people chatting. I guess I wasn't dreaming anyway. The cat just happened to snore. No, you're young and you sleep well. We old people know that. A few days ago, I don't know what happened, but I dreamed as soon as I closed my eyes. I even dreamed of a friend who'd been dead for decades. It was terrifying. But yesterday, as soon as I closed my eyes, that drag, not that cat purred so loudly. It was so loud that I couldn't think about anything else and just fell asleep snoring. Is that so? Wang Jia's husband said this, but he didn't quite believe it. It had to be a coincidence. He hadn't heard any snoring last night and slept soundly. Hey, village chief, let Wang Jia's cat keep purring through the speaker today. I want to get a good night's sleep. As soon as he said this, the old men and women all chimed in, praising him one after another. They said he'd married a good wife and bought a nice cat. He must be blessed with a cat, otherwise why wouldn't everyone's nightmares stop with its arrival? After being subjected to this back and forth for a long time, Wang Jia's husband also seemed to agree. While a village chief should believe in science, if something might work, why not give it a try? There's no harm in it. It just uses a little electricity. Wang Jia's husband returned home, carrying everyone's expectations. He asked Wang Jia, who was sitting on the sofa eating a popsicle, "Where's our cat?" Wang Jia gave him a rueful look. I was wondering too. It's not home during the day. Are you showing you don't like it? Wang Jia's husband was indignant. When did I ever dislike him? Yesterday, Wang Jia turned away. When I brought him home, you didn't even touch him or praise him. That must be why he didn't come home during the day. Wang Jia's husband found this unreasonable, but he couldn't find a rebuttal. After a long struggle, he finally managed a single word. Then tell me when he comes home tonight. I need to talk to him. I tell you when he comes home tonight. Wang Jia ate the last bite of her popsicle and tossed the stick into the trash. Wang Jia's husband hesitated and dodged. Thankfully, the tabby kitten lived up to the village chief's expectations. As the moon rose, it returned home under the moonlight. As soon as it landed, it noticed its owner and partner were still awake. They were both delighted to see it. The owner's joy was pure, expressing only the emotion of missing it. The tabby cat went over and nudged her. But the owner's partner's joy was a bit more complex. The cat looked at them, waiting for them to speak. What? It connected to a magical instrument while it slept last night? What? The humans in the entire village heard it snoring? What? Those humans said they loved it and begged it to continue tonight. The tabby cat shuddered. The people here are quite discerning. It's one of the best of its kind, possessing a maxed-out nightmare-devouring ability. The tabby cat proudly bounded into its study, glanced twice at the legendary microphone, and then laid down on the desk without any stress. It could do this little thing in its sleep, no need to worry. The village loudspeaker was working reliably today, and many elderly people only went to bed when they heard the familiar purring sound. As we age, we've experienced many things, and there are nightmares we really don't want to have. Only by hearing this purring sound can we go to bed peacefully, otherwise we dare not close our eyes. The lights in the village dimmed one by one. Some who went to bed early, like old lady Lou at the village entrance, had their nightmares swallowed up by the tabby cat, completely immersed in a relaxing dream. Some who went to bed late also drifted off to sleep to the sound of the purring sound, and the village was silent and still. Over the next few days, the cat announcer remained online, and the villagers' spirits quickly recovered. Their overall mental outlook was a world apart from that of their neighbors. Oh, my daughter! What's wrong with you? You have dark circles almost hanging out of your mouth. Were you bullied by your in-laws? Tell me. My daughter, who married into the next village, returned home looking very bad, and he was extremely worried. It's not Mom, it's just that I can't sleep well. No one in the family can sleep well. We've all been to the hospital, and the doctor said it might be the recent weather. Everyone's sleep quality isn't good, so I should try to fix it myself. Meow Meow was listless. I think so. I used to have trouble sleeping too. I had scary dreams every day, but now it's better. Our village loudspeaker plays the snoring of the village chief's cat, and that helped me fall asleep. What? Meow Meow's heavy head faltered for a moment. What loudspeaker, what cat? What does that have to do with sleep? And he explained for a long time, but Meow Meow still couldn't believe it. Over the past few days, she'd been running from the town hospital to the county hospital, and from the county hospital to the city hospital. Each hospital offered different advice, but the short answer was, take medicine, listen to music, and relax. The cat noises were probably something like music, but honestly, she tried several, but nothing worked. In fact, even after a night, the headache had gotten worse. How about this? And he could see her daughter's disbelief. Sleep at my place tonight, and you see if it works. Okay. It was nighttime, and it was the tabby cat's patrol time again. He wandered around the village, selecting a dozen or so delicious dreams to devour. Then, returning to Wang Jia's house, he devoured the couple's nightmares, and then expertly walked to his study. Click! He flicked on the microphone, meowed into it twice, and after greeting her, he curled up on the desk. As he drifted off, his snoring carried into the microphone, and then out through the loudspeaker in the village center. Meow Meow had a good night's sleep. Something felt like it tapped her forehead, and the nightmare bubbled away like bubbles. Meow Meow's head rested lightly on the soft pillow, and she quickly fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When she woke, Meow Meow felt refreshed. She hadn't felt this good in over a week. It really worked. Meow Meow called her husband to bring their daughter over, and shared her story of last night's perfect sleep. The two neighboring villages had a lot of overlapping personal connections, and word quickly spread. Many people used their connections to sleep in this village. It was truly a wonderful sleep. After experiencing such a relaxing sleep, who would want to go back to a nightmare-ridden state? But every household has limited beds. It's tolerable for relatives and friends to stay for a few nights, but who could stand having them come every day, uninvited, and arrive with pillows at bedtime? The villagers went to the village chief and asked him to find a solution quickly. They should ask Wang Jia where she bought the cat and introduce it to the neighboring village. They were almost unbearable. Wang Jia was a little uncertain when she heard this question. I only saw this one when I bought it, but cats usually have multiple kittens, so it's possible my Mimi has siblings. Wang Jia's husband asked the vendor what he looked like, and after getting some general information, he headed to the market. Yi Sifeng was indeed setting up a stall at the market. After many days, he finally had his third cat. It was a beautiful pure white cat, lazily lying on the stall. Passers-by didn't even glance at it, only seeing it. And the moment Wang Jia's husband saw the stall owner, he knew it was the vendor his wife had mentioned. The reason was simple. He was incredibly handsome, with a mysterious and elegant aura. Thinking of the even more amazing cat, Wang Jia's husband approached with respect. Hello, sir. How much is this cat? Yi Sifeng glanced at Wang Jia's husband. Don't you already have one? What a master. He knows all this. Wang Jia's husband showed even more respect. We do, but the neighboring village doesn't. They also want a cat to protect the village. Then you can ask the people from the neighboring village to come. How else can they sign the contract? Yes. Wang Jia's husband stepped aside, pulled out his phone, and began calling the village chief. Come to the XX market soon. Your people will soon have a good night's sleep. The village chiefs all had a general understanding of the village's affairs. The head of the neighboring village was about to ask Wang Jia about her husband's cat broadcast, when he unexpectedly received a call from him. After hanging up, the head of the neighboring village immediately rushed over on his motorcycle, arriving at the market 10 minutes later. The head of the neighboring village was a middle-aged man. He propped up his motorcycle and ran to the stall in a few steps, still panting. Yi Sifeng saw the white kitten on the stall step back twice, as if disgusted. Sure enough, the next moment, the white cat told him that it didn't like the man in front of it. Excuse me, our cats choose their own owners. How about someone from your village come and take a look? Yi Sifeng thought he was being tactful and didn't directly say the cat didn't like anyone. But as a village chief who has dealt with many people, he naturally understood the deeper meaning of this statement. The head of the neighboring village immediately pulled out his phone. It was clear this was no ordinary cat. The villagers had tried using the purring of an ordinary cat, but it was completely useless. They had every nightmare they should have, and every sleep they should have received wasted. But the village next door was different. After the mysterious cat arrived, everyone slept soundly, their faces flushed and their hearts filled with joy. Since the cat before them was mysterious, precious, even a divine beast capable of protecting the village, was there anything wrong with this statement? Absolutely not. Rather, out of gratitude for the cat's willingness to give their village a chance, the village chief dialed the phone number, and once the call was connected, he shouted, "Wife, go to my office and shout on the PA system that everyone in the village should come to the XX market. We have our own cat now, and we won't have to go to the neighboring village to beg for help. Yes. Everyone come." Even the months-old baby came over, and old lady Sia from the village came over with her arms around him. Yes, 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 everyone come. Chapter 50. Chiyochio woke up from another dream, sweating profusely. The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to reach for her phone. With trembling hands, she opened her bank account and saw 805,065.98. The 800,000 yuan was still there. She breathed a sigh of relief, then thought of something and pinched her thigh hard. It hurt. This wasn't a dream, and she finally let out a long sigh of relief. A month ago, Chiyochio had won 1 million yuan in the lottery. She stared at the scratch-off ticket for 10 minutes, mentally confirming it countless times before she could truly believe she had won. She quietly told no one, and went to work as usual. Only on the weekend, she put on sunglasses and a black hat, and went to claim the prize alone. 800,000 yuan after tax might not seem like a lot to some, but for Chiyochio, it was not only a considerable sum of money, but also a source of confidence, helping her maintain her core in this world. Her life had become much more relaxed, not just financially, but even more so physically and mentally. She could now face even the most annoying boss, and the most irritating colleagues with equanimity. She was no longer the same person she once was, but a brand new one with 800,000 yuan in savings. No matter how disgusting her boss was, it was only at work. No matter how irritating her colleagues were, they were only at work. Her body and soul had long rested on this 800,000 yuan, drawing strength from it to sustain her. It was just a crappy job, wasn't it? If she couldn't stand it, she could just quit. With this 800,000 yuan, she could even take a break. That was her confidence. Chiyochio had thought she could continue to relax like this forever. Until recently, she had a nightmare. She dreamed that the 800,000 yuan was just a figment of her imagination. Her savings remained in the same 4-digit figures, and she was still working at the company, having to endure it. In her dream, her boss stood before her like a monster, staring at her with a wide mouth and saying, You still have 800,000 yuan? Go downstairs and bring me a bucket of water. I give you an 8 yuan reward. Chiyochio was startled awake, tears welling in her eyes. She bleary-eyed and checked her phone. She couldn't believe it when she saw the 800,000 yuan. She pinched herself 7 or 8 times before coming to her senses. She hugged her phone and burst into tears. After crying, she felt better, but she also cursed herself for having such an unlucky dream. But she hadn't imagined that this unlucky dream would persist. In the nightmares that followed, the 800,000 yuan disappeared from her life in various ways. When she went to claim her prize, the lottery ticket was blown away by the wind and then crushed by a truck. She handed it to the staff, but they embezzled the money. When they verified the information, the staff said there was a problem with the identity verification and the money couldn't be transferred. When the money was transferred, her bank account was suddenly hacked. Every morning after a dream, she thought it was yesterday that the 800,000 yuan had been lost, but when she pulled out her phone, it was still there. After a deep pain, she felt a surge of joy. Yesterday was no exception. Chiyochio wiped the sweat off her face. Her sleep hadn't improved since returning home. She'd had every nightmare she'd ever had. Is this a warning from heaven? That 800,000 yuan isn't hers? But she's just an ordinary, good person. How unworthy must she be for heaven to warn her so repeatedly? Chiyochio's anguish returned. The 800,000 yuan seemed like a burden to her. The thought of losing it pierced her heart. Chiyochio was lost in her own thoughts, when she was suddenly startled by the blaring sound of a loudspeaker. Hey, 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 can you hear me? Can you hear me? Everyone in the village is going to the XX market. They're selling the same cats as the ones from the next village. They're selling the same cats as the ones from the next village. If we buy a cat, our village can sleep soundly. Hurry up, hurry up. Hey, CF family at the entrance of the village, remember to help your old lady over too. What the hell? Chiyo had been a recluse in the city, and she remained the same after returning home, so she'd never heard of any cats from the next village. She stood at the window, looking down. Every household was stirring. Doors kept opening, revealing one or more people busily rushing in the same direction. Some were holding wailing children, others supporting trembling old ladies. But their destination was the same, to the XX market. Chiyo's girl. Hurry, hurry you two. Get down here. Hurry to the market. An old man below waved urgently at Chiyo. I want to go too. Chiyo pointed at herself. Hurry, hurry, I wait for you here. If you don't leave now, it'd be too late. Chiyo hurriedly changed her clothes. Although she didn't know what was going on, it looked urgent. Everyone had gone, and the old man below had called out to her, so she couldn't help but quicken her pace, opened the door, and followed. The two of them walked quickly, and there was no one else on the road. Chiyo was shocked as she walked. Ordinary villagers were walking fast, but where was the old woman who was being supported? How could she not even be seen? Could it be that urgent? Chiyo couldn't help but quicken her pace, feeling a sense of urgency, afraid of delaying things. Her feet were nearly sore from walking, but she finally reached her destination. But Chiyo saw nothing but 4 long lines ahead. The old man she was walking with pulled her to the back of the line. After stabilizing himself, he wiped his sweat and said, It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Chiyo was confused. Uncle, what cat? Why are there so many people in line? Oh, you didn't know yet? Well, you don't usually go out, so it's no wonder you didn't know. Chiyo felt a little embarrassed, but the old man didn't say much. It was mainly because all the children in the village were the same these days. They didn't like to go out much, so after seeing it so often, she got used to it. It's like this. The old man gave Chiyo a brief explanation of what had happened. Chiyo's mouth dropped open. Is there still something like this? She had been curious about her constant nightmares before. She'd even asked online, but everyone said the same thing. They didn't know when it started, but they couldn't sleep properly every night. It could be the weather, or maybe some pollutants drifting in. Chiyo thought it made sense. While the nightmares were excruciating, they were the same for everyone. It couldn't be her problem. Once this strange weather wore off, her sleep would probably return to normal. Every night before falling asleep, she dared to close her eyes with this hope. But now, she heard that everyone in the neighboring village had slept soundly for several days, all thanks to the magical cat that had come to rule the village. What are we waiting for? Chiyo pulled the old man forward. Hurry, hurry, hurry up. The team has made a big advance. Sifeng was accompanying the white cat on an intense job interview. The villagers were very organized, forming 4 lines. The 4 people in the front appeared simultaneously, then stood up and retreated, revealing 4 more people behind them. Take a look at these. The one in the middle seems well dressed. Maybe she'd even give you a nice dress. Sifeng pitched the cat in his mind. The cat was reluctant. What about these 4? The one on the left looks well off. The car keys he's holding look quite expensive. The cat refused to observe. What about these? The one on the right looks quite patient. He might be the kind of owner who'd spend a lot of time with you. The cat still wasn't tempted. Sifeng gave up on the pitch. People were being rejected so quickly, and there was no time left. Group after group of people were swept away, the line rapidly shrinking. The village chief stood by, sweating profusely, counting on his fingers to see if anyone hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, why were there so few people? Chiyo walked forward step by step. As the crowd ahead of her thinned out, she could see a fluffy white cat on the stall through a gap. How could she describe this feeling? In the chaotic market, amidst the garish colors, that speck of white shimmered like the moon in the night sky, gleaming in her eyes. Across the crowd, the cat seemed to meet her gaze, but only for 3 seconds before looking away. Chiyo's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the cat wasn't as attracted to her as she was, and perhaps they weren't meant to be. The crowd ahead of her gradually thinned, and Chiyo could see more clearly. The pure white cat lay lazily on the stall, its beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at the people ahead, before quickly looking away. Chiyo suddenly realized something crucial. This cat wouldn't look at anyone for more than a second, let alone meet their gaze. But not with her. Even through a wall of people, even through a narrow gap, it held her gaze with deep affection. For 3 full seconds, she was ahead. In other words, she had a chance. After the entire village was eliminated, she would be the village's hope. The others ahead were eliminated. Chiyo and the other 3 stood before the cat, their hearts pounding. Stared at by those captivating eyes, Chiyo didn't know what to do. But the cat seemed ready to tilt its head. Choose me. Chiyo had never been so bold before. She looked at the pure white, noble cat on the stall. We won't be master and pet. We be best friends, the closest of family. I discuss everything with you, and I'm willing to share everything with you. The white cat turned its head again. Feeling encouraged, Chiyo went all out. If you choose me, I give you half of my assets. Spend it however you want. Yi Sifeng reached out and pinched it. Wow! 402,532.99. The white cat didn't react immediately, licking its tail modestly. After a moment, it placed its paw on Chiyo's shoe. Congratulations. You've won its heart with half your assets. Now you can take it home. Yi Sifeng congratulated Chiyo. Great. The village chief beside him slapped his thigh vigorously. Chiyo, about to get excited, was startled by the sound. The village chief realized he had lost his composure. Haha, little girl from the Chiyo family, huh? I haven't seen you back in years. It's great to see you back this time. It's fantastic. If it weren't for you, our village wouldn't be able to keep its sacred cat. Of course, I won't let you work for free. How about 100 yuan a day? The cat will stay at your house overnight. I provide a microphone. Just place it next to it before bed every night. The white cat was held in Chiyo's arms, its posture still lazy. For some reason, Chiyo felt that she should ask the kitten's consent first. Baby, are you okay with this? Do you feel your privacy is being invaded? The lazy little white cat turned around in Chiyo's arms, showing no sign of rejection. That should be fine. After saying goodbye to the stall owner, Chiyo carried the kitten to the largest supermarket nearby. Baby, do you want to spend some of your money here? The pure white kitten turned its head and buried it in Chiyo's arms, expressing its dislike for the supermarket. Interest. Feeling the furry head burrowed against her chest, Chiyo's heart melted. The village supermarket is too small. I take you to a bigger place. You can buy whatever you want. Once you've spent the 400,000, you can spend my 400,000 too. My money is your money, and your money is still yours. The little white cat licked its paw and signed a contract on the spot as a reward. Dazed by the electric shock, Chiyo came to her senses and suddenly realized that she had touched the heart of a truly divine little cat with 400,000 yuan of worldly money. Oh my god. She really is a lucky person. 400,000 yuan was a gift from heaven. And this divine little cat was also a gift from heaven. How could she be so happy? Chiyo's pure white cat would start her 3,000 yuan monthly job that evening. But before she started working, her cat, through a contract deep within her mind, told her, it actually feeds on dreams. Once it gains sufficient power, it can even create dreams. The sound of its snoring, which dispels ordinary nightmares, is just a side effect, not a true ability. Creating dreams. Chiyo was startled, then overjoyed. Who hasn't had a couple of beautiful dreams in their life? Who hasn't regretted having them after waking? Why not have more, if only it were possible to create dreams? Baby, I have a favor to ask you. I want to dream of punching my disgusting boss and kicking my stupid coworkers. Can you help me? I really want to do it. In my dream, I want them to come up the stairs to fetch me water, and I give them an 80-cent tip when they bring it up. The pure white cat licked its paw modestly and nodded slightly, indicating that it was just a small favor. It would have to wait until later, after it had gone out to feed on a few dreams, to have more strength to do it for her. Hee. Chiyo lay on the windowsill, watching her kitten gracefully walk into the night. As the moon gradually rose higher and the darkness deepened, her kitten emerged from the darkness again, leaping into her arms in a few steps. Chiyo felt like the luckiest, happiest person in the world. Although she had suffered much in the first half of her life, this period was both fortunate and blissful. At the kitten's urging, she laid down on the bed, closed her eyes peacefully, and let herself sink into a deep dream. She had become a powerful leader, with a serious face and a sharp gaze. Her former leaders and colleagues had become her minions, trembling as they worked under her. A single glance from her could make them wet their pants, but she disdained such acts of bullying. You, go downstairs and carry 3 buckets of water up. Yes, each of you carry 3 buckets. Don't take the elevator. The water won't taste right. Take the stairs. Give each of you an 80-cent tip when you get up. She sat at her desk, calm and dignified. The boss and colleagues bent over, trembling. Yes, thank you, boss, for the tip. She sat in her seat, her expression still serious, but her heart was filled with joy. Watching Chiyo drift off to sleep in bed, the white cat lazily climbed onto the table. The microphone had already been turned on. It curled up, adjusted its position, and placed its little mouth toward the microphone before falling asleep. Who? A regular snoring sound emanated from the loudspeaker in the village center. Only then did the lights in the village chief's house turn off, and he and his wife lay in bed, chatting quietly. Does this really work? I don't know, but it works in the village next door. I slept like a log the day I stayed at my uncle's. I asked you to come, but you wouldn't. How could I do that? They have 5 people in their family, and you're bringing your whole family along. You're too thick-skinned to handle that. Okay, you're the thickest-skinned one. Now we have 1 too at our village. Go to bed. It's getting late. I have to pick up Xiaoxian tomorrow. He says he's having a breakdown. Let's go see what's wrong with him. Okay, then, go to sleep. The village chief and his wife also fell into a deep sleep. The nightmare that was about to overtake them was blocked out by the rhythmic snoring. The village chief turned over, smacked his lips, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 51. The next morning, the village chief drowsily opened his eyes in bed. Seeing the bright sunlight on the ceiling, he suddenly sat up. Oh no! He overslept. He quickly unplugged his phone from its charger by the bed and took a look. 8:56. Wife! The village chief patted the quilt with his free hand. What time does Xiaoxian finish class? 9 o'clock. What's wrong? The village chief's wife turned over, suddenly awakening as a thought struck her. What time is it? 8:57. A flurry of activity. By the time they both put on their clothes and got in the car, it was exactly 9:15. The drive to the county town should have taken half an hour, but it actually took longer because, for some reason, they'd encountered 2 car accidents along the way. The village chief drove even more carefully. With his wife sitting beside him, and their son to pick up later, he couldn't afford to be careless. When the car stopped at the school gate, it was exactly 10 o'clock in the morning. The couple felt a bit guilty as they got out of the car. Their son had sounded quite lethargic on the phone the previous day, so they promised him they'd pick him up early the next morning and wouldn't keep him waiting even a moment longer. Thinking of this, the couple regretted it again. They should have called their son before leaving, but they were so anxious that they hadn't thought about it. The couple hurried inside. Their son had taken leave, so school was still in session. They passed several classrooms still in session, but perhaps it was a psychological effect, but the village chief felt the teachers' voices sounded a bit hollow, as if they were lacking energy. They soon approached Xiaoxuan's dormitory building. From a distance, the village chief's wife spotted the boy sitting on the flower bed. Hurry, isn't that our son? The village chief quickened his pace. Son! You've been waiting for a long time. Xiaoxian, Mom and Dad are here. Xiaoxian stood up. Mom and Dad, why are you here so late? Wow! The village chief and his wife were both shocked when they saw their son's face. Having never liked to go out, Xiaoxuan's skin was pale, and he had always been praised for his fair complexion. But now, 2 dark circles under his eyes stood out against his fair complexion, and his eyes were bloodshot, looking terrifying. Son, are you okay? The village chief's wife was extremely worried. Why don't we go to the hospital first? Yes, son, let's go. Dad has never seen such dark circles in his life. The village chief reached out to support his son. Xiaoxian shook his head. My homeroom teacher took me to see a doctor yesterday. He said it was nothing serious, just a seasonal illness. Everyone's having it these days. He told me to go home and rest, and see if it helps. The village chief suddenly realized that this seasonal illness probably meant insomnia and nightmares. But now, he could go home and not have nightmares anymore. There were cats in the village. He clapped his hands in delight at the thought. Yes, it's time to go home and get some rest. Seeing his wife's chilly look, the village chief quickly explained, Don't we have a magical cat in our village? My son will definitely sleep well when he goes home. The village chief's wife also realized that's right. The couple both overslept this morning, which proves the cat's purring is effective. It just so happened that his son wasn't feeling well, and it just so happened that the village had a magical cat. Everything happened so fortuitously, so timely, and perfectly timed. Son, you're back just in time. We can rest for a while, and then come back for class. Come on, the car is parked at the school gate. Before Xiaoxian could react, his parents were helping him walk towards the school gate, past the classrooms. Classmates in class saw the 3 people passing by and asked, Why do Zhangxian's parents look so happy? Isn't Zhangxian seriously ill? Xiaoxuan's condition was indeed quite serious, perhaps even the worst in the entire school. It didn't know when it started, but many people started having nightmares, and Xiaoxian was no exception. Daytime classes were packed, and nights were filled with nightmares. Daytime classes followed one after another, and nighttime nightmares followed one after another. He tried to ask for leave to go to the hospital, but his homeroom teacher said the weather had been bad recently, and everyone was having nightmares. He told him to bear it for now, and only go to the hospital when he couldn't bear it anymore. Otherwise, he would fall behind in classes, and would soon be entering his senior year. Xiaoxian thought it made sense. His roommates also reported having nightmares every day. Since everyone was experiencing the same thing, there was nothing wrong with what the homeroom teacher said. But for some reason, his nightmare schedule had become increasingly crowded. Initially, he had 2 or 3 a night, but later, he had 5 or 6, like he was on a tight schedule. In the first half of the night, he'd been thinking about the tragic loss of his family, and then failing the college entrance exam. In the second half, he'd been thinking about loneliness and then old age. The nightmares kept coming in various forms, sometimes even quite modern, mixing in some dangerous battle royale or haunted room puzzles. Until last night, Xiaoxian sat up in bed and couldn't bear it anymore. He was on the verge of collapse after 8 classes during the day and 8 nightmares at night. Early the next morning, he asked his homeroom teacher for leave again. This time, the teacher was shocked when she saw the dark circles under his eyes. Without a word, she took him to the hospital for a thorough examination. But the examination revealed nothing. It only showed that he was a little weak, the result of long-term poor sleep. As for why others had one nightmare every night while he had more and more, the examination had no clue. Go home. He wanted to rest. With a wave of his hand, the homeroom teacher signed the note, the first time he had ever so decisively let a student go home. But his parents didn't know what was going on. They'd agreed to pick him up early in the morning, but they'd forced him to sit in the flower bed for 2 hours, saying he'd overslept. Seriously, a grown man, could he oversleep? Wait. Xiaoxian glanced around at his parents. His father was energetic, and his eyes were bright, while his mother had a rosy complexion and a cheerful look. They both looked well, not like they were being disturbed by nightmares. Xiaoxian suddenly remembered what his parents had just said, about definitely getting a good night's sleep and all the cats and cats. Mom and Dad, what did you just say? About definitely getting a good night's sleep. The village chief opened the car door for his son, and was about to boast when he noticed his son's tired expression. I can't finish this for a while. Take a nap in the car. I explain when we get home. Xiaoxian nodded and sat in the back seat. His butt sank into the soft seat, instantly feeling much more relaxed. God knows how much it hurt from sitting in the flower bed, but he wasn't in the mood to stand. The car slowly started moving. Mom and Dad began to whisper in front of him. Xiaoxian couldn't quite hear what they were saying. He tried to listen more carefully, but sleepiness overtook him. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and drifted off into sleep. Another nightmare. This was Xiexuan's first reaction to the scene before him. His recent intense nightmares had made him instantly resilient in such situations, but it wasn't much use. He still had to go through the experience. This time, he stood on an isolated island, made only of sharp rocks and gravel. Beyond lay the boundless sea, a deep, almost black sea. Suddenly, a wind blew, and waves surged up. Xiaoxian skillfully began to move rocks from the edge of the island, piling them toward the center. Based on his recent nightmares, he knew the waves would only grow larger, and the sea level would gradually rise. Only by raising the island's altitude could he survive as long as possible. There was no other way. If someone died in a nightmare, they might wake up or remain half asleep, but if he died in a dream, he would simply leap quickly into the next one. If he didn't make an effort, wouldn't he just be experiencing death in a different way? Might as well make an effort. At least he was doing something. Xiaoxian kept moving rocks, his hands bleeding from scratches, and sand biting into his flesh. Fortunately, the pain wasn't too severe in his dream, so he could continue. The waves grew stronger, and the isolated island began to shake. Xiaoxian began to lose his balance, so he decisively put down the rocks and climbed directly to the higher ground in the center of the island. The sky was a dark mist, the sea an endless expanse of black water. Xiaoxian stood alone in the center of the waves, watching the waves of the entire world trying to envelop him. Beep beep. The village chief honked the horn twice, waiting for the children in front to disperse before stopping the car. Honey, our son seems asleep. Should we wake him? The village chief's wife whispered. They were already home, so they should have gotten out directly. But thinking of his son's unusually dark circles under his eyes, the village chief hesitated. How about we get out first? Let him sleep a little longer. Okay. The village chief's wife nodded. The couple opened the car door. The village chief's wife had just stepped out, but before the door closed, she saw a white shadow scurry into the car. Paw paw paw. The white shadow stretched out its claws and slapped Sichuan's forehead 3 times, resoundingly. It's a white cat. The village chief was surprised. Xiaoxian opened his eyes, puzzled by the sudden change in scene this time. Hadn't the ocean drowned him yet? Why had he been cut to the next dream? Son, we're home. Get out of the car. Son! You just fell asleep in the car. His parents' voices. Xiaoxian's heart trembled. Could this dream actually be about his family? Xiaoxian looked around carefully. This scene seemed to be in his own car. Honestly, he wasn't afraid of being chased by a murderer because he knew it was a dream. But this scene was different. Even if he knew it was a dream, once it involved his family, everything became unforgettable. Xiaoxian clenched his fists, a sense of urgency building up in his mind as he recalled the tragic dream of his parents' death. Should he jump quickly to the next dream? He would rather be chased by a murderer than experience the tragic scenes involving his family. If I wanted to jump to the next dream, the most direct way was to die in the dream. If I wanted to die in this scene, Xiaoxian looked around and suddenly saw a box cutter behind the seat. This must be it, the way to jump to the next dream. Xiaoxian stood up to grab the box cutter, but a furry mass suddenly held his hand. Puzzled, he looked up and saw a strange, furry cat face. The cat stared at him, then stretched out its claws and slapped his forehead. The sun collapsed. But according to the Chiu family's daughter, who had rushed over, the village's magical cat had only trapped him in a dream, so they didn't need to worry, and could just move him home and put him in bed. The village head and his wife were a little worried, but looking around, their son's breathing was deep and his face was calm. Besides, it was the village's magical cat that had given the whole village a good night's sleep last night. It seemed understandable that it could send their son into a dream with a single wave of its claws. After all, their profession was relevant. The village chief immediately understood. It must be the village's magical cat, noticing his son's dark circles, that rushed over to help him get some sleep. How thoughtful. Our village cats are different. They're so helpful. Seeing Xiaoxian hasn't slept in ages, they quickly let him get some sleep. The village chief's wife also thought it made sense. How else could she explain the cat scurrying in as soon as the car door opened? The entire village had tried to flirt with the cat yesterday, but it hadn't even glanced. The village chief's wife smiled warmly. Thank you so much, Chiu and the magical cat. My Xiaoxian is so naive, and he's made you wait all this way here. Chiu was polite on the surface, but she smiled awkwardly. She couldn't say you were overthinking it. He had only just arrived. The kitten jumped back into Chiu's arms and wagged its tail. So full. Such a long, satisfying dream. This was the first time I'd ever had one like this. The flavors were distinct. A sour and fragrant top, a spicy middle, and a lingering, fragrant finish. Delicious, delicious. As for why I stopped the human child from reaching for the food, it was simply because I thought he was wasting time. I quickly took his gift in return. Here's a beautiful dream woven with my paws. No thanks. I just have another one of these long nightmares next time. Xiaoxian found himself dreaming again, but unlike usual, this time a dazzling golden light shone through the gray sky, like a sword piercing the fog, or like the dawn breaking. Xiaoxian found himself dressed in strange attire, sword in hand, walking slowly but steadily forward. The road was thick with fog, but nothing could stop him. The light from his sword shone, and he advanced step by step. At the end of the road, a vast and strange being appeared, as if anticipating his arrival. It asked, "Have you made your choice? Infinite Survivor number 8642, have you confirmed your reward for completing the game? Returning to Earth?" Yes, Xiaoxian heard his voice sink. I've made my decision. I choose to return to Earth. As you wish. Xiaoxian felt a massive and irresistible force charging toward him. He instinctively raised his sword to block it. Amidst the sword's radiant light, he saw countless images. In a campus scene, he dodged an ogre. In a rural scene, he visited a drowned monster. In a strange secret room, he engaged in intrigue. He was separated from his parents by a natural disaster. In the final scene, he stood alone on a rocky island, gray fog shrouding his head, the dark sea surrounding him. A massive wave crashed down, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. He swung it with all his might, shattering the scene, and he opened his eyes. The leafy wallpaper was a birthday gift from his mother when he was 12. He was truly home. Xiaoxian turned over in bed, the quilt smelling of sunburn. He suddenly remembered that he was home. He couldn't stand dreaming at night and attending classes during the day, so he called his parents from school yesterday. It seemed that they had taken him home this morning. He seemed to have had another dream after that, but he had forgotten it. He only remembered looking dashing and powerful, sword in hand. Home was still so comfortable. No nightmares, no classes. Xiaoxian glanced at the bedside clock. It was 11:30, about an hour until dinner. He might as well sleep in a little longer. His parents would definitely leave some food for him anyway. Qiuqiu, who lived in the village, walked back, holding the cat. What are you having for lunch today? Pickled fish? Fish head with chopped peppers? Pan-fried cod? The cat licked its paw, indicating that anything was fine. After lunch, it could go to sleep. It just so happened it had learned to weave new dreams. Inspired by Qiuqiu's request last night, the cat spent the morning studying the plot on the reading app on its tablet. Although the human text was a little difficult to understand, there was a button that played audio with a single press. Human imagination is so rich, with all sorts of adventure stories, such as global paranormal resurrection, a nationwide mysterious escape, and the return of the infinite flow master, each one more exciting and thrilling than the last. Meow meow meow. You could try the Infinite Flow King's return scenario. It's a bit easier to follow, since I've already written it once. Okay, Xiaobao, you are so nice. I am so happy. Chapter 52. When Xiaoxian woke up from his nap, it was already 2 in the afternoon. It had been ages since he'd had such a restful sleep. Xiuxuan's movements were slow, as he slowly climbed out of bed, dressed, slipped on his slippers, and walked downstairs. Mom and Dad were no longer in the living room. The dishes they'd left for him were neatly arranged on the table. Braised chicken wings, stewed beef brisket with potatoes, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, stir-fried water spinach, and half a pot of seaweed egg drop soup. They were all his favorites, and Xiuxuan's mouth was practically watering. He filled a large bowl with rice, and dumped half the plate of stir-fried pork with chili peppers into the rice. He began shoveling the food into his mouth while standing, swallowing the last mouthful of rice as he sat down. Xiaoxian began picking up other dishes, taking bites of chicken wings, potatoes, and beef brisket, then taking another big mouthful of rice, some water spinach, and a bowlful of soup, taking a sip whenever his mouth was free. Xiuxuan's chopsticks flew, and his mouth was busy. By the time Xiaoxian slumped down in his chair, all the dishes were gone. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the ceiling. His heavy stomach made the situation all the more real. He was truly home. The food tasted so rich, and the feeling of being stuffed felt so real. He was truly home. Xiaoxian slumped in his chair, not moving for a long moment before standing up and clearing the table. By the time he finished washing the dishes and emerged from the kitchen, it was already 3:30. Mom and Dad hadn't returned yet, and since his stomach wasn't quite as full anymore, Xiaoxian decided to go for a walk. He grabbed his key, locked the door, and began his aimless stroll. This was the village where he grew up. He knew where he was even with his eyes closed. This was Grandma Hua's house. Xiaoxian, are you on vacation? No, I took a leave because I wasn't feeling well. After responding to Grandma Hua's concern, Xiaoxian continued walking. This was Uncle Ben's house. Xian's back. How long will you stay at home this time? A week or so? I haven't decided yet. Xiaoxian continued walking. If I remember correctly, this seemed to be Grandpa Chio's house. Wasn't it deserted? Xiaoxian looked up at the open window upstairs, but the next second, a white object suddenly appeared on the windowsill. Xiaoxian squinted and realized it looked like a cat? Xiaobao, what are you looking at? Another head appeared on the windowsill, and Xiaoxian immediately realized it must be Grandpa Chio's granddaughter, the legendary Qiuqiu, who stayed in the city forever and never returned home. Xiaoxian raised his hand and greeted. Qiuqiu also recognized the person below, Xiaoxian, the village chief's son. Seeing Xiaoxian reminded Qiuqiu of the long list of delicious words the cat had given her at noon. Is it really that delicious? What kind of dream would that be? Qiuqiu waved and glanced at Xiaoxian, but looking left and right, she couldn't see anything except the dark circles under his eyes. The white cat stood by the window, watching, and licked its lips again. Xiaoxian said goodbye to the somewhat strange man and cat and continued walking. He passed the village pond, walked over the village concrete bridge, crossed the train tracks, turned a corner, and returned home. He was sweating slightly, but his mind felt more relaxed and clear than ever before. Dad. Mom. What are we having for dinner tonight? Xiaoxian asked as soon as he got home. You're back? We're having braised pork ribs tonight. Your favorite. The village chief's wife placed the dishes on the table. Mom, You must have made these because you saw I was back. Thank you, Mom. You've worked so hard. Xiaoxian responded loudly. I knew my son would be happy. The village chief brought another bowl of braised vegetables and a large bottle of iced coconut milk. Look, I bought these. The village chief's wife chided him, but he just smiled. Amid the lively chatter, Xiaoxian filled everyone's bowls with rice. After the rice and drinks were poured, Xiaoxian sat down, picked up a piece of braised pork ribs, and took a bite. The meat was firm and fragrant. Son, come and have some braised duck wings. There were only 2 left when I went to buy them. Eat one quickly, or your mom will eat them all. Don't listen to your dad. Come and have some braised pork ribs quickly, or your dad will eat them all. Xiaoxian ate happily. Unlike lunch, he ate slowly this time, but he truly felt the warmth of home. This was reality, this was home. Even if he had to endure 10 nightmares tonight, he had the strength to handle them all. In the evening, the village head and his wife watched TV, while Xiaoxian was in his room, checking his phone. He wasn't playing games, but searching for emergency disaster measures. His heart raced as he studied urgently. It was almost night again. Xiaoxian's heart was pounding. It was okay, it was okay. He had been so happy and relaxed during the day, and he would definitely have the energy to face the nightmares tonight. No matter what kind of nightmare it was, it would eventually pass. No matter how terrifying, reality would eventually return. Xiaoxian's heart beat faster, as if someone was beating drums in his ears. He wiped the sweat off the screen with a tissue, took a deep breath, and continued searching for information. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoxian was startled. Son, go to bed early. Don't stay up too late on your phone, or your parents will apply for a Guinness World Record for dark circles under your eyes. Xiaoxian swallowed, trying to relax his throat, then nonchalantly called out, Got it, I'm going to bed now. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, and his head was already feeling dizzy. Normally, it would be time for bed, but Xiaoxian wasn't ready. He wasn't sure if tonight would be a battle royal or a secret room puzzle. He took a few deep breaths before climbing into bed. He pulled the covers over him and closed his eyes with a resigned demeanor. His consciousness gradually faded into darkness. Irregular images and lines began to form a scene. Xiaoxian held his breath, waiting for the dream to arrive. This time, the scene was a dark night. Judging by the architectural style, it should be a modern city, but Xiaoxian wasn't sure, as modern cities can have a variety of settings. There was a noise up ahead, and Xiaoxian's heart started. But before he could see what was going on, a sudden breeze blew across his forehead, and his head felt like a sudden slap. He was barely able to react. The next moment, he was suddenly in a valley filled with birdsong and flowers. Behind him was a thatched cottage, and in front of him was a large field where a variety of crops were growing well. Nearby was a well. Looking down, he saw a bucket next to him. Xiaoxian stood there for a moment, unable to recall anything. He hesitantly lifted the bucket. Was he planning to fetch water just now? He couldn't quite remember. Xiaoxian then lowered the bucket into the well. After a long struggle, he finally pulled out a bucket of water. The water was clear and refreshingly cool. Xiaoxian tilted the bucket to wash his hands, then scooped up some water and took a sip. It was refreshing, with a charming aroma. Xiaoxian seemed to recall that the patch of land in front of the house seemed to be a feng shui gem he had discovered, producing crops that were growing large and thriving. He seemed to be preparing to water the plants. That must be it. As expected of him, he was incredibly diligent. Xiaoxian praised himself, picking up the watering can that had appeared out of nowhere and began scooping water into the soil. One vegetable, one spoonful. Wow, these cucumbers have grown so big. I picked one off and tasted it. It was crisp, juicy, and incredibly sweet. Xiaoxian bit into a cucumber while watering the soil. Oh, these tomatoes are so red too. Xiaoxian decisively picked one and took a big bite, its sweet and sour juice overflowing. He really is a great vegetable gardener. Xiaoxian sighed as he watered the soil. After watering a small patch, he went back to fetch water. His limbs were still strong, and he didn't even feel tired after working all day. He was so healthy. Xiaoxian began to feel proud. Xiaoxian made 5 trips back and forth before he finished watering the entire field. He gathered several cucumbers and tomatoes and prepared to relax on a recliner and savor them. A cool morning breeze blew down the valley and through the vegetable patch, and Xiaoxian caught a whiff of the fresh, plant-based scent. It was so comfortable. Xiaoxian took the reddest tomato and took a bite. It was sweet and juicy, and after swallowing it, there was an indescribable coolness and comfort. This was life. His life before was What was his life before? It was a little fuzzy. Xiao Xian took another bite of the tomato and decided to forget it. He must have been living a good life. After all, he was so diligent and so good at growing vegetables. It was impossible for him to have a bad life. After finishing all the tomatoes and cucumbers, Xiao Xian washed his hands in the bucket nearby and settled back into the recliner. The chair rocked gently, and Xiao Xian fell asleep. Baby! Why are you back so late today? Qiuqiu caught the little white cat returning in the moonlight. The white cat rubbed its head against Qiuqiu's chin, then expressed its gratitude for having just finished a hearty meal, and then practiced a new dream theme. Fortunately, the results were good. The human seemed quite relaxed. Meow meow meow. Qiuqiu could have the same dream tonight. A mysterious, secluded valley with a special spiritual spring. Oh my god! Isn't this exactly the story of the novel I was reading today? How can you be so thoughtful, baby? Am I the happiest person in the world? Qiuqiu buried her head in the kitten's cheek, mesmerized. The little white cat shook its whiskers, suggesting that these were minor matters. Once it grew stronger, it could dream whatever it wanted, even interacting with virtual characters. The experience would be incredibly realistic. Qiuqiu's eyes lit up. The domineering CEOs love me only? The kitten said it was no problem, adding it to its plan. Once it gained enough strength, it would practice on the human. Once it was all right, it would be done for Qiuqiu immediately. Okay, I'm so happy. Xiao Xian opened his eyes refreshed in bed, a lingering sense of inexplicable satisfaction lingering in his mind, as if he just had a relaxing and pleasant dream, and even after waking, he could still savor the lingering emotions. So comfortable. A clear-headed Xiao Xian quickly gathered himself. As he went downstairs, he saw his parents still in the living room. Seeing his father's cheerful smile, he suddenly remembered that when he got home the day before, his father seemed to have said something about a good sleep, and something about cats and cats. Could this have been the reason he'd been sleeping so well these past 2 days? Dad, what cat were you talking about? What's guaranteed to make you sleep well? The village chief quickly caught on, largely because he'd explained it so many times while out on the job these past 2 days, that practice makes perfect. Well, at first, everyone in our village had trouble sleeping. But then, we heard about a special cat in the neighboring village. It snored live every night, and the villagers stopped having nightmares when they heard it. Xiuquan's face was filled with confusion, but he didn't interrupt. Honestly, I was also suffering from insomnia at the time. Although this may sound outrageous, I still stayed at your uncle's house in the next village. Wow, it was the best decision I ever made. The village chief slapped his thigh. Really? I haven't slept so soundly since I had a nightmare. I felt like I was going to have a nightmare, but the snoring kept me from waking. I just rolled over and fell into a deep sleep. Who am I, your dad? The most daring man in the whole area. The village chief waved his hand. I immediately went to find out where this cat came from. I rushed to the market to buy a cat, but the owner said it didn't like me. Okay, I immediately called the whole village, from young to old, and had everyone come over to see the cat. I didn't believe I couldn't keep it. And then? Xiao Xian asked. Of course, that magical cat has taken up residence in our village. It broadcasts live at a fixed time at night. Everyone in our village sleeps soundly, and everyone is more energetic than the other, and they work with more energy than ever. Xiao Xian suddenly remembered the white cat on Grandpa Qiu's windowsill. Is it Sister Qiuqiu's cat? Yes. My son has good taste. When I told people about it, some people didn't believe me. They even asked if I had been dreaming so much that I couldn't tell reality from reality. I won't say much about their rudeness. Those who believe me have already gone to the market to ask for a cat, while those who didn't are still looking for folk remedies for falling asleep. Xiao Xian poured his father a glass of water. He felt it was understandable that some people didn't believe it. It really sounded a bit strange. A cat's purring could drive away nightmares. I'd never heard of such a strange folk remedy. But he'd been sleeping soundly at home these past 2 days, and Sister Qiuqiu's cat seemed incredibly intelligent. Could it be true? There are so many things in this world, and nothing is certain. If it were true. Xiao Xian suddenly thought of his friend Chenrui. Although Chenrui's dark circles weren't as severe as his, he still had every nightmare. Since they shared a dorm, Xiao Xian knew his situation quite well. It seemed that besides himself, Chenrui was the most depressed. Xiao Xian picked up his phone and started calling his homeroom teacher. Chenrui hadn't brought his phone to school, so he called and asked her to call him. Hello. Who's there? Teacher, it's me, Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian. How are you? Have you rested better at home? Much better, thank you, teacher. My home? The environment here is really nice, so I'd like to find Shinrui and have him stay with me for a few days. He seems pretty seriously ill too. Shinrui, come out and answer the phone. After waiting for a moment, Xiaoxian heard Shinrui's voice. Hello? Xiaoxian. Why so quiet? Xiaoxian turned up the volume. Xiaoxian. What do you want to talk to me about? The voice was still just as quiet, and Xiaoxian realized it wasn't because his volume wasn't turned up, but because Shinrui didn't have the energy to speak. Shinrui, ask your teacher for leave, and come stay with me for a few days. My home is really nice. I haven't had nightmares in the past 2 or 3 days. Ask your teacher for leave now, and take bus number 9. Never mind, my dad and I will pick you up from school. Just pack 2 sets of clothes and wait at the school gate. Go quickly. Xiaoxian hung up the phone and quickly went to ask his father for help. The village chief quickly agreed, mainly because he knew Shinrui, a boy with exceptional academic performance, who had a close relationship with his son, and sometimes even helped him with his homework. The two quickly got into the car. On the way, they encountered a car accident. The village chief carefully avoided it, then sped up and quickly arrived at the school gate. Why are there so many people at the gate? The village chief watched from a distance. I don't know. They must be other people. Xiaoxian narrowed his eyes. For some reason, those figures looked familiar. Zhang Xian. Shinrui is here. The person speaking seems to be the class monitor. The village chief quickened his pace with Xiaoxian and soon arrived at the school gate. Looking at the 6 boys before him, all carrying backpacks, he was at a loss for words. Could it be that these people were all going to stay at his house? Zhang Xian, we heard you say you wanted to invite Shinrui to your house to rest. We're not feeling well either. Can we go back with you? I promise to be hygienic and clean and won't disrupt your family's daily routine. The classmates behind the class monitor nodded in unison. Xiaoxian hesitated, but agreed, as the class monitor had copied his homework for him before. Okay, but there aren't any extra beds at home. You have to sleep on the floor. No problem. Chapter 53. The car couldn't hold so many people, so the class monitor and 4 other students volunteered to take the bus. Xiaoxian told them to take bus number 9 to Zhongsuan Station, watched them leave, and then pulled Shinrui into his own car. Shinrui didn't look well. He hadn't said a word since they met, and he looked listless. Xiaoxian glanced at the density of Shinrui's dark circles, and guessed they were as severe as his own. Shinrui, I'm your father. Do you still recognize me? Even though Shinrui was exhausted, he was still amused. Go away. You're my son. Xiaoxian laughed. I was so scared. I thought I was too late, and my son had become an idiot. Go away. Shinrui regained some energy. He greeted Xiaoxian's father in front of him, and joked with Xiaoxian for a while. Feeling a little tired, he began to daze again. Zhang Xian, why do we have nightmares every day? I don't know. Xiaoxian scratched his head. Don't people online say it's about the climate and pollution? Humans pollute the earth every year, so why are you having nightmares this year? Isn't that strange? Yeah, it seems so. But the world is so big and full of strange things. It might really be pollution. You're just tired because you can't sleep and you're overthinking. Come to my house and get some sleep. I sleep so well. Shinrui was surprised. Isn't your house right by the road? You said before that you smell car exhaust every day and the air pollution is terrible. Hey, that's not the case. Xiaoxian glanced in the rearview mirror and was relieved to see his dad didn't say anything to stop him. Actually, our village has a magical cat. At night, the cat broadcasts, and the villagers hear it, so they don't have nightmares anymore. Seeing Shinrui's confused and absurd expression, Xiaoxian quickly added, I didn't believe it at first, but I slept twice at home and felt incredibly comfortable. I felt completely rested, and there was also an inexplicable sense of refreshment, as if I had had a beautiful dream. Really? Shinrui still didn't quite believe it. His mind raced with thoughts of tragic incidents involving entire villages being defrauded. Forget it, I can't explain it to you. Just come to my house and sleep over it, and you know. Oh! Shinrui agreed, but inwardly, he had made up his mind. If he saw anything amiss, he would immediately call the police and save Zhang Xian's entire village from disaster. But should he inform the squad leader and the others about this? And how should he explain it? Shinrui struggled all the way, still undecided even after getting off the bus. Shinrui, get out of the car. Xiaoxian urged from outside. Shinrui appeared calm as he got out of the car, but he remained wary. We've invited a divine cat. This claim was obviously flawed. It was the kind of thing someone would say to deceive a mysterious person. They'd fooled Zhang Xian and the entire village. That con man was quite powerful. Chen Rui, where are you sleeping tonight? Sharing a bed with me or sleeping on the floor with the squad leader and the others? Xiao Xian led Chen Rui into the house. I sleep with you. It was a good opportunity to see up close how Zhang Xian was drugged, so they could take a video and call the police. Okay, then, put your things down. We have lunch when the squad leader and the others arrive. We didn't have lunch at home because the village chief's wife hadn't expected 6 students to come and didn't have enough rice. So, we booked a table at the home-style restaurant at the entrance of the village. We ordered a full meal and opened 2 bottles of Coke. The class monitor, holding a Coke, was the first to stand up. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, and thank you, Xiao Xian, for your hospitality. We're so exhausted from school and have nightmares every night. When we heard Xiao Xian calling Chen Rui, we shamelessly followed him. We're so sorry to bother you all. 5 classmates, including Chen Rui, also stood up. They didn't have the class monitor's eloquence, but they drank their Cokes with aplomb, acknowledging their inconvenience. Well, our Xiao Xian is bored staring at his phone at home all day. It's a good thing you're here, so we can discuss homework together. The village chief smiled, unfazed by the sudden addition of 6 mouths to feed. What could kids do? Just 2 more pots of rice would allow them to live together, not to mention they were his son's classmates. The class monitor offered a few more polite words, and the village chief went back and forth a few more times. Finally, his wife gave the final word, telling everyone to stop talking and eat. Only then did everyone begin to eat. The high school students ate with relish. The school cafeteria wasn't full of oil and water, and they were still growing. Even though they weren't feeling very energetic, they still had big appetites. This meat was delicious, that meat was fragrant. They cleansed their mouths with a bite of vegetables, and then had a bowl of pork rib soup. Eating with the other children, the village head and his wife couldn't help but eat an extra bowl. After finishing the entire table, the restaurant was close to Shirshwan's house, so everyone walked back slowly, a few hundred meters away. The class monitor and the others sat on the sofa, their stomachs full and heavy, their bodies feeling heavy. They couldn't help but close their eyes. Except for Shirshwan's family, the 6 high school students all looked very sleepy. Xiao Xian glanced around and realized that everyone hadn't slept much, which was why they were so sleepy after eating. He was just wondering if he should call them when he saw the class monitor suddenly stand up and pinch his own leg 3 times. Then he pinched the thighs of the other 5 students one by one. Ouch! Ah! The screams echoed, but they quickly died down after each one ended. They stood up and began rubbing their faces, forcing themselves to wake up. Before Xiao Xian could react, the 6 people in the living room were already standing and moving around. Some were squatting, some were pinching themselves, and some were guzzling water. After this routine, everyone was awake. Xiao Xian opened his mouth, then closed it again. If he remembered correctly, he'd only been back a day or 2. How come everyone was so skilled? Was his thigh okay? Was there any good flesh left? How could the squad leader pinch someone so quickly? Ouch! What's wrong? Why didn't you go to bed? You must be very sleepy. The village chief entered his house. Haha, I'm just worried about nightmares. The squad leader laughed. Hey, don't worry, you can take a nap at noon from now on. I just agreed with the Chiu family's daughter that the Magic Cat will be broadcast every day from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m., giving everyone time to nap. Magic Cat? Chen Rui was the first to jump up, and the class monitor and other students also came closer curiously. Oh! You guys don't know. Hasn't everyone been having nightmares recently? Our village was the same at the beginning, but now there's nothing to worry about. We've invited a magic cat to ward off evil, and everyone can sleep soundly day and night. The class monitor and the others looked confused. Chen Rui appeared confused, but was wary inside. However, under the village chief's hospitality, they all went to the guest room. The bed could sleep too, and there were 3 bunks on the floor underneath. After much shoving and jostling, all 5 of them finally lay down. Chen Rui secretly held the phone and found an excuse to stay in the room. The village chief took Xiao Xian out. Although the squad leader and others were confused, they heard about the folk remedies for sleeping. In addition, Xiuxuan's family was so welcoming, so it would be okay to take a nap. After all, they were guests, and they had to give the host some face. Chen Rui, are you really not coming up? This bed can still squeeze in. No, Chen Rui had already made up his mind to record the video. Alright then, let's go to sleep. If you're tired, come up and squeeze in. Okay. It was 12:29. When the time jumped to 12:30, Chenrui didn't hear any announcements. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard a rustling sound from the window. Puff! The window was pushed open, and a white, furry mass squeezed in. It looked like a cat. The white cat stared at him for 2 seconds, then calmly averted its eyes. Then, it jumped onto the bed as easily as if it were home. The squad leader and the others had already fallen asleep, their eyelids fluttering rapidly. Chenrui knew it must be the beginning of a nightmare. The cat sniffed each student, finally landing near a student's head. With lightning speed, it slapped them hard. Chenrui, who had been loud, shuddered, and saw the student's forehead redden. He stepped back, fearing it would attract the cat's attention and get slapped too. But the cat ignored him, licked its lips, and then, as if a switch had been turned on, began slapping everyone one by one. Paw! 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 None of the remaining 4 sleeping students dodged a single blow, each received a slap. As the cat licked its lips and leaped off the bed, it turned its head back. Chenrui swore he and the cat locked eyes for a second, even seeing a hint of regret in it. Regret for what? Regret that it didn't hit him? Chenrui watched the cat slip through the crack in the window, then quickly turned to check on the monitor and the others. But how could he put it? The situation seemed bad, yet also good. Bad because everyone's forehead was horribly red. Good because everyone's face was calm and their breathing was slow, as if they weren't having nightmares. Chenrui's mind suddenly flashed back to Xiaoxuan's words. Magic cat. Broadcast every day. The villagers will sleep well. Chenrui shifted his gaze to the foreheads of the class monitor and the others. There was no broadcast, just a white cat coming to beat them up. But the strangest thing was, after that smack, every student seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Could those myths be true? This cat was no ordinary cat. Otherwise, how could a smack on the forehead stop nightmares? We tried this method at school before, but no matter how hard we tried, we kept having the same nightmares. But before Chenrui could figure it out, a voice blared from the loudspeaker outside. Who? It was snoring, the legendary snoring sound that would stop nightmares. Chenrui glanced at the squad leader and his companions, who were already soundly asleep, then at the loudspeaker. For a moment, he didn't know where the video began. The squad leader and his companions had a wonderful nap, lasting until 3 in the afternoon. When they woke up, they felt refreshed. Their heads had never felt so good. Fuck. Zhang Xian, your family is great. I haven't had many nightmares. That's amazing. I have so much energy now, I could finish 3 exams all night. Haha, as long as everyone sleeps well, that's all that matters. Xiaoxian was also happy, but then his gaze shifted. Chenrui, didn't you sleep? Why are your eyes more red? What were you doing at noon? Nothing. Chenrui was still pondering, but after a long pause, he finally decided to ask directly Zhang Xian, do you know of a white cat? Xiaoxian quickly realized, you mean Sister Qiuqiu's cat? The one that broadcast to our village. Did you see it? Chenrui struggled to find his words. This cat. Does it just snore to make people fall asleep? Does it use some physical method, like knocking people unconscious? Xiaoxian was confused. Impossible. Well, Sister Qiuqiu's cat is so noble, it wouldn't do such a thing. But I saw it enter the room at noon and slap the monitor, and the others on the head one by one. What? The monitor was also shocked. I thought the red marks were from sleeping on my stomach. I was wondering when I developed this habit. Looking closely, my forehead seems a little red too. Is mine a little red too? With so many witnesses, it must be true. Xiaoxian racked his brains. Maybe it was the first time it saw you and wanted to say hello, but you just happened to be asleep. Maybe? The monitor and the others nodded, thinking it made some sense. But Chenrui still felt something was amiss. Were they some high-ranking people? Why would a cat come to say hello? Was it necessary? There had to be some reason behind this. Chenrui decided to stay a few more days to figure out what was going on. Xiaoxian extended a warm welcome. The class monitor and his friends also took the opportunity to stay. Xiaoxuan's family was quite happy, especially since they were known for their sweet talk. More people meant more fun. The 7 high school students stayed together for several days, each sleep a sound sleep. After a week, each of them had a rosy complexion and was full of energy, their spirits completely different from before. By this point, even the most cautious, like Chenrui, truly believed the village cats were truly magical. They slept so soundly that they could almost be considered fully recovered. But everyone at school remained lethargic, And when the homeroom teacher called to inquire about their situation, their voices were less than loud. After learning that the cat had been purchased at the market, the group of 7 set off in high spirits. Yi Tsifeng was setting up a stall, or rather, he had been doing so all this time. The chief of White Cat Village was a big talker. Whenever he visited a place, he'd always introduce the village's cat radio. Of course, there were certainly more people who didn't believe it, but there were also quite a few who did, with around 20 people taking action and standing in front of his stall. Yi Tsifeng sold another lively, cow-striped cat. Turning around, he saw 7 high school students approaching aggressively. Why were they so obvious? Because they were still wearing their school uniforms. Yi Tsifeng presented a pale yellow kitten. It was a little chubby, but with a round face and eyes. As soon as it appeared, it swatted a fly and kicked away a cockroach. "Hello, boss, are you selling cats that specialize in radio broadcasts?" Yi Tsifeng felt like laughing. He pinched the little Yingfangxuan beast in his pocket. His people had a new profession, and they were doing much better than the Beast King himself, who was still acting cute in his mortal enemy's pocket. But the little beast in his pocket simply kicked Yi Tsifeng's finger, then leaned its head against his. "Yes, if you're talking about the cat whose purring can dispel nightmares, I sell them here. How much is one?" The monitor was a little nervous. "Well?" Yi Tsifeng glanced at the yellow cat on the stall. Seeing it intently playing with the leaves on the nearby stall, he knew it wasn't interested in these people. But the high school students. Yi Tsifeng thought for a moment. "None of you cats like anyone. Are you planning to take them back to school?" "Yes." The monitor was a little nervous for some reason. "How about this? You can contact someone from your school to come over. I wait here. With more candidates, one of them will definitely be chosen by the cat." The 7 high school students looked at each other. If they hadn't slept here for a week, they wouldn't have understood anything about cat radio, let alone convinced anyone else. But giving up like this would be too much of a loss. Amidst everyone's encouraging gazes, the monitor took a deep breath and began dialing the homeroom teacher. "Hello, teacher. I found a very effective remedy for sleeping at Zhang Xian's house. No one in their village has nightmares anymore. The owner of the remedy is a bit eccentric, and he says it depends on fate. Bring everyone in the school here in batches, so the owner can recognize them. Only then can we successfully bring this remedy back, and everyone in the school can sleep well." There seemed to be a moment of silence on the other end. "What?" Chapter 54. The monitor thought the head teacher hadn't heard clearly, so he repeated his words. After he finished, a long silence fell on the line. "Hello?" The monitor glanced at his phone screen. It was already on the line. "Hello? Teacher, are you still there?" Oh, I'm here. You spoke too fast. I didn't hear you clearly. Please say it again, slower." Hadn't he said it twice? Perhaps it was because the market was too noisy, so the monitor repeated it again, speaking slowly and carefully to ensure the head teacher could hear clearly. "Are Chen Rui and the others there too? Where's Zhang Xian? Where is Zhang Xian?" "Zhang Xian is with us too. He's right next to us." The monitor glanced at Xiao Xian. "Never leaving?" Sort of. What about Chen Rui and the others?" For some reason, the head teacher's voice was a little heavy. "They're all nearby. The 7 of us are together." The other person seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but then his tone turned serious. "Wait, I'd bring someone right over. Don't act rashly. I have them there in 2 hours at most." "Hey, teacher." Beep. The monitor looked down at his black phone screen and suddenly realized what he had done. It seemed the teacher had misunderstood something. He asked for a repeat of the conversation, then inquired about each student's situation. He was relieved to learn they were all there. So, the head teacher assumed they'd been tricked into joining a pyramid scheme by Zhang Xian's family. The 6 students, including Zhang Xian, waited expectantly for him to summarize the good news. There's good news and bad news." The monitor organized his words. What? Everyone asked. "The good news is that the monitor is bringing people here right now." "Yeah." As expected of the monitor. He got it done with just 1 phone call. "How many people did the monitor bring?" "We try to bring back a cat each time." Looking at Zhang Xian cheering with everyone, the monitor's conscience faltered for a second. "Don't get too excited yet. There's some bad news." "What?" Zhang Xian asked casually. "The bad news is that the monitor misunderstood and thought we were tricked into a pyramid scheme by Zhang Xian's family. We called him to recruit people." "Huh?" The 6 people's expressions were blank for a second. Then they realized what was going on and laughed. "Holy crap. That's how it could be. It seems so. What the monitor said at the beginning is indeed true. Hilarious. I didn't expect your family to be so powerful, Zhang Xian. You're so impressive to have tricked 6 guys like that. Huh? Xiao Xian was stunned. It's okay. Once the class leader and his men arrive, we explain everything. We won't let you be misunderstood for too long. The squad leader chuckled and patted Xiao Xian on the shoulder. Alright. Ha ha ha, what's the big deal? It just happened to be a lucky coincidence. The class leader brought his men over right away. Zhang Xian, cheer up. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Everyone was laughing, except Xiao Xian. Yi Zifeng was also happy, but not because of the kids. He had just noticed that Ying Fanxuan's golden tail was missing. It was clearly there when he put it in his pocket, but it was gone when he took it out. Yi Zifeng hadn't noticed at first, but when he reached out to play with it, he realized it seemed like a part was missing. After careful observation, he discovered that it was the tail that was missing. The entire golden beast's spiritual power remained intact, so there was only one reason for its disappearance. Ying Fanxuan had forgotten to maintain it. Yi Zifeng moved his fingers, and the golden beast flew unconsciously into his palm, treading on it, acting very charmingly. Yi Zifeng pointed, as if just realizing it. Is something missing here? Was it so bare before? The golden beast turned its head curiously, then paused for a second, then turned its head back nonchalantly. It continued treading on Yi Zifeng's palm for a while, then very naturally slipped back into Yi Zifeng's pocket, emerging a moment later. It had a tail. Exactly the same as before, so natural, as if it had been born with it. Who could have guessed it required spiritual energy to sustain? If the tail required spiritual energy, then wasn't the entire beast's shape also sustained by spiritual energy? The golden beast stood on his shoulder quite naturally, nonchalantly, pacing in place while stealthily moving towards him. Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow. Generally speaking, the light balls of soul forms are irregular circles, but the scene of Ying Fanxuan growing arms and legs after the end of the last world was so natural that he hadn't given it much thought. If he hadn't seen Ying Fanxuan suddenly forget about his tail today, he wouldn't have guessed that this round yet adorable shape was Ying Fanxuan's meticulous design. I never expected Ying Fanxuan to be so scheming even in his early soul forms. Yi Zifeng took a picture of it, intending to laugh about it for the next decade or 8, and he had to do it right in front of Ying Fanxuan. Boss, how much are you selling this cat for? Someone in front of the stall asked. Yi Zifeng looked down and saw the cat still playing with a bug, knowing it was a lost cause. Sorry, we're based on fate. This cat didn't like you. Try again next time. The person grumbled and walked away. The 7 high school students squatting nearby became concerned again when they saw this. Class monitor, how many people do you think the teacher will bring? Can they win the cat's heart? It doesn't seem interested in people. It's always playing with bugs. Does it only like bugs? I dress up as a bug to win its heart. Go ahead. I record a video of you as a souvenir and share it around school so others can learn from it. Go! The 7 high school students squatted there, bickering as they watched 3 people leave the stall. The pale yellow cat continued to play with the bugs intently. Dingling. Dingling. The phone rang. It was the homeroom teacher. The monitor picked up. Hello, teacher? Where are you guys? Is it time to talk now? The monitor glanced at Xiao Xian, who looked resentful, and chuckled. It's time to talk. Xiao Xian went to the bathroom. So it's just the 6 of us here. Okay, send me your location. I bring someone over and make sure they get you back. Okay, haha. The monitor couldn't help but laugh. Don't laugh. Don't alert them. Okay. The monitor smiled, switching to the message page, located the location, and sent the message. After sending the message, the monitor squatted down to continue watching the stalls. But he hadn't been there for a minute when he heard a commotion at the market entrance. Curious, he looked over and saw a group of people marching aggressively forward. The homeroom teacher stood at the front, followed by what looked like several physical education teachers. At the back, there were a ton of tall people, seemingly the strongest group of gym students in the school. The class monitor suddenly stood up, and the other 5 students also stood up excitedly. Xiao Xian silently took a step back. Teacher, we're here. Here. The group led by the homeroom teacher ran over. They seemed surprised to see Xiao Xian and reached out to grab him. The class monitor stopped them with a smile. Teacher, this is a misunderstanding. Listen to us first. The class monitor grabbed the homeroom teacher's hand and recounted the entire story, from the moment he first moved into Shirxuan's house to hearing about White Cat Radio to the sound sleep he received until now. Finally, he pointed to his face, asking the teacher to see if he had any dark circles under his eyes. Indeed, the homeroom teacher was genuinely surprised. If the monitor and 5 other students weren't in such a critical situation, he wouldn't have agreed to let them go to someone else's house to rest during such a crucial period of study. Back then, the monitor had dark circles under his eyes, and bags under his eyes that looked like they were falling out. But now, he looked radiant and full of energy, clearly having had a good rest. Thinking about the monitor's words, the homeroom teacher began observing the people at the market. Compared to the school, most people here seemed very energetic, with only the slightest dark circles under their eyes. Is there really such a magical cat? The homeroom teacher was also a little tempted. Yes, we've experienced it ourselves, but this cat is very picky. It didn't even take a liking to us. The monitor pointed to the yellow cat on the stall. The homeroom teacher turned and saw the pale yellow cat on the stall. This cat was larger than average, with extremely fluffy fur, a round head and face, and was very lively and active. The homeroom teacher led the group over, with 7 high school students following eagerly at the back. When they reached the stall, they asked, "How much is this cat?" Yi Zifeng looked up and said, "Come up one by one, so the cat can see for itself." The homeroom teacher was the first to be dismissed, followed by the somewhat bewildered physical education teachers. One after another, they were all dismissed. Next came the gym students. The homeroom teacher brought 10 of them, 8 boys and 2 girls. All were tall and strong, and aside from some dark circles under their eyes, they looked very fit. The gym students showed the cat one by one, but none of them could hold their gaze for even 3 seconds. By the time the last one left, before the homeroom teacher could recover, everyone had returned, empty-handed, and without a cat. The homeroom teacher glanced at the dark circles under the eyes of the people around the school, then at the 7 radiant high school students. With a resolute expression, he pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, clicked on the principal's message page, and made a video call. The call was quickly connected. The homeroom teacher meticulously recounted what he had seen and heard, then pointed the camera at the 7 high school students' radiant faces, then at the dark circles under their eyes, comparing them. It was truly obvious. Even if the homeroom teacher's words were outrageous, facts spoke louder than words. The principal was truly moved. Before the video even ended, the principal grabbed another phone and called the Zhongjia village chief. It was Xuxuan's father who answered, eager to explain the White Cat radio system from beginning to end. He boasted about how several nearby villages could now sleep soundly, and the principal was practically convinced. The world is truly full of wonders. After expressing his feelings, he told the homeroom teacher to wait for him for 2 hours. He would bring people in batches, and try to keep at least 2 cats for the school. The homeroom teacher nodded cautiously and, without moving further, squatted beside the stall, observing the yellow cat's every move. It likes to play with insects, preferring flying ones. But it squashes any that are too ugly, and it play with nimble and pretty ones for a long time. Okay, observe it a little longer. That help us get more information and try to catch it. No problem. Time slipped by. The gym team and 7 high school students wandered around the market. The homeroom teacher squatted in front of the stall, observing the cats. When they heard the commotion at the market entrance again, they knew the main group was coming. The first to arrive was the principal, followed by a long line of brightly dressed adults. The class monitors and the others took a closer look and realized they were teachers from various grade levels. Wow, after 2 hours, they still had time to change clothes. The first group to arrive are our teachers. Go up one by one and see if you can snag one. The principal was well organized. The teachers, dressed in their flashy clothes for the first time on a weekday, appeared one by one. The first group of seniors were eliminated, and sophomores were not spared either. It wasn't until the first group, a gray-haired Chinese teacher in a mouse suit, that a teacher was retained. He leaned forward at the stall, displaying his small basket, overflowing with woven straw insects. If you come back with me, I make you one every day, no matter how late you get off work. Any insect you like. Yi Zifeng lowered his head. The pale yellow cat with a round head and round face didn't immediately respond, but simply gazed down at the basket of woven straw insects. The Chinese teacher picked out the largest, most powerful grasshopper and gently placed it in front of the cat. The pale yellow cat reached out and fiddled with it, delighted to find it wouldn't break easily. Kicking, jumping, biting, and pulling, it finally tore the grasshopper apart after a long play. All the while, the gray-haired Chinese teacher remained crouched, his eyes gentle as he watched the playful cat. The cat hesitated, but Yi Zifeng knew it was a sure thing. Fate is hard to predict. The moment Yi Zifeng saw the Chinese teacher carrying the small basket, He knew it was him. Sure enough, the pale yellow cat hesitated only briefly before leaping into the basket and picking up another insect to play with. The rest of the school applauded. The principal, excited, began organizing the students to arrive. As usual, the senior year group came first, followed by the sophomore year group, and finally the first year group. The student group, numbering several thousand, didn't return empty-handed either, having won the hearts of two cats. One was a quiet cat with light gray fur and green eyes, and the other was a clingy cat with black and white heterochromatic pupils. Together with a light yellow cat from the beginning, the school had 3 cats. Amidst the principal's hearty laughter, buses began to roll out, and all the teachers and students returned to campus in an orderly manner. The class monitor, Xiao Xian, and their group of 7 also followed. After all, it was almost their senior year, and once their sleep problems were resolved, they had to get back to studying. The school's broadcast room was cleared for the cats, and the 3 cats began to work out their shifts. The cat on duty was to arrive at the broadcast room at 10 p.m., and the purring usually began promptly at 10:10 p.m. Every night, the sound of snoring echoes throughout the campus. Students who need to sleep peacefully climb into bed and drift off to sleep, while those still awake smile knowingly upon hearing the sound, feeling both magical and reassured. It's incredible that the snoring of a certain breed of cat can actually dispel nightmares. Is there some scientific basis for this? Perhaps something like sound wave frequency, but since the school has already scheduled work, students shouldn't have to worry about it, right? Putting down their pens, those who sleep late also crawl into bed, listening to the snoring and gradually falling asleep. Nightmares are blocked out, and in a daze, everyone at First High School sleeps soundly. But the teachers and students at Second High School haven't been well lately. Their nightmares are still very disturbing. With the college entrance exam approaching, all the seniors have trouble sleeping. Previously, they could console themselves by saying it was a weather condition, common across the country. But recently, they heard news that the people at First High School seem to have found a folk remedy, and everyone is sleeping soundly and feeling healthy. This won't do. When it comes to the college entrance exam, the students at First High School are in exceptionally high spirits. Wouldn't those at Second High School be losing out right at the starting line? We need to find out what kind of remedy they're using. We heard it was some country cat doing the radio thing, but it sounds like a sleight of hand. Who would believe it? First High School's principal is such a sly shrew. He even spread the news to cover it up, but unfortunately, he's still too clueless to come up with a decent excuse. Second High School's principal, disguised, casually entered First High School's campus on an ordinary weekday evening. Chapter 55. First High School's landscaping isn't as good as Second High School's. This was the principal of Second High School's first thought upon entering. Second High School, its entire campus nestled on a hill, shaded by green trees, offered a breathtakingly fresh air. Unlike First High School, with its drab, rigid buildings and dusty streets, the principal of Second High School made comments as he walked inside. He stared intently at students approaching, pretending to be a new teacher. He looked around and muttered to himself, pretending to be a staff member. He switched between roles several times throughout his walk. But it wasn't because he loved to act, it was because he didn't want to be noticed by the principal of First High School. He had his own stubbornness, needless to say. He continued to act until he reached the teacher's dormitory, where he calmly glanced around. Seeing no one, he raced up to the 3rd floor at lightning speed, found his nephew's dormitory, and immediately began knocking on the door. "Who is it?" The door swiftly opened, and before his nephew's shocked gaze, the principal of Second High School slipped in. "Uncle, why are you here?" The nephew was confused. Could it be that Second Middle School was on holiday, and why hadn't First Middle School received the notice? "I'm here to investigate something." The principal of Second Middle School poured himself a glass of water, and sat on the sofa with a serious expression. "Investigating what?" The nephew straightened his tone. "The thing I asked your mother to ask you about." The principal of Second Middle School took a sip of water. The nephew remembered that his mother had actually asked him about something yesterday. "Cat radio? I told her about it, didn't she tell you? I bought it at the XX market in Zhongjia village. Bring a lot of people. The owner can be quite temperamental, and likes to say it's all about fate. Listen to what you're talking about. A cat going to broadcast? And everyone listening to it snoring will stop having nightmares? Do you think this is scientific? How? It's really unscientific, the nephew thought. But it's certainly useful, and science is still developing. Maybe we just haven't mastered this part of the scientific knowledge yet? Okay, I won't rely on you anymore. The principal of Second Middle School waved his hand. I'm already here. I want to see what tricks that old principal of First Middle School has pulled. He can even deceive you, his own people. Really tight security. The nephew finally understood. His uncle didn't believe a word he said, firmly believing the story of a rural cat broadcasting was fake. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't experienced it himself, but he was his own nephew, so how could he be so distrustful? The nephew gave up. Okay, then, you can watch it yourself tonight. I see you have some dark circles under your eyes. You can sleep here tonight. I just sleep on the floor. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. The principal of Second Middle School picked up an orange from the table and began peeling it, not treating himself as an outsider at all. Okay, I'm going to class. There's a TV here. Go ahead. The cat broadcast will be on around 10:10. You can listen to it yourself then. The nephew added another warning. Go ahead. The principal of Second Middle School ate a slice of the orange and marveled at the old principal of First Middle School's clever tactics. He could even convince every teacher to believe such an outrageous lie. Humph, but he's not one to be fooled. He'd rather skip an evening of self-study to find out what First Middle School is hiding. The nephew had already left. The principal of Second Middle School slowly walked to the window, secretly observing the mental state of the First Middle School students and mentally comparing them with those of Second Middle School. The contrast was truly striking. Most of the students at number 1 Middle School were smiling, full of energy and high spirits. Almost no dark circles under their eyes. One could tell they'd been sleeping soundly lately. And as for number 2 Middle School, everyone, from teachers to students, seemed dazed and unsteady, only able to get sporadic sleep at night. Someone like him, with such heavy dark circles under his eyes, was actually in relatively good condition. No, this won't do. I must get number 1 Middle School's secret formula. If I can't get it tonight, I report it to the Education Bureau. That old idiot principal of number 1 Middle School is hiding something valuable. Isn't that unfair competition? The principal of number 2 Middle School watched the students walking below and secretly made up his mind. He must make sure the students at number 2 Middle School use that secret formula too. Time passed as the principal of number 2 Middle School observed him. As night deepened, the lights in the number 1 Middle School building lit up. Watching the diligent students from afar, the principal felt a pang of pain for only a second before recovering. So what if they studied hard? The students at number 2 Middle School are generally more energetic. And there are quite a few who work hard. It's not necessary to compare them too closely. As long as everyone is trying hard and doesn't regret anything, that's all that matters. The principal of number 2 Middle School stood by the window, waiting quietly. 10 o'clock soon arrived. His nephew had returned from class, and was washing up in the bathroom. Afterward, he asked him if he wanted to go to bed. I'd be there later. I need to figure out what that secret recipe is before I go to bed. Okay. The nephew nodded, grabbed a blanket, and laid down on the floor. The principal of number 2 Middle School pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already 10:05. Just as he put the phone down, he caught a glimpse of something jumping on a nearby tree branch. What was that? The principal of number 2 Middle School leaned forward, eyes wide open, trying to see what it was. The mass seemed to spin around, then leaped towards them. The principal took a step back. The object landed on a tree in front of the window. So close, the principal finally saw it clearly. It was a black and white cat. The story about the country cat on the radio suddenly popped into his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. How could it be possible? It had to be an accident. It must be a teacher's cat. Aren't cats supposed to be kept in a closed environment? Is it really okay for them to run around outside? The black and white cat suddenly made a preparatory movement, then leaped towards them. The principal of number 2 Middle School took 2 more steps back. Oh! Isn't that our Jiang Yin Yin? It's your turn on duty today. The nephew's voice came from behind. The principal of number 2 Middle School turned around and saw his nephew calmly approach. He interacted briefly with the black and white cat in the window, then checked his watch. It's 10:09 Yin Yin, you have to go to work. Thank you for your hard work. We leave our sleep to you. The black and white cat glanced at the principal again, then leaped onto a branch and nimbly walked along its cat path toward the teaching building. The principal was stunned, and a thought began to form in his mind. Could the cat's broadcast be true? Why else would his nephew say that? Could it be that the old man from number 1 Middle School had hypnotized every teacher to deceive him? No way, no way. He and I had been classmates for many years, graduated at the same time, and were working together. I had never heard of him having such a skill. That was the truth. At the same time, 2 meows echoed from the broadcasting room, and the student dormitory seemed to be in a state of commotion for a moment. Who? A tractor-like snoring echoed through the silent campus. The principal of number 2 middle school stood by the window. "Uncle, it's time to go to bed. We know if it's true after a good night's sleep. It's getting late." The nephew yawned under the covers. In fact, he had almost believed it. When the cat ran towards the teaching building and the loudspeaker began to purr indistinctly, the principal had almost believed it. A good high school, the best in the county, had no reason to blast such a loudspeaker at night, except to overcome nightmares. The principal climbed into bed with a heavy heart, expecting no sleep, but listening to the rhythmic snoring outside, he gradually fell asleep. A dreamless night. When the principal opened his eyes, refreshed, he saw the unfamiliar ceiling and remembered what had happened last night. My nephew was getting dressed. The principal of number 2 middle school coughed, then stood up and asked nonchalantly, "What were the names of that cat-selling village and market you mentioned earlier?" There are now cats in number 2 middle school's broadcasting room. 7 in total. From Monday to Sunday, their purring patterns are all different every night. After the initial shock and disbelief, the hottest topic at number 2 middle school is now, which cat do you like best? It's definitely little Tabby. She's lively, active, and healthy, and she purrs the loudest every night. I always sleep soundly when she's on duty. It's definitely White Mau Mau. Her fur is long and smooth, like a fairy from heaven. She's also very capable, and has never been late. Little Tabby was even 3 minutes late the other day. Hu Xiaolihua. Isn't that tabby cat called Long Songbu? That's the name its owner gave it. What does it have to do with Xiaolihua? I don't think either of these cats is as good as Mian Mian. Mian Mian's purr is the most gentle. I always sleep so soundly and peacefully the nights she's on duty. Can your taste be a little better? The best one has to be our emoji, right? His pure black fur, silver eyes, and purr are different from other cats. Others purr like tractors, but his purr is so mysterious and irregular. I think they're all great, but the best is Xiao Jianer. He came to our dorm the other day, haha, and patted my head. He's so cute and affectionate. He's on duty today, I guess. I wait by the window later. Who knows, maybe he'd be there again today. I think Longnan is the best. He's the biggest, and his snoring is incredibly deep. He's sure he won't have nightmares. TSK, it must be XXXX. You're all wrong. I want to judge for XX. Everyone argued, each with their own reasons, unable to convince anyone. Finally, one classmate made the final decision. We won't get any results from arguing like this. We need more people to judge. How about this? Every night after bed, we do a live broadcast for everyone to listen to. We see which cat is the most popular based on the popularity. I think that's fine. I can sell a phone, and I have enough data. Then I write the headlines and introduce each cat. No problem. A strange live broadcast room suddenly appeared online. It's Mian Mian's duty day, the sleep-aiding cat. The avatar is a yellow and white cat with a very round face. It looks like a pet live stream, but why is it in the sleep aid section? Is it another one trying to capitalize on the hype? Ever since everyone started having nightmares, the sleep-aiding industry has exploded, and live streams are no exception. What was once a niche area has become a major hit, with traffic so overwhelming that all sorts of topics are jumping on the bandwagon. At first, everyone was tolerant. After all, riding on the hype wasn't a big deal, but as nightmares became more frequent, people's spirits grew increasingly agitated. Waking awake in the middle of the night, sweating profusely, they clicked on the sleep aid section, only to find a random video on something unrelated. It was unbearable. All the anger had an outlet. During that time, all the streamers who tried to capitalize on the hype were chastised and never dared to come again. Now there's another one. Humph, netizens sneered. It's been a while since I've cursed anyone, so this video came at the perfect time. Pop! I clicked on it, only to find a black screen with a few words typed on it. Second High School's Cat Showdown on the radio. Today's participant, contestant Mian Mian. A loud whoosh, whoosh sound came from the phone. Netizens with cat experiences immediately realized the sound was like a cat snoring. Combining the live stream's title and the information within, is this really a sleep-inducing live stream? It's just a different approach, using the sound of a cat purring to help you sleep. Okay, even if it's just a hype ride, it's so clever and so infuriating that I don't know where to start. After all, while it's outrageous, who says a cat's purring can't help you sleep? If he'd met a friendlier netizen, he might have simply swiped past them, but he happened to be in this live stream. Humph. Since connecting to the internet, he's cursed everyone he wants to. And he doesn't just do it casually. He always has reason and evidence, poking at people's real pain points. Only then can he make them scream and wail, and only then will his energy and time be well spent. A sleep aid livestream, right? Listen to this tonight. If he has a nightmare tonight, all his fear and resentment will be typed out and hurled at this livestream. Judging by his nightmares lately, he could shut this livestream down by cursing it all by himself. This is the consequence of riding the wave of attention in the sleep aid section. He alone will protect the innocence and purity of the sleep aid section. He does this not just for himself, but for the millions of people who suffer nightmares at night. He wants every time you wake up, every time you click on the sleep aid section, every video you see is simple and pure, not just a bunch of hype-seeking. The netizen turned up the volume to full volume and placed it directly next to his pillow. Filled with anger, he pulled the blanket over himself and closed his eyes. He gradually sank into a thick darkness as various images and lines began to form. Here it comes, this is a nightmare. Who? Loud snoring erupted from all directions, shaking the entire dream world like a sonic attack. The netizen stood in the center of the dream, as various scenes and figures flashed continuously, like a video with poor connection. The constantly flashing images were truly unthreatening, as nothing could be clearly seen. The various scenes blurred into a single, eerie atmosphere. But even the most eerie atmosphere seemed less powerful against the roar of the tractor. So blurry. The netizen turned over in bed. For once, he wasn't trapped by nightmares. His consciousness gradually faded amidst the shattered scene, sinking deeper into a dream. Opening his eyes in the morning, the netizen felt a little uncomfortable with the bright morning light, but once he came to his senses, he excitedly leaped out of bed. Fell asleep, slept through the night. What had once been easy for him had now become a struggle. Every midnight, every time he opened his eyes, sweating profusely, gasping for air as he stared into the darkness, he wondered if the world was about to end. Why couldn't humans sleep anymore? Well, humanity didn't need the apocalypse anymore. It turned out they just hadn't found the solution. The answer lay right here. The netizen's phone was off. In 3 seconds, he found the charger, and in 10, he powered it on. The first thing he did after turning it on was to check out yesterday's livestream. The livestream was closed, but he was still incredibly happy. There really was a livestream like this. It wasn't just some hallucination from a nightmare, but isn't the cat's name a little off? Was it called this yesterday? Or did he misremember it? Sleep aid cat Little Lihua, Long Songbiao, is on duty. Chapter 56. Long Songbiao is the coolest cat at number 2 high school. With a mighty build and a sturdy physique, his stripes complement his imposing long fur, making him a breathtaking sight wherever he goes. He himself is quite content with his current life. Number 2 high school has beautiful scenery, with many tall trees. A powerful cat like him can easily walk among the branches several stories high, looking down from above. Songbiao. Is that Songbiao? Where is it? There is it. I see it. Songbiao. Songbiao, that's his current name. The long-haired tabby calmly walked on the tree branch. Long Songbiao, how fitting for his temperament, powerful, unrestrained, and possessing a certain wildness. Very charming, this name is part of his satisfaction with his current life. He loves this name, which carries a powerful meaning. If it weren't for the human who gave it to him, he wouldn't have won his heart. Sangbiao walked across the number 2 middle school campus, exploring every patch of land. He chased away 5 nests of mice, chased away 3 snakes, and caught countless small insects. After marking every edge with his own mark, he was finally satisfied. It was almost time for the evening shift. He walked towards the broadcasting room with familiarity, greeting the students with his eyes. Everyone he saw called out, Sangbiao. It's Sangbiao. Little Lihua is on duty today. He's so cute. Who was Little Lihua? He didn't know him. Sangbiao turned his head and walked towards the broadcasting room. He jumped in through the window and landed on the table where the announcer's nest had been yesterday. Sangbiao reached out and pushed, knocking the other cat's nest to the ground. Sangbiao turned around, flicked the switch with his paw, and purred twice at the radio. He was satisfied to hear his voice echo through the loudspeaker outside. Yes, very majestic. He laid down on the table, adjusted the microphone so that its long fur didn't obscure it, then closed his eyes, deliberately letting himself drift off to sleep. Who? A deep snore echoed over the number 2 middle school radio. The principal stood by the window, listening intently for a moment, then climbed into bed, with a smug look on his face. The students in the dormitory stirred briefly, then sporadically joined him. This was a dreamless sleep he had finally regained. He had to cherish it, and go to bed early. Is the livestream room open? It's open. Leave it right here. Go to sleep. How many people watched yesterday? Only a few hundred, probably not even close. Go to sleep. Maybe tomorrow it'd be all the rage. The dormitory gradually fell silent. Only a fully charged phone with plenty of data blared in the darkness. It sat by the window, absorbing the snoring outside. After an hour or two, the snoring gradually died down. Sang Biao woke up. He stood up and stretched, then licked his lips again. It was time for dinner. He leaped out of the window, leaping between the tall treetops, over the trees and walls of number 2 middle school, and down into the lights of countless homes. At midnight, Sang Biao jumped onto tall buildings, then landed on the flat ground, sometimes crawled along water pipes, and sometimes walked along the walls. It was such a crowded and lively world. Smelling the smell of nightmares in the air, Sang Biao licked his lips and walked towards the direction where the smell was the strongest. With a quick paw, Sang Biao pushed open an unfamiliar window. Standing on the windowsill, he sniffed the rich, spicy aroma and leaped onto the bed. With a tap on his human's forehead, a dream leaped into his mouth, delicious and convenient. After finishing this bite, he moved on to the next. Sang Biao licked his lips, turned, jumped onto the windowsill, and closed the window with his paw. He sniffed and then ran to the next strong smell. Sang Biao returned to second high school with a burp and skillfully entered the dormitory building. During the hour or two he had been away, a small number of students had begun having nightmares again. Sang Biao checked each room, slapping his human's forehead to devour any nightmares he saw. Undeveloped nightmares tasted like sunflower seeds, small, but incredibly addictive. Sang Biao ate from the first floor to the 6th. When the last sunflower seed was swallowed, his meal for the day was complete. It slowly walked toward the broadcast room, up the stairs, and into the hallway. Finally, it pushed open the door, climbed onto the table, found the most comfortable position, closed its eyes, and finally fell asleep. The next morning. Wow! Our live stream is going viral. Oh my god! 30,000 people online. So many likes. So many comments. Let me see. Let me see. Oh my god. It's a miracle. It works. I rely on this live stream to sleep from now on. Last night's nightmare was a blur. Amazing live stream. But there seemed to be no sound for an hour and a half last night. Was there no signal? Huh? No signal last night. The classmates were puzzled. Me too. I thought it was my internet connection, but it turns out the live stream was silent. Oh my god, I thought it was my fault too. Everyone's saying this. It seems it's the live stream that's causing the problem. Everyone's saying that. Maybe the signal is bad up in the mountains. That makes sense. It's okay, I decided on this live stream. It's just a matter of whether the host can broadcast at noon. I want to take a nap. Add 1. I haven't had a long nap in ages. I can't even imagine how happy I'd be if I had a nightmare-free nap. It's definitely not possible at noon. There are a lot of teachers in the teaching building. If anyone sees your phone, it'd be confiscated. The atmosphere at number 2 middle school is a little more relaxed, but no matter how relaxed it is, it's still a high school, and phones aren't allowed in high schools. The student holding the phone typed, "Sorry, we only broadcast at night, but there's a different cat on duty every night. Tonight is Longnan's duty day, so stay tuned." After sending this message, the morning reading bell rang outside. The students in the dormitory tucked their phones under their covers and hurried to the teaching building. The first class was the homeroom teachers. Ever since the school had a cat announcer, the homeroom teacher had regained her resounding voice. She would stand next to the students while lecturing, waking any nearby dozers. The homeroom teacher calmly finished the lesson. With 5 minutes left, he unscrewed his thermos, took a sip of tea, and breathed a sigh of relief. "How's everyone sleeping lately?" "Excellent." "Not bad, no more nightmares." "Mian is so cute. I don't have nightmares anymore." The homeroom teacher smiled and nodded as everyone responded, appearing incredibly kind and concerned for the students. After everyone finished speaking, he slowly spoke. "Our principal has made a lot of sacrifices to bring these 7 cats to school so everyone can sleep well. But it's all worth it. It's all so everyone can focus on their studies. What do you think of our principal?" "Excellent. The best principal in the world. You made the right choice to come to number 2 middle school." The homeroom teacher nodded with a smile and took another sip of the tea in the thermos. "We've had a hard time sleeping lately, so the principal turned a blind eye to everyone bringing their phones. But now that everyone's sleeping well, it's time to put them away. Your priority at this stage is studying, don't you agree?" "Very, huh?" The homeroom teacher screwed the lid of the thermos tight, and his expression suddenly changed, becoming serious and intimidating. Now, everyone, stand up and line up outside the classroom. Class monitor, study committee member you two, follow me and search. Place all the phones you find here on the podium. The student doing the live stream felt his scalp tingle. He tried hard to maintain a calm expression, his heart churning inside. What should I do? How could I sneak back to the dorm? Would I be discovered if I ran over now? I should have hidden it. How could I have just thrown it under the covers? Maybe they checked the classroom instead of the dorms, but that seems unlikely. What should I do? My heart was pounding, but I had to keep my expression steady. When I met the homeroom teacher's gaze, I tried to look innocently in the eyes, not wanting to be caught off guard. The student who had a phone and plenty of data, so he had set up a cat live stream, calmly stood up and walked out the door, as if nothing had happened. As he paused in the hallway, a classmate next to him suddenly leaned over and asked, "Hey, Seowin, why are you sweating so much?" The phone was confiscated. Among the pile of flashy phones, Seowin spotted his favorite one instantly. But not only could he not show his sadness, he had to act nonchalant. Otherwise, if the homeroom teacher remembered, he'd never have a good time again. Next door. Shushua returned to her rental apartment exhausted after a day of work. She ate a large bowl of spicy hot pot and drank a large cup of milk tea before feeling a little better. She let out a long sigh. Is this the only reason people live in this world, to work? When will they be able to live freely? When will money start to fall from the sky? Never mind, she'd eat another bag of chips to decompress, watch some videos, and then go to bed. At least, she wouldn't have nightmares tonight. Thinking of this, Shushua felt a little better. The surfing gods bless everyone who loves surfing the internet, just like her. Hadn't she stumbled upon a strange live stream late at night, and started a full night's sleep? The style of the live stream was also quite adorable. I wonder which cat is on duty today? Shushua clicked on the live stream app, scrolled to her collection, found the latest entry, and clicked on it. The live stream isn't active. Not yet? Shushua glanced at the time. It was already 10:19. Logically, the live stream should have started. It's definitely just the streamer's procrastination that's wasting time. It definitely doesn't mean they never broadcast again. Even if God is cruel, he wouldn't be this cruel. Relax, relax, don't be afraid. That being said, Shushua's heart couldn't help but pound. Someone in the live stream had already asked, but the streamer hadn't responded. Shushua picked up a bag of chips and opened it, but she had no appetite and could only mechanically stuff it in. After finishing the entire bag, it was already 10:40, and the live stream still wasn't open. It looked like it wouldn't be open tonight either. Shushua couldn't help but smile. Okay, God just loves to play tricks on people, right? Commit suicide immediately. Shushua leaped onto the bed and pulled the covers over her head, attempting to suffocate herself. Ultimately, she failed. She emerged from the covers, stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment, and then curled up. 10 minutes, then 10 minutes later, she went to wash up. Her consciousness gradually faded, and Shushua continued to sink. Lines and fragments began to assemble, eventually forming a complete scene, her company building. But the building was a bit old. Shushua took a step forward, but suddenly found she had lost strength. On the verge of falling, she quickly used her crutches for support. Looking down, she saw shaky legs and wrinkled hands. She had grown old. She limped into the company building, leaning on her crutches. A pretty young girl at the front desk greeted her with a smile. Hi, Shushua, good morning. Good morning. Shushua heard her own aged voice. After socializing with the young woman at the front desk, Shushua walked towards the elevator again, leaning on her crutches. She had to quicken her pace to avoid being overtaken by the young woman, as her frail limbs made it impossible to walk up the stairs. After struggling to squeeze onto the elevator, she began another round of socializing. Shushua, you've got a new cane. It suits you perfectly. This was the new college graduate in the department. Shushua, go home and wrap your new cane with cloth. It's making too much noise when it hits the floor, and it's affecting your colleagues' work efficiency. This was the department manager, 30 years her junior. Shushua, your hair is a little too white. It's affecting the company's image. Go home and dye it black tonight. I want to see you with black hair tomorrow. Do you understand? This is the boss of the company, who is 40 years younger than her. Shushua smiled in response. The elevator doors opened, and the others clattered out. Shushua walked out slowly, leaning on her cane, careful not to make a sound when it bumped against the ground. She couldn't lose this job, or she wouldn't be able to get her blood pressure medication for the month. She wanted to survive so badly that even though the company was full of young people, and she was so old she had few teeth left, she had to stay and work. After a day of moving around the company with her cane, even if she tried to be careful, it would occasionally make a sound. At these times, a TSK sound would echo through the office. Each time it came from a different direction. Xiaoxua looked up, unable to tell whose voice it was. Perhaps everyone was resentful, but she really couldn't lose this job, so she had to stay with it. But perhaps it was because she feared what she was doing that she finally realized the direction when she heard the tisk sound for the third time. It came from her boss's office. Sure enough, she received her dismissal notice that evening. "You're too old, and you're no longer a fit for our company. Why are you so shameless as to stay here? Just for this little money?" Yes, what else? Could it be the company's ethos that moved her? Could it be the boss's ideals and ambitions that touched her? Could it be the harmonious and friendly social environment that kept her here? She just wanted to make a little money. She just wanted to buy this month's blood pressure medication. She just wanted to survive. Xiaoxua clenched her fists, gasping for breath as she opened her eyes, staring at the dark ceiling. Only then did she realize she had just had another nightmare. She skillfully reassured herself, saying it was okay, that she would save money when she was young, and would never end up in the situation she dreamed of. But even after a long time, she still couldn't calm down. Everything in the dream was like a flame, constantly burning in her heart. After struggling in bed for a while, Xiaoxua finally got up. She hadn't brushed her teeth yet, so she decided to go out and buy something to calm her nerves. It was already midnight. If she were back home in the countryside, it would be completely silent outside, but now in the city, the lights were still bright at midnight. Various food stalls lined the alleys, and the aroma of various spices filled the air. Xiaoxua took a few deep breaths. Although she had no appetite, she continued to walk forward. Braised chicken legs, hot and sour noodles, fried chicken legs, stinky tofu. Xiaoxua passed one stall after another, debating whether to buy something or not, but also thinking how shameful it would be to waste it. She hesitated and finally reached the end of the alley. It was a bit dark here, and Xiaoxua decided to turn back for safety reasons. But just after taking 2 steps, she suddenly heard a rustling sound behind her. She subconsciously turned around and suddenly saw a young man, with long hair, and wearing a white robe walking out from the depths of the alley. He should be very handsome, but Xiaoxua couldn't see clearly. She only vaguely realized that he seemed to have a pair of crystal-clear green eyes. Chapter 57. 3 days ago, Ajit Sifing sat at his stall at the market, watching the villagers passing by smile and nod at him, but no one came to ask for their prices. He realized it was time to leave. He stretched out his fingers and pinched twice, brushed away the carefully designed Yingfangshuan beast, and pinched again. Sure enough, after days of hard work setting up his stall, the nearby villages were saturated with dream eaters. Almost every village had 1 or 2 dream eaters, except for the very small ones, which had no cats to take notice of. But there was nothing he could do about it. The village was small and sparsely populated, so he could just pack up and go to the next village to sleep. Yi Sifing decided to go somewhere more crowded, so he set his destination at the county center. It was already late, and the buses to the county were no longer running, so Yi Sifing took out his compass. The golden beast eagerly stepped forward to offer to help him turn it. Once granted permission, it began to run, the compass whirring under its short golden legs. Yi Sifing was used to this. After checking the speed to make sure it was correct, he began to pinpoint the location with his fingers. Spiritual light flowed through his fingertips, and spiritual power spread out. Found it, this is it. Yi Sifing decisively input spiritual power, and the compass stopped. Yingfangshuan's little beast leaped onto Yi Sifing's sleeve. In a flash of light, Yi Sifing appeared in the dark alley. But after taking 2 steps, he saw a young girl in slippers and pajamas, a look of fear on her face. I didn't expect to run into someone in this alley corner. Seeing the girl's dark circles across from him, Yi Sifing thought for a moment, hello, are you coming to see cats? Maybe you find a destined one. Xishua's mind was on leaving, but her feet didn't move. She stared at the man's glowing green eyes, and for some reason, her mind suddenly swirled. What cat? Almost as she spoke, she regretted it. Midnight, a dark alley, a green-eyed man in white, seriously asking if he wanted to see a cat. Thinking about it from a supernatural perspective, all the elements fit perfectly with a ghost story. Thinking about it from a scientific perspective, was this some kind of trade signal? It's a specialty from the world of cultivation, a kitten that's skilled at devouring and conjuring dreams. Cute and capable. For only 399, you can take one home. Don't miss this opportunity. What? So Yi Zifeng repeated himself. Xiaoxue fell silent. It turned out she hadn't heard correctly. What specialties of the cultivation world? Something about fabricating and devouring dreams? Are they going to say in the next second that taking this cat home will stop nightmares? Are pet sellers all that popular these days? Xiaoxue wanted to leave, but the moment she lifted her foot, she suddenly remembered that closed sleep aid livestream. If I remember correctly, the snoring in that livestream was a cat's. In fact, since the livestream became a minor hit, many imitators have popped up online, with all kinds of cats filling the hypnosis section, some meowing quietly, some snoring loudly. But judging by the comments and user feedback, they're all just ordinary noises, and don't produce the effect of blurring nightmares. So not all cat purrs are effective. From this perspective, there must be a very special cat whose snoring can help blur nightmares through the internet. The mysterious man's words resurfaced in Xiaoxue's mind. A specialty from the world of cultivation, skilled at weaving and devouring dreams. How about taking a look? Maybe there's a cat you're destined to meet. Let's take a look. Xiaoxue's heart was pounding. She knew she was only 2 steps away from the brightly lit area, but for some reason, she didn't move. But the darkness was perfect for Yi Zifeng to find a cat. He took the first one from the pile that interested Xiaoxue and placed it in front of her. Okay, he said, this one's not good enough. He put it back and started on the next one. Okay, he said, this one's not quite good enough. He switched to another. Xiaoxue was dazzled by the plethora of cats, from the first to the 13th, finding each one quite adorable. But this mysterious handsome man simply took it out, dodged it, and immediately put it back. After about 10 rounds of searching, Yi Zifeng finally found a cat that caught Xiaoxue's eye. Let's take a look at this one. Xiaoxue lowered her head at the words, and the moment she saw it clearly, her heart began to beat faster. It was a relatively small cat, only 2 palms long, pure white, with gray fur under its eyes that looked like dark circles, but its eyes were golden, like the dazzling sun, like the gentle moonlight. This was it. Xiaoxue's heart was pounding. The moment she saw the cat, all her preconceptions about cats were overturned. If she could own a cat, it would definitely be pure white, with light gray fur under its eyes, and eyes that looked like a dazzling sun, or a pool of gentle moonlight. Congratulations, you've found your cat. Xiaoxue held the cat in her hands, feeling its soft warmth. The white kitten nuzzled against her arm, and then cuddled up to her. 399. Okay. She'd almost forgotten she had to pay. Xiaoxue pulled out her phone to scan the QR code. It wasn't her fault. The feeling of meeting this cat was so special, and the time and place of their encounter were so mysterious. Her mind subconsciously drifted towards the urban adventure, and she'd forgotten about the 399. Okay. Xiaoxue handed the money over. Just as she looked up, she saw no one was there. A gust of night wind blew, chilling her to the bone. Xiaoxue shuddered. The cat hanging on her arm nuzzled against her, and the warmth brought her back to reality. Yeah. Even if it was a mysterious power, so what? They hadn't harmed her. They had even given her the most perfect kitten in the world. A voiceover suddenly played in Xiaoxue's mind. I've been reborn in a small alley in the county town. In my previous life, I died suddenly at my workstation. This time, guided by a mysterious presence, I found myself in a dark alley in the middle of the night. A mysterious person sold me a cat. This is no ordinary cat, this one from the world of cultivation, a cat that specializes in devouring and conjuring dreams. Xiaoxue cradled the cat to her chest, reciting a poem in her head, as she briskly walked back to her rental apartment. After a quick wash and a climb into bed, she checked her phone, and saw it was already 1:30. She had to get up at 8 a.m. for a 9 a.m. shift tomorrow. But why sleep? She had a magical kitten. Xiaoxue held the cat above her head, examining every detail. Pure white fur, the faint dark circles under its eyes like the sun and the moon. She truly had a kitten like this. Could I be dreaming? Xiaoxue pinched herself twice. The pain was too much to be a dream. She held the cat under her nose again, and took a deep breath. An indescribable soft fragrance, a scent I'd never smelled before. Great. It wasn't a dream. I love you so much, baby. You're my baby, you're my life. Are you real? I'm so scared you'd be gone tomorrow. Can I really be reborn in a dark alley? The white cat said nothing, simply tapping into the contract deep within its mind, and signing it with Xiaoxue right there and then. After observing her all this time, it seemed Xiaoxue's dark circles matched the color of her fur, and her personality was quite pleasant. And best of all, she called her baby. Xiaoxue was stunned by the electric shock. When she came to her senses, she let out a cry and pounced on the kitten, sniffing it fiercely. When she had enough, she raised her head, the background music starting to play in her head again. I've been reborn in a rental apartment at night. My newly bought cat suddenly signed a contract with me. I then learned it was a spirit beast from the world of cultivation named Cross Cat. My wonderful life begins here. The kitten bumped its head against her hand. Xiaoxue happily held the white cat in her arms, placed it against her chest, and covered herself with a quilt, preparing to fall asleep. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, Xiaoxue suddenly thought of the closed sleep-enhancing livestream. She opened her eyes again, held the cat in her arms, opened her phone, and clicked on the livestream. The comment section was filled with comments. Squatting for a livestream to open. Squatting. Please let me sleep well tonight. It was almost 2 in the morning. But everyone was afraid to sleep, preferring to stay up all night to wait for the livestream to open. If she didn't have a cat, she'd probably be one of them. This nightmare-inducing climatic disease is truly terrifying. Like the inner demons of a cult novel, whatever you fear will come true, and it's constantly inventing new things. Feeling the mysterious contract deep within her mind, Xiaoxue stroked the white cat's fur. Baby, can we livestream? Will your snoring help everyone fight nightmares? The white kitten replied, promising a try. Xiaoxue pursed her lips curling uncontrollably. She was so happy. Even an ordinary worker like her could say such savior-like words. Ah! Xiaoxue was excited for a moment before she picked up her phone and started a livestream. Sleep-aiding cult world XX cat snoring livestream. The little white cat butted her hand again, and Xiaoxue finally understood. It wasn't the cross cat. Xiaoxue immediately hugged the little white cat and apologized. She coaxed it for a while, but she still couldn't understand the 2 characters it sent. She wondered what kind of cat it was, but she didn't ask now. She'd better wait for a chance to find out. Xiaoxue changed the name of her livestream under the watchful eye of the little white cat. A mysterious cat purring livestream from the sleep-aiding world of cultivation. Xiaoxue posted the link to the closed livestream's comment section and typed, "Same cat. Sleeping with you." Ignoring the incoming message, Xiaoxue turned on the recording function on her phone and placed the white cat next to her pillow. Gazing at its golden eyes, Xiaoxue couldn't help but smile. Finally, I won't be like an old lady begging for pay at work tonight. The white kitten blinked, as if to say, go to sleep. Xiaoxue held the fluffy white fur in her hand and slowly closed her eyes. As Xiaoxue's nightmare began to take shape, the white cat swallowed it with a mule, savoring it again and again in its mouth. Then, a brand new dream shot into Xiaoxue's mind. Xiaoxue came to work at the company again on crutches. For some reason, although the skin on her hands was wrinkled, her limbs were incredibly strong. The crutches made a resounding sound when they hit the ground. With each thud, Xiaoxue couldn't help but cheer. So loud, so exciting. She trudged into the company, greeted the young woman at the front desk, and then, leaning on her crutches, stepped into the elevator, beating everyone inside out with them. Then, she stormed into the boss's office, lifted him up with her powerful arms, and threw him to the ground. She then banged the crutches against the floor next to his head, knocking him unconscious. Only then did she drop her crutches and swiftly descend the stairs. A cannonball flew from the sky, landing perfectly on the roof of the company building. The company exploded. Ha. Xiaoxue turned over in bed and drifted off to sleep again. When she woke up the next morning, a smile still played on her face. Although she couldn't quite remember what she dreamt the previous day, this feeling of comfort, this exhilaration, must have been a dream of the highest order. So blissful, so blissful. All those nightmares had been tests. Her wonderful life had arrived. Xiaoxue turned on her phone. 6:30. Huh? Only 6:30. Xiaoxue was shocked. She'd gone to bed a little after 2 o'clock yesterday, yet now she was awake at 6:30, feeling satisfied, relaxed, and in the best of spirits. Oh my god, am I the luckiest person in the world? Xiaoxue hugged the white cat, purring and sniffing furiously. After interacting with the white cat for 20 minutes, it was still early, so Xiaoxue decided to play with her phone. As soon as she unlocked it, she found herself on the livestream page. I'd almost forgotten, she was still live streaming. Wait, she seemed to have said something just now. Never mind, no one knew her anyway. Looking at the bustling livestream, Xiaoxue asked the cat and then posted a notice. Livestream starts every night at 11 p.m. After closing the livestream, Xiaoxue was just about to log out of the backstage when she suddenly saw a private message. Hello, I'm the owner of Zaya Company. I'm very interested in your cat. Could you please sell it? The price is negotiable. Zaya Company. It's the company where Shishua's best friend works. They say the benefits are excellent, but the requirements are also high. It's the kind of company Xiaoxua wants to work for, but can't quite reach. It's like a white moonlight. And white moonlights always have a bit of dignity, so Xiaoxua typed. Sorry, I can't resell it, but I bought it somewhere else. You can try staking out the second alley off the X County Central Square. That's where my cat got it. After sending this message, Xiaoxua stopped paying attention. She asked the white cat if it wanted some toast. After receiving a positive response, Xiaoxua started making breakfast for herself and the cat. She used her long-unused air fryer to make some crispy toast, feeding the cat while she ate it herself. It was delicious and satisfying, a blissful experience. After breakfast, Xiaoxua said goodbye to the cat and went to work. While her work schedule remained the same, her mindset had completely changed. She slacked off whenever she could, browsing through every app on her phone until she finally came across the live streaming app. She clicked on it and saw a slew of new messages. Xiaoxua refreshed the page and saw the top message was from Zaya Company again. Thank you for your valuable information. Our company has successfully hired a dream-eating cat. Sleep quality for our regular employees will be fully guaranteed. But are you planning on changing jobs? If possible, bring your cat with you. We need you and your cat. Xiaoxua clicked on the profile picture and saw it was the company's official account. Her surprise was fleeting, but she quickly realized her mistake. Sorry, my cat has no plans to work. The other party sent another message. You may have misunderstood. We don't need your cat to work. We just need it to be equipped with a microphone and purr in a designated live stream room on weekends. Xiaoxua typed, Don't you have a cat? Zaya Company. Regardless of whether the workers are human or cat, our company strictly implements a 2-day weekend system. All creatures work 5 days a week and have 2 days off. Great, worthy of being her white moonlight company. But Xiaoxua thought about it. I have a live streaming room. You can just go in and listen on weekends. The other party responded quickly. The cat sleep-aiding live stream is an internal work benefit provided to company employees. A public live stream doesn't qualify as a benefit. If you're interested, you can bring your cat to our company tomorrow to complete the onboarding process. Your job description is to run the Zaya internal employee sleep-aiding live stream on holiday evenings and broadcast the cat snoring. Chapter 58. Xiaoxua got a new job. She's the special assistant to the deputy director of the sleep department. The deputy director is a white cat with golden eyes. Yes, she got the job thanks to the deputy director's connections. The new job is comfortable. She works from home, works 2 days a week, and has 5 days off. She only has to work on holidays, but the rest of the time she can relax at home. While the salary isn't high, the job description is simple. Every weekday evening, she just opens her live streaming room on the company-issued work computer and places it next to the sleeping cat. Xiaoxua didn't neglect her own live streaming room either, opening her own phone and placing it next to it. Baby, isn't it too crowded with 2 phones next to you? The white cat rolled over in its nest, saying it wasn't a big deal. The crib was plenty spacious. Xiaoxua was very attentive, washing fruit and frying fish. For the first time in her life, she realized how satisfying it was to curry favor with the boss. The deputy director of the sleep department lays down in her bed, enjoying the snacks. Then, with a wave of her paw, she told her special assistant, Xiaoxua, to go about her business. It was time for her to get back to work. Okay. Deputy Director Xiaoxua left the cat bed, climbed onto the bed, picked up her tablet, and began to watch a TV series. The deputy director yawned and lay down in the soft cat bed. As if thinking of something, she turned her head again. Okay, now I've got it right. The little white cat found the most comfortable angle and fell into a deep sleep again. Seeing the little white cat asleep, Xiaoxua quietly turned off the lights. In the darkness, she put on her headphones and turned around, making sure the light from her screen wasn't shining on the kitten. After confirming that everything was in place, she resumed watching the TV series. Hey, tomorrow's Monday, and neither she nor her cat have to go to work. They can both sleep at home in the morning and go out for a walk in the afternoon. But where should they go? The nearby aquarium, or the more distant botanical garden? She has plenty of time on her own right now, so even if it's farther away, it's fun to just sit on the bus with her cat and look out the window. Decision: go to the botanical garden. Xiaoxua nodded, then decided to catch up on another episode of a drama. The employees of Zaya Company have been happy lately. One day, the boss took a few core management members out and mysteriously brought back a cat. While it didn't seem out of place at first, everyone who saw it knew something was amiss. The boss held the cat in a strange way. Not the way you hold a baby or a pet, but with his arms folded in front of him. The apparently unusual cat perched high above him, his eyes dignified and arrogant, even more bossy than the boss. The boss wore a gentle smile, and the management team following behind him all looked delighted, their occasional glances at the black cat filled with fiery respect. Strange, so strange. It looked like the lead unit carrying back an emperor. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The employees quickly dismissed the image. No, how could they think of the boss like that? Even among capitalists, the boss was considered a conscientious individual. Of course, a higher salary would be even better. Everyone pretended not to look, but in reality, they were watching the scene out of the corner of their eyes. Strange, why was the boss so fawning? What was so special about that cat? So strange, let's take another look. Could it be one of those mysterious cats, like a beckoning cat? Hiring one will bring prosperity to the company. That makes sense. Can a black cat also be a lucky cat? Why not? Black is so luxurious. Boss, can you give me a little more salary after you attract wealth? My dark circles are practically reaching my chin lately. One more. I can barely keep my eyes open. Actually, I've been thinking about quitting. I might make a lot of money, but how are you going to spend it when you're dead? Me too. Working without sleep is a bit much. If the workload hadn't been light lately, I would have quit long ago. I can't quit. I have no savings. I'm just waiting to die at my desk. Ding dong. A new message has arrived in the work group chat. The employees pulled out their phones. It's from the boss. Astronaut. Everyone welcomes the new director. Astronaut. The picture shows a black cat sitting in an office chair, its eyes looking haughty. Astronaut. The sleep department has officially been established. On weekdays, everyone can visit the department director's live stream with their real name work ID to discuss sleep matters with him. Astronaut. Weekday link XXX. Astronaut. On non-work days, please contact the department director to discuss sleep matters with him. Link XXX. The employees looked at each other in confusion, and finally someone broke the silence. What does this mean? What is the sleep department? Why is the director a cat? Has the boss finally gone crazy? What's this link? Let me see. Employee 1 clicked on it, and the link immediately redirected to a meeting room on the company's internal app. An avatar had a microphone on. Upon closer inspection, it showed a black cat with a stern look in its eyes. The small microphone below the profile picture indicated it was activating. Then, a deep purring sound came from the phone, like the black cat asleep, snoring into the microphone. Ding dong. Another message in the work group. Astronaut, lunch break is over, and our team members can now meet with the director. Astronaut, hint, just close your eyes and listen to the meeting. I think I know this. A usually quiet employee leaned over. There was a trend online before, saying that the sound of a cat purring can dispel nightmares. Netizens tried it, and it didn't work, but for some reason, a group of people firmly believed it worked, and they attacked anyone who dared to say it didn't. Netizens called this group the cat purring cult, and perhaps the boss was a member. The employees looked at each other in bewilderment. Although the boss is a capitalist, he still has some conscience. If he goes crazy, then if I want to quit, I only jump to the hands of an even more sinister capitalist. To avoid being ripped off by the capitalists, is there any other way but to apply for a civil service exam? Ding dong. Astronaut, lunch break is up. Meet the head of the sleep department as soon as possible. The boss is already impatient. So scary, it's truly a cult. But all the colleagues are here, and the crowd gives us some courage. We chat as we walk to the lunch break, which helps to suppress some of the trepidation. The boss is already waiting in the lunch break room, as if he's about to preach. You're all here. Good thing you're here. Go lie down and get some rest. Put your phone on the meeting room and put it to your ear. Listening to it while you sleep will keep you from having nightmares. Everyone's heart trembled, and then there was a sense of predictability. Although most of the team had already decided to change jobs, and the remaining few had decided to apply for civil service, they were all standing here now, and their mad old employer still had some face. They dawdled and began to search for blankets, then gritted their teeth and laid down on their cots for lunch break. Hurry up and turn on your phone. The head of the sleep department has been busy for a while. What's he busy about? Does sleeping count as busy? Alas, but since I was already lying here, my phone was in my hand. I could only bitterly click into the group chat, find the so-called Workday link, and click on it. Because some colleagues' phones were experiencing latency, the nap room was filled with the sound of snoring. How strange. This was the first time I'd heard sleep music that sounded like a tractor. No wonder netizens said people who believed in cat snoring to help them sleep were part of a cult. It was truly evil. Go to sleep, the boss said softly. Everyone pulled their blankets up, finally feeling a bit safer. Lying in the eerie atmosphere of the nap room, listening to the snoring in their ears, they comforted themselves for a while before closing their eyes. Though alert, everyone was exhausted, mentally exhausted. Nightmares made sleep a dread, and lack of sleep a reality. Almost as soon as they closed their eyes and relaxed, their consciousness began to sink, falling into a dark dream. A tractor-like snoring echoed incessantly in their ears, and the various lines and images surrounding them trembled, patching together here and there, connecting left and right, but just wouldn't come together. Surprisingly, I didn't have any nightmares. This thought vaguely occurred to many people, and their consciousness passed through the chaotic lines and fell into a truly sweet dream. The alarm rang, and everyone was dazed. It took a while to come back to their senses. They were in the company's lunch break room. Wait! Did I sleep so soundly just now? Where's the nightmare? It's gone! Holy crap! I didn't have any dreams during my nap just now. Me too. My mind feels so clear. I haven't felt this way in ages. I feel like I could code all day and all night. Really? The boss suddenly appeared at the office door. Haha, of course not, I was just being metaphorical. The boss didn't care, just smiled, and let out a smug look. How was your rest? Did you get along well with the head of the sleep department? More than good. Everyone realized that the nightmare-free sleep was truly the work of that black cat. No, it was the head of the sleep department. Holy crap, boss, how are you so awesome? Is there some scientific reason for this? Why do I stop having nightmares just by listening to that snoring? Does even ordinary cats have this? Is it going to have any effect? Of course not. The boss nodded demurely. This is a cat from another world, endowed with mysterious powers. I finally hired it. And I even offered him a super high salary. How much? A whole. Well, don't worry about that. Just know that the company is all about you. Not only lunch breaks, but after work, you can go home and tune in to Director Cat's work after 10 p.m. and get a good night's sleep. Yeah. Awesome, boss. I'm a little curious about the super high salary. Employee 1 whispered. Me too. The boss of Zaya Company has been in a good mood lately, not only because he's been sleeping well every night, but also because the company is thriving, having secured several large contracts and hired a dozen or so senior talents. High-level talent of that caliber wouldn't normally be their first choice, but who can blame him for being so brilliant? He sent a private message the moment he saw that sleep-aiding livestream online, and then immediately acted on that outrageous piece of information. So, he's partnered with a cat. Yes, it's not that he has a cat, but that he's partnered with that noble, deep black cat. The otherworldly black cat, in exchange for its technology, will dispel nightmares for employees during the afternoon and evening hours on weekdays in exchange for a 3% stake in the company. Initially, he was only willing to offer 1%, but somehow, the cat boss was so smooth-talking that he managed to negotiate a 3% stake. Forget it, it was all worth it. From the perspective of the company's long-term development, that 3% wasn't necessarily a loss. Besides, a person is as strong as iron, and a sleep deprivation can be exhausting. To be honest, a while ago, he was terrified when he saw some employees swaying precariously at their workstations. He wondered if they were going to pass out any second. But now, things are finally over. The company has a sleep director who hails from the world of cultivation and specializes in devouring dreams. For the sake of his employees' physical and mental health, he even hired a deputy director online to live stream on holidays, just so they can get a good night's sleep. How could there be such a brilliant boss like him? He deserves all the top talent because he's so generous and thoughtful. He's simply the most perfect boss in the world. The boss sat on the sofa and hummed a song. His wife, standing next to him, smiled and glanced at him. How many days have you been so proud? You don't understand, the boss shook his finger. Look at my complexion, it's rosy. Look at my spirit, it's so positive. Look at my new employees. The boss took out his phone and showed his wife his resume. Excellent, isn't it? And all this is because I dared to think and act. You really married a good husband. He's got great taste. Go away. The wife pushed his head away, but looking at his smug face, she couldn't help but smile. You've done a great job this time. My dark circles have faded. Other wives asked me what skincare products I use. I recommended them to search for Mouse Sleep Live online, but they didn't believe me. They said I actually believed it, and that I was strapped for cash, and couldn't afford that latest sleeping pill. They still need pills to fall asleep. We already have barrier-free sleep, and we can even customize dreams. It's just a bit pricey, 10,000 yuan each, the boss sighed. It's okay, the boss's wife said, picking up a grape from the table. 10,000 yuan was well worth it. Didn't you ask me last time if I'd actually seen my deceased mother? I said I didn't know, but now I think I must have seen her in a dream. I feel a strange, sour, yet tender feeling inside. The boss said nothing, simply reaching out and patting his wife's shoulder. His mother-in-law died young, and those times were chaotic, leaving no photos. So his wife had always wanted to know what her mother looked like. It's okay. Although I can't remember clearly, I must have seen her. And I have a feeling she must be doing well, otherwise, I wouldn't have felt that way after I woke up. By the way, the boss's wife suddenly remembered something. I told my dad about this. He's on his way here, and should be here tomorrow morning. Please clean up the second bedroom. He'd be sleeping there tomorrow. The boss suddenly became nervous, not only because he was going to meet his stern and reserved father-in-law, but also because of his position. They are within the system and belong to a relatively core team. They have a branch under them, which seems to be responsible for cracking down on and rectifying cults in accordance with the law. Chapter 59. Why is Dad here so suddenly? The boss asked cautiously. His wife glanced at him. What are you saying? You've always said you'd invite Dad to stay with us for a while, and now he's here, you're not happy about it. Nothing. It's just that Dad's arrival was a bit sudden. I need to prepare everything. What do you have to prepare? The wife was really puzzled. They'd been married for so many years, and this wasn't the first time. What else should they prepare besides daily necessities? Are you hiding something from me? This? The boss was a little confused. Oh! It's nothing, actually. It's about that black cat the company hired. I'm worried about what your dad will say. What's there to say? The wife turned away. What do you think my dad is? A Qing dynasty antique? Don't worry, he won't say anything. He's even younger than me. Really? The boss actually had some objections, but he didn't dare to say it. Perhaps his wife had a fatherly filter. He had always imagined his father-in-law to be very serious and old-fashioned. While not quite Qing dynasty, he wasn't far off. Maybe my dad came because I told him I could sleep well. You could show off a little, spend a little extra, and ask him if there's anything he wants to dream about. Okay. In reality, he didn't dare ask. Are you free tomorrow morning? If so, come with me to pick him up. He'd be happy to see you. Nothing. In reality, he was a little hesitant to go. But seeing his wife's expectant expression, the boss couldn't find a reason to refuse. Besides, it was a difficult situation. Should he say he was scared, or that he was worried about getting caught? Oh, what a strange worry. Isn't he running an honest business? I wonder if my father-in-law would believe that Black Cat is a noble spirit cat from the world of cultivation, rumored to have a trace of the Beast King's bloodline. He probably wouldn't believe it. Thinking about this, he felt it was a bit outrageous, like a myth, but it was so useful. Oh, it was difficult. But no matter how anxious one was, time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. From early in the morning, the boss was in a strange state of nervousness, like when he was a student and hadn't done any summer homework, but had to register at 9 o'clock in the morning, and had to pretend nothing was wrong in front of his parents while eating breakfast. Why are you so nervous today? His wife suddenly asked as he fastened his seatbelt in the car. Really? No. The boss' tone was flat. The steering wheel's soaked with your sweat. Go wipe it off. The boss tucked his hand into his sleeve and wiped the steering wheel with it. He remained calm, saying, "It's just a little warm. I don't want to bother with you. Let's go to the airport." The boss started the car and set off to pick someone up. But for some reason, the flight was significantly delayed. Just as the couple was getting anxious waiting, the phone rang. It's Dad. The wife breathed a sigh of relief and answered the call. Hello, Dad, where are you? We're waiting for you at the exit. We're holding 2 red signs. Do you see them? Hearing his father-in-law's voice on the other end of the phone, the boss breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad he was all right, but soon, his anxiety returned. But when he saw that familiar yet unfamiliar face, his anxiety faded. His eyes widened. How could he have aged so much after not seeing him for so many months? Dad. The wife hurried to meet him, and the boss followed suit to take the luggage. Dad. The wife asked anxiously, "Why do you look so bad? Did something happen to you? Tell us, we can definitely help." Yes, the boss agreed immediately. Nothing. Jiang Hong, the boss's father-in-law, raised his hand and pinched his brow. The situation was getting worse. If appropriate measures hadn't been taken at that critical moment, the plane would have almost failed to land. We must find a solution quickly to improve the public sleep quality. If things continue like this, the apparent stability will be untenable. But speaking of this, Jiang Hong shifted his gaze to his son-in-law. The usually attentive man looked a little timid today. "Xiaoyu, come here." Xiaoyu, the boss, a 5 feet 7 inches tall man, trembled at the sound of the voice, but still walked obediently to his father-in-law's side. "I heard from Qianqian that you found a great way to help her sleep soundly every day. Not only does she not have nightmares, but she can even set her own dreams. Is that true?" "Yes, it's true." The boss couldn't help but lower his shoulders a little. "Oh, then tell me how you do it. If it works, we see if we can promote it. If it helps everyone, that would be a great thing." The boss leaned forward a little more, dreaming of the conversation he had with his boss in the early days of his business. "It's just a little bit of luck." Oh, Dad, why are you in such a hurry? There are so many people here, and it's hard to talk. Wouldn't it be better to go home and clean up, and then we can talk over dinner? Your son-in-law is sweating right now." Okay, Qianqian has a point." The father-in-law smiled instantly and patted his wife's arm. He was truly affectionate, a completely different person from the cold questioner just now. At his wife's glance, the boss immediately replied, "Yes, Dad, you just got off the plane. Let's go back and rest up. Then we can sit together as a family and talk about anything. It's a bit too crowded here, so it's not very convenient." The father-in-law nodded, a gesture of agreement. The three of them got into the car, each with their own thoughts. The ride was silent until they opened the door and saw the boss father-in-law sitting directly at the dining table. He knew what was coming. The boss also walked over and sat down. "Dad, are you asking me about that new cat at the company?" The father-in-law nodded. "I heard Qianqian mention it, but I wanted to hear your opinion. What do you think it is?" "Actually, I don't know." The boss rubbed his hands, suddenly wondering if he had been too abrupt earlier. Why had he brought home such a mysterious cat so suddenly? "I just saw a live stream online that said some kind of cat could hypnotize me. Curious, I tried it, and it actually worked. Dad, you know me. When I see something good, I want to grab it." The boss chuckled and continued. "I asked the person if they could sell the cat to me, and she said she bought it herself and gave me the exact address. I had to go. The most important thing in business is seizing opportunities. And I actually met him." "What kind of person was he?" The boss began to recall. He seemed to be a young man, dressed in white, and he looked very handsome. The father-in-law didn't say anything. The boss realized the description was a bit too general, so he racked his brains. "It seems the clothes are long, like in a TV show. The hair seems long. Are the eyes green?" Yes, the boss nodded immediately. "They're a bright green. I was surprised at the time, but now you mention it, I remember." The boss suddenly realized something. "You know him too?" The boss's father-in-law, Jiang Hong, fell into deep thought. In fact, long before his daughter called him, he had heard about the hypnotic effect of a cat's purring. It seemed to have spread from a small county downstairs, but at the time, he couldn't do anything about it because there were so many rumors about hypnotic things. Eating 3 boiled apples a day could induce sleep. Eating 3 skewers of grilled leeks at midnight could induce sleep. Eating 5 popsicles before bed could induce sleep. But even that was still considered normal, because no matter how much he ate, he'd only get an upset stomach, which he could resolve by going to the bathroom. Even more problematic are the claims that drugs can induce sleep. Despite official warnings that all medications are toxic and should be used with caution, content sharing hypnotic combinations continues to appear online. These garish pills are piled high, with a different one every day from Monday to Sunday. It's truly terrifying. The traffic for this type of content is growing, even rivaling the fashion section of yesteryear. Official traffic limits only have a limited effect, as netizens actively search for and read them. But this isn't the scariest part, because taking drugs recklessly, no matter how you do it, will only harm yourself. The scariest part is the organized crime groups that take advantage of this situation and attempt to harm others. This month alone, 11 illegal gangs were busted in this county, 10 of which were recently established. Most of them specifically target the elderly, claiming that if they donate money and accumulate merit, their nightmares will become less frequent. It's incredibly difficult to deal with. After arresting one group, another appears. Because people are so panicked and mentally unstable right now, quite a few elderly people are easily scammed and immediately hand over the money after being scammed again. Jiang Hong rubbed his brow again. Compared to this, the idea of listening to a cat's purring to combat nightmares and sleep well seems incredibly benign and harmless. He wondered where it would be on his to-do list. If he hadn't trusted his daughter to keep her mouth shut, he wouldn't have investigated. But the investigation turned out to be quite remarkable. It turns out that every village in the county where he started already has cats. The two largest high schools in the county, number 1, has 3 cats, and number 2 has 7. From Monday to Sunday, cats are on duty in the school broadcasting rooms. Looking at his son-in-law's curious face, Jiang Hong slowly said, "I've done some research. They originally came from a small village, but no one knows where they came from. They just say they suddenly set up a stall at the market one day." "Set up a stall at the market?" The owner suddenly became excited. "How much is each one?" The father-in-law glanced at him. The first one seemed to be free. They gave it directly to a girl. Given? The owner was a little shocked, but he could accept it. This plot sounded a lot like a mysterious master giving gifts to children with good fortune, which are usually free. "What about the cats after that?" "I sold the second one for 99 yuan. The boss was struck by lightning. If giving it away could offer some consolation, saying it was fate, then what about the second one, which sold for 99 yuan? "Why?" The father-in-law calmly took a sip of tea from the table. "How much did you spend?" For a moment, the boss didn't dare to speak, but seeing his father-in-law's calm and shrewd eyes, he made a mournful gesture with his hand. 30,000? 3% of the company. The boss's tone was heavy. The living room fell silent for a moment. Even if Jiang Hong didn't interfere in his daughter's marriage, he probably knew his son-in-law's company shares were quite valuable. That cat owner might really be after the money. "I don't think so." The boss pondered what to say. "Because I didn't give this 3% stake to that owner." He met his father-in-law's puzzled look. "I gave it to the cat." "Jiang Hong, what did you say?" Although the boss knew this sounded unbelievable, he still insisted, "I didn't buy the cat. I offered it 3% of the company's shares to impress the cat and hire it to work at my company, specifically to listen to the live broadcast of it snoring for employees." Jiang Hong, ? Although it sounds a bit unbelievable. The boss paused, because his father-in-law's eyes looked not just puzzled, but like he was looking at an alien. The boss knew that no matter how much he talked, his father-in-law wouldn't understand what was going on. "How about this? I take you to visit it." "Who?" "The black cat." The boss stood up and motioned for his father-in-law to follow him. "Where are you going?" "My wife just emerged from her room. Let's go to the little villa next door." "Didn't I tell you I gave it to the black cat?" "Then I go too." My wife followed. "Let's go together." The little villa was very close. When I bought it, I thought it would be a place for our future children to live. It would have both privacy and be close to home. But plans can't keep up with changes. On a whim, I offered to provide housing. After looking around, this little villa seemed like the most suitable option. The three of them walked together to the courtyard of the little villa. Ding dong. The boss rang the doorbell. But after a while, there was no response. It's not business hours now. Maybe he's asleep. The boss rang the doorbell again. After a while, the door finally opened slowly. "Let's go in." The boss called everyone out, and when he reached the door, he rang the doorbell again. This time, the door opened quickly. The boss said, "The three of us are coming in." And then he asked my wife and father-in-law to change their shoes. Jiang Hong silently changed his shoes, then was beckoned to his son-in-law to sit on the sofa. The three of them sat down neatly. Jiang Hong was about to ask where the cat was when he suddenly noticed something moving on the TV screen. A pair of deep green eyes opened. "There he is!" his wife exclaimed softly. It turned out the black cat had been crouching in front of the TV, but the screen was too dark for them to notice. "Oh Xiaobei, why are you sitting there? It's so cold. Come on, sit on the sofa next to me, it's warm here." The boss immediately came up. But the green-eyed black cat was remarkably calm. In 2 leaps, it was perched on the coffee table. Facing the 3 people on the sofa, it didn't flinch at all, staring at them calmly, as if asking what they were doing. The boss turned to look. His father-in-law didn't say anything, so he could only speculate as he spoke, "We just came to see how you were doing." The boss's leg was bumped. "Well, actually, this is my father-in-law. He hasn't slept well in a while, so I'd like you to help him get rid of his nightmares, and create a relaxing dream for him." Of course, the reward will be generous. After saying this, the boss looked at his father-in-law. Very good, he didn't seem to object. The black cat didn't respond immediately, simply looking at him with a calm gaze. This look made the boss suddenly uneasy, but thankfully, the black cat looked away and patted the coffee table twice with its paws, meaning 20,000 yuan. The boss breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Hong also laid down on the sofa, looking at the mysterious and steady black cat. For a moment, he felt very strange, as if he had been deceived by another outrageous rumor. So strange. If his daughter and son-in-law hadn't been there, he wouldn't have lain down in this place. It was too strange, so unlike his usual work and life experiences, so esoteric. Dad, just close your eyes. You fall asleep soon. The daughter seemed quite experienced. Yes, Dad. Do you want me to get you another pillow? Elevated a little for comfort. The son-in-law seemed familiar with the process. No thanks. Jiang Hong replied, then closed his eyes and tried to relax. Consciousness gradually faded, a chaotic tapestry of lines gathering. But in that moment of half-awakeness, it was as if his forehead had been slapped hard, and all the lines vanished instantly. He sank unhindered into a deeper sleep. Chapter 60. Time ticked by, and Jiang Hong slowly opened his eyes. He stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, thinking for a moment he was dreaming, but then he saw his daughter and son-in-law. Dad. You're awake. How are you feeling? His daughter appeared above him, smiling. Dad. Get up and have lunch. You must be starving. His son-in-law's face also popped up. Jiang Hong sat up from the sofa. He instinctively reached to rub his brow, but found his head, which had felt so heavy before, now felt surprisingly light. Uncomfortably, he lowered his hand. Where's that? Black cat? Jiang Hong turned. It's sleeping upstairs. Today's our day off, so I can't leave it with us all the time. You said before that he works at your company, specifically live streaming his snoring for employees, right? Yes, the boss said with a gracious smile. It's quite helpful. My employees say they can sleep well at night now. No other company offers this kind of treatment, and I've received a lot of referrals. If I want to bring a group of people into the live stream, would you have any problem? Jiang Hong asked. Dad, what you're saying is definitely a no-brainer. Although the original intention of establishing the live stream was to provide internal employee benefits, who is this? My father-in-law. And he worked for the country too. Who would even think of turning him down? That's fine. I go back and send me the live stream link. I bring people in tonight. If everything goes well. The father-in-law's brows relaxed, a rare moment of relief. The boss understood and said, no problem, if you have any questions, just come to me. I will contribute as much as I can. I have that awareness. I didn't expect you to be so enthusiastic. The father-in-law actually smiled. The boss suddenly became even more excited. Actually, there's more than one live broadcast. This one's for weekdays, and there's another one for holidays. I send you the links to both later. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Jiang Hong patted his shoulder approvingly. Dad, the results I heard online are SOSO. It's best to come and let the cat dispel your nightmares in person. Why don't you just bring someone to live at my house? I invite the cat over every night before bed. The wife bumped into him. What nonsense are you talking about? The boss realized he'd gotten carried away. Okay. Jiang Hong patted his daughter's hand soothingly, then turned to look at the boss. You two stay well. You don't have to worry about me here. I tell you if anything happens. Okay, Dad. Jiang Hong turned to look at his daughter, his expression gentle. It's a rare visit, so I'd definitely stay a few days longer. But now you know the urgency of the situation, so I won't stay any longer. Once this matter is resolved, I stay for a month. You should take care of Xiaoyu. If you have any grievances, tell me. Okay, don't worry, Dad. The boss's wife smiled, tears glistening in her eyes. With his father-in-law gone, the boss returned to his peaceful life. Aside from the appearance of a number of unfamiliar IDs on the company's welfare live stream, nothing else seemed to have changed. But the news Jiang Hong brought back caused quite a stir. Almost everyone who heard the news looked up and gave a what the hell expression. Jiang Hong didn't elaborate. Tonight, everyone, click on the link, turn up the volume, and place it next to your pillow. After a good night's sleep, you'll be able to verify whether it works. That night. Zaya Company employee. Why is the live stream lagging tonight? Why does it show so many people online? Is it a bug? Hey, it's not lagging anymore. It's so smooth. Were they just doing a system upgrade? In-house staff. Hey, do you think this really works? I don't know. Didn't you say we should give it a try? It feels weird. This snoring is too loud. Can you really sleep to it? Shushua checked both phones before going to bed. Both phones were running smoothly. She couldn't help but reach out and touch her little white cat. Then, feeling filled with happiness, she returned to bed. Night fell over this land as usual, but tonight, even more people activated the cat's snoring live stream, placed their phones next to their pillows, and then, with a variety of emotions, pulled themselves under the covers and closed their eyes. Drowsiness slowly set in, consciousness gradually blurring. The alluring sound of snoring enveloped my brain, and all lines and images began to blur. In this blurry scene, everyone drifted into a deeper sleep. Official meeting room. Everyone has tried this. What are your thoughts? One person raised their hand. It's very useful, more effective than anything I've tried before. But we need to further investigate any side effects. Another person spoke up. I've already thought of this. Here's the test report. It shows absolutely no side effects. It's just a normal sleep effect. This person handed the test report to everyone. I feel the same way. There are almost no side effects. My elderly family member had a physical this morning, and his mental state has improved significantly. But this effect can't be explained scientifically, and we can't be sure whether this unknown force will harm us. I think it's better to be cautious. You're right, someone nearby nodded. But we're running out of time. The reports we presented show that accidents are increasing in various places, especially traffic accidents, which have reached a very dangerous level. No one spoke, and the meeting room was silent for a while. We can't wait any longer. At least of all the methods, this is the most effective and feasible. The people can't wait any longer. No one in the meeting room objected. Looking at the shocking data on the screen, no one could say anything. According to the investigation, one county has been implementing cat radio for some time, and the people's mental state is very good. There are no side effects so far. We will send another team to that county to conduct a more detailed investigation. No matter what, the results must be obtained as soon as possible. The people can't wait any longer. The decision was passed unanimously during the voting. Manpower was quickly gathered, and each organization offered suitable candidates. There were young, high-spirited individuals who had just joined, mature middle-aged individuals, and even experienced elders. Regardless of the organization, several members whose mental state had been severely weakened were brought along. These individuals, young and old, were the ones most severely tormented by the nightmares. Isn't it said that listening to the broadcast live is more effective? Let the members with weaker mental states go with the first group. Any recovery they can get will be a plus. The organization still needs them to continue shining and contributing. The students at number 1 and number 2 middle schools suddenly noticed something strange. It wasn't a holiday, but why was the school suddenly greening up? Number 1 middle school didn't have many trees to begin with, but everyone saw the school leaders suddenly bring in tons of plants, trees, flowers, and grasses, making the previously drab school look incredibly beautiful. Looking at number 1 middle school now, everyone is amazed at how well maintained the environment and academic performance are. The students at number 2 middle school were eating lunch in the cafeteria at noon when a rumbling noise suddenly erupted outside. Looking out, they saw several lawn mowers at work, mowing the barren hillside. Nearby, someone with large shears was pruning nearby trees. The principal, who hadn't even had lunch, was standing at the foot of the hill directing the work. What's going on? Is someone coming down to inspect? The students watched from below, their lunchboxes in hand. Maybe we're going to participate in some kind of competition, like the most beautiful campus or something. Our principal loves to do those kinds of things. Why not have a best cafeteria competition? I'm tired of the cafeteria food. Why don't you try something innovative? Hey! You guys! The principal shouted at the students peeking in, go in and close the windows. We're almost mowing that area. The students quickly ducked their heads, quickly shutting the windows. While eating, they discussed what they were going to do. Were they really going to participate in the most beautiful greenery competition? But the students soon realized that their plans were too subtle. The classroom tables and chairs were cleaned, the broken glass windows replaced with new ones, the weeds along the roadside shaved flat, and the moss scraped away. At noon, when I went to the cafeteria, the tables and chairs were polished like new, and the windows had never been brighter. Peeking in, I saw that the pots in the kitchen had been replaced with larger ones. What's going on? Is a high-ranking official coming to inspect our school? I think so, but it's even more grand than last time. Maybe the official is even more powerful. Never mind. It's none of our business anyway. Everyone chatted while getting their food. Sang Biao was on duty yesterday, wasn't he? I felt like I hadn't heard any sound in the middle of the night. Is his snoring erratic? I can tell you're not a Sang Biao fan. Our Sang Biao goes out every night. Being a cat is tiring, and he sleeps during the day, so he can only find time to go out at night. I see. Mian Mian doesn't seem to go out at night when she's on duty. I don't think the sound has disappeared, but Mian Mian's voice is too soft. I still prefer Long Nan. Long Nan has been late a lot lately. Is he losing interest in his work? That's normal. It's like that after a while. Just like I'm tired of studying, but I have to study. After a few rounds of chatting, dinner was almost over, and everyone went outside to wash the dishes. While washing, they suddenly caught a glimpse of dark colors at the intersection. The students looked up. A large group of people. Unlike previous inspections by leaders, the crowd, young and old, was in poor spirits. Some had unsteady steps and sallow complexions, evidently lacking sleep for ages. The students slowed down their dishwashing pace, suddenly remembering how everyone had been like this before the cat came to broadcast the news. Life had been good for so long, they'd almost forgotten the dark days of nightmares. The crowd gradually approached. People were still rinsing their dishes under the tap, looking up as they filled the water. Passers-by caught their eye, but several, despite their grim expressions, smiled at the sight of them, a truly kind gesture. The students who met their gazes also smiled subconsciously. The crowd gradually receded, and the discussion resumed. Why are there so many people? The principal's in there too. Are they inspecting leaders? They don't look like that. Report? I just saw them all heading towards the teacher's dormitory. They must be new teachers. Huh? So many?